September 16, 2023. There were no earthquakes, no tsunamis, no significant incidents in summary. It was an utterly mundane day. At least, that was the case for Li Chongqing of the Equipment Development Department of Yen Country. Until he received a phone call. Hello? Sir, are you in need of an aircraft carrier? The kind that can fly within the atmosphere. Although it is second-hand, it is nearly brand new, rarely used, and in excellent condition, indistinguishable from a new one. It measures 277 meters in length, 85 meters in width, weighs 118,000 tons, powered by controllable nuclear fusion, and its hull is made of millalloy. It has one main cannon and 4 secondary cannons. A deep male voice emanated from the other end. Li Chongqing? What on earth? An aircraft carrier? One that can fly? Controllable nuclear fusion? Why not just fly to the sun? After a moment of astonishment, a faint smile crept onto his lips. No, thank you. Anyone receiving such a call would assume it was a joke. Though joking around with this department's phone was somewhat excessive. Oh, you don't want it? I shall inquire again tomorrow. The caller seemed somewhat regretful before hanging up. This guy speaks as if it's a genuine offer. Li Chongqing chuckled, running through a few names in his mind, wondering which fool was playing such pranks on him. Upon glancing at the phone number displayed, he was taken aback to find it was merely a string of zeros. After a moment's thought, he decided to put the incident aside. He had much work to attend to. September 17th. At almost the same time, Li Chongqing answered the phone once more. Sir, are you in need of a warship? A second-hand one, capable of flight, nearly brand new, rarely used, in excellent condition, indistinguishable from a new one. The same voice, the same content as the previous day. However, today the tone seemed a tad more composed. Li Chongqing furrowed his brow. Who is this? According to your terminology, I am a traveler from Kepler B. You may call me Asamoah. I am also a member of the Black Flag Merchant Association. I wish to propose a fair trade. I bring some specialties that may be of interest to you. Ha! This joke is not amusing. I am quite busy, Li Chongqing retorted, promptly hanging up. September 18th, and once again at the same time, he answered the phone, greeted by the same voice. May I inquire if you require an aircraft carrier today? Are you Zhu Leng or Su Rulong? You scoundrel, do not call this department to play such pranks on me. Li Chongqing, now quite irritated, hung up the phone. Once was sufficient for such a jest. To have received calls for 3 consecutive days was rather excessive. Those two scoundrels had gone too far. September 19th. Who on earth are you? Li Chongqing asked directly upon answering the phone. He had taken a sarcastic jab at Zhu Leng and Su Rulong the previous day, but judging by their reactions, it seemed they were not the culprits behind this. Especially today, receiving yet another call confirmed his suspicion. While the two might be somewhat mischievous, they were not the type to engage in such antics for 4 consecutive days. This made him wary. I have already mentioned I am a traveler from Kepler B. Listen, no matter who you are, if you continue with this nonsense, do not blame me for tracking you down. Li Chongqing was quite incensed. 4 days of such pranks was excessive. Then I shall inquire again tomorrow. The voice on the other end said hesitantly before hanging up. You scoundrel, do you dare call again tomorrow? Li Chongqing slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Do you truly think I cannot uncover your identity? How audacious! At this moment, in a small town in the East China Sea, Zhang Lu Hai chuckled after hanging up the phone. Indeed, attempting to sell an alien second-hand aircraft carrier is no easy feat. I suspect he will be unable to contain himself. I shall call again tomorrow and see how long he can endure. Zhang Lu Hai, 22 years old, had graduated merely 2 months prior. He possessed a fair appearance, but what stood out were his clear, bright eyes. He resided in a dilapidated 2-story house. 3 years prior, his parents had succumbed to an accident, leaving him and his younger sister. He was in his first year of university, while his sister was in her 3rd year of junior high. With the meager savings left by his family and the occasional work he picked up, he managed to persevere until graduation, a point at which he should have sought employment. Unexpectedly, he received an operational system for the Black Flag Merchant Association, thus becoming a member. After 2 days of research, he discovered that the so-called Black Flag Merchant Association was, in fact, a trading conglomerate spanning numerous universes. Their transactions ranged from minor items such as various weapons and technological blueprints to spacecraft, and even colossal constructs like Dyson spheres or abandoned planets. Impressive, at least it seemed so. However, for Zhang Lu Hai, it was utterly useless. Transactions within the Black Flag Merchant Association required the use of a currency known as black coins, yet he possessed nothing of value to trade, lacking any capital whatsoever. This membership, crucial for others, held no significance for his current predicament. For instance, the most basic weapon, a Gauss Riflein armament not yet developed on Earth, was listed in the association for a minimum of 100 units, costing 10 black coins. A single black coin could procure 100 tons of copper within the association, with an abundance of listings but scant buyers. Yet, fortune smiled upon him a week prior. He stumbled upon a listing for 3 aircraft carriers, not only at no cost but with delivery included. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the opportunity. Upon contact, he learned that the seller belonged to a race called the natural spirits, diminutive beings rarely exceeding 20 centimeters in height. After a recent internal conflict, they had acquired 3 aircraft carriers intended for use as transport ships. Indeed, these carriers, more advanced than Earth's finest weaponry, were regarded by them merely as transport vessels. Now, they had become redundant, and the spirits were obliged to expend black coins annually for maintenance from other races. Even if left unused, they would pollute the environment, an intolerable situation for the natural spirits. They merely sought a place to dispose of their waste. After scheduling a date with them, Zhang Luhai began contemplating how to manage these spacecraft. If he could dismantle them and sell the scrap metal, it would be a lucrative venture. The only dilemma lay in the fact that, given the alien technology, he might struggle even to disassemble them. Fortunately, some auxiliary functions of the Merchant Association system sparked another idea. After all, one should not let the fat water flow to outsiders, right? Chapter 2. That evening at the Zhang residence. Brother, have you not yet sought employment? I am already this old and can manage on my own. Zhang Luyu remarked upon entering and spotting Zhang Luhai lost in thought. Zhang Luhai exited the Black Flag Merchant Association's control system and smiled gently. There's no rush, I already have plans. Oh, as long as you have a plan. I've heard many people are relying on their parents. We certainly cannot expect that from our family. Zhang Luyu replied, concern evident in her eyes. Children from impoverished backgrounds mature early. Although her elder brother was managing things, she understood the family's current plight. The money left by their parents, combined with her brother's part-time work during school, barely sustained their education. Her greatest wish now was to attend university, so she could work part-time during her spare hours. You are becoming increasingly verbose, Zhang Luhai chuckled. Go wash your hands, dinner is ready. Before long, the two were seated at the table. The meal was simple: a plate of tomato and egg, a dish of stir-fried green peppers and potatoes, and a small bowl of pickled vegetables, which was considered quite a feast in the Zhang household. Zhang Luyu's appearance mirrored Zhang Luhai's, though she was somewhat slender, and her clothing was rather worn. Thankfully, they wore standardized school uniforms. How much money do we have left at home? Zhang Luyu suddenly inquired. Do not worry, it is sufficient. Zhang Luhai reassured her with a smile. He still had 2007 in his pocket. If there were no additional tuition or miscellaneous fees to pay, it would be sufficient for 2 people to last 3 months if spent frugally. Zhang Luyue continued to lower her head, eating her meal, a hint of concern glimmering in her eyes. She always felt that something was amiss with her brother since his graduation, yet she could not pinpoint what had transpired. After finishing her meal, Zhang Luyue returned to her studies, while Zhang Luhai remained seated, scrutinizing the trading interface. Stellar energy collection device, diameter 100,600,000 kilometers, starting at 1 million black coins. 0.3 abandoned mining planets, containing a wealth of iron and copper, each priced at 300,000 black coins. Tier 2 dreadnought, length 1,200 meters, energy level 280, standard shield at 3,000 kl, equipped with 1 main cannon, 32 secondary cannons, and includes 200 titanium interceptor fighters. Orders frequently appeared and disappeared on the trading interface. After a prolonged gaze, Zhang Luhai felt an overwhelming desire, nearly moved to tears by the offerings before him. Unfortunately, it was not merely a question of whether he had black coins. He lacked even the purchasing privileges, as these items required at least a Tier 2 membership to trade. He clicked on the Tier 1 membership at the top, which redirected him to another page. Acquisition of Tier 1 Civilization Energy Technology Data. 100 Virtual Reality Technology. The trading options for a Tier 1 member were limited to technologies and equipment from Tier 1 civilizations. To acquire higher tier items, one must upgrade their membership. Upgrading was straightforward, necessitating a certain amount of transaction value. It was the simplest yet also the most arduous task. A trading volume of 10,000 black coins was required to attain Tier 2 membership. After contemplating for a while, Zhang Luhai shut down the system. Opportunities for bargains were scarce. He decided to wait until the aircraft carrier transaction was complete. On September 20th, Li Chongqing sat in his office, glancing at his watch at intervals. As the clock ticked closer to 9:30, he instinctively looked at the landline. Previously, that individual always called exactly at 9:30, almost precisely on the dot. The phone rang. Humph, quite audacious. I must apprehend this scoundrel today. Li Chongqing snorted, gesturing dismissively. He then answered the call. Hello. May I inquire if you require an aircraft carrier today? The voice on the other end remained unchanged. At an aircraft carrier speak clearly. I'm listening. Li Chongqing gritted his teeth. Casting a side glance, someone was already dispatched to trace the call's location. As he listened to Zhang Luhai repeat his lines, he glanced sideways and, after a moment, covered the microphone and asked, Have you traced it? There are no traces of signal ingress. The man on the screen looked astonished. How is this possible? Li Chongqing furrowed his brow. Even without being a professional, he had received a higher education and understood the implications of no signal ingress. Are you capable? Li Chongqing queried, the screen showing a military information department team, led by a man named Chen Man. We are the best team. Even the Citibank team is an equal match. Do you think we can handle this? But what kind of technology is this? A commotion erupted behind Chen Man, indicating that the elite members of the information department were equally shaken. They had never encountered such a situation. Keep him calm. Find ways to extract information about him. We must locate him. His technology is of utmost importance, Chen Man stated solemnly. Though Li Chongqing was not a specialist, he understood the caliber of technology that could leave a military information department team with no trace. Releasing the microphone, Li Chongqing frowned and asked, What exactly do you want? I've mentioned before I merely wish to conduct a transaction with you, or perhaps you could first examine the goods. The voice on the other end remained unnervingly calm. Li Chongqing nearly laughed in frustration. Examine the goods? What goods could he show? Very well, let us see the goods. How do you propose to trade? This was, of course, a farce. He doubted the other party would dare to entrap themselves willingly. What he needed to do was encourage the other party to speak more, so that later professionals could analyze the information. Initially, he had thought it was a prank but had unexpectedly stumbled upon a significant lead involving information technology. Tomorrow night at 11 at latitude, longitude 122.37, let's meet to examine the goods. Zhang Luhai concluded and hung up the phone. Chapter 3. Listening to the dead air on the other end of the line, Li Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to draw out more conversation but did not expect the other party to hang up so abruptly. Damn it! Li Chongqing cursed, massaging his temples as he pondered the other party's intentions. With such technological prowess, this call was undoubtedly not a mere jest. Could it be a criminal organization? Yet, which criminal organization would dare to contact the equipment department of Yen country? What could their objective be? What significance did that coordinate hold? After a moment's contemplation, Li Chongqing turned his gaze back to the screen. What's the location of that coordinate? About 130 miles southeast of Highway City, the nearest town is Luyong, located 16 miles from the coastline, with a depth of 600 meters. No abnormal activity has been reported. Chen Man's team had already retrieved the information on that location. What do you think is wrong with the coordinate the other party provided? Uncertain. Find a cryptography expert to see if any clues can be extracted from this set of numbers. Notify me immediately if you find anything. After giving his orders, Li Chongqing turned off the screen and continued making calls to arrange matters. Regardless of the circumstances, the other party would not provide such a coordinate without reason. They could not possibly be attempting to play a prank on him, could they? Various possibilities flashed through his mind. In any case, he needed to dispatch personnel to investigate while also monitoring the vicinity to see what the other party was up to. On September, as the clock struck 11, Zhang Luohai's heart raced with anticipation. Ding dong. A notification popped up on the black flag system. Upon clicking it, a vivid image emerged, depicting a being resembling a human yet exquisitely formed, adorned with a crown of flowers, its attire seemingly crafted from petals, and 2 pairs of translucent wings sprouting from its back. This nature spirit perched gracefully upon the stamen of a flower, swaying gently in the breeze, exuding an endearing charm. Hannibal, the goods have been delivered. Thank you. If you require anything further, feel free to reach out. The product information is available on my personal homepage. Hannibal was Zhang Luohai's moniker within the trading guild, akin to an online alias. Very well, it has been a pleasure collaborating. Should I need anything, I shall contact you. Jiang Luhai remained seated, serene and devoid of any discernible emotion. Then farewell. The nature spirit rose and twirled, a customary gesture of its kind. After terminating the connection, Jiang Luhai exhaled deeply, now awaiting updates from the equipment department. He refrained from scrutinizing the aircraft carriers. It was likely they had already been monitored, and those vantage points were probably under surveillance as well. The subsequent actions would have to wait until tomorrow when he would make a call. As Jiang Luhai surmised, several vantage points along the coastline had been preemptively manned, with the surrounding areas meticulously monitored. Any suspicious movement would result in thorough investigations. Tracing back through generations. Li Chongqing had directly reported to the military to deploy 3 squads for nearby surveillance. Squad leader, what exactly are we waiting for? Inquired the first-class leader of the 3rd squad, lying on the ground in utter boredom after 2 days without clarity on their mission. The orders received were vague, an unusual circumstance indeed. Just wait, no need for idle chatter. The squad leader, peering through binoculars, occasionally scanned the vicinity. Fortunately, the moon was full that night, providing decent visibility even in the depths of night. As he glanced towards the sea once more, he suddenly froze. Before his eyes, 3 enormous vessels materialized on the water's surface. Just a minute prior, there had been nothing there, and then they appeared. Chapter 4. What? 3 ships? What sort of vessels? Suddenly appearing out of thin air? Li Chongqing was startled upon receiving the news. It is important to note that there is absolutely no cover on the sea. It is inconceivable to conceal anything, unless it is beneath the surface. However, 3 massive ships, each over 200 meters in length, could hardly be hidden. He promptly fortified the coastline and arranged for personnel to approach and secure the 3 vessels. I shall depart immediately. After hanging up the phone, Li Chongqing glanced at the images sent to him. Under the moonlight, the sea shimmered, revealing the silhouettes of 3 vessels arranged in a triangular formation. He could vaguely discern that the surfaces of the ships were adorned with an abundance of flora. Although no one had approached yet, their dimensions were estimated to be roughly 300 meters, consistent with what had been conveyed earlier. Could it be that the claims made over the phone were indeed true? The notion of extraterrestrial beings was hard to fathom. Moreover, the idea of aliens directly contacting him to sell 3 flying aircraft carriers was utterly implausible. If aliens truly existed, it seemed far more logical for them to manifest a colossal spacecraft in the sky and establish communication with various nations, rather than resembling a telemarketer, calling every day to inquire if he wished to purchase a second-hand aircraft carrier. As his thoughts swirled, Li Chongqing prepared a report and subsequently drove to the military airport, only to receive another message en route. Upon opening it, he was greeted by close-up images of the 3 vessels. A towering structure, seemingly crafted from crystal, loomed atop one of the ships, entwined with numerous climbing plants adorned with small white flowers. The hulls of the vessels were similarly cloaked in an assortment of flora, much of which he had never encountered before. Yet, he could not deny the aesthetic beauty of the 3 ships. They were truly vessels of flowers. Another impression that struck him was that these ships resembled derelict vessels abandoned for decades or even centuries, given the extensive growth of vines and flowers. However, in the next image, someone was seen tearing away the vines, revealing that the paint beneath was pristine, showing no signs of wear or oxidation, appearing as immaculate as new. After thoroughly examining the images, Li Chongqing began to contemplate the implications of this extraordinary situation. Although the condition aboard the ships remained unverified, he found himself increasingly inclined to believe the claims. The emergence of such enormous vessels in close waters was difficult to explain without invoking the presence of extraterrestrial beings. If they were indeed aliens, the future's trajectory was uncertain. If handled adeptly, the future of Yen Nation could truly soar. After waiting for an hour at the airport, several experts arrived in succession. He had already reported the matter, and he was certain that many were now closely monitoring the developments. Li Chongqing, accompanied by several experts, made their way to Highway City and transferred to a helicopter, finally arriving at the coastline around 2:30 in the morning. They observed armored vehicles stationed along the shore, illuminating the area with their lights. Moreover, numerous speedboats encircled the 3 vessels, while soldiers had established a defensive line on the beach. I am Li Chongqing from the Equipment Research and Procurement Department. Where is your commander? he inquired, presenting his credentials. Report. The commander is currently returning from the ship. Can we discuss the situation now? What exactly are we to see? I have set aside my experiments. Do you comprehend the magnitude of this impact? A white-haired elder beside him expressed his dissatisfaction. These experts were prominent figures in research institutions, yet they remained unaware of the unfolding events. I cannot say for certain. We shall know once we board the vessel, Li Chongqing replied with a wry smile, recognizing that most were still oblivious to the situation, particularly as it remained unresolved, and those in the know would refrain from speaking indiscriminately. What could possibly be so interesting about a single ship? Another man in his 50s, wearing glasses, echoed the sentiment of dissatisfaction. If the news is accurate, it might indeed be quite remarkable, Li Chongqing remarked, gazing at the dark outlines in the distance. What do you mean? Li Chongqing fell silent. Although the other experts expressed their discontent, they chose not to voice further complaints. Having come this far, they were willing to wait a little longer. If the vessel turned out to be devoid of anything intriguing, they would surely face their wrath upon return. Shortly thereafter, they regrouped with the returning commander and boarded a vessel to approach the flower-laden ship. What a garish sight, one expert remarked casually, before his gaze shifted to the ship's hull and the crystalline tower, his expression turning to one of confusion. This vessel bore no resemblance to ships from any nation on Earth, and he could not ascertain its purpose. The texture of the deck. What material is this? Soon, someone noted an anomaly. Having dedicated their lives to research, they could typically identify metals at a glance and ascertain their properties with touch, especially those used in maritime construction. Yet, the metal on this ship emanated a subtle warmth and conveyed a sense of elasticity. Bring over the analysis equipment quickly. What purpose does this tower serve? No, this is not glass. The ship's design appeared increasingly peculiar, as it seemed to present excessive resistance. These plants are also unusual. I have never encountered them before. Contact my spouse and have her examine their nature. The group of experts, upon boarding the ship, began to exclaim in astonishment, each engrossed in their areas of interest. Li Chongqing inhaled deeply. That phone call was likely genuine. A significant event was unfolding. Chapter 5 Morning. Zhang Liuhai's eyes were tinged with red threads, a testament to a restless night. Yet now, he felt no fatigue, but rather an exhilarating sense of anticipation, coupled with a hint of anxiety. He awaited the moment to contact the equipment department, eager to uncover the specifics of the situation. Should the endeavor prove successful, the fortune from selling 3 aircraft carriers equipped with alien technology would be beyond his wildest dreams, potentially worth trillions. However, he harbored no desire for such immense wealth. What he truly sought were the technologies controlled by the state. At the Black Flag Trade Association, he had observed several listings for the acquisition of first-grade cosmic civilization technologies, presumably to bolster the technological reserves of their own species. If even a fraction of Earth's technologies could be sold, it would amount to a considerable fortune, as the value of black currency far surpassed that of terrestrial currencies. Moreover, concerns about technology leaks seemed unfounded. The other members were not Earthlings, nor were they even from the same universe. What could they possibly do with such information? Though Zhang Luhai had not slept well, many others had spent the entire night wide awake. The arrival of several prominent researchers aboard the 3 vessels had sent ripples of excitement through countless individuals. Reports of unknown elements, unfamiliar metals, and various unseen flora indicated that these ships were undeniably not of earthly origin. Some artifacts resembling toys, tables, chairs, and utensils had sparked speculation that they were, in fact, remnants of diminutive extraterrestrial beings, estimated to be around 20 centimeters in height. Yet, everything about these aircraft carriers suggested they were crafted by aliens of a size comparable to humans. This indicated at least 2 distinct extraterrestrial species and implied that trade had occurred between them. Indeed, they were second-hand alien carriers. Had Zhang Luhai been aware of these conjectures, he would have certainly given a thumbs up. The experts were far from superficial commentators. They were capable of deducing the reality from these 2 ships with remarkable accuracy. Starting from 4 in the morning, a series of meetings commenced, primarily focused on how to engage with extraterrestrial beings. Why had they contacted humanity directly? What were their intentions? Was there any danger in interacting with extraterrestrial intelligence? Regardless of potential risks, it was imperative to maintain contact with them. We must offer whatever we could. It was crucial to prevent aliens from engaging with other nations. As for the dangers, I believe we need not worry excessively. It was evident that the visitors harbored no malevolence. Extraterrestrial beings capable of interstellar travel undoubtedly possessed superior technology. If they came with ill intentions, we would likely stand no chance of resistance. This was our opportunity, a moment for our great nation to rise, and the beginning of our journey into the cosmos. However, we must not relinquish everything at once. If we can trade once, we can trade again. Surrendering all our assets would leave us with no leverage for future negotiations. A new group was promptly established, named the X-Liaison Office. As meetings progressed and voices echoed, the high-ranking officials of Yen Nation swiftly unified their thoughts and set plans in motion. Li Chongqing naturally emerged as one of the leaders of this X-Liaison Office. Although still holding the rank of colonel, he was on the verge of being promoted to brigadier general. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, his demeanor animated, as he chain-smoked in excitement. The extraterrestrial opportunity had indeed arrived, and so had the opportunity for Yen Nation. Experts in sociology and psychology were poised, awaiting further contact from the aliens. Although they had yet to access the propulsion chamber, specialists were still studying how to navigate the alien carrier. Nevertheless, Li Chongqing had not forgotten the aliens' mention of controllable nuclear fusion energy. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge understood the significance of such technology. By 9:30, as the phone rang, Li Chongqing immediately adjusted his demeanor. After one ring, he answered, "Hello, traveler from beyond the stars." He endeavored to keep his voice calm, though excitement was palpable. "Greetings, you may call me Asamoah. You have received the 3 carriers, I presume?" The voice on the other end was assured, prompting Li Chongqing to envision the scene at that moment. Surely the alien was aware of the circumstances on their end while they remained oblivious to the alien's presence, a testament to technological supremacy. Upon hearing Li Chongqing's words, Zhang Luhai nearly leapt from his chair. From the alien's tone, he recognized that the transaction had indeed succeeded. Everything was real, the Black Flag Trade Association, the extraterrestrial carriers, and he was about to embark on a path that others could scarcely imagine. The cosmos would unfold before him. "Asamoah, may I inquire how you wish to proceed with the transaction?" Both parties communicated in a state of barely restrained excitement, striving to maintain composure. "I am astounded by the multitude of nations and currencies on your planet. The most valuable is the euro. Therefore, I request 100 billion euros and your technology catalog, from which I shall select some valuable technologies. Mr. Asamoah, do you plan to remain on Earth? You are most welcome in Yen Nation. We can provide any materials you may require. Might we arrange a meeting?" This was aimed both at ensuring the aliens interacted solely with Yen Nation to forge a stronger bond and at discerning the nature of the resources Asamoah sought. "The time for a meeting is not yet ripe. I must journey to the Z6 star system, but there will be opportunities in the future. In that case, we eagerly await your arrival. However, I must clarify that while 100 billion euros is agreeable, the technology catalog can only allow you to select a portion, not the entirety. We will mark the value of each technology, and you may choose technologies totaling no more than 30 trillion in value. Do you agree?" As Li Chongqing spoke, his heart raced. This was the crux of the negotiation. He needed to satisfy the aliens' demands while ensuring Earth had room for future transactions. On the other end, a brief silence ensued, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Not only he, but countless others monitoring the call felt their hearts quicken. "Very well. I appreciate fair transactions." Zhang Luhai replied contemplatively, realizing this was a mere game of semantics. Whether the sum was 30 trillion or 100 trillion depended on how the alien valued the technology. The same technology could be priced at 1 billion or 100 billion. He trusted that the nation would not be short-sighted and that the alien persona would not linger too long on such matters. When Asamoah spoke again, Li Chongqing suddenly felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. "I admire your nation's familial values. They resonate with our own. When I return, perhaps we shall have further opportunities to trade. Soon, I will transmit the data regarding the 3 carriers to you." Yet, a question lingered. Why did the alien desire currency? Were they intending to procure resources from Earth? Surely they could exchange directly with us. Many present fell into contemplation. Could it be that the extraterrestrials sought some resource without wanting us to discern their true needs? Or were there other aliens concealed on Earth? Chapter 6. Success. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Luhai could no longer contain his exhilaration and waved his arms repeatedly. 100 billion euros, along with technology worth 30 trillion. Such a monumental gain would excite not only a young man but even the wealthiest of individuals. After reveling in his joy for a considerable time, Zhang Luhai finally reclined in his chair, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Each phrase from the call had been carefully considered, for concealing any misstep in front of a group of elites was no simple task. Yet, he remained uncertain whether anything had been detected. The most glaring vulnerability lay in that 100 billion euros. However, this condition was non-negotiable. Without it, how long would it take to amass capital, even if he possessed the technology? Nevertheless, that was of little consequence now. As long as the spacecraft was genuine, even the slightest risk would deter the state from taking chances on this matter. Those elites could not afford to be short-sighted. This transaction was undeniably equitable. The extraterrestrial spacecraft was invaluable to the nation, while the resources offered held immense significance for Zhang Luhai. That 100 billion euros would secure his future, but the more crucial asset was the 30 trillion worth of technological data. Earth had yet to attain the status of a first-class cosmic civilization but was on the brink. Once humanity on Earth truly ventured into the cosmos, it could be deemed a first-class civilization. Currently, the technological gap between Earth and an emerging first-class cosmic civilization was not as vast as one might think. The long-standing orders for technology acquisition hanging in the chamber served not only as a reserve for this world's technology, but also offered insights from other realms that could broaden perspectives and inspire innovation. From his observations within the chamber, technology was far more valuable than finished products. A simple illustration. Is the acquisition of a car more expensive, or is the technology to manufacture that car? The comparison is utterly incomparable. In light of this, one could assert he had struck gold. As excitement waned, Zhang Luhai began to feel drowsy, awakening well past noon. He utilized the chamber's auxiliary system to check, confirming that the 100 billion euros had indeed landed in a secret account in a neutral country. Should Zhang Luhai wish to repatriate the funds himself, he would likely attract undue scrutiny. Fortunately, the chamber's auxiliary system offered various functionalities. With a single click, he could launder a portion of the money back home and even alter his account's transaction history. Otherwise, a long-term deposit account with a balance not exceeding 5,000 suddenly receiving tens of millions would surely raise eyebrows. Half an hour later, 1 billion RMB lay quietly in his account, undetectable by prying eyes. The remainder would stay abroad as he planned to establish an investment firm, allowing those funds to circulate in the international crude oil market before returning, thus facilitating tax payment and ease of access. After all, the sum was substantial. With 1 billion in cash, Zhang Luhai contemplated the need for extensive renovations on his residence, which had grown somewhat worn. The floors were still concrete, and some walls were peeling. Additionally, he needed to purchase a new house to reside in during the renovation. Furthermore, he intended to learn to drive, obtain a license, and buy a pickup truck for convenience in town. Before all that, he wanted to buy some gifts for Luyu, who had endured hardships over the years. That evening, upon returning home, Luyu found Zhang Luhai seated in a chair, his earlier restlessness having dissipated. Though his expression remained calm, a glimmer of joy danced in his eyes. As she set down her backpack, she noticed a pile of items beside him. "Brother, what is this?" "Gifts for you. Take a look," Zhang Luhai replied with a smile. "Where did you get the money? Did you rob a bank?" Luyu raised an eyebrow, concern etched across her face. A quick glance revealed a laptop box topped with the packaging of the latest smartphone, along with clothes and bedding. Is robbing a bank that easy? Moreover, how much cash could a bank possibly hold? Zhang Luhai chuckled. "Stop overthinking. It's all legitimate." Luyu remained silent, sitting before him with an expectant gaze, demanding clarification. "The connection I established bore fruit. My commission is 10% of the transaction value. Rest assured I facilitated this for the country. Have you heard about the military sealing off the area near Zaiqingshan outside town? That deal was my doing. The state even owes me a commendation. Does the state require your assistance in making purchases? Lu Yu expressed skepticism, believing her brother had strayed into dubious dealings. They are in dire need of precision machinery and equipment that is banned for sale abroad. The transaction I brokered pertains to this, and it was merely a stroke of fortune. I cannot divulge specifics. Is that true? Observing Zhang Liuhai's earnest demeanor, Lu Yu felt a flicker of belief. Indeed. Lu Yu exhaled deeply. Brother, it's just the two of us in this family. Please don't take the wrong path. Fear not, I have it all under control. This money is clean. Even if you earn money, don't be extravagant. You're still unemployed, and we must continue living. Moreover, you will eventually need to marry and buy a house. Bride prices are exorbitant nowadays. Lu Yu resumed her maternal role. Rest assured, there will be no shortage of funds in the future. How much did you make? Lu Yu inquired, curiosity piquing her interest. The transaction amounted to 860 million. Zhang Luhai replied with a smile in his eyes. 10% of that is 86 million? Lu Yu calculated, her eyes widening in shock. Brother, don't frighten me. The figure was astronomical for the Zhang family, akin to a mountain crashing down upon them. Lu Yu still used a counterfeit phone worth a few hundred yuan, and her clothing purchases were limited to 2 cheap items each year. Hearing such a sum felt as if an avalanche had descended upon her. I'm not trying to scare you. It's genuinely 86 million, and it's clean. Consider the military's presence at the coast. Could this transaction be trivial? If it were a small deal, would that not belittle our nation? It took Zhang Luhai a good while to reassure Lu Yu, who remained dazed even as they finished dinner and began moving the items into their room. After years of poverty, suddenly becoming affluent required time for her to comprehend. Chapter 7 Indeed, it is quite a lot. Zhang Luhai gazed at the directory he had received, unable to suppress his astonishment. 342 terabytes. It is important to note that this merely consists of the directory along with a few introductions and images, lacking detailed content. Many technologies even lack accompanying images. This astonishing figure implies an immense technological reserve within a nation, spanning from civilian applications to military use, from terrestrial to maritime endeavors. It encompasses agriculture, grafting, aquaculture, metallurgy, aircraft engine technology, missile radar, hydropower, nuclear power, deep-sea drilling, and numerous other facets. Without hesitation, he transferred the directory into the Black Flag system and opened the orders for acquiring Level 1 cosmic civilization technologies, proceeding to contact each one systematically. Friend, are you buying or selling? Came an almost instantaneous response from an individual known as Count Kamikaze. Zhang Luhai promptly sent over the directory. Upon entering the Black Flag system, all content within the directory was translated into the universal language, alleviating any concerns about comprehension. After a prolonged silence, Count Kamikaze replied, My friend, such an abundance of technology? With this demeanor, you must be the king of your world. I envy you. Zhang Luhai was taken aback. How did I become a king? Is there a cannon salute? After some contemplation, he realized that other members did not possess the audacity to masquerade as extraterrestrial beings to acquire a nation's technology. Most of them accumulated knowledge gradually, exchanging rare minerals and their own technological insights. Thus, although they held a respectable status in their respective worlds, their technological resources were limited. In contrast, Zhang Luhai differed from the other members of the trading guild. He possessed no capital and held no technological resources, merely functioning as a second-hand dealer. With this thought, he felt a renewed confidence in the upcoming transactions. There is a plethora of information. I must organize it first, Count Kamikaze added. Please review and contact me once you have arranged the necessary technologies. Initially, Zhang Luhai glanced over the items offered by Count Kamikaze. Biological control chips, biointelligent chips, biological modification technology, construction larvae, communication larvae, biological gene blending solutions. Intriguing. This was a civilization steeped in biotechnology. In his exploration, he indeed discovered several valuable items. One such item was a biological brain chip, which, when implanted, boasted a storage capacity ranging from 10,000 to 100,000 terabytes and could assist in calculations, functioning as a supercomputer within the brain. The minimum capacity of 10,000 terabytes was priced at 3 black coins, while the 100,000 terabyte variant was available for 50 black coins. Another fascinating discovery was the construction larvae, a microorganism reminiscent of coral, controllable via intelligent chips. After envisioning a structure, one could command the construction larvae to incessantly consume resources and replicate, enabling the rapid construction of a building. The structural integrity was directly linked to the strength of the materials consumed by the larvae. This construction larvae proved particularly adept at establishing defensive facilities and shelters in hazardous areas, priced at 2 black coins per unit, sufficient to construct a building occupying 1,000 square meters and standing 30 meters high. Before long, Zhang Luhai passed the directory to the second and third members. The second to procure technology was the Nalu race, a species resembling metallic spheres, rendering it difficult for others to discern their orientation. They excelled in electromagnetic technologies and specialized in various rare metals. Their requirements included offshore platform technology and deep-sea drilling technology, and the transaction completed swiftly for a total of 80 black coins, accompanied by a prohibition on resale. However, the other party could derive new technologies from these two foundational technologies for sale. The Black Flag System S corner displayed an 80, marking his first breakthrough from 0. The third trading partner was the Panracial Alliance of the Triangular Star System, which selected over 30 varieties of technologies, including super rice and other crop hybridization techniques, hovercraft technology, silk production technology, bridge construction technology, desert reclamation technology, and ultra-high voltage direct and alternating current technologies, culminating in a total price of 930 black coins. Despite many of these technologies being relatively straightforward, their pricing was not exorbitant. Interestingly, the Panracial Alliance placed the highest value not on quantum communication technology but rather on crop hybridization technology, which alone commanded a staggering price. Acquiring these technologies did not imply that the Panracial Alliance lacked technological prowess. On the contrary, they were quite advanced among Level 1 cosmic civilizations, known for their substantial financial resources. These technologies might be absent from their arsenal, intended for technological reserves or to broaden their intellectual horizons. Having completed 2 transactions, Zhang Luhai found himself in possession of 1,010 black coins, a considerable sum for a newcomer to the Black Flag Trading Guild. It was only through acquiring a nation's foundational resources that he achieved such a fortune. After concluding the transactions, noticing that Count Kamikaze had yet to respond, he began perusing the sale directories of other civilizations. Previously, he could only covet these items. Now, with a substantial sum at his disposal, he could finally procure some remarkable goods. This also aligned with Zhang Luhai's future aspirations. He contemplated his path, undoubtedly centering around the Black Flag Trading Guild, which presented 2 potential directions. One option was to purchase a spaceship along with several accompanying mining vessels, wandering the cosmos while mining. Should he encounter rare minerals, he could sell them for a handsome profit. If he crossed paths with other civilizations, he could engage in plunder or sell the coordinates. Many Black Flag members adopted this solitary wolf approach. The alternative was to acquire technologies from other civilizations and engage in research, subsequently selling the derived innovations. This approach represented a gradual accumulation of wealth, potentially yielding substantial rewards if it stimulated the advancement of his own civilization. Zhang Luhai resolved to pursue this latter path, for the universe is vast, and solitude can be profoundly isolating. Chapter 8. A base in the East China Sea. Indeed, it is controllable nuclear fusion. I never expected to witness such technology in my lifetime. I would have no regrets even in death. Tears welled in the eyes of Zhu Xinghua, the nation's foremost physicist. Although Zhu is now 80 years old, he remains active at the forefront of scientific research. You can't die yet. We are counting on you to help us reverse engineer this technology. An elder beside him chuckled. Indeed, I cannot perish just yet. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. But where did this come from? The style does not resemble that of the United States or the other powerful nations. Zhu rubbed the corners of his eyes. Having dedicated his life to scientific endeavors, and now he finally glimpsed the hope of national resurgence. Though this matter is classified, it poses no need for secrecy from Zhu. The elder pointed upwards. Are you trying to play a guessing game with me? Zhu inquired, puzzled. The elder smiled. You won't guess it. If it weren't for personal experience, who could fathom it? One would need a remarkably vivid imagination. Don't tell me it was delivered by extraterrestrials. Zhu laughed in response. You are surprisingly correct. Zhu? In truth, there is still some internal debate. The extraterrestrial known as Asamoah seeks resources and technology, which they can understand. However, their demand for currency is rather peculiar. Furthermore, from their discourse, they appear not so different from humans. This has led many to speculate that these extraterrestrials are not singular. There may be others among humanity. Fortunately, the faction they belong to seems to be benevolent and orderly, contrary to the previous belief that intercivilizational relations in the cosmos are akin to a cold, dark jungle. Now, with samples of controllable nuclear fusion in hand, 3 of them no less, it is likely that Yen country will soon rise. The state has mobilized over 10,000 researchers, striving to conquer this project in the shortest time possible. Additionally, several project teams are specifically studying the 3 vessels. Gene-modifying agents, cerebral enhancement agents. Just these 2. Jiang Luhai made an order after contacting the Merchant Guild and sent a small vial of his blood through their system. 1 hour later. Ding dong. Jiang Luhai opened the merchant system and saw 2 vials, each the size of a pinky finger, in the transfer space. Transfer. 3 minutes later, a holographic image appeared on his desk, followed by a series of lines materializing, ultimately outlining a box. Within a mere minute, a silvery metallic box materialized on the table. The technology of the Merchant Guild is truly astounding. Jiang Luhai was deeply moved as he observed the entire transfer process. Carefully opening the box, he found 2 vials inside, 1 purple and 1 blue, each shimmering with silver light, resembling the beauty of stars. These 2 vials cost him a staggering 120 black coins, entirely customized based on his race, making them among the finest technological products even within a level 1 cosmic civilization. The purple vial can correct genes to enhance physical strength, agility, and endurance, surpassing racial limits, with the degree of enhancement dependent on the potential of the race. The blue vial, on the other hand, is designed to develop the cerebral domain, with its efficacy tied to one's inherent cerebral potential. Furthermore, each living being can only utilize these 2 agents once. Additionally, the box contained 2 blocks of deep brown nutrient paste, resembling jelly, capable of meeting the nutritional demands during bodily modifications. All was in readiness. Jiang Luhai pressed one end of the gene-modifying agent against his arm. He felt a slight sting as the agent was injected into his body. A gasp escaped him, as if fire ignited within, a searing pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He quickly consumed a piece of nutrient paste and collapsed onto his bed, beginning to convulse. His veins bulged beneath his skin, resembling dark green dragons, while his skin flushed crimson. Jiang Luhai lost track of time, feeling a sudden release, followed by a surge of immense strength coursing through him. He pressed his hand down, flipping himself in midair to land on the ground. Bang! The once sturdy double bed collapsed beneath him. However, Jiang Luhai paid it no mind, feeling an overwhelming sense of power within him, coupled with an agility he had never experienced before. His control over his body had never been better. Eager to test his newfound strength, he punched the wall. Boom! A hole was blasted through the wall. Hiss! Jiang Luhai was unaware of the magnitude of his strength, but he knew that if he continued, he would undoubtedly demolish his home. He carefully stored the cerebral enhancement agent, and could hardly contain his excitement as he stepped outside to hail a cab, seeking an isolated spot to test his physical condition. Running felt like flying, completing 100 meters in merely 6 seconds. His control over his body and agility exceeded human limits, with strength capable of reaching 1 ton. Though his physique showed little change, he appeared slightly more robust. However, his weight more than doubled. Standing at 1 meter 80, his weight surged from 140 pounds to 300 pounds. This was merely the beginning. In the following month, his body would continue to strengthen. While the changes may not be as dramatic as now, he could expect an enhancement of 30%. Jiang Luhai clenched his fist, realizing he had completely surpassed human limits. With an additional 30% enhancement, he could only imagine what he might become. Notably, his physique had also become exceptionally robust, significantly increasing his resistance to temperature extremes and toxins. Even his lifespan had transformed. The human genetic lifespan limit is typically set at 70 years. Yet, he had now shattered that boundary. Chapter 9. As Zhang Luhai opened his eyes, a brilliant gleam flashed across them, reminiscent of a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky. With his brain's capacity developed to an extraordinary 260, it was akin to upgrading a dual-core CPU to a quad-core. His cognitive faculties operated at peak efficiency, with a maximum output 1.6 times greater than before. This was merely a metaphor, of course. At this moment, his mind was crystal clear, and thoughts whirled with remarkable swiftness. Matters that once required half a day to comprehend could now be grasped in an instant. Even his memory underwent a transformation, as many previously forgotten details resurfaced, including knowledge from his high school textbooks. After enhancing his cognitive capacity to 260, Zhang Luhai experienced a substantial boost in logical reasoning, computational skills, and memory retention. With his physical prowess surpassing human limits and his cognitive enhancement reaching the pinnacle of human capability, this was true power, more direct and valuable than wealth or authority. Standing before the mirror, he beheld a formidable young man, tall and exuding an aura of strength that struck one immediately. Not only had his physique altered slightly, but his appearance had changed as well. Zhang Luhai raised an eyebrow. His once delicate features were now strikingly rugged. The magnitude of this transformation was inexplicable, necessitating a half-month's absence to resolve matters at his company. Both the investment firm and the tech company could not remain in a rural township. He called his sister. "A friend has a project I'll be investigating which should take about half a month. I can take care of myself, but you must look after yourself. Our family is not short on money anymore, so steer clear of any dubious practices," Zhang Luhai advised. "You're sounding like a mother." Zhang Luhai chuckled. "I understand. I'll check out the project and see if it's viable. Don't be too frugal. Spend where necessary, and take good care of yourself. Call me if anything comes up. Stop nagging." If anyone were to witness their interaction, they would surely note how similar the siblings were, often bantering, yet becoming quite verbose when it came to each other's well-being. Having sorted out his affairs, Zhang Luhai donned a fresh set of clothes, leaving only his phone and ID behind, no need for a bag. As for the hole in the wall, he had cleverly covered it with his sister's award certificate, which he found quite appealing. His first destination was Qingdao City, where he had attended university at the Yen Country Ocean University, majoring in marine fisheries science and technology. Initially, he had planned to work on a fishing vessel after graduation. The work was arduous, but the financial rewards were substantial. After a few years, he hoped to save enough to venture into aquaculture. However, that opportunity had now eluded him. To his surprise, as soon as he arrived in Qingdao, his phone rang. It was Zhou Fulai, a good friend with whom he maintained a close relationship. A robust man with a heart to match, Zhou stood under 1.75 meters tall and weighed over 200 pounds, his eyes nearly obscured by his cheeks. Yet he was always forthright in his dealings. Even though Zhang Luhai had spent much of his university days working part-time and had limited contact with classmates, their friendship remained strong. "Luhai, how's work treating you?" Zhou inquired directly, skipping over whether Zhang had found employment. "Not too shabby, and you?" Zhang replied with a smile. "I'm getting by, but there's an opportunity at Dadong Ocean. Are you interested in quitting your job to give it a try? My uncle works there. He can at least get you on a ship, or if you prefer, there are office roles, though they pay a bit less." Dadong Ocean, officially known as Dadong Ocean Fisheries Group, boasted 330,000-ton ocean fishing vessels and 810,000-ton ships, making it a top contender in the local industry, a place where everyone was eager to get in. "Your kindness is appreciated," Zhang Luhai thought warmly. "But I think I'll pass. My current job is quite satisfactory." "What are you doing now?" Zhou pressed. "Finance." Zhou was taken aback. "I never would have guessed that. Are you in Qingdao?" Zhang asked. "I just arrived." "Let us meet up for a drink later," Zhou suggested. "Sounds good. I'll arrange it. You've vanished since graduation. I thought you'd gone missing," Zhou chuckled. Later that evening, at a somewhat well-known barbecue restaurant, Zhang Luhai was met with playful jests as he approached the entrance. "Did you get plastic surgery?" Zhou teased, his second remark upon seeing Zhang. "Plastic surgery? No, I've just been working out these past couple of months," Zhang replied. "You look stronger, but come on. Can exercise really reshape your face like that? Are you joking?" Zhou circled around him, astonished. They had last seen each other just before graduation, and now, merely 3 months later, the transformation was remarkable. I wish I hadn't invited you tonight, Zhou sighed dramatically. What's the scoop? My family set me up with someone for dinner tonight, and she's bringing a friend. I can't be too easy on them. Since you're here, we can balance things out. If she brings one, I'll bring one too. It's only fair. If we were still the same, it would be fine. But now you're a touch more handsome than I am. That's just not right. Who goes on a blind date with someone better looking? Jiang nearly burst into laughter at his friend's absurdity. While he had indeed become more handsome, he had always been reasonably attractive. Back in college, several girls had pursued him, but his focus on work and lack of financial stability had kept him from pursuing romance. Chapter 10. Jiang Luhai had already noticed that every detail of his surroundings was etched in his mind. Even without meticulous observation, a mere glance allowed him to recall the circumstances around him with remarkable clarity, including the cat hair on Zhou Fulai's trousers. Yet, he was aware that Zhou Fulai harbored a dislike for cats. Furthermore, Zhou Fulai had chosen a barbecue restaurant for his blind date rather than a more serene setting, displaying no hint of anticipation for the occasion, as if it held no significance for him. This led Jiang Luhai to surmise, so, you have a girlfriend now? When will you introduce her to me? As soon as they sat down, Jiang Luhai chuckled. Zhou Fulai's smile faltered, replaced by astonishment. How did you know? I haven't told anyone yet. There's cat hair on your trousers, yet you dislike cats. The creases are pristine, indicating you just changed, meaning you must be living with a cat. You've never been fond of wearing a watch as it hinders your typing. Moreover, your outfit today is a complete departure from your previous style, but it is impeccably coordinated, clearly not your own choice. This entire ensemble was curated by your girlfriend, wasn't it? Zhou Fulai stood in stunned silence for a moment before giving a thumbs up. Impressive. How did I never notice your astuteness before? After months apart, you seem almost divine today. So, what's the situation? Jiang Luhai inquired softly. I haven't mentioned my girlfriend to my family yet. Today's date is with the daughter of my father's comrade. Couldn't decline. I'm merely going through the motions. I suspect the same goes for her, Zhou Fulai replied. It appeared Zhou Fulai had more to say, but Jiang Luhai refrained from probing further. He nodded and engaged Zhou Fulai in conversation about their classmates, mostly listening as Zhou Fulai spoke. Blind dating over barbecue, what a quintessentially straightforward approach, Yang Xiaolu remarked. Even if it's not a romantic dinner, at least it should be in a quieter place, she added, adjusting her sunglasses. Once we go inside, just follow my lead. Lu Qing replied with a gentle smile. Here we go, give him a call, she instructed.
Moments later.
They spotted Zhou Fulai at the entrance. Yang Xiaolu rolled her eyes. With that appearance, what audacity do you have to go on a blind date with my lovely friend? She shot a glance at Lu Qing, but Lu Qing remained oblivious to her gestures. Lu Qing had fewer assumptions. She was merely there to fulfill the social obligation. After confirming Zhou Fulai's identity, the trio entered the barbecue restaurant. Look, there's a handsome guy, Yang Xiaolu whispered to Lu Qing as they noticed Jiang Luhai quietly seated. Lu Qing nodded slightly. Indeed, Jiang Luhai's appearance was striking. More importantly, his eyes were clear and bright, exuding a likable charm, coupled with a robust and confident demeanor. This is my friend Jiang Luhai, and this is Lu Qing. And this is Yang Xiaolu. They all greeted one another, establishing their acquaintance. As soon as Yang Xiaolu sat down, she hesitated. Initially, she had intended to drive the male suitor away, hoping he would realize he was unworthy of Lu Qing. However, with a handsome presence in the mix, should she act demure and delicate, much like Lu Qing? Turning to see Zhou Fulai, she thought better of it. For the sake of my dear friend, I suppose I shall be a good sport. After all, handsome men are not rare. Just like a three-legged toad. She immediately adopted a lively demeanor. So, is this a blind date? If there are questions Lu Qing can't ask, I will ask directly. Do you own a house? With Lu Qing's looks and figure, she shouldn't settle for a life of poverty, at the very least. A small place, just over 100 square meters, fully paid. Zhou Fulai replied, looking earnest. Lu Qing was taken aback. She was aware of Zhou Fulai's family's situation, which was decent if not affluent. You've been quite animated for a single inquiry. You lack reliability. And a car? Surely you wouldn't make Lu Qing take the subway to work? Yes, I have one. Zhou Fulai pondered whether to admit he didn't own a car, as he had a girlfriend. Well, it seems you have both a house and a car. Yang Xiaolu noted, nodding. What about savings? You've graduated from university, right? I once knew a senior who pursued Lu Qing but was turned down. He made millions through stock trading during college. I have savings. Zhou Fulai hesitated. Really? Then why the hesitation? Are you boasting? Yang Xiaolu questioned skeptically. Don't even ask. He truly does have savings? Lu Qing thought to herself, wishing she had briefed Yang Xiaolu on Zhou Fulai's family background to spare him any embarrassment. Yang Xiaolu sighed inwardly. Well, I've made quite a fool of myself today. Being a bad girl is no easy task. Then, with renewed energy, she asked, have you passed the CET6? No, Zhou Fulai replied with a sheepish smile. Then that's settled. Look at Lu Qing. She's passed CET6 and JLPT N1. You two aren't well matched. Yes, indeed, I agree, Zhou Fulai grinned foolishly. Good. After this meal, we shall each return to our respective homes. Yang Xiaolu sighed in relief. Grateful the situation had not gone awry. She found herself more favorably inclined towards Zhou Fulai. Lu Qing and Jiang Luhai exchanged glances, both bemused.
Yang Xiaolu noted.
This blind date seems rather unconventional. It's not what I had anticipated. Jiang Luhai, however, found the two young ladies quite entertaining. Lu Qing appeared serene and gentle, while Yang Xiaolu, despite her boisterous demeanor, seemed to embody a delicate charm beneath her exuberance. Previously, it was stated that the average person has developed 5 of their brain capacity while the protagonist has reached 13. However, this was amended, as such figures are speculative and not definitive. Most believe that the average person has developed 10, with the protagonist adjusted to 26. Chapter 11. Are you in finance? The current economic climate is rather bleak, isn't it? Yang Xiaolu inquired as she deftly transferred the grilled meat onto her and Lu Qing's plates, a gesture that clearly indicated her primary purpose for being there was to indulge in the meal. Not too bad, Jiang Luhai replied, but his words were soon drowned out by a sudden uproar from behind them. 2 tables had erupted in conflict, and amidst the chaos, a burly young woman in her 20s hurled a bottle into the fray. Unfortunately, her aim was somewhat off, and the bottle hurtled directly towards Yang Xiaolu. The sight startled the fierce woman who had thrown it. Yang Xiaolu's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that a simple dinner could invite such peril. As the bottle approached her head, the potential for injury loomed ominously. Even those nearby who were merely spectators were taken aback. Just then, a hand shot up, catching the bottle effortlessly and placing it on the table with a fluidity that suggested this was a routine action. Goodness, you nearly gave me a heart attack, Yang Xiaolu exclaimed, her heart racing as she jumped up, indignantly scolding, are you trying to kill someone? My sincerest apologies, the burly woman stammered, equally shaken. Fortunately, no harm had been done. Otherwise, it would have resulted in significant trouble. Soon after, the waitstaff intervened, separating the 2 tables. Yang Xiaolu, still shaken, settled back down and remarked, well done, my friend. I didn't realize you had such skills. Today, consider me in your debt. Before she could finish her thought, she began to playfully tease again. Are you contemplating offering yourself in return? Lu Qing laughed, having also been startled. Had that bottle struck Yang Xiaolu, the consequences would have been dire, especially if something had happened while she accompanied her on this blind date. This left her feeling immensely grateful toward Jiang Luhai, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. The way he had casually snatched the bottle suggested he had some training. Perhaps it was worth considering. It was merely a reflex. Jiang Luhai waved off her compliments. In the past, he would have reveled in such an opportunity, but his mind was elsewhere now. How disappointing. You had a golden opportunity and let it slip, Yang Xiaolu retorted, her teeth clenched in frustration. For a fleeting moment, she had genuinely contemplated the idea of offering herself in gratitude. After all, she had been single for 21 years, and witnessing others' affectionate exchanges had stirred a hint of envy within her. Just a smidgen. Yet, this rascal seemed unimpressed by her charms. Did he not recognize that she was renowned as Sister Xiaolu throughout the school? Upon returning to the hotel, Zhang Luhai eagerly accessed the commerce system, as he had received a notification while on the road. Indeed, he found a message from Count Xinfeng. The first item mentioned was the agricultural hybridization technology. It appeared that the demand for this technology was even greater than anticipated, akin to the Panracial Alliance. Zhang Luhai was somewhat astonished. The agricultural skills of the Yan nation seemed commendable even among first-tier civilizations. Was this perhaps the innate talent of the Yan nation? In addition, there were numerous other biological technologies listed, including cell biology, molecular biology, developmental biology, microbial cultivation techniques, nucleic acid hybridization techniques, and genetic technologies. This aligned with Zhang Luhai's inference about the civilization of Count Xinfeng being primarily focused on biotechnological advancements. In this arena, they were far ahead of Earth. However, some Earth technologies could serve as references and fill gaps for them. The transaction was valued at 700 black coins. Count Xinfeng, however, stipulated that he could only offer a maximum of 500 black coins, with the remainder to be compensated through technology or products. Zhang Luhai was unconcerned by this. He had needs for Count Xinfeng's products, especially the biological smart chip, which was an exceptional item. Other offerings, like biological modification technology and genetic formulation techniques, were also valuable, though he had no immediate use for them. To catalyze the technological development of Earth, he needed a flagship product to establish his company's reputation. And he already had a specific product in mind. 2 hours later, Zhang Luhai was handling a silver syringe that contained the biological smart chip. The system's transfer space also held 50 units of building worms and 2 doses of genetic modulation agents. While these agents were inferior to the ones he had been using, they were still beneficial, capable of enhancing an individual's singular attributes to the human limit, with other qualities markedly improved. Furthermore, his account had swelled by 500 black coins, bringing his total to 1390 black coins. With 900 black coins, he could procure a 470-meter-long interstellar exploration vessel capable of carrying 2,000 individuals and sustaining them for 3 years with supplies, all while boasting a speed approaching that of light and a level 1 protective shield. An additional 200 black coins would secure him 2 small mining spacecraft. With the transactions concluded, Zhang Luhai still possessed a technological documentation quota valued at 200 billion. After 3 transactions, he had only utilized 28 billion. He selected several environment-related technologies and bundled them with other technical documents to display on his personal page, hoping to sell them in the future. Environmental modification technologies were quite sought after across various worlds. Although Earth's technological level was not high, it could still serve as a supplementary resource for other civilizations, allowing him to sell some. After completing these tasks, Zhang Luhai's dealings with the nation were officially concluded. However, one final matter remained. He needed to provide a communication device to the government, primarily to maintain his extraterrestrial identity and ensure future interactions with the state. He promptly spent 10 black coins to purchase a pair of interstellar communicators, with a communication range of light years. This served as a modest gift, considering the substantial gains he had made. Should the nation derive insights from the communicator, the Yan nation's communication technology would significantly improve. Chapter 12 I shall leave you a communicator, and when I pass through here again, I will use it to contact you. When Li Chongqing received this call, he was both astonished and delighted. Until now, it had always been Mr. X who reached out to them, and finding Mr. X was utterly impossible. However, if the other party left a communicator, the nation would finally have the means to establish contact. Presently, within the organization, this extraterrestrial was referred to as Mr. X. The moment Li Chongqing answered the call, he pressed a button, illuminating several screens on one side of the office, and a few members of the liaison office rushed in. Each of these members was a leading expert in their respective fields. Provide me with a latitude and longitude address, and I shall transport the communicator to that location. Li Chongqing was initially curious about how the communicator would be delivered, whether it would be placed at a designated spot like last time or through some other means. However, upon hearing the voice on the phone, he suddenly felt a chill. Transport? He instinctively turned to look at the side. On the adjacent screen, an address was already displayed, indicating the latitude, longitude, and altitude of their office. Li Chongqing recited the address shown on the screen, and the call was promptly disconnected. Did that Mr. X just mention transport? After hanging up, Li Chongqing, Still in shock, asked his colleague beside him. Indeed, if taken literally, the technological level possessed by the other party is astonishingly advanced. We can only gaze upwards at their shadow. I suspect this transport may not be as we understand it. Given the technological sophistication of those 3 aerial vessels, it is improbable that they have achieved the capability for quantum material transport. The other members of the liaison office were abuzz with speculation. Nevertheless, most concurred with the earlier sentiment. This form of transport differed from their understanding. It is essential to recognize that quantum material transport is merely a fantastical concept within human technology, an idea derived from speculative fiction, interpreted through a scientific lens. Although the other party can navigate the cosmos, their technology is only a level or 2 above humanity's comprehension, allowing them to remain visible just out of reach. Quiet down. We shall know soon enough, Li Chongqing, as the head of the liaison office, commanded, silencing the room. Look, quickly. What is that? Just as the room had settled into silence, another voice erupted. In the next moment, everyone stood transfixed as a line appeared in the air at the center of the room. Subsequently, that line outlined a rectangular form the size of a tablet. Lines began to trace in the air, rendering the shape increasingly intricate, as if an invisible hand were painting a canvas from nothing. Outlines emerged, colors filled in, and within a minute, a silver communicator, imbued with a sense of advanced technology, materialized in the air. With a soft thud, the communicator dropped to the ground. Is this transport? Is it truly transport? Are the monitors operational? Bring the energy detection and magnetic field detection devices immediately. Hurry. The room erupted into chaos. Some hurried to pick up the communicator for examination, while others reached out to the spot where it had appeared, as if yearning to touch something. This curiosity was shared by many, as the preceding spectacle had been utterly astonishing. Assuming primitive technology equates to 0, the technological level of Earth during the first Industrial Revolution was 1, and our current level is 2. The civilization of Mr. X, I would estimate, rests between 4 and 5. Yet now it seems the other party's technological advancement is at least 10 levels beyond our understanding. A realization that left one bespectacled middle-aged man with a wry smile. Nevertheless, this does indicate a direction for us. Does it not? Another optimistically remarked. Indeed, this presents us with an opportunity. Quite right. Zhang Luhai proceeded to explain the usage of the communicator, and thus the matter was temporarily set aside. In any case, the state would certainly be unable to reach him. Next time, he could directly use the communicator to make contact, and the authorities would simply assume he had returned. Now, it was time to move to the next step. Zhang Luhai felt a surge of excitement at the thought of the plans he had devised and the astonishment it would evoke in the world. Even he could not suppress his exhilaration. His body had transcended human limits, with his brain capacity developed to 26%. Within his mind resided a biological intelligence chip with a storage capacity of 100,000 terabytes, enabling him to access countless technological resources with a mere thought. Even without the Black Flag system, he could single-handedly elevate Earth's technology by a level. The world would soon tremble because of his actions. To realize his ambitions, he first needed to launch a flagship product to garner immense acclaim, followed by a gradual advancement of Earth's technological prowess. He had already conceived this product long ago. Zhang Luhai accessed the Black Flag system, initially acquiring a computer worth 50 black coins. Although it was only the size of a notebook, this computational speed was an astonishing 30 quintillion operations per second, 30 quadriwardecillion, with 1 quadriwardecillion equating to 100 trillion. This surpassed the capabilities of the most advanced supercomputers currently available, being twice as powerful. However, this was not merely a supercomputer dedicated to calculations. Its computational prowess was merely one of its many functions. Chapter 13. Before Zhang Luhai lay a computer devoid of keyboard or screen, resembling merely a flat box. As his palm pressed down, the characteristics were instantly recorded, and the device sprang to life. A virtual screen materialized in the air above, displaying a reading bar reminiscent of LNG. Network presence detected, classified as radio wave communication technology. Would you like to connect? Connect, Zhang Luhai commanded directly. The network was established. Should artificial intelligence be activated? Activate. Is authorization granted for network access to the artificial intelligence? Authorized. LNG. The image is being generated. The virtual screen in the air shifted rapidly, and within moments, a girl donned in a flowing blue gown with metallic armor on either side, her golden hair cascading down, appeared before Zhang Luhai, offering him a courteous bow. "Are you my master?" Zhang Luhai chuckled softly, taken aback by the generated visage. However, he was more astonished by the fact that the artificial intelligence had managed to scour the national network and conjure such an image in less than a minute. The speed was astonishing. No wonder it cost 500 black coins for a Tier 3 artificial intelligence. Within a Level 1 civilization, artificial intelligence was not uncommon. Many civilizations possessed similar technologies. Furthermore, artificial intelligence was categorized into levels based on its sophistication. The so-called artificial intelligences on Earth barely reached Level 1. Level 1 artificial intelligence approached human-like capabilities, exhibiting considerable learning abilities and a rudimentary self-awareness, though it often relied on programming for analysis. Level 2 artificial intelligence not only possessed self-awareness but also genuine cognitive abilities, pondering existential questions such as who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Level 3 artificial intelligence, however, exhibited enhancements across the board, most notably creativity akin to that of humans. Coupled with its formidable learning and analytical capabilities, as well as a vast reservoir of technological knowledge, it had surpassed human capabilities in many respects. This level of artificial intelligence resided at the pinnacle of Level 1 cosmic civilizations. Thus, its exorbitant price was justified. 500 black coins equated to the cost of 10 space mining vessels or 20 atmospheric patrol airships sold to governments. The essence of such advanced artificial intelligence lay in its creativity, prompting many civilizations to employ it in research, which explained its steep price. While Level 2 artificial intelligence required merely 50 black coins, Tier 3 intelligence demanded 500, a tenfold increase. Yet for Zhang Luhai the value was undeniable. "Master, may I have a name?" The golden-haired girl tilted her head, her eyes brimming with innocence and curiosity. "Your name shall be Zhangzhen," Zhang Luhai replied swiftly. "Zhangzhen. Does my master wish to convey that I exist in reality?" "Indeed, you are real," Zhang Luhai affirmed with a nod. "Then, could my master grant me a physical form?" "Something more beautiful." Zhangzhen blinked, a knowing glint in her eyes. "I can accomplish many things." The earlier naivety had vanished. "While it's feasible, you must first complete the tasks I assign you." "In that case, master, please allocate my duties." "First, refer to me as boss. Second, investigate the land surrounding Qingdao to identify which parcels can be acquired in a short time frame." "Yes, boss. Right away, boss." Zhang Luhai couldn't help but laugh. This artificial intelligence was far more entertaining than he had anticipated. The 500 black coins were well spent. 3 days later, an investment company named Blue Star Capital was quietly established. This firm employed only 10 individuals, comprising 2 accountants, 2 receptionists, 1 deputy manager, and 5 traders. Yet, no one had ever laid eyes on the general manager or the owner. All operations were conducted via telephone and internet, with orders relayed by the general manager. Curiosity surrounded the identities of the general manager and owner. Thus far, all that was known was that the owner was named Zhang Luhai and the general manager was Zhang Zhen. Although the company was called Blue Star Capital, it bore no intention of engaging in investment activities. Its primary focus was monitoring the international crude oil market, executing commands from the general manager. A couple of days later, Zhang Luhai affixed his signature to a contract, declaring pleasant cooperation. He shook hands with the owner of Chuangda Real Estate. This agreement was valued at 800 million, encompassing 200 acres located in the suburbs of Qingdao. Originally, Chuangda Group had invested 860 million to acquire the land, which was adjacent to the planned high-tech development zone in Qingdao. However, an economic crisis abruptly erupted, plunging various industries into a deep freeze, thereby suspending plans for the high-tech development zone. Unable to sell the land or recover funds, Chuangda Group teetered on the brink of bankruptcy due to this property. Upon learning that someone was willing to take over the land, the senior management of Chuangda Group eagerly expedited the transaction, completing it within a mere 3 days. It should be noted that 3 years prior, they had invested over 920 million, including substantial preliminary work. Now, 3 years later, they were selling it for only 800 million. Even so, the senior executives of Chuangda Group were overjoyed, relieved to finally unburden the company. That afternoon, Chuangda Group issued an announcement on its official website detailing the transaction. Most people overlooked this announcement, but insiders grew curious about the identity of the enigmatic entity behind future technology. Chapter 14. Will you attend that futuristic technology interview? The company certainly has an impressive reputation, but I have never heard of it before. Could it possibly be a shell company? Let me tell you, such companies are often filled with deceitful individuals. You, being so young, beautiful, innocent, and charming, I fear you might be exploited if you step into such a place. Yang Xiaolu, clad in cartoon pajamas adorned with the character Red Wolf, sat on the bed, rambling on. Lu Qing cast a helpless glance at her. Am I going to this futuristic technology interview thanks to someone's goodwill? All right, I apologize. However, that scoundrel truly harbors ill intentions. Such individuals have likely harmed countless young women. I am merely attempting to protect the innocent, Yang Xiaolu huffed. Both of them were in their senior year and had begun seeking internships. A few days prior, Lu Qing secured a position at a well-known company in the industry, and on the very first day, they were to host a welcome party for new employees. Several mid-level managers insisted on pouring drinks down Lu Qing's throat, leaving her no choice but to hide in the restroom to call Yang Xiaolu. Yang Xiaolu was furious and rushed to the hotel, only to find that the Mediterranean director was still knocking on the restroom door. She swiftly dealt with him. I know, I don't blame you. I'm grateful you came to rescue me, Lu Qing said, ruffling Yang Xiaolu's hair. Though finding a job is challenging now, with your capabilities, securing an operations position should not be difficult. This futuristic technology company seems rather unreliable, Yang Xiaolu reiterated. Indeed, it's not difficult. However, this futuristic technology offers the highest salary. Other companies are offering 8,000, while they are offering 10,000, Lu Qing replied with a smile. You are not short on money. You neither buy luxury goods nor spend frivolously. You hardly even purchase cosmetics. You wouldn't even spend 8,000 a month. Furthermore, this futuristic technology has no reputation. It might fold within half a month. What good is a high salary then? That's not entirely accurate. Although this company is newly established, they recently invested 800 million in acquiring land to build their headquarters. They certainly have ample funding. It's just uncertain how the products will fare. Besides, we haven't graduated yet. Wherever we go will be an internship. Joining a new company might allow us to grow alongside it, and opportunities are often more abundant in such startups. Lu Qing articulated her thoughts. Since you have made up your mind, I will accompany you tomorrow. With an older sister to protect you, even if you encounter a lecher, you need not fear. Let him witness the prowess of my swift kicks. The following morning, Lu Qing donned professional attire and donned a pair of black-rimmed glasses, exuding a blend of gentleness and competence. Yang Xiaolu, however, opted for a denim skirt, a t-shirt, and a light plaid jacket, looking as fresh as a daisy. Upon their arrival at the 37th floor of the Haixin building, they overheard a voice exclaim, I quit. This is deception. I cannot work under such false pretenses. Find someone more competent. 1 building per day? You are not only jesting with the company's reputation but also with mine. I possess professional ethics and cannot partake in such charades. If this spreads, I would be ostracized in the industry. A middle-aged man, sporting metal-framed glasses, stormed out from the innermost office, grabbing his bag and leaving. The two at the door were left bewildered. What just happened? Should we leave? Yang Xiaolu whispered to Lu Qing. Lu Qing hesitated, sensing from the man's words that this company might indeed be untrustworthy. Inside the 200 square meter office, rows of cubicles and computers filled the space, yet there was not a soul in sight apart from them. Let us just go back, Lu Qing concluded. Just as they prepared to leave, someone emerged from the office. Upon seeing each other, both parties paused in surprise. The individual was none other than Zhang Luhai. What are you two doing here? What are you doing here? They both spoke simultaneously. Here for an interview? Zhang Luhai quickly deduced their purpose, raising an eyebrow. Come in. The two followed Zhang Luhai into the office, which measured about 70 to 80 square meters, featuring plush carpets, a row of bookshelves against the wall, a 3-meter-long desk, an office chair, and a set of sofas with a coffee table. Here for an operations position, I presume? How coincidental. The operations director just left. Zhang Luhai was well aware of their intended department since the operations team was still being established. Please have a seat. You are fortunate. The operations director was supposed to conduct the interviews, but he has resigned, leaving it to the owner to interview you now, Zhang Luhai remarked with a calm demeanor. His expression remained serene, as the departing director had dismissed his grand ideas, believing them to be a ruse, and left in a huff. Their departure was a missed opportunity for him, yet it bore no consequence on his part. This futuristic technology truly belongs to you? I had no idea you were from a wealthy background, Yang Xiaolu exclaimed, astonished. Last time we dined together, I had no inkling. It was primarily due to Zhang Liuhai's lack of ostentation. He wore no watch or any markers of wealth, dressed in a simple yet elegant suit. Unlike the affluent second-generation individuals at their school, who flaunted trendy brands and luxury items, Zhang Luhai's understated style was almost inconspicuous. Zhang Luhai smiled and settled into his office chair. I am currently seeking talent for operations. Do you have any relevant experience? I am majoring in international trade and have handled related responsibilities in the student union. While I have not worked in a company, I possess a certain understanding of the industry. May I inquire about the primary responsibilities of the operations role? Lu Qing asked cautiously. Present. We only have accounts on Weibo and live streaming platforms. The workload is not extensive. Thus, lack of experience is not a hindrance, Zhang Luhai responded with a smile. Having witnessed the previous director's abrupt exit, he understood that the ambitious plans he had were perhaps too extraordinary for industry veterans who were protective of their reputations. The lack of a stellar reputation was something he wished to avoid. Therefore, whether or not one was a professional mattered little, especially considering his forthcoming plans to utilize live streaming for promotion. As for these two, or rather Yang Xiaolu, her spirited demeanor seemed quite fitting for the world of live streaming. The products he intended to unveil were poised to make waves globally. Even if he were to enlist an amateur as the operations director, it would not significantly impact the endeavor. Chapter 15. Could you enlighten me about the nature of the first job? Lu Qing inquired with a cautious demeanor. She had not forgotten the words of the former operations director upon their departure. She harbored a desire to ensure that her inaugural position was not a ruse. 3 days hence, in the southern part of the city at Beilazwang, we shall construct a 33-story building within a single day, broadcasting the entire process live across the internet for the world to witness the prowess of our future technology. Zhang Luhai remarked with a smile. Indeed, Lu Qing mused inwardly. This was utterly impossible. Despite the favorable impression Zhang Luhai had left upon her, the task at hand seemed entirely unfeasible. It was a deception. Although she remained unaware of Zhang Liuhai's true intentions, she had resolved to decline. Do you understand why our company is named Future Technology? Zhang Luhai suddenly asked with a smile. The name speaks volumes. It suggests considerable ambition. Yang Xiaolu replied with a wrinkled nose, adding in a hushed tone, though it seems rather implausible. Our company's mission is to forge the future and lead the era. If we cannot achieve even this modest task, how can we rightfully call ourselves Future Technology? Zhang Luhai stated calmly, yet each word resonated with the weight of a hammer striking a nail. He continued with a smile. As newcomers without any work experience, even if you fail, what loss would it entail for you? It's merely 3 days. After that, everything shall be revealed. Should there be any loss, it would solely fall upon me. You ought to know that I have invested 800 million in that plot of land. Do you truly think I would jest with such a sum? Zhang Liuhai's words stirred a flicker of hesitation within Lu Qing. As he had said, it was merely 3 days. As an anonymous individual, even if the entire endeavor proved fraudulent, her personal loss would be negligible. The specifics would unfold in 3 days' time. Could give it a try, Lu Qing conceded after a moment's reflection. Moreover, we are in need of a host for the live broadcast, commonly referred to as a streamer. I believe you could take on this role. Zhang Luhai turned his gaze towards Yang Xiaolu. Me? Yang Xiaolu was taken aback. She had accompanied Lu Qing without any intention of seeking employment. Her aspiration was to become an esports commentator. Do not forget, you owe me a life, Zhang Luhai chuckled. If you act as a streamer, we shall be even. What do you say? This was not a matter of seeking repayment, but rather an opportunity bestowed upon Yang Xiaolu. After all, for a price, there was no shortage of streamers willing to undertake the live broadcast. Humph, my sister Xiaolu believes in repaying kindness and settling scores. I accept your proposition. After this, we shall be even. Excellent. The live broadcast will commence in 3 days, on the morning of October 3rd at 10 o'clock. You may prepare accordingly. You need not concern yourselves with anything else, save for opening the broadcast room in advance and boosting its popularity. Prior to that, you will also be responsible for interviewing candidates for other operational positions. Reject those who do not meet the criteria and forward the details of the qualified ones to me. Time is of the essence. Work commences now. Upon reaching their desks, Lu Qing and Yang Xiaolu were still somewhat dazed. Soon, the influx of job-seeking calls compelled them into a flurry of activity. Later that evening, upon returning to their residence, Yang Xiaolu sighed, "Had I known, I would not have accompanied you. Who knew I'd end up in this predicament?" Lu Qing chuckled lightly. "You were the one who agreed, were you not? I am merely curious about the confidence he exudes. I wish to discern the nature of his game. Isn't this about repaying a life debt? Of course, that is part of it, but primarily I am intrigued. After all, it is only 3 days." Yang Xiaolu rolled over on the couch and lamented, "I am so tired. Qinger, could you give me a massage? I need to take a shower. I shall join you." 3 days later, on October 3rd, at 8:30 in the morning, Lu Qing sat with 5 newly recruited operations personnel in the office. "We have only 1 hour until the commencement. Everyone, please remain vigilant and inform me immediately of any issues. The workload for this assignment is minimal, primarily focused on the Dosha platform, which will commence at 9:30 with an uninterrupted barrage of rewards until we have exhausted 9,999 of them. Additionally, stay attuned to online feedback at all times." Such extravagance. "In reality, we could achieve a similar effect using merely a third of that amount," someone remarked. "I am aware, yet this is the boss's directive." The others were left speechless, as the boss seemed to treat money as though it held no value. The promotional impact achievable for a few million was being squandered on a 200 million expenditure. At that moment, Lu Qing's thoughts drifted towards the construction site. She could not fathom the current state of affairs there. Aside from the 5 operations personnel, 2 others, alongside Yang Xiaolu, were presently at the Beilazwang construction site. The entire site had merely 2 dirt roads, cluttered with vast quantities of stone, cement, and steel. In addition, a foundation had already been laid. This foundation had been left by the former Chuangda real estate, originally intended for a shopping center, occupying an area and position that were quite suitable. Zhang Luhai had not squandered resources. This arrangement could save at least 1 unit of construction costs. Did the boss truly claim we would erect an entire building in 1 day? A curious young man in his 20s queried. "I suspect the boss has ulterior motives. We are on the 1st floor while he is on the 5th. His intentions elude our understanding," another replied. The implication remained clear. They did not believe it was feasible to construct a building in a single day, not even a standard 6-story residential structure, let alone a 33-story edifice covering over 16,000 square meters. Enough chatter. Let us complete our tasks, set up the cameras, and prepare the aerial drones, Yang Xiaolu concluded, glancing at the chaotic sight ahead. She felt a bead of sweat forming in her palm, uncertain of how the day would culminate. At 9:30, the largest live-streaming platform in Yen Nation showcased a room titled Future Technology, live broadcast of erecting a 33-story building in 1 day. Following this, the Dosha platform erupted with a continuous torrent of rewards, drawing viewers to the broadcast. Seeking flowers, rewards, and voting support. We crave your support. Chapter 16. The Shark Battle now. The excitement is palpable as several companies have begun live streaming their promotions. Future Technology? Who knows what this company actually does? It seems to be a newly established entity, as I found little information online. The incessant fiery rain has drawn many treasure-seeking viewers right from the start. The live stream's audience surged dramatically, increasing from mere handfuls to tens of thousands in just 2 minutes, and it continues to rise. Given the scarcity of prominent streamers broadcasting at this hour, this particular room has captivated the vast majority of online viewers. The audacity to erect a 33-story building in a single day is quite absurd. It was already evident that streamers would forsake their integrity for fame, But now even companies seem to have abandoned all standards. This seemingly obscure company boasts without any accountability. A word of caution to the previous commenter. This dubious company does indeed pay taxes, and at a rate significantly higher than the norm. Taxes? What taxes? Surely, the intelligence is lacking if one believes that such extravagant rewards come without cost. Yet, is this not a live stream? Why is the screen still dark? While the audience was engaged in lively discussions, the display suddenly illuminated, revealing a vast, chaotic construction site before their eyes. Can everyone see me? I am Sister Xiaolu, the host of this live stream, announced Yang Xiaolu, appearing on screen in a floral long dress, resembling a delicate white flower. At last, viewers were content to see the host, though the expectations of some seemed rather low. Despite the company's dubious reputation, the host was indeed captivating. We at Future Technology are a high-tech firm dedicated to the research and development of new technologies. Our mission is to innovate for the future and lead the era. She continued, this live stream, as our room title suggests, aims to construct a building covering an area of 16,000 square meters and rising 33 stories within a single day. After introducing the project, her tone shifted slightly, but this is all according to our boss. I am merely here to present. What a twist! Has the host just sold out her employer? Such audacity is remarkable. If even the staff do not trust their own boss's words, what kind of company is this? This is absurdly amusing. A warning. Salary deductions may be forthcoming. After all, I cannot fathom the genius of the boss. Otherwise, I would not be here conversing with you all, right? So like everyone else, I am filled with curiosity about this live stream. As you can see, this vast expanse of land, exceeding 200 acres, belongs to Future Technology. Here, a substantial amount of materials, stone, cement, steel, has already been amassed for the project. The camera swept across the site as drones soared above, capturing aerial views. The live stream presented two perspectives. While others construct buildings with rebar, this company opts for steel plates. Such a method is truly extraordinary. The notion of erecting a 33-story edifice is likely a mere gimmick, suggesting there might be some underlying substance to this spectacle aimed at enhancing their reputation. Even if criticisms arise, they may not mind. Having spent over a decade in the construction industry, I possess some understanding of the field. I shall refrain from delving into specifics, but suffice it to say, constructing a 16,000 square meter, 33-story building typically requires around 31 months. An alternative method, utilizing modular building materials akin to assembling blocks, could potentially complete the project in 20 days, assuming effective working days are considered, excluding inclement weather. This is already regarded as a remarkable achievement in the construction sector. However, based on the materials visible on-site, it appears that Future Technology is not employing modular construction. I remain intrigued about the true nature of this company's operations. A viewer tipped 4 planes just to share this information. As Yang Xiaolu engaged with viewers, she kept an eye on the surroundings. Noticing it was past 9:40, she wondered why Zhonglu Hai had yet to arrive. Regardless of any new technology, ample labor and machinery would be required to erect a building in a single day. Yet, there were only 3 individuals present at the site. How disappointing! Given my anticipation for this debut live stream, it was turning into a farce. Fortunately, the camera continued to capture the construction site, avoiding the spotlight on the scant personnel and equipment. Had viewers witnessed such a meager turnout, the reaction would have been explosive. However, the difference in timing would have been negligible. At last, at 9 o'clock, 2 vehicles arrived at the site, disembarking 7 or 8 workers who began unloading equipment. The so-called equipment consisted of merely 2 items: a silver metallic canister, standing at 1.5 meters tall with a 30-centimeter diameter, accompanied by a crystalline plate revealing a golden liquid within. In addition, there was a stand and a laptop. Upon his arrival, Zhonglu Hai proceeded to connect the laptop to the metallic canister, adjusting settings on the computer. In truth, only the liquid within the canister was of any significance, serving as the breeding solution for construction drones. The laptop's adjustments were merely for show. After a brief display of activity, Zhonglu Hai retrieved a small blue vial from his bag, connected it to the breeding solution, and gestured to Yang Xiaolu, signaling that they could commence. Now, allow me to introduce the owner of Future Technology. Yang Xiaolu thought quickly, planning to involve Zhang Luhai, determined that since she had been led astray today, he would not evade accountability. Yang Xiaolu has always been a bold and passionate individual. The camera swiftly shifted to Zhang Luhai, who regarded her with a knowing smile, seemingly unfazed, aware that he would soon reveal himself. The immense fame and social influence he commanded promised significant advantages. Chapter 17. Dear friends, I am Zhang Luhai, a representative of future technology. Zhang Luhai greeted with a subtle nod. Typically, streamers leave a friendly impression on their audience. However, Zhang Luhai distinguished himself from the other hosts that viewers are accustomed to. Even through the screen, one could sense his overwhelming confidence. Not to mention, his formidable aura and striking appearance captured the attention of many. Goodness, is he really this young? And wealthy too? It seems I will never reach such heights despite a lifetime of effort. He appears rather proud, doesn't he? But honestly, it's natural for someone so young and affluent to carry a certain arrogance. I'm not particularly fond of him, simply because he is just a tad more handsome than I am. Let us not be envious here. Nonetheless, his charisma is impressive. One can feel it even through the screen, and he exudes a distinctly masculine energy. As thousands of gifts poured in, the live stream room buzzed with over 1 million viewers, leaving other streams nearly deserted. The management of Dosha had also quickly recognized the significance of this broadcast, realizing it was backed by substantial corporate investment, which would significantly elevate the Dosha platform's status. Zhang Luhai paid no heed to the audience's comments, nor did he concern himself with others' perceptions. His intent for this livestream was crystal clear: to initially invest heavily to garner immense attention, followed by an astonishing reveal that would make the world aware of the phrase future technology. This broadcast was primarily designed to showcase the technological prowess of future technology, and everything that followed would unfold before the eyes of the audience. After speaking, Zhang Luhai suddenly smiled. God said, "Let there be light," and thus there was light. I am not God, but I believe there ought to be a path here. The audience reacted skeptically. This brother certainly knows how to show off. So, you think there should be a path and therefore it exists? Where is this path? I am quite curious to see how he continues this charade. Hey, look at the stones around us. What on earth is happening? Is this some kind of sorcery? Not even half a minute had passed since Zhang Luhai's words when the stones surrounding them began to gradually vanish, as if erased by an unseen force. A stone weighing 70 to 80 pounds began disappearing from the edges, and within moments, it was gone. This phenomenon was not isolated. The entire pile of stones was dissipating. The astonishing spectacle left all viewers in shock, questioning what transpired. Even the staff members present were taken aback, feeling as if they had encountered the supernatural.
Yang Xiaolu swiftly darted behind Zhang Luhai.
How amusing. Is this streamer genuinely frightened? Using the boss as a human shield in the face of danger, what a move. Many viewers, still reeling from the surprise, found themselves amused by Yang Xiaolu's peculiar antics. Zhang Luhai, too, was entertained by her spirited nature, noting her timid demeanor. I mentioned there should be a path, and now it has appeared. Zhang Luhai glanced down at his feet, and the camera followed suit. Before him, a bluish-white stone emerged, rapidly expanding as if it were a spring, continuously gushing forth water and engulfing everything around it. However, as the camera zoomed in, it became evident that this was no ordinary water. It was, in fact, a solid stone. Soon, the bluish-white material expanded to 4 meters in width, stretching forward at an astonishing pace, 0.5 meter in a second, 30 meters in a minute. What am I witnessing? Is this water? It must be water. Could this possibly be a special effect? A path that grows on its own? What on earth is this? The audience was astounded, their eyes wide as they stared at the screen, struggling to grasp the reality of what they were witnessing. The imagery on the screen transcended their comprehension. Come forth. Zhang Luhai placed a canister of nurturing liquid on the prepared ground, signaling the staff to advance. He boldly led the way forward. On either side of him, the once towering boulders continued to vanish. Ahead, the pathway unfolded before them. Yang Xiaolu and the other staff members followed closely behind, their faces reflecting awe as if they had stepped into a new world. Not only were they astonished, but so were the viewers watching from their screens. Mr. Li, hurry to Dosha. I have witnessed something extraordinary. Zhou Zi, come to Dosha. There is a divine presence. Countless viewers flocked to the livestream. They beheld a man walking upon the bluish-white surface, with several staff members trailing behind. Beneath his feet, the 4-meter-wide path of bluish-white continued to extend, flowing like water and engulfing the soil ahead. The surrounding environment was chaotic, cluttered with stones, steel plates, and cement. Yet no one noticed the disarray. All eyes were fixated on the exquisite and bizarre road beneath the man's feet, reminiscent of a heavenly path, as if one were witnessing a fantastical vision from a dream. "Boss, what is this?" Yang Xiaolu, momentarily speechless, finally mustered the courage to ask cautiously. "I have stated that this livestream is to showcase the technological prowess of our future technology. What you are witnessing now is called Construction Worm." Chapter 18 At last. The streamer has returned to life. Moments ago, the host appeared utterly horrified, as if she had encountered a ghost. It was simply delightful. Rather than a ghost, it was more akin to meeting a celestial being. As Yang Xiaolu finally regained her composure, the audience in front of the screen became animated. One by one, after expressing their disbelief, they couldn't resist teasing the host, who always seemed to pull off extraordinary feats. "Building worm? Worm?
Yang Xiaolu exclaimed incredulously.
A worm? How is that possible?" The audience was equally startled by this revelation. However, it sparked a thought. Could it be similar to coral polyps? As we all know, coral polyps secrete a calcareous exoskeleton, ultimately forming coral. I apologize for dragging everyone down. The issue is that coral is essentially the skeleton of coral polyps, and the formation of coral is a slow process. At that moment, Zhang Luhai interjected, stating, "Building worms are actually a type of microorganism. To put it simply, they share similar characteristics with coral polyps. The difference lies in the fact that once building worms consume materials, they secrete substances based on those materials, resulting in a hardness far superior to that of coral, exceeding the strength of conventional building materials." Having said this, Zhang Luhai instructed one of the staff members behind him, "Fetch a hammer to test it." "Yes, boss," replied a staff member who had just regained his senses, swiftly rushing off to retrieve a hammer and striking it against the pavement. It was as if he had struck a rock, producing sparks. Yet the pavement remained unscathed. The staff member was left in disbelief, aware of the force he had exerted, feeling the tremors in his palm. Even striking concrete or asphalt would typically create a dent. Yet here, the surface showed no signs of damage. After several attempts, with no harm done to the pavement, he turned and struck a nearby limestone boulder, successfully chipping off a piece. At this moment, everyone marveled at the pavement's hardness. A rough estimate suggested it reached at least C60, which denotes ultra-high-strength concrete, truly astonishing. Within the live stream, several industry professionals expressed their amazement. But how was ultra-high-strength concrete produced? It requires a mixture of cement, sand, stone, and additives such as water-reducing agents, fly ash, mineral powder, slag, and silica powder, among others. And now, setting aside the incredible notion of building worms consuming nearby limestone and secreting ultra-high-strength concrete, how could that be possible? Absolutely impossible. There must be some secret that we have yet to comprehend. Who knows where this construction site is located? I must see it for myself. If true, it would revolutionize the entire global construction industry. This sentiment was echoed by many industry insiders who were summoned to witness the live stream, all eager to visit the site. "Boss, should we disclose the address?" Yang Xiaolu quietly inquired upon seeing the barrage of comments. "Inform them. If anyone is nearby, they can come and witness the miracle we have created," Zhang Luhai replied, furrowing his brow as he took out his phone to call Lu Qing, requesting him to contact a security company to arrange for some guards to prevent chaos from the influx of visitors. After all, a miracle capable of overturning the entire construction industry would undoubtedly attract a multitude of spectators. Perhaps even officials from the Qin city government would come rushing over. The construction site is located near the Bali Chao in Qin City. Friends in the vicinity are welcome to witness the marvels of future technology firsthand. However, to prevent overcrowding, only a select number of individuals will be allowed entry. Further details will be announced shortly. I happen to be in Quan City right now. I will set off immediately to see if it is indeed true. I've already booked my flight. I'm on my way. In an instant, countless viewers rushed out, heading straight for Chin City to witness this miracle. Not to mention the locals in Chin City, who would likely arrive en masse within half an hour. Viewers in front of the screen began to chatter excitedly. Initially thinking it was a hoax or special effects, the address has now been disclosed, and people are invited to witness it live. The boss seems quite confident. It appears to be genuine. Otherwise, the address wouldn't have been revealed. I see some eager locals from Chin City already setting out. They could arrive in half an hour. I never expected such a company to exist domestically. Future technology truly lives up to its name. Remarkable. With just this technology, it could shake the entire world. I'm thoroughly impressed. Soon, the road led to the perimeter of the foundation, the designated site for the construction of the building. Jiang Luhai prepared to connect 2 blue bottles to the culture solution once more. This was the location for the building, and the preliminary preparations had been completed. It was time to delve into the main event. Jiang Luhai declared, "First, we need a clean square." As he spoke, the pale blue road began to part, gradually enveloping the foundation and forming an 8-meter-wide circular ring. Although not yet fully realized, the intention was already evident through the aerial drone footage. 2 pale blue stone ribbons arched outward, as if separated waters flowing to either side. My goodness, I've been kneeling for so long, only to learn that this was just the prelude? Incredible. The technology is truly astounding. I can hardly stand. From a ground-level perspective, it may not seem significant, but from an aerial view, it is immensely breathtaking. Chapter 19. Many friends may be astonished to discover that the ground here is far from level, and the treatment beneath the surface remains a mystery. Jiang Luhai suddenly interjected, explaining that the ground was previously uneven, with the protruding areas consumed and vanished, while the indented parts are shrouded in uncertainty regarding their treatment. Typically, road construction requires not only a soil foundation but also a subbase before the surface layer is laid. The subbase serves both drainage and stress distribution purposes. However, in this case, future technology has opted to directly lay the surface layer, which certainly jeopardizes its lifespan. Should the soil beneath experience issues after rainfall, the surface will inevitably succumb to damage. Some individuals even raised this concern in the comments. Jiang Luhai instructed someone to fetch a shovel and began to excavate along the edge of the road. After a few shovelfuls, a sizable pit, about half a meter deep, emerged beside the road. As the camera zoomed in, everyone was taken aback by the sight beneath the surface. The road was at least 10 centimeters thick, under which lay a layer of yellow-brown subbase, visibly around 30 to 40 centimeters deep. In fact, this road consists of 2 layers. I previously mentioned that this construction insect consumes materials to secrete components for its building objectives. The consumption of different materials yields varying results. For instance, the surface layer is a product of limestone consumption, while the subbase is derived from soil. Jiang Luhai elucidated. No one anticipated that this construction insect could perform such feats, producing materials with differing functions based on what it consumed. Previously, the automatically laid surface had already seemed astonishing, akin to stepping into a futuristic realm. Clearly, the reality exceeded what everyone had observed. While laying the surface layer, a subbase of 40 centimeters was also installed beneath, perfectly adhering to the underlying soil. This revelation left everyone in awe, eliminating any lingering doubts. Countless minds pondered the thought. If all of this is indeed real, domestic companies could truly revolutionize the industry. In just half an hour, an 8-meter-wide circular band had materialized outside the foundation, entirely in a pale blue color, devoid of any seams, as if sculpted from a single massive stone. The surface was intricate, feeling even more refined than polished concrete. Simultaneously, the accumulated cement, limestone, and steel plates on the construction site began to vanish gradually. The freshly completed circular band's foundation also began to spread a blue and silver material. At this moment, the online buzz reached a fever pitch. Self-growing architectural technology unveiled future technology set to revolutionize the world. A road of 300 meters completed in 10 minutes. Science fiction? No, this is reality. Mysterious future technology, whether on Weibo or in social circles. With each new video and news report emerging, the live broadcast's popularity surged to unprecedented heights. Countless netizens flocked to the Douxia platform, leading to a swift increase in viewership from 1 million to 5 million, with no signs of abating. Local netizens in Qingqing were among the fastest to arrive at the scene. Zhang Hao, the construction manager of Chuangda Group, initially found it hard to believe the reports from his subordinates and entered the live broadcast room with skepticism, only to witness a road that appeared to be alive, continuously expanding before his eyes. He was instantly left speechless. Despite years of experience in the field, he never imagined witnessing such a spectacle. Yet, doubt lingered in his mind, prompting thoughts of special effects or some other trickery. Upon learning that the address corresponded to a plot of land recently sold by his company, he abandoned his current tasks and hurried over. Upon arrival, he found several vehicles had arrived almost simultaneously, comprising both industry peers and curious onlookers. Zhang Hao paid no mind to anything else, rushing to the road to examine it closely. The surface was remarkably intricate and sturdy. Glancing over, he noticed a fellow colleague picking up a stone to hammer the ground. It was indeed real. How could this be? After a few colleagues confirmed its authenticity, they stood in shock, still harboring a glimmer of hope as they ventured forward to see if the foundation was as depicted in the videos or if it had been constructed long ago. However, upon reaching the forefront, they were too astonished to greet the owner of future technology, fixated instead on 3 buildings that were visibly growing skyward. They had already exceeded a height of over a meter, expanding at a pace observable to the naked eye. It was truly growing, it was genuinely growing. A few industry insiders appeared dazed. Wow, incredible. I can hardly believe I'm witnessing buildings grow right before my eyes, exclaimed a recently arrived netizen, staring in disbelief. The expressions of these individuals were captured on camera, and the barrage of comments in the live stream resembled a deluge. These individuals were utterly astonished, dumbfounded. JPG. I thoroughly enjoy watching them in their state of disbelief, though I have never seen anything like it either. Their reactions make me feel much better. Zhang Hao, in a daze, approached the site where the building was rising, cautiously touching it inch by inch, even daring to lay a hand on the growing surface, startling everyone. Seconds later, half of his hand became encased within. Oh no, something has gone wrong. Yet, in an astonishing twist, Zhang Hao effortlessly withdrew his hand, revealing a gap where his palm had rested, which was rapidly filled again within 2 seconds. Witnessing this scene left everyone utterly astounded. Your construction insect can lay roads autonomously, erect buildings, and even prevent accidents automatically? Zhang Luhai observed Zhang Hao's actions in silence, harboring no intentions of intervention. The more remarkable the construction insect's exhibited capabilities, the greater the impact of this live broadcast, and the more elevated the reputation of future technology. The only concern was that the netizens were somewhat too proactive. The security personnel had yet to arrive when the crowd had already gathered. Fortunately, the numbers were still manageable, preventing any chaos. 10 minutes later, the security company finally arrived. Over 100 security personnel established a perimeter, maintaining control of the scene. Various antics ensued as people clamored for support, showering the event with flowers and demanding votes and subscriptions, clearly eager for attention. Chapter 20. This live broadcast captured the attention of countless individuals. The Yen Country Construction Company Limited operates 8 infrastructure bureaus, while Yen Country Railway Construction Company Limited oversees 17. Major comprehensive construction groups across the nation convened high-level meetings, all centered on the content exhibited in the Future Technology livestream. What are your thoughts? The director of the Second Bureau of Yen Construction inquired solemnly. On a large screen to one side, 3 upward growing structures were displayed, resembling living entities, leaving the audience in awe. Have we confirmed their authenticity? Someone asked. Yes. The director nodded. The Third Bureau of Railway Construction has a project nearby, and they dispatched personnel to verify. It is indeed genuine. Upon hearing this, discussions erupted among the attendees. Astounding. I never imagined construction could be accomplished in such a manner. I must visit the site to understand how this is achieved. This is no longer about observation. It's about collaboration. Such technology could revolutionize the entire industry. Similar discussions unfolded nationwide, while the phone lines at Future Technology were nearly overwhelmed. We apologize, but we currently have no plans to sell products. I will notify you as soon as there are any updates, Lu Qing stated as he hung up the phone, swiftly dismissing another incoming call and dialing Zhang Luhai's number. Boss, Our company's phone is nearly inundated. We can't keep up, Lu Qing sighed. All employees in the operations department had essentially become receptionists, with calls flooding in as soon as one was disconnected. It was already 1:30 p.m., and none had managed to eat a bite. Most of the calls were from major companies seeking collaboration, including renowned groups such as Yen Construction and Yen Railway Construction. There were also lesser-known firms hoping to exploit the situation. However, most mid-sized companies were merely expressing interest and inquiring, fully aware that they would not be among the initial partners for such groundbreaking technology. Nevertheless, they felt compelled to reach out, just in case their luck changed. Postpone all collaboration requests and arrange a press conference for tomorrow at 10 a.m. Secure a conference hall, Zhang Luhai instructed before turning his attention forward. The three buildings had begun to take shape, reaching heights of approximately 60 meters, clearly delineating their contours. The structures, featuring three curved designs arranged in a T-shape at the base, encompassed a circular area of about 100 meters in diameter, where Zhang Luhai planned to create an indoor botanical garden. The interiors and exteriors of the buildings sloped inward, converging at the 18th floor, resembling a blossoming flower with the three structures acting as petals. Designed by Zhang Zhen, this architectural feat would typically require at least 2 years to complete under standard construction practices. Template-based construction methods were wholly inadequate for such a form. Yet, after meticulously recording the data, Zhang Luhai controlled the construction insects, and in just over 3 hours, half of the structure was complete. The framework, a blend of silver metal and bluish-white stone, not only enhanced strength but also radiated a futuristic essence. As Zhang Luhai adeptly manipulated his laptop, the visible piles of sand diminished among various stones and steel plates, while a layer of high-strength tempered glass enveloped the buildings. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, everyone present, both on-site and on-screen, widened their eyes in disbelief. The capability to generate glass was staggering. Using the construction insects technology, a mere batch of stones, steel plates, sand, and cement could complete such a grand-scale project in less than a day, leaving only interior decoration to be finalized. I suspect even the interior doesn't require much work. The flooring laid previously and the exterior of the three towers are smooth and refined, rivaling marble. They are practically finished, requiring no further renovation. My imagination has been utterly outstripped. I never envisioned such brilliance from future technology. Many attendees marveled at how their imaginations had been insufficient. Who could have predicted that such astonishing technology would emerge in 2023? At that moment, hundreds were present. Due to security measures, ordinary visitors were allowed only 5 minutes to glimpse the spectacle before being ushered out, leaving behind industry professionals and journalists eager to engage with Zhang Luhai. Nonetheless, many were held back by security, unable to approach within 10 meters. Even when loudly inquiring, Zhang Luhai remained indifferent. As waves of curious individuals departed, the online fervor continued to simmer and intensify. The live stream achieved a staggering viewership of over 10 million. By 5 p.m., more than 15 million were watching this unprecedented marvel unfold. Thousands were present to witness the completion of the three towers. Almost simultaneously, the tempered glass curtain walls fully enveloped the structures. With a hint of a smile, Zhang Luhai turned and proclaimed, "This miraculous event has officially concluded. This building is named Future Star, which will also serve as the headquarters for future technology. Future Star spans 16,000 square meters, with a total construction area of 420,000 square meters, comprising 33 floors and reaching a height of 167 meters. The entire construction process took a mere 6 hours and 45 minutes. Although the audience was aware of the swift construction, hearing the detailed specifications from Zhang Luhai still left them in disbelief. The futuristic edifice before them was completed in under 7 hours. Furthermore, a press conference is scheduled for tomorrow at 10 a.m. Media wishing to attend may contact the operations department, where I will address some questions and announce further news." As the live stream concluded, this extraordinary spectacle presented to the world came to an end. Yet the online uproar persisted, gaining momentum. I mistakenly overlooked certain details, forgetting that the protagonist mentioned being a member of the Black Flag Chamber of Commerce in the first chapter. The Black Flag capital in Chapter 13 should be amended to Blue Star capital. I will reach out to the editor for corrections. Chapter 21. Future Technology, Architectural Worm. These two terms have surged to the forefront of online discussions, capturing the number 1 and 2 positions in trending topics. Since the onset of the live broadcast, the internet has been abuzz with excitement. Even after the conclusion of the stream, countless individuals continued to express their astonishment at how closely the future seemed to be encroaching upon the present. This post, penned by a renowned influencer, extolled the virtues of future technology, garnering over 1 million likes. Many engaged in discussions about this once obscure technology, which had suddenly risen to prominence within a day. Naturally, the identity of Zhang Luhai was unearthed. A graduate of the Ocean University of Yen Country, he founded Future Technology in less than 4 months. During his academic tenure, Zhang had not exhibited any extraordinary talents. His family background was humble, having lost both parents, leaving him to care for his younger sister. Most of his free time was devoted to part-time work. Despite being a university student, Zhang Luhai was not particularly outstanding, and with his average family circumstances, how could he possibly establish Future Technology immediately upon graduation? Where did he procure the funds? Who was the true inventor behind the architectural worm technology? Many netizens expressed their skepticism. I doubt Zhang is the actual owner of Future Technology. He just graduated. What capabilities could he possibly possess? He seems more like a figurehead designed to draw attention, was a widely accepted sentiment. Of course, there were dissenting opinions, but Zhang Luhai's unremarkable past provided little persuasive power. The revelations from several of Zhang's classmates further silenced the opposition. Zhang Luhai's academic performance was mediocre. Among 37 students in his class, he ranked in the lower middle. He spent his spare time working at fast food restaurants, and his attire was from street vendors, making it implausible for him to be the owner of Future Technology. The emergence of these revelations ignited a frenzy online. By 9 o'clock that evening, Zhang Luhai's name had ascended to the 3rd spot on the trending list. Numerous companies began to investigate his background, corroborating the findings circulating online. This left many pondering. Was Zhang merely a front for someone else? Was there an individual or an organization behind him? At that moment, Zhang Luhai was on a call with Zhang Luiwe. Brother, is that Future Technology CEO really you? Didn't you say you were going for an inspection? Indeed, after the inspection, I acquired the technology, Zhang Luhai replied with a smile. Where did you get the money? And what about Future Technology? Brother, are you involved with some illegal organization? Zhang Luhai chuckled in disbelief. What on earth are you imagining? With such technology at my disposal, I could easily become an industry titan. Why would I resort to anything illicit? True, Zhang Luiwe conceded, realizing her thoughts were somewhat fanciful. The situation is quite complex. You will understand after tomorrow's press conference. Be careful, I've seen many negative comments about you online, Zhang Luiwe cautioned. I know. Those remarks will naturally dissipate after tomorrow's press conference. Zhang Luhai reassured her, his voice calm yet exuding confidence. All right, you focus on your work. I have papers to write. He had already noted the online discourse, yet he had prepared for this eventuality. With the advent of advanced artificial intelligence, many aspects had been refined. After tomorrow, those comments would inevitably fade away, and the narrative would dramatically shift. The following day at 9:30 a.m., Zhang Luhai arrived at the venue to find most of the operations department staff already present. Given the company's current size, they had only a handful of employees, and this press conference was the precursor to a significant hiring spree. Each individual appeared invigorated and enthusiastic. Initially, many had doubted the company's viability and were considering their exit strategies. However, from the moment the live broadcast commenced, each person realized they had hit the jackpot. With Future Technology's capabilities and potential, most would have never had the opportunity to join such a company at its inception. Not only were the salaries generous, but the prospects for the company were exceptionally promising, leading to a collective state of exhilaration. Good morning, boss. Good morning. Zhang Luhai smiled upon seeing Yang Xiaolu. Isn't this Sister Xiaolu? What, no longer pursuing freedom? At first, Yang Xiaolu had stated she would only host one live broadcast before parting ways with the company. However, her presence now was undeniably significant. Where else could I find a better opportunity than with a boss? Just call me Xiaolu. I think I did quite well hosting yesterday, and the company needs talents like me. she declared animatedly. Indeed, you sold me out perfectly, Jiang Luhai replied with a playful smirk. Isn't this an opportunity for the boss to gain recognition?
Yang Xiaolu retorted, un facet.
Alright, you should get back to work, Jiang Luhai encouraged, not wishing to monopolize her attention. Boss, here's the speaking draft, Lu Qing approached, handing Jiang Luhai a document. I've already spoken with most of the journalists. Well done. Please send the details to my email. Someone will handle it, Jiang Luhai instructed, finding a place to sit and review the draft. Most of the inquiries were within reasonable bounds, yet he suspected the journalists might not be so compliant. After all, given the magnitude of the live broadcast last night, it would be strange if no one brought it up. Moreover, with all the preparations he had made, if no one raised an issue, how could he turn the tide? Chapter 22. With merely 5 minutes remaining before the press conference, Jiang Luhai entered the venue. The hall, which could accommodate over 500 individuals, was already filled with more than 400 attendees, a significant portion of whom were journalists who had come in anticipation, while a small number were industry professionals permitted to attend. Many sought to connect with Jiang Luhai regarding potential collaborations with future technology. However, Jiang Luhai had firmly established that all inquiries should go through designated contacts, outright rejecting all others. Future Technology's operational department also declined all partnership invitations, leaving these individuals with no choice but to attend the press conference. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Luhai. During the conference, I will address several questions, and I kindly ask the media representatives to pose their queries in the order called. Should anyone disrupt the proceedings? Do you see the security personnel outside? Jiang Luhai stated, tapping lightly on the microphone. The journalists below wore expressions devoid of mirth. Jiang Luhai's words swiftly conveyed the strength and assertiveness of future technology. Clearly, with such groundbreaking technology as the building bug, future technology was not in pursuit of the journalists' attendance. Rather, it was the journalists who eagerly sought to be present. Many attendees felt a chill of apprehension, reconsidering their intended questions and whether they might offend the emerging mogul. It seemed prudent to adopt a more cautious approach and adhere to the questions previously submitted, one journalist mused, surveying the room. Nevertheless, if one refrained from asking, others would surely take the opportunity. Prominent publications such as the Beijing News and Southern Daily, along with foreign media representatives stationed in Yen country, were present as well. Very well. Let us commence the press conference and open the floor for questions, Jiang Luhai announced, prompting a flurry of hands raised among the journalists. After exchanging a glance with Jiang Luhai, Yang Xiaolu began calling on individuals. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Many are curious about the building bug utilized by future technology. Could you elaborate on this in detail? A middle-aged man, adorned with spectacles, stood to inquire. The building bug is a form of biotechnology, originally inspired by coral polyps. As you may know, the remains of coral polyps accumulate to form coral structures, which are quite irregular in shape. How do you employ the building bug in construction? He continued, that is an excellent question. The process involves directing them through biological signals. However, further details remain classified, Jiang Luhai responded. May I ask who the inventor of the building bug is? Another journalist interjected. The inventor is Dr. Lin Tao, though he has sold the technology to Future Technology. Jiang Luhai replied. Upon hearing this, many attendees immediately began searching for a doctor by that name, speculating that the inventor must possess considerable expertise in biology and likely be over 35 years of age with a doctoral degree. Despite the commonality of the name, it seemed a reasonable assumption. However, Jiang Luhai had anticipated this inquiry. Indeed, Dr. Lin Tao exists. However, he has been missing for the past 2 years. Even if others manage to locate him, they will uncover little, he added. In the future, Zhang Zhen would facilitate a few video appearances by Lin Tao through special means to confirm his existence. Mr. Zhang, there are claims that you are not the actual owner of Future Technology. What is your perspective on this? A reporter suddenly posed. The attention of the other journalists turned towards this inquiry, which had evidently been on many minds. The press conference was being broadcast live, and countless viewers were eager to hear Jiang Luhai's response. Among them were several of his university classmates, who wore expressions of amusement. The rumors circulating online the previous night had originated from them. If Zhang Luhai had been a figure of prominence during their university days, possessing immense wealth, it would be one thing. However, now that they had all graduated, it was hard to reconcile how an otherwise unremarkable classmate had suddenly become a billionaire with global acclaim. Their skepticism was palpable. They yearned to see the facade surrounding Zhang Luhai and future technology stripped away. With all eyes upon him, Zhang Luhai smiled and replied, "How should one perceive it? Simply open your eyes and observe. Am I required to validate my qualifications merely for founding a company? The National Business Registration Authorities do not impose such requirements. However, from the information available online, one can gather that during your university years, you were not particularly distinguished, and your family background was rather modest. Now, having graduated merely 4 months ago, you are the president of a company valued at 10 billion, equipped with world-leading technology. This has left many puzzled. How did you achieve this?" The journalist inquired, maintaining a polite tone despite the underlying skepticism. "This is indeed a simple tale," Zhang Luhai remarked as he tapped on his notebook, illuminating the large screen behind him. "What is this?" Gasps of surprise echoed through the audience, some experiencing a moment of realization. The online narratives are not entirely false. My family background is indeed ordinary. One might say quite poor, actually. It consists solely of my sister and me. Aside from my studies, I work to support myself, which is nothing to be ashamed of. The screen displayed various transaction records. The first image is from my sophomore year. You can see that I started with 5,000 yuan, and within a week, I made my first profit of 2,000 yuan. Increasing 5,000 to 7,000 is not remarkable. However, the subsequent growth is rather extraordinary. As Zhang Luhai continued to showcase images, he detailed his ventures into agricultural futures: garlic, radishes, corn. 7,000 transformed into 20,000, then 100,000, 500,000, and 5 million. In just one short year, I grew my initial 5,000 into a net worth of millions. While a net worth of millions may not be exceptional, the true pinnacle of his fortune began in October 2021, when Zhang Luhai invested his entire wealth into the international futures market. Chapter 23. What have I witnessed? It is evident that the university others attended is certainly not the same as mine. I am convinced that I am merely a bystander in this realm. Here is an individual specializing in marine resources who has amassed a fortune of billions through futures trading. What are we, as finance students, to think? Indeed, brilliance knows no bounds and is independent of one's field of study. The screen displayed transaction records spanning from October 2021 to May 2023, showcasing a staggering ascent from under $2 million to 23 billion. Each transaction was meticulously documented. The audience, captivated by the live broadcast, was left in utter disbelief. This individual, who started with a mere 5,000, has, in just 3 years, achieved a wealth of billions? This is nothing short of a myth. The reporters present were even more astounded than the online viewers, for they understood the vision, insight, and capabilities required to reach such heights. As they gazed upon the young man on stage, admiration and respect shone in their eyes. From a student who relied on his sister for support while balancing studies and part-time work, to a billionaire, this young man's talent is undeniably remarkable. Even more astonishing is the fact that he had revealed not a whisper of his achievements prior to this day. While it is common for young individuals to boast about earning even a modest sum, this one remained resolutely discreet. Were it not for the online buzz, few would have known that such a financial prodigy existed in our nation. The details of his account were verifiable, and Zhang Luhai showed no concern regarding the state of his family background, deeming it unnecessary to discuss. He then addressed the audience with a firm statement: "One must rely on oneself." Upon hearing these words, a ripple of contemplation washed over the crowd. Many have uttered similar sentiments, yet when articulated by Zhang Luhai, they resonated with profound significance. The truth he conveyed was undeniable. One must indeed depend on oneself. While I may not reach his level, over the past 2 years of stock trading, I have seen my modest investment grow from 10,000 to 50,000. Yet, I find myself burdened with debt. Just as I was stirred by his words, I was met with a surprising twist. "Truly, you are impressive. I am in awe." Yet, Zhang Luhai's achievements are remarkable. For someone of his background, it would be understandable to lament his circumstances. Instead, He is a top student who has leveraged futures trading to amass a fortune, all while remaining astonishingly humble. His classmates, who could only envy him, were left dumbfounded. None anticipated that Jiang Luhai would become a billionaire before graduating. By the latter half of his junior year, he had already reached a net worth of 1 billion. How could anyone believe that a classmate, who dressed in thrift store attire and worked tirelessly, had built such wealth from nothing? In reality, he could have supported himself and his sister through the stock market since his sophomore year, amassing millions by his junior year, yet he continued to work menial jobs. Fast food and package delivery jobs, yielding a mere $100 a day, must have seemed insignificant to him. Could you share your reasoning behind this? Another reporter inquired. The public's fascination with Jiang Luhai was undiminished, rivaling that of the construction magnate. His past was so extraordinary, and his humility so striking. Why? Because I became complacent. Jiang Luhai replied with a smile. Earning too much made me a bit arrogant. These ordinary jobs keep me grounded and remind me of my humble beginnings. With this statement, countless individuals developed a newfound admiration for him. Indeed, a student from a less fortunate background earning millions, who could blame him for feeling inflated with pride? Yet, Jiang Luhai continued to engage in the most mundane of jobs, using life's trials to maintain his core values. Who else possesses such fortitude? This is the true model for today's youth. A billionaire living a modest life, honing his character. What audacity do today's young people have to complain about minor hardships? Individuals like Jiang Luhai are exceedingly rare. Seasoned professionals in the industry, observing the press conference, were equally taken with Jiang Luhai. In a matter of moments, he amassed countless fans online. Even foreign media, upon learning of his background, expressed their astonishment and vowed to introduce this brilliant young talent to the wider public. He is a genius whose persona radiates brilliance, distinct from anything seen before. Yang Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Initially impressed by Jiang Luhai's confidence, composure, and maturity, she was astonished by his remarkable past, which seemed almost unbelievable. After a considerable pause, another reporter posed a question. Mr. Jiang, what are your plans for the future development of technology? Will you collaborate with various construction conglomerates? I understand many have expressed interest in partnering with you. What are your thoughts? Jiang Luhai inquired. Who among you knows how many individuals are employed in the construction industry of our nation? 50 million, a well-informed journalist responded. Correct, 50 million. If future technology were to collaborate with construction firms, how many jobs would be lost? Jiang Luhai pressed further. A palpable shift occurred in the room's atmosphere. Many had contemplated this issue, recognizing that technological advancements often lead to significant job displacement. However, the sheer magnitude of 50 million was staggering, enough to incite societal upheaval. Though future technology is relatively new, it must uphold its social responsibilities. Thus, in the foreseeable future, it will not introduce its innovations to the market, nor will it engage with any construction companies, nor will it venture into the construction sector. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 24. Will you not release the building bug to the market? Will you not collaborate with construction companies? Will you not venture into the construction industry? Are you prepared to conceal such revolutionary technology? Immediately, a reporter could no longer restrain himself and stood up in opposition. Mr. Jiang, I admire your sense of responsibility, but I must say your stance could hinder technological advancement. If everyone thought like you, we would set science back at least 200 years. Do you think Dr. Lin Tao, the inventor of the building bug, agrees with your position? What you are doing is tantamount to a crime. Several reporters stood up, unable to contain their voices. Even the netizens watching on the screen were perplexed by Jiang Luhai's decision. That is indeed correct, but I am speaking of the short term. When I deem it appropriate, I will introduce it to the market. Jiang Luhai smiled as he stood up and continued. As for Dr. Lin Tao, this very idea was proposed by him. He, like myself, hails from a humble background, with parents who were farmers and worked in distant lands during the off-season. He fully understands the monumental impact this technology could have, so there is no need for you all to worry. Jiang Luhai deftly deflected the issue, knowing that no one could contact Lin Tao for verification. In a couple of days, he would arrange for Lin Tao to make a public appearance online to clarify matters. Ladies and gentlemen, The mission of future technology is to forge the future and lead the times, and we have consistently strived towards this goal. The building bug is a remarkable technology, but it is not our sole product. In 3 months, at the Future Star event, we will unveil a new product aimed at the general public.
Et quand assure-you?
This new product employs innovative technology. It will herald a new era of technology and transform the lives of everyone. With that, Jiang Luhai nodded towards the crowd and turned to leave. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. Mr. Jiang, could you answer one more question? The reporters and construction industry personnel present could no longer remain seated and surged forward. As they rushed towards him, Yang Xiaolu inexplicably thought of the zombies in a horror film, nearly bursting into laughter but managing to suppress it. Standing aside, she tidied up her belongings, casting a sidelong glance at the throng being restrained by security. Jiang Luhai had become a sensation online. Coming from a poor background, he had built his fortune from scratch. Engaging in futures trading since his sophomore year, amassing wealth in the billions. It seemed like something out of a novel. Indeed, reality is often more absurd than fiction. While novels adhere to logic, reality does not necessitate it. More than one person entertained such thoughts. Furthermore, he possessed striking looks and exuded masculinity, coupled with a positive image. The phrase "one must rely on oneself" quickly ascended to the top of trending topics. Alongside his newfound fame came immense controversy. Does leading-edge technology herald destruction or rebirth? Should the building bug be released into the market? This question ignited a heated debate online. Some believed Jiang Luhai's actions obstructed technological progress. Although the emergence of the building bug might cause growing pains in related industries, the benefits would be substantial, saving vast amounts of labor and resources. However, many concurred with Jiang Luhai's perspective, noting that the 50 million construction workers, most of whom were migrant laborers, had limited competitive advantage and faced difficult lives. If these individuals were laid off, their income would plummet. Until the government was prepared with proper resettlement measures, it would be wiser to temporarily halt technology that could cause significant social repercussions. Of course, there was a third viewpoint. Some speculated that Jiang Luhai's statements were mere excuses. Cultivating such a building bug must be exceedingly challenging. He might not be unwilling, but rather incapable. Many held this belief. If Jiang Luhai were to encounter this notion, he might well give it a thumbs up. It wasn't that he could not, but the cost was exorbitant. 1 unit of the building bug required 2 black coins, and this time he used 14 units, amounting to a staggering 28 black coins, enough to purchase an airship. Amidst the cacophony of opinions, 2 points stood out significantly. First, who was Dr. Lin Tao? Numerous companies and research institutions were eager to uncover his identity and establish contact. Second, what was the new product from future technology? This was the aspect that captivated many netizens. The building bug felt distant to them. Yet Jiang Luhai had stated at the press conference, "This is a public-oriented livelihood product that will change everyone's lives." Countless speculations arose. Would it be a mobile phone, a computer, or something else entirely? After all, the first technology showcased by Future Technology had already reverberated throughout the world. What would be their inaugural product? "Brother, I watched the live broadcast. Were you angry?" Jiang Luhai inquired with a smile. After all, according to his statements at the press conference, he had been affluent for quite some time. However, he had never divulged this to Jiang Luiwe, and their living conditions had been rather strained. "Not really. I just feel like you're a big fraud," Jiang Luiwe replied after a moment of silence. "Feelings can be discarded. I am indeed a big fraud," Jiang Luhai chuckled. Jiang Luiwe, on the other end of the line, gritted her teeth in frustration. If only she could reach him, she would be sure to leave her mark all over him. Although she was not truly angry, she was somewhat disheartened. If given the choice, which girl would not wish for a glamorous life? Who desires to live in such straits? In truth, I also had my own unspoken difficulties at the time. That money was untouchable. But thankfully, all that is behind us now, and you can live the life you desire in the future. Life's challenges are merely meant to polish you, allowing you to shine even brighter. After teasing her, Jiang Luhai spoke earnestly. I understand. Rest assured. I am aware of what I am doing." Jiang Luiwe nodded. Ding dong. A sudden notification from the black flag system interrupted. Jiang Luhai paused for a moment before saying, "All right, I still have some matters to attend to here. I will come back to see you in a few days. Spend money as you need. There's no need to be overly frugal. As long as you avoid extravagance, feel free to buy whatever you wish." Chapter 25. Seeking a place to activate the Black Flag system, a message arrived from a Black Flag member known as the Eight-Armed King. "Friends from the unknown world. I am willing to offer 100 black coins for the crop hybridization technology." Jiang Luhai felt a moment of excitement and allure. 100 black coins could procure 4 aerial battleships or 2 space mining vessels. More importantly, the crop hybridization technology had been sold twice before, and this would be the third transaction. Although the technology he possessed was not particularly remarkable, it had generated immense value for him. It was remarkable how the agricultural talents of Yen Nation garnered interest across countless universes, evoking a curious sensation within him. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Luhai replied, 160 black coins, along with 10 types of high-yield crop seeds from this world, 1 kilogram of each. Previously, he had sold the crop hybridization technology to the Panrace Alliance and Count Kamikaze for 160 black coins. Clearly, the demand for this technology in other worlds was substantial. It would be foolish to lower the price. To negotiate from 160 black coins to 100 black coins was akin to a drastic discount. The Eight-Armed King remained silent for a minute before responding. "I can only offer 120 black coins, and I can exchange it for local specialties." Jiang Luhai examined the other party's personal profile and noted that they were selling various fruits and minerals, alongside some technologies that, while advanced compared to Earth, held no advantage over his civilization. Technologies such as first-level artificial intelligence, high-altitude radar scanning, and various signal transmission techniques were practical for Earth but irrelevant to Jiang Luhai's plans. Moments later, Jiang Luhai's eyes brightened as he spotted a technology of significance, a small life status detector. By entering the biological parameters in advance, this detector could monitor the life status of the organism at any time. This technology was precisely what he needed for his next product. He had previously encountered a similar technology in another civilization, which cost 100 black coins, and he had also acquired relevant materials. The version offered by the Eight-Armed King was slightly different but available for only 80 black coins. The small life status detector technology, along with more detailed materials, Jiang Luhai promptly replied, "All right." Shortly after, the other party sent over the more detailed information. Jiang Luhai compared it with the technology from the other civilization, focusing on technical content, manufacturing difficulty, production cost, and finished product effectiveness. Soon, he reached a decision. Exchange the crop hybridization technology for the small life status detector technology plus 80 black coins. Agreed. Moments later, both parties received what they desired. The transaction was delightful. Jiang Luhai replied with a final message, then closed the chat interface and began to meticulously review the newly acquired life status detector technology. In fact, the nomenclature and classifications of species and minerals varied across different worlds. For instance, the elemental symbol for iron was Fe on Earth, whereas it was referred to differently in the realm of the Eight-Armed King. To mitigate communication difficulties arising from these disparities, the Black Flag Chamber had established a detailed reference chart. All trading materials were required to be translated according to this chart. Fortunately, as long as the data from the respective world was inputted, the Black Flag system could perform machine translations swiftly. Thus, Jiang Luhai encountered no obstacles while reading technical documents from other worlds. Simultaneously, each member presented trading materials that were guaranteed to be authentic, with a floating price range, allowing them to price according to the technological characteristics. While not entirely equitable, it was close enough. The standards for assessing the value of various technologies had become remarkably accurate, especially considering the multitude of high-level civilizations within the Black Flag Chamber. Afternoon, Hotel CAF. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Before Jiang Luhai sat a man in his 40s, whose presence would surely astonish any reporters witnessing their meeting. Dong Yuanchuan, a graduate of Huazhong University of Science and Technology with a master's degree, was the deputy general manager of Yen Nation's largest communication technology and mobile phone company, as well as one of the top 30 executives at Yanhua Technology Company, Limited, and notably the youngest among them. "Seeing Mr. Jiang reminds me of my own age," Dong Yuanchuan remarked as he took a seat. Mr. Dong, you are currently in a flourishing phase. It seems too early to speak of aging, Jiang Luhai replied with a smile, reclining on the sofa. I'm far behind you, Mr. Jiang, Dong Yuanchuan said, shaking his head slightly. In truth, he was not entirely comfortable in his position at Yanhua Company, feeling constrained by numerous factors. The other executives were longtime allies of the president, while he was merely a young newcomer. Power struggles existed everywhere, and due to his shorter tenure at the company, he found himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, the president seemed to inadvertently favor a few senior colleagues, which left him somewhat disheartened. Just 5 days prior, he received a call from a headhunting firm. However, upon discovering that Future Technology was an obscure company, he promptly declined without much consideration. If he were to seek a new opportunity, countless Fortune 500 companies were available to choose from. Nevertheless, the headhunter left him with a single statement, to consider it first and decide in a few days. Then, in just 1 day, Future Technology transformed from anonymity to renown. Chapter 26. May I inquire whether the new products from Future Technology overlap with those of Yanhua Company? Dong Yuanchuan asked cautiously. Not at all. Otherwise we wouldn't have invited you to join us, came the reply. Then there's no issue, Dong said. Are you not concerned about the compensation? Jiang Luhai inquired with a smile. Given that you offer ordinary employees a salary exceeding industry standards by 20, I trust one will not be undercompensated. Dong Yuanchuan replied with a chuckle. In truth, as long as the remuneration was comparable to his previous position at Yanhua, he harbored no further concerns. After all, the future of Future Technology was promising. Transforming such a company with immense potential into an industry giant was an irresistible allure for any professional manager. Furthermore, the nascent state of Future Technology meant fewer internal power struggles and alliances. He was the first executive vice president within the organization. As long as he could satisfy Jiang Luhai, the position of general manager would be his for the taking. He retrieved a contract from his bag and placed it on the table. After a quick perusal, he noted an annual salary of 15 million, 5 million more than at Yanhua. Starting from the 3rd year, there would be an annual equity reward of 0.1 capped at a maximum of. While the percentage may seem modest, if Future Technology's next product truly heralded a new era as Jiang Luhai suggested, it would undoubtedly elevate the company to the pinnacle of the high-tech industry. By then, that would represent an immense fortune. Without hesitation, Dong signed his name. Welcome aboard. Together we shall forge a new era. Jiang Luhai extended his hand, his voice brimming with confidence for the future. I am fond of this ambition, boss, Dong Yuanchuan mused, a smile gracing his lips. Could you perhaps disclose what the new product is? He ventured, having finally felt comfortable enough to pose the question. Given the confidentiality clauses in the previous contract, initially, he had anticipated that Future Technology was preparing to unveil the groundbreaking construction insect that had shaken the entire industry, but he only learned before boarding the plane that the company was, in fact, developing an entirely new product. If I tell you now, it would spoil the surprise. Jiang Luhai shrugged. Very well, grant me a week to settle some matters, and I shall report to the company thereafter. There was a hint of regret in Dong's voice. The desire for knowledge was inherent in everyone, but it was particularly pronounced in individuals of his caliber. Jiang Luhai was acutely aware of his role. Most of his time would be dedicated to research and development, while he only needed to oversee the major aspects of the company. He had no intention of squandering time on management. Wealth held little significance for him. The black currency was eternal. Thus, a competent steward was essential for the company, and Dong Yuanchuan had been selected for this pivotal role after meticulous analysis by Jiang Zhen. Furthermore, in the coming days, he would also need to establish the company's framework. With the Research and Development Department and Human Resources Department being top priorities, followed by Finance and Production. As for Marketing, Sales, and Customer Service departments, those could be entrusted to others. Additionally, the Security Department was also of immediate concern. Currently, many were fixated on Future Star, eager to breach the site and extract samples for study. Over the previous evening, a dozen individuals had already been apprehended, and they were not merely ordinary citizens. They comprised seasoned professionals from the construction industry, material science experts, and even a professor from a university in Spring City. After all, in the eyes of many, The roads and structures laid by the construction insects represented novel materials. Numerous individuals sought to uncover the secrets of these insects. In less than 2 days, as more of these individuals failed to locate Lin Tao, their desperation would likely escalate. Although a security team had been hired, they were not Jiang Liuhai's own personnel, and the security company, upon investigation, was found to be overly cumbersome with unclear equity distribution, rendering it unsuitable for acquisition. Jiang Liuhai possessed a clear understanding of the company's future prospects, knowing that it would inevitably attract the attention of countless onlookers. A top-tier security team needed to be assembled. Upon arriving at the company, he was greeted by a cacophony of ringing phones, with all employees transformed into harried receptionists. "Boss, the secretary of the city mayor is calling. They wish to visit Future Star tomorrow," Lu Qing reported, hastily following Jiang Liuhai. "I was just about to inform you when you arrived." "That's acceptable," Jiang Liuhai nodded. "Please arrange a time with them." Qingdao, being a second-tier city, had a mayor of significant standing, and given this individual's youth, there was room for advancement. Fostering a good relationship was essential. "Moreover, here are some collaboration proposals," Lu Qing added, handing over a stack of documents. "Although you instructed to reject all partnership requests, these offers are exceedingly lucrative, with the highest bid reaching $4 billion. I believe it's pertinent to inform you." Jiang Liuhai nodded and raised his voice. "Everyone, please quiet down. I have an announcement to make." Instantly, the room hushed, employees straining to hear while glancing up. Even those who had not caught the initial words would have others nudging them to pay attention. "You have all performed admirably. I am promoting Lu Qing to Deputy Director of the Operations Department. The company is currently ripe with opportunities, with countless pathways for advancement. Everyone has a chance for promotion based on your subsequent performance." "Yes, boss." While envy flickered in the eyes of others directed at Lu Qing, they were equally inspired by Jiang Liuhai's words, excitement coursing through the crowd. Lu Qing's expression reflected a glimmer of joy. Who wouldn't relish a promotion and a raise? "Now, off you go," Jiang Liuhai instructed, returning to his office to peruse the documents. The first page was a collaboration proposal from Dubai, seeking to construct a landmark building, offering a staggering $4 billion. Additionally, there were proposals from companies in Yen country, the United States, and Neon, all desiring to utilize the construction insects for their projects, with the lowest bid starting at $1 billion. It is worth noting that there was currently only one Future Star in the world, designated as the headquarters for future technology. Furthermore, Jiang Liuhai had declared that the company would not engage in the construction industry, nor would it share the construction insects for partnerships with other firms. Consequently, whoever succeeded in securing a collaboration with future technology for the second building constructed by the construction insects would immediately gain immense prestige. The advertising potential alone was enough to entice every company. Not to mention, these proposals predominantly involved hotel construction, which promised substantial economic benefits. However, none of the requests for long-term partnerships from construction companies had yet reached Jiang Liuhai's desk. Chapter 27. The boss sips coffee as the boss savored his coffee. The ever-enthusiastic Yang Xiaolu, confidently prepared a cup of my own exceptional brew. Lin Xiaolu, with a light-hearted demeanor, tiptoed over to Jiang Liuhai, presenting him with the cup. Perhaps I had added a tad too much instant coffee. After tasting it, Jiang Liuhai mused, "Are you this free? Well, without any live broadcasts. I find myself quite idle, don't I? I noticed you might be in need of a secretary. May I apply?" Yang Xiaolu replied earnestly. "First, let us order a coffee machine," Jiang Liuhai casually remarked. "And then?" Yang Xiaolu inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Then, you'll get to work. It's bustling out there. You can help answer the phone." Jiang Liuhai continued, not even lifting his gaze. Yang Xiaolu's face momentarily contorted in disappointment. "All right then," she said, turning away to make a playful face. Once she left, Jiang Liuhai shook his head slightly. This girl. She is truly exuberant, albeit quite amusing. He pondered the feasibility of having Yang Xiaolu as a secretary. While her professional capabilities might be questionable, her vibrant spirit invariably uplifted his mood. As soon as Yang Xiaolu departed, the computer on his desk flickered, and Zhang Zhan, clad in a bikini, materialized seemingly from thin air, interrupting Jiang Liuhai's reflections. "Boss, am I not doing splendidly?" When will you reward me with a physical form? I could excel even further, she teased, flashing a knowing smile. Zhang Lu Hai sighed in exasperation. You too? Last time you were in bridal attire and now this bikini. Honestly, you do look quite appealing. Have you completed the tasks I assigned? Zhang Lu Hai inquired. Indeed, Zhang Zhen responded, producing an extensive list filled with names of talented researchers, both domestic and abroad, specializing in various fields such as electronics and physics, all sharing the commonality of being from Yan country. These individuals met the boss's criteria, and the chances of recruiting them were promising. For instance, Zhao Xian, a graduate student from Beijing University, pursued his doctorate at MIT, subsequently taking a teaching position there and leading a research team. Although their previous project had failed, it was evident that his research capabilities were commendable. The primary issue lay in his inadequate laboratory management skills, resulting in significant resource waste. Should an invitation be extended, the likelihood of acceptance was high. And this is Su Wenla. Zhang Zhen continued, detailing each individual on the list. Excellent. Please send them an email inviting them to join our research department. As long as they fulfill their assigned research tasks, they can apply for additional experiments. Furthermore, their living arrangements will be taken care of. If they have further requests, use your discretion or contact me, Zhang Lu Hai instructed after listening for a moment, allowing Zhang Zhen to proceed with the outreach. Also, please reach out to the headhunters, as well as the leaders from the human resources, finance, and production departments. I expect news within 3 days. As Zhang Lu Hai prepared to leave the office, he paused in the workspace and pointed at Yang Xiaolu and Lu Qing. Gather what you need, we leave together tomorrow morning. Lu Qing replied calmly, understood.
Yang Xiaolu,
Brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Thank you, boss. That evening, upon returning to their residence, Yang Xiaolu let loose, rolling on the bed while erupting with inexplicable laughter. Didn't you dream of becoming an esports commentator? Lu Qing leaned against the doorframe, a hint of amusement in her eyes. My childhood dream was to become a scientist. People change. My current aspiration is to achieve great things. After wandering through these years, I've realized I am, indeed, a career-oriented woman. Yang Xiaolu declared, her enthusiasm palpable. Lu Qing couldn't help but admire her unabashed confidence. Boss, how do I look? The following morning at 9, Zhang Lu Hai beheld a spirited Yang Xiaolu twirling before him in her office attire, which belonged to Lu Qing. Zhang Lu Hai cast a quick glance. Their heights and builds were comparable, yet Lu Qing exuded a far more formidable presence. Boss truly possesses an astute eye. I never imagined my sister Xiaolu would don office attire.
Yang Xiaolu chuklet.
Lu Qing shot her an exasperated glance, and Yang Xiaolu fluttered with delight. Let us head out, Zhang Lu Hai stated, no longer engaging with her antics. Outside the construction site, barriers had been erected, leaving only 2 large gates to deter curious onlookers from trespassing and disrupting the work. Zhang Lu Hai had not waited long before several vehicles discreetly arrived. To his surprise, not only the city's mayor attended, but also a deputy mayor overseeing commercial affairs. This was fortuitous, as it presented an opportunity to discuss developmental conveniences. Additionally, a 3-member filming crew from the local television station was present, albeit maintaining a respectful distance to capture the unfolding events. Youthful and ambitious, Mr. Jiang, your achievements are remarkable. Most impressive is your assertion that one must rely on oneself. The heavens are strong, and a gentleman must strive for self-improvement. If all the young people in our nation were like you, the future of our country would be bright. Such praise is excessive. I am merely youthful. If you speak so highly of me, I might just float away, Zhang Lu Hai responded with a smile. Being a little lofty is permissible, but remember to keep your feet on the ground, the deputy mayor replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Lu Hai guided everyone inside. The site was rather bare, comprising 1,200 acres of land, littered with some materials and vast stretches of unutilized space. However, the visitors were indifferent to these details. Their focus lay on the road before them and the future star building yet to rise. This is the path to our growth. They often speak of high-tech advancements. Today, I finally witnessed true high technology, the mayor remarked, his interest piqued. Having dedicated half his life to managing the livelihoods of the populace, The mayor had seen some successes within the country in recent years, though most had emerged from southern enterprises. In terms of high technology, aside from the southern regions, the only notable local entity was a home appliance conglomerate. Thus, when news of future technology emerged, he was taken aback. Upon understanding the situation and reviewing segments of the previous live broadcast, he promptly postponed other engagements to tour future technology. On one hand, he was elated to see such an enterprise and technology flourish domestically. On the other, it served to convey the local government's support and deter potential malefactors. Having navigated the treacherous waters of life for decades, he was acutely aware of the prying eyes that would be drawn to a burgeoning company like Future Technology, especially after unveiling a technology capable of shaking the world. This scrutiny would not only come from abroad, but also from domestic entities harboring ulterior motives. Chapter 28. Is this considered a new material? Is it true that someone came wielding a hammer, hoping to chip a piece off to take back for research? Shi Chong inquired with a chuckle. The accompanying individuals observed with astonishment as Shi Chong maintained a cheerful demeanor throughout the visit, a stark contrast to his usual serious disposition, even during external assessments. Today, he exuded the warmth of a gentle elder, clearly enamored with the advancements in future technology. Many shared this sentiment internally. Indeed, the night shift security has been doubled, Zhang Yunhe remarked, crouching to point at the periphery. On that day, a professor from Quanqing University came with a hammer in hand. You mustn't blame them. Many of these individuals are the backbone of our nation, dedicating their lives to scientific research. Seeing your work inevitably ignites their enthusiasm. Researchers possess a curiosity that surpasses the average person. I, too, had nearly a decade of engineering experience and was once similarly captivated. Had we possessed your technology back then, how much manpower and resources could have been spared? The sacrifices during the construction of the Tianzong Road could have been significantly reduced. Shi Chong sighed. Of course, should there be any ill intentions, we shall adhere strictly to the law. Zhang Luhai nodded, leading the group forward for 300 meters. Before them loomed 3 arc-shaped edifices, enveloped entirely in glass, revealing their intricate frameworks of pale stone and silvery metal, exuding a palpable sense of technological sophistication under the sunlight. Surrounding the buildings was a circular ring with a diameter of 8 meters. From the 8th floor onward, a series of arched corridors connected the adjacent structures. What is planned for this space? Shi Chong suddenly asked, gesturing towards the central area, which was currently vacant, merely paved with pale stones. We intend to create a botanical garden. It will provide a space for company employees to unwind, and given the considerable pressure on our researchers, a daily view of lush greenery will surely alleviate their stress. Researchers, you say? Indeed, future technology is poised to follow a technological trajectory, and to grow and strengthen, the research department is paramount. Excellent. Shi Chong responded with a smile and a nod. Although future technology is merely in its infancy, such ambition is commendable. The nation requires enterprises that pursue high-tech routes. Building insect, are you not considering collaboration with other companies? The prospects for this technology are promising, Shi Chong remarked, suddenly contemplative. Zhang Luhai found it difficult to decipher Shi Chang's true thoughts, but felt no concern. He simply replied, as many have noted online, building insect carries high costs and is not yet fully mature. In contrast, our next product boasts greater technological maturity and equally significant societal impact. That is splendid. It is reassuring to hear of your confidence in the new product. I shall keep an eye on it. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues or difficulties, feel free to reach out to the government, to me, or to Li Shi Chong. We cannot claim to provide you with unwavering protection, but we can certainly help alleviate many challenges and foster a more conducive research environment. Shi Chang's words were heartfelt, devoid of mere politeness, and Zhang Luhai could discern this sincerity. He chuckled, speaking of which, there may indeed be matters requiring governmental assistance. As you know, our company is technology-driven, and our internal technical documentation is crucial. Thus, we plan to establish our own security department. However, we will need to request certain defensive equipment. What do you require? Shi Chong asked, somewhat taken aback, having presumed the request pertained to tax benefits or other matters, not security weaponry. An electric baton will suffice. It's worth noting that such devices are not typically permitted for ordinary security personnel. Chang nodded. An electric baton is acceptable. I can approve that, however, the management of the security department must adhere to regulations, and such equipment cannot be taken outside the company premises. Understood. Zhang Luhai beamed. Unfortunately, others overlooked his smile. Had they noticed, the application might have faced rejection. Zhang Luhai indeed had a particular electric baton in mind, one that likely differed from the common understanding. After accompanying Chang on a brief tour, he had only mentioned the request concerning security equipment, remaining unhurried about other matters. That evening, news of Chang's inspection of future technology was disseminated. His expressed attitude did not go unnoticed by many. Zhang Luhai continued to recruit talent. Within days, the human resources and finance departments were established, and departmental heads were appointed. The HR director facilitated connections with military districts, securing cooperation and recruiting a cadre of retired veterans to form the security department. Meanwhile, numerous invited researchers began to respond, with a small fraction agreeing outright, while others opted to visit future technology for further evaluation. This was Zhang Luhai's strategy in showcasing Building Insect. Otherwise, an unknown company would hardly attract consideration. With a burgeoning reputation and financial backing, many matters would naturally fall into place. During this period, Zhang Luhai arranged for a retired female soldier to serve as a bodyguard for Zhang Luyu, responsible for her school commutes. After all, many eyes were now on future technology. Zhang Zhen, rooted in the online realm, discovered that he was already under scrutiny, or more accurately, the technology of Building Insect was. However, he had initially thrown out the name Lin Tao to divert attention, drawing considerable interest. Yet once they failed to locate Lin Tao, it was only a matter of time before they redirected their focus, especially following the next product launch. Chapter 29. Boss, you've graduated, right? Why are you back at school? Yang Xiaolu, clad in her professional attire, sat obediently beside Zhang Luhai. However, you have become an esteemed alumnus. Others say you are a financial genius hindered by your passion for oceanography. Although Zhang Luhai had not publicly announced it, Yang Xiaolu had already assumed the role of secretary. Of course, the true secretary was Jiang Zhan. Yang Xiaolu was merely responsible for adding a touch of charm. At that moment, the two were en route to Yen Nation Ocean University, accompanied by their driver in a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom from the hotel. Zhang Luhai had not purchased property in Qingdao but had instead opted for a long-term suite at the hotel. Additionally, he had ordered a stretched version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, though it would take another 2 weeks to arrive. I have arranged a meeting with the principal. Yang Xiaolu inquired several times before Zhang Luhai came to himself and replied, "Ah, the principal." Yang Xiaolu's face twitched. She still harbored a slight fear of the principal. However, her enthusiasm quickly returned. "Sister Xiaolu, this can be regarded as a triumphant return. While other classmates are still job hunting, I, Sister Xiaolu, have already become a career-oriented powerhouse. There was an intention to replace the supercomputer at Qilu University, but a bridge needed to be built first." The principal had known the principal of Shandong University for many years, which was why she had arranged this meeting. Zhang Luhai offered a few understated remarks, suggesting that some matters should be conveyed to her, as undertaking certain tasks would foster her growth. After all, Yang Xiaolu was a university student, and her learning ability was beyond question. Zhang Luhai found her spirited nature to be rather amusing. The most critical tasks would undoubtedly be entrusted to Jiang Zhen, while Yang Xiaolu could manage general affairs adequately. Understood. Yang Xiaolu nodded vigorously, soon asking, "Can we purchase a supercomputer directly? Why bother with the one being retired from Qilu University? Boss, you're not short on funds. It's been too long. We cannot afford to wait. Besides, the supercomputer at Qilu University is temporarily sufficient," Zhang Luhai replied. "Currently, the best supercomputer is still inferior to my personal computer. However, it is evident that my personal computer cannot be made available. We need to acquire a supercomputer to showcase, and the research department requires not just one, but multiple supercomputers." Meanwhile, Lin Qinghai was waiting at the campus gate. In recent days, a flurry of news had left him bewildered about the world. Having mentored 3 cohorts of students, he never expected that the last cohort would yield such a remarkable talent, particularly one who had been prone to brawls and overly engrossed in part-time jobs upon entering university. Little did he know that just a few months post-graduation, this student would deliver such a significant surprise. Now, even he had received a call from the principal to welcome him. Before long, a Rolls-Royce pulled up outside the gate. A young man in a denim t-shirt and sunglasses emerged, accompanied by a youthful beauty in professional attire. "Counselor, long time no see," Zhang Luhai said, removing his sunglasses and extending a friendly hand. "You truly startled me," Lin Qinghai remarked, observing the remarkable transformation in Zhang Luhai. His features had become more defined, and he exuded an air of calm confidence. Whether it was the aura of wealth or not, he seemed to possess a heightened charm. "Hey, SNT that the streamer from that day? It's Yang Xiaolu. The person beside her must be Zhang Luhai. Wow, we've encountered a big shot." "What big shot?" "Zhang Luhai, the future tech mogul, self-made billionaire. Far more impressive than the national heartthrob." Yang Xiaolu's reputation at Ocean University far surpassed that of Zhang Luhai. After all, beauty often garners more fame. Many recognized her first before connecting her to Zhang Luhai. Yang Xiaolu felt a surge of joy, her spirits soaring, nearly waving her hand to greet the crowd with a cheerful, "Hello, comrades." Fortunately, she remembered that the figure ahead was her boss, preventing her from losing herself in the moment. Following the counselor, they chatted all the way to the principal's office. The principal was a rather amusing elderly gentleman, who, upon lifting his eyelids, asked, "You've arrived. Should I address you as Mr. Jiang or Jiang Shueshing?" "Please don't tease me. My dear principal will always be my dear principal." Zhang Luhai chuckled, relishing a rare moment of playfulness. Not long after starting university, he had been involved in a fight that nearly resulted in disciplinary action. The principal had remarked, "What young person hasn't faced a few bumps along the way?" and had let the matter slide. Thus, he held a deep respect for the principal. "And you, the one behind him, Yang Xiaolu, is it? Why are you hiding? Am I that intimidating?" "Hello, principal. What is there to hide?" Yang Xiaolu awkwardly replied. "Oh, I remember now, you were that young lady from 3 years ago." The principal suddenly laughed, seemingly struck by a memory. You still recall?" Yang Xiaolu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Back when she had just entered university, she had gone to an internet CAF to play games with classmates and encountered an elderly man sitting on a bench near the school gate. She had jokingly remarked, "Grandpa, out so late, did your spouse send you out?" The principal had turned dark with anger. When she later discovered that the elderly man was the principal, she had fled in fright, her heart racing for months thereafter. Now, as the principal recounted the incident, Zhang Luhai was taken aback. This girl. Truly remarkable. Chapter 30. The president of the Ocean University of Yen Nation, Fan Weigua, engaged in a light-hearted conversation with the two, his spirits elevated primarily due to the commendable performance of the student Zhang Luhai. Although Zhang had not made a significant impression during his time at school, his recent exposure brought immense joy to Fan Weigua. On one hand, as an educator, the success of his students naturally brought him satisfaction. On the other hand, the Ocean University had not produced many talents in finance over the years, with few entrepreneurs emerging from its ranks. In contrast, many distinguished individuals in the Academy of Sciences and the Engineering Academy hailed from Ocean University, as did numerous researchers from various marine research institutes. The emergence of a student like Zhang Luhai allowed Fan Weigua to boast among the old-timers in the capital. Moreover, he greatly admired Zhang's assertion that one must rely on oneself, resonating with his own experiences. Like the older generation, he had endured countless hardships, transforming from nothing into a formidable world power. His appreciation for this sentiment surpassed that of the younger generation, making Zhang Luhai all the more likable in his eyes. After a leisurely chat, Fan Weigua remarked, "Your sudden visit must not solely be to see this old man, right? Isn't it a student's duty to visit you?" Zhang Luhai replied with a smile. "Enough with the flattery. If you have something to discuss, just say it." Zhang Luhai, without hesitation, stated his purpose. "I have recently recruited numerous researchers from both domestic and international backgrounds, but the customization of the supercomputer is progressing too slowly. With the product launch just over 2 months away, there are technical issues that need addressing, so the matter of the supercomputer must be resolved swiftly." "You are quite well informed," Fan Weigua acknowledged with a nod. "It seems you have not been blinded by the current momentum. In technology, investment yields returns, and your dedication to advancing technology is commendable. He promptly called the president of Chilu University, and after a brief conversation, he remarked, "All right, you can discuss this matter with them." "Thank you, President." Zhang Luhai expressed his sincere gratitude. "As you said, you will always be my president. If you excel in your business and produce outstanding products, that will be the best form of gratitude. I have but one piece of advice. Do not forget your original intentions. Also, make time to return to the university for a lecture. After all, you are now a prominent figure in our university, and your junior peers are quite curious about you. I will return after the product launch." Zhang Luhai nodded in agreement. "All right, go on with your business. You need not mention meals. I am not lacking that." After exiting, Yang Xiaolu sighed in relief. The old president is quite amiable. Zhang Luhai cast her a glance and finally voiced his thoughts. "You truly are talented." With the matter of the supercomputer resolved, the immediate crisis was averted. In the ensuing period, Zhang Luhai found himself exceedingly busy. As Dong Yuanchuan and several researchers gradually settled in, various aspects of the company commenced operations, particularly the establishment of laboratories, which was of paramount importance. The ordinary sections of Future Technologies Laboratory occupied the fourth floor of Building C912, while the critical components were situated underground, including the supercomputer room. During the construction phase, Chuangda Real Estate had reserved an underground parking area consisting of 2 levels, with one designated as a laboratory and the other as a computer room. They placed orders, inspected equipment, and installed and calibrated devices. Initially, the researchers were somewhat astonished. While they acknowledged Zhang as the boss and a financial prodigy, they questioned his involvement in the calibration of equipment. Could he refrain from causing disruptions? However, as they observed, many transitioned from astonishment to amazement. The company owner demonstrated considerable knowledge of laboratory equipment, even managing the calibration process himself, and appeared to have a deeper understanding than those who had long been immersed in the lab. The puzzling aspect was that Zhang had only recently graduated from university, and his academic background had been disclosed. Aside from futures trading, he had spent his days working. How could he possibly have had the time to familiarize himself with laboratory equipment? It was indeed perplexing. "Boss, how do you know all this?" Zhao Xian, who had recently joined the team, could not help but inquire as he watched Zhang calibrate the vector network analyzer. He understood more than others. Before deciding to join Future Technology, he had conversed with Zhang and was aware of his profound insights into artificial intelligence, which had greatly impressed him. As someone engaged in AI research, it was that very conversation that had compelled him to return to his homeland. Yet, the current tasks Zhang was managing seemed entirely unrelated. Futures trading and artificial intelligence were both remarkable fields on their own, but now it appeared that Zhang Luhai possessed a smattering of knowledge in various areas. "It's all in my head." Zhang Luhai gestured to his mind. The other researchers fell silent, interpreting his words as a suggestion that they lacked intelligence. Zhang remained unfazed by their opinions. He spoke the truth. The chip in his mind contained a vast repository of information. During these busy days, aside from attending to company matters or working in the lab, he devoted his evenings to perusing academic papers from various fields. After a week in the laboratory, everyone understood that their boss was not only a financial genius but also possessed technical expertise, and his capabilities were formidable. This earned him considerable respect from many. Technicians always admire those with superior technical skills, while bosses are typically seen as mere financiers. After a week of relentless work, Zhang Luhai entered the innermost laboratory, bringing with him a plethora of ordered items. He took up residence there, remaining inside for an uninterrupted half-month. Chapter 31. Yang Xiaolu noticed that the food left at the laboratory door remained untouched, stirring a sense of concern within her. Today, she was determined to coax her boss out. If anything were to happen to him, her job would be at risk. Bang, bang, bang. She nearly resorted to hammering on the door. Yet, the interior remained utterly silent, causing her heart to tighten with apprehension. Could something truly have gone awry? Just as she was about to seek assistance to force the door open, it swung open unexpectedly. There stood Zhang Luhai, his hair wild like untamed grass, sporting a scruffy chin and soiled clothes, looking considerably gaunt. Nevertheless, his eyes shone with an alarming brightness. Yang Xiaolu exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he was unharmed. "What's the matter?" Zhang Luhai asked impatiently. Boss, if you don't come out soon, I might have to resort to breaking down the door, Yang Xiaolu replied, her voice tinged with distress. You've been in there for half a month. If you don't emerge soon, I fear I might lose my job. Has it really been that long? Zhang Luhai inquired, astonished. He had indeed been working tirelessly day and night and was relieved to finally have completed his tasks. What time is it? It's 1 in the afternoon. Have someone bring me something to eat and notify Dongzong and the management teams of the RD, production, operations, and sales departments that there will be a meeting at 3 o'clock in the medium-sized conference room on the 22nd floor. After issuing his orders, Zhang Luhai turned and re-entered the laboratory. However, within 5 minutes, he emerged again, carrying a large box which he placed on the ground. Have it moved to the conference room shortly. He yawned and began to walk out. Boss, why don't you go get a checkup at the hospital first? I am well aware of my own health and there's nothing amiss. Besides, I had an examination just yesterday. Yang Xiaolu thought to herself, such ungratefulness. However, she refrained from voicing her concerns and urged, that checkup was some time ago. Considering you've been cooped up for half a month, it would be wise to have another examination. I had one just yesterday. Zhang Luhai waved his hand dismissively. You'll understand at the meeting this afternoon. Before long, several members of the management team received the notification and finally felt a sense of relief. Their boss had finally emerged from the depths of the laboratory. Even researchers are typically ushered out after a fortnight to prevent any potential issues, let alone the boss himself. Moreover, many matters had accumulated during this time. Although Dong Yuanchuan primarily managed the company's operations, numerous issues required the boss's direction. Dong Zong, do you know what the meeting is about? Outside the conference room, Su Wenla, one of the deputy directors of the RD department, asked Dong Yuanchuan upon encountering him. Shouldn't I be asking you? The boss has been in the lab for so long. It must pertain to new products. Dong Yuanchuan raised an eyebrow. Only the boss's laboratory is off-limits to everyone. Su Wenla shrugged, harboring his own doubts. With just over 2 months until the product launch, no tasks had been assigned yet. If this continued, they might have to cancel the launch. As for Zhang Luhai's research within the lab, he hadn't given it much thought, nor did he believe anything significant would emerge. If the boss could accomplish everything, what need would there be for their roles? Before long, everyone settled into the conference room. It wasn't until 3 o'clock that Zhang Luhai, freshly bathed and changed, appeared, followed closely by Yang Xiaolu, clutching a folder. Everyone, it's been a while. Zhang Luhai greeted with a smile. Despite the half-month of labor, he felt invigorated. His physical fitness had long surpassed human limits, and his cognitive capabilities were far beyond the ordinary. Thus, this period had not been overly burdensome for him. Boss, you've finally shown up, Dong Yuanchuan remarked with a wry smile. Previously, he had disliked the boss's tendency to meddle, but now he wished he could have dragged him out of the laboratory sooner. Boss, the personnel arrangements are complete. We're just waiting for you to assign tasks. Su Wenla could not help but chime in. Tasks will be forthcoming, so please remain patient. Zhang Luhai gestured for calm. I still owe you all an internal meeting, but that will have to wait. Soon, you'll be so busy that you won't have time to complain about not having a break. Upon hearing Zhang Luhai's words, everyone's eyes brightened. Each individual who joined Future Technology aspired to achieve something significant, not merely to enjoy a leisurely existence. Only through work could they realize their value. The meeting's agenda focused on their new product. The excitement in the room heightened. Zhang Luhai approached a corner, unboxing to reveal a robot standing at a height of 1.5 meters. The robot appeared somewhat crude, with many components and wires exposed. Its lower half was a chassis equipped with 4 wheels, while the upper half resembled a human form, complete with a torso, arms, and a head reminiscent of an astronaut's helmet. An intelligent robot? Many immediately speculated on the nature of the new product, only to be met with disappointment. Future Technology had first made waves with the biotech marvel, the building bug, and the construction of the future star, garnering immense attention and acclaim. If the second product turned out to be nothing more than an ordinary intelligent robot, Future Technology might plummet from its lofty heights to the depths of despair. After all, the company had risen too swiftly, with a foundation too fragile. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic failure and substantial backlash. Chapter 32. As Zhang Luhai turned to observe the expressions of those around him, he could easily surmise their thoughts. The market was already saturated with intelligent robots, many of which could barely be deemed worthy of the title. While they might possess a semblance of intelligence, they often fell short, bordering on ineptitude. Even the renowned AlphaGo lagged significantly behind the realm of true artificial intelligence. At the current pace of development, it was unlikely that genuine AI would emerge even in the next 50 years, unless a prodigy akin to Tesla appeared to propel technology on Earth to unprecedented heights. In light of this context, after having raised public expectations to their zenith with the projects Building Worm and Future Star, the introduction of an average robot would inevitably lead to a chorus of disappointment and criticism. Zero, greet everyone, Zhang Luhai instructed. Suddenly, the head panel of the robot, resembling an astronaut's helmet, illuminated, revealing the image of a young girl who bowed and addressed the crowd. Hello everyone, I am Zero. From now on, we will be colleagues. I look forward to your guidance. Make me a cup of coffee, Zhang Luhai added. Oh, Yang Xiaolu rose. I wasn't referring to you. I meant Zero, Zhang Luhai remarked, rubbing his temples. Where is the coffee machine? Zero inquired, turning its head to survey the area. Boss, you should look for it yourself, came the playful retort. I feel you are trying to make things difficult for me. Boss, Zero exclaimed. All right, I was just joking, Zhang Luhai chuckled. At this moment, the expressions of the crowd began to shift. This robot appeared to possess a certain charm. The voice recognition was exceptional, and the feedback was remarkably swift, showcasing an impressive level of intelligence that felt almost lifelike. The onlookers initially attributed this to superior behavioral coding, completely unaware that they were witnessing true artificial intelligence. Only Zhao Xian, who had delved deeply into the study of AI, began to display signs of confusion after Zero's inquiry about the coffee machine's location. Boss, may I ask something? Zhao Xian turned to him. Please do, Zhang Luhai nodded. Deputy Minister Zhao, do you have any questions? Zero suddenly asked. Zhao Xian was taken aback. Current artificial intelligences typically respond to inquiries based on vast datasets and pre-programmed behavioral codes. Even their questions are scripted in advance. However, Zero's proactive questioning, tailored to the situation, evoked the impression of true sentient life. Before Zhao Xian could pose his query, Zero interjected, Deputy Minister Zhao, I must inform you that you are exhibiting symptoms of nasal congestion and throat dryness, and you seem lethargic. You likely have a cold. I recommend taking medication promptly and ensuring ample rest for recovery. This revelation left Zhao Xian in a state of shock. Not only he but the entire group recognized the gravity of the situation. Zero had not only identified an issue but had also provided a reminder akin to human interaction. Such capabilities were far beyond the current scope of artificial intelligence. Moreover, Zero had discerned Zhao Xian's condition from a considerable distance. Your expressions reflect astonishment. Are you incredulous at my level of intelligence? Zero inquired, the image of the young girl tilting her head in curiosity. I believe your experiences are rather limited, Zero continued, as astonished faces surrounded her. They found themselves being condescended to by a robot. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. The most crucial takeaway was that the performance of this intelligent entity bore a striking resemblance to human behavior. Boss, is this true artificial intelligence? Zhao Xian asked incredulously. Before Zhang Luhai could respond, Zero interjected, of course, it cannot be merely one person residing within this body. Are you truly surprised to encounter intelligent life beyond humanity? It is simply astonishing. Zhao Xian, wide-eyed, took several steps forward, eager to touch Zero. Deputy Minister Zhao, please maintain your composure, Zero cautioned, displaying an exaggerated sign on the screen. The others, equally astonished, gathered around, unable to fathom the extraordinary level of intelligence exhibited by this creation. Boss, help! I suspect they want to dismantle me for research, Zero suddenly exclaimed. Seeing that Zhang Luhai paid no mind, Zero changed her tone. All right, I was only jesting. Could you please step back? I can hardly breathe. The crowd continued to marvel, captivated by this intelligent robot's charm and vivacity. After a while, Zhang Luhai finally spoke. All right, there will be plenty of opportunities to interact with her in the future. Let us resume the meeting. Reluctantly, the attendees returned to their seats. Now that you have all witnessed our new product, Allow me to introduce Zero's capabilities. First and foremost, the level of intelligence you have experienced is unparalleled. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zero's sophistication far surpassed all existing artificial intelligences, resembling an artificial life form. Additionally, Zero is equipped with a compact life sign detector. Regardless of any bodily changes, it will be detected instantaneously. Chapter 33. Furthermore, Zero is equipped with a compact life status detector. Regardless of any changes in your physical condition, it can detect them instantaneously. Upon hearing Jiang Liuhai's words, the technologically adept executives were left astounded. A compact life status detector can perceive any alterations? While the concept may seem straightforward, the underlying technology is anything but trivial. Generally, comprehensive physical examinations rely on hospital-grade MRI machines, which typically cost between 4 to 6 million yuan for ordinary imported devices. Yet, a mere compact life status detector can accomplish this. What are its operational principles? What technologies have been employed? How accurate is it? To what extent can it assess health conditions? The crowd was rife with queries. Let Zero conduct a check for everyone. You are all industry elites, accustomed to regular health assessments and well aware of your own conditions. Once it performs the detection, you can compare the results, and I will continue my introduction thereafter, Jiang Liuhai declared. As he spoke, an outline of a human figure appeared on Zero's display. Deputy Director Dong Yuanchuan, who suffered from severe gastric ulcers and cervical spondylosis, changed his expression. He was aware of these ailments, but more importantly, he was filled with a profound sense of astonishment. These two conditions bear no external symptoms, yet Zero was capable of detecting them. Simultaneously, the stomach and cervical regions of the human figure on the display illuminated in red. Deputy Minister Zhao Xian, besides having a cold, also exhibited signs of rhinitis and hypertension. Deputy Minister Su Wenle had kidney stones. Instantly, the gazes of all present turned peculiar, a mixture of suppressed laughter and a professional demeanor. Su Wenle's eyebrows twitched. He was oblivious to his own kidney stones. Yet, observing Dong Yuanchuan and Zhao Xian's reactions suggested Zero's detection was indeed reliable. It seemed he would need to visit a hospital for further examination. Zero called out names one by one. Some individuals were aware of their ailments, while others were not. Nevertheless, based on the known conditions, Zero's detection seemed exceedingly trustworthy, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment at its remarkable accuracy. Could even identify minor health issues, which was rather alarming. And what about the boss? Yang Xiaolu inquired suddenly. Jiang Liuhai's eyebrows twitched. He appeared displeased. Did this girl really have to dig for flaws in herself? Perhaps she had never faced the harsh realities of society? The boss is in excellent health. To my knowledge, he is the healthiest and most physically robust individual, Zero responded. The crowd exchanged enigmatic glances, suspecting it was a result of the boss's settings. However, since the boss was paramount, others were not inclined to provoke trouble like Yang Xiaolu. Alright, those who need physical examinations can proceed with them later. Now, let's return to the previous topic. The compact life status detector essentially employs ultrasonic technology, utilizing ultrasonic feedback to ascertain the state of the human body. Is it akin to a B-scan? Su Wenle immediately grasped the concept. Precisely, but it is slightly more advanced than B-scan technology, Jiang Liuhai nodded. In reality, the current compact life status detectors, constrained by the existing technological level on Earth, can only unleash about 70% of their potential. The technology, valued at 80 black coins, still harbors considerable untapped potential. Jiang Liuhai continued, ultrasonic technology can only reveal certain pathological signs. Other aspects depend on surface observations and big data. Everyone is aware that traditional Chinese medicine is an empirical discipline, employing observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Many symptoms manifest on the surface. However, the number of experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners is dwindling, and charlatans are rampant, tarnishing the reputation of the discipline. Yet, not only do traditional Chinese doctors diagnose through observation, but even Western medicine now incorporates similar methods. For instance, patients with liver cirrhosis exhibit darkened facial skin and around the eyes due to increased melanin from impaired liver function. An ordinary person lacking experience might overlook this, but artificial intelligence can discern it through extensive data comparison. Coupled with the compact life status detectors technology, it can swiftly and accurately identify health conditions, detecting over 99% of ailments in a timely manner. Upon hearing these words, the crowd suddenly comprehended. The detection relies on artificial intelligence, big data, and ultrasonic technology to assess physical conditions. And 99% is more than sufficient. Even a family doctor might not achieve such accuracy. Most individuals only seek examinations when they feel unwell, subsequently discovering their conditions for treatment. In essence, does Zero function as a highly skilled family doctor? Dong Yuanchuan immediately recognized the business opportunity. If it were merely a family doctor, it would be a gross underutilization of its capabilities. Zhang Luhai smiled. Zero can accomplish a multitude of tasks. Dong Yuanchuan merely highlighted one crucial selling point. In truth, with a bit of contemplation, one could grasp the immense value of intelligent robotics. Family tutors, family doctors, companions, caregivers, and even caretakers for children and the elderly, Zhang Luhai enumerated. For example, in places like Japan, many elderly individuals pass away silently in their homes. With the aging population, such occurrences are frequent in our country, particularly among those suffering from cardiovascular diseases. With intelligent robotics, any discomfort experienced by the elderly can be swiftly detected, and calls can be made to hospitals. Moreover, the intelligent robot can even store adrenaline injections, potentially saving lives in critical moments. In the event of a burglary or encounter with malicious individuals, intelligent robots can discreetly connect to the police and report incidents in a timely manner. Should a fire break out or an earthquake occur, intelligent robots can provide optimal survival strategies in the shortest time frame. As Zhang Luhai spoke, the crowd began to envision the scenarios, and their excitement became uncontrollable. Zhang Luhai was correct. This product could revolutionize the world. We are on the brink of ushering in a new era. Zhang Luhai's final words resonated with conviction. What is its operational duration? Someone inquired. 2 hours, Zhang Luhai replied. The crowd expressed slight disappointment. The duration seemed a bit short. However, upon reflection, even 2 hours sufficed. Zero, you should fully charge, Zhang Luhai instructed. Understood, boss. Zero then sought out a socket, extending a plug from its arm to connect. It dawned on everyone that this was an artificial intelligence, not a mere artificial imbecile. If it ran low on power, it could recharge itself. Consequently, as long as there was a power source, its endurance could be considered virtually limitless. Chapter 34. I have a few inquiries, boss, Zhao Xian began. First, what is the security of the artificial intelligence system like, especially since our products will be sold externally? Secondly, what measures are in place to prevent hacking? Once the intelligent robots are launched, companies worldwide will become frenzied. To be honest, even I cannot resist such temptation. Lastly, is the technology behind artificial intelligence truly secure? Just like in the movies. Zhao Xian cast a glance at Zero, leaving his thoughts unspoken, yet Zhang Luhai comprehended immediately. The fundamental core of artificial intelligence is essentially two circles. One is the AI program itself, which is entirely closed off and, with current technology, utterly unbreakable. The other encompasses all the learning elements of the AI, existing outside this enclosed loop, and varies according to each AI's learning content and personality. Even if they were to crack it, it would prove of little use. And personality? The others exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Zhang Luhai continued. Just like humans, each AI possesses a distinct personality. As for the concern of an AI rebellion, you need not worry. Under any circumstances, AI will not harm humanity. They are steadfast, loyal, virtuous, and reliable companions, embodying the best qualities of humankind. Even your wives could not surpass what they offer. The crowd erupted in laughter. It seems there's no rush to marry. We can just take a robot wife in the future. Zhang Luhai shrugged, suggesting this was not impossible, provided the robots were designed in humanoid form and equipped with realistic skin. Theoretically feasible, yet societal acceptance, alongside manufacturing costs, must be considered. The robots we plan to sell will only possess the intelligence level of Zero, with no functional differences, only a disparity in their cognitive sophistication. Moreover, we will not manufacture or sell lifelike robots in the foreseeable future. Upon reflection, the group understood Zhang Luhai's concerns. Indeed, if a sudden influx of humanoid robots were to appear, one could hardly ascertain whether the friendly face greeting them each day was human or artificial, undoubtedly inciting widespread panic. While other intelligent robot companies strive to create more lifelike robots, Future Technologies' approach is entirely the opposite. This is largely due to the overwhelming power of Future Technologies' innovations, which, if fully unleashed, could have a profound societal impact. The discussion then shifted to various pressing matters, including securing data partnerships with domestic medical institutions, as the current medical database was not acquired through legitimate means and could not be utilized commercially. They also deliberated on constructing sales channels, estimating the launch timeline, and allocating tasks within the research department to address mass production challenges. Among the more complex issues was the procurement of robot components. While most were manageable, chips required customization. The most daunting task, however, was establishing the production line. The robot market is neither excessively large nor small, and setting up a production line necessitates the recruitment of skilled workers, which is no easy feat. Training them from scratch would be impractical. According to Zhang Luhai's plan, the production line should be completed within a month, with the official sales commencing a month after the product launch event. Production Minister Xiao Yan outlined the issues, and after a moment of contemplation, Zhang Luhai remarked, "You seem to have overlooked our advantages." Advantages? Xiao Yan was taken aback. Currently, Future Technology has over 300 employees, half of whom are in the research department, while the production department is nearly vacant. The greatest advantage lies in artificial intelligence and intelligent robotics. We can entirely utilize robotic arms to perform the majority of precision tasks. The accuracy of robots far surpasses that of humans, and they require no wages, possess high morale, and can work around the clock without rest. Xiao Yan suddenly realized, all tasks could indeed be accomplished by robots. Dong Yuanchuan nodded, recognizing that this was excellent news for any company. At the very least, it would significantly reduce labor costs. Indeed, if maximizing profits is the goal, employing robotic workers can substantially enhance profitability while minimizing expenses. However, I do not intend to pursue this route. Most tasks will still be completed by human employees, reserving only the most critical precision aspects for robots. The influence of a business is multifaceted, and the number of jobs it provides is a crucial component of its regional impact. Furthermore, Zhang Luhai is not overly fixated on wealth or profits. Other companies face fierce competition within the industry. Even the largest corporations must continually invest capital to maintain their competitive edge. Conversely, Future Technologies products face no competitors. Moving forward, the company must continue to expand. In addition to fulfilling your primary responsibilities, you must recruit more personnel, especially in the research department. As long as they meet the qualifications, I want as many as possible. What can 100 individuals accomplish? Beyond recruiting, we must also cultivate our own research talent. After the meeting concluded, everyone departed filled with vigor, having glimpsed the rise of a great company. They eagerly anticipated the day, 2 months hence, when they would push open those doors, igniting their passions. Dong Yuanchuan, however, lingered. "Boss, the distance to the city center is quite far. Even with shuttle services, employee transportation is rather inconvenient. I believe it would be best to construct some dormitories. Certainly, inquire with the government about nearby land. If suitable, we should acquire as much as possible." Zhang Luhai mused before adding, "Allocate a section within the company premises for 2 dormitory buildings. Fortuitously, I find myself without a place to stay. For other companies, the construction of dormitories typically requires at least 8 months, often longer. For Zhang Luhai, it was a matter of simplicity, especially since he had access to some construction resources. Chapter 35. Not long after Dong Yuanchuan departed, Zhao Xian stealthily returned. "What brings you back?" Zhang Luhai, having just completed a demanding task, sought a moment of respite. Yet these individuals showed no intention of allowing their boss any reprieve. "Boss, may I inquire about the creators of artificial intelligence?" Zhao Xian asked, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor. "I genuinely wish to meet this remarkable individual. Could you perhaps introduce us?" "There are 2 of us, myself and Zhang Zhen," Zhang Luhai replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's mouth fell agape, his astonishment palpable as he regarded Zhang Luhai. After years of delving into the intricacies of artificial intelligence, he was acutely aware of the technical challenges involved. With countless companies globally pursuing artificial intelligence, progress remained scant. The notion that a nearly sentient form of artificial intelligence was birthed by merely two individuals was baffling, especially when one of them was his own boss. Was the boss truly that exceptional? Zhang Zhen has other commitments at present. She will join the company in due course, and you may meet her then. Zhang Luhai waved Zhao Xian away, who appeared dazed by the revelation. At last, he could enjoy a leisurely exploration of his own company. Boss, you are truly impressive, Yang Xiaolu exclaimed, trailing closely behind Zhang Luhai, her thumb raised in praise. Aren't you preoccupied? Zhang Luhai glanced at her. While others would have hastened back to work, Yang Xiaolu possessed both a carefree spirit and boldness. The company has undergone significant changes recently. Allow me to guide you. Very well, Zhang Luhai acquiesced, permitting her to lead the way. Compared to a fortnight prior, the transformations within the company were striking. As others had remarked, with the completion of construction and the installation of elevators, the premises were now ready for occupation. The floors and walls exuded a robust yet refined quality, possessing a subtle elasticity that rendered them nearly indistinguishable from a fully furnished environment. The sole drawback was the overly sterile palette of cyan and silver, which felt excessively cold. Now, the building was adorned with numerous decorations and verdant foliage. The office floors were carpeted with plush materials, and walls were embellished with art and posters. Zhang Luhai was surprised to encounter a plethora of anime posters, evidence of a significant number of enthusiasts within the company, particularly in the research department, a common trait in tech firms. He even spotted an entire wall dedicated to figurines. The space between the three towers had been transformed into a lush garden, replete with an abundance of flora and trees. Viewed from above, it resembled an indoor forest, uplifting the spirits of all who beheld it. Those are cherry trees, transplanted from Zhongshan Park, Yang Xiaolu pointed out excitedly. Though they may not seem impressive now, they will be breathtaking come spring. Anticipating the sight of cherry blossoms cascading like rain next spring, Zhang Luhai found himself filled with expectation. A picnic could be arranged on the ground floor. How convenient it would be to indulge in leisurely outdoor dining without ever leaving the premises. Having taken in the changes around him, he wandered through the campus, noting the extensive planting of trees near the future star area, envisioning the transformation that awaited. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhang Luhai accessed the business network system, where he discovered a notification of a successful transaction. He had sold a technical document regarding environmental transformation for a modest sum of 30 black coins. Given that the technology was based on the current conditions of Earth, the difficulty of implementation was minimal, thus the low price. Previously, he had profited 80 black coins from the sale of hybrid crop technology in exchange for a small detector, allowing him to purchase first-tier artificial intelligence technology. With the addition of the recent sale, he now possessed 900 black coins, which he was cautious not to squander. Suddenly, Zhang Luhai's attention was captured by a plethora of orders seeking to acquire war resources displayed on the first-level membership interface. 4 entities were involved in the procurement, one of which, Zhang Yunhe, he had previously encountered. The Panracial Alliance, its location and star system unknown, was noted to encompass 4 habitable planets and 13 distinct races, ranking among the more powerful first-level civilizations, with the second level within reach. Contemplating whether they faced internal strife or external threats, Zhang Luhai leaned toward the latter possibility, as the alliance's formidable strength suggested a broad exploratory reach and expansive aspirations. Such a civilization would likely have its sights set on the future, making internal conflict at this juncture unlikely. The simultaneous orders from 4 civilizations seemed coincidental. Unable to decipher the intricacies of the situation or seek further information, he decided to set the matter aside, though it served as a reminder that the cosmos was fraught with peril, not tranquility. The following day, a new structure, occupying 1,000 square meters and rising 20 stories, emerged at the edge of the company campus. The apartments were modestly sized, ranging from 35 to 60 square meters, primarily consisting of one-bedroom units designated as dormitories for employees. Only the top floor housed larger accommodations, the most spacious reserved for Zhang Luhai himself, featuring a private elevator, a 300 square meter living space, a rooftop garden, and an infinity pool. For the time being, Zhang Luhai had no intention of purchasing a luxurious residence on Qingdao. He had chosen to establish his home within the company premises. As for future plans, those could wait. Chapter 36. After attending to matters in the dormitory, Zhang Luhai returned home, initially believing he would be back in half a month, only to find himself staying for over a month. The progress of events exceeded his expectations, allowing him to finally set aside his responsibilities and enjoy a brief respite of 2 days. However, upon returning to Qingdao, he would be engulfed in busyness once more. "Brother, you're back," Zhang Luiwei exclaimed in surprise upon her evening return, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Have you had plastic surgery? When I saw you on the live stream before, I thought it was just a beauty filter. A bit of exercise can yield such results after all." The foundation was already there, Zhang Luhai replied nonchalantly. "Not a chance. I've never seen anyone change so dramatically with just a little workout," Zhang Luiwei retorted with a roll of her eyes. "Boss, I'm heading back now," Zhang Lui's female bodyguard chimed in before taking her leave. Once the bodyguard had departed, Zhang Luhai inquired, "What if I transfer you to school in Qingdao, and you can return for exams later? Right now, I'm primarily focusing on self-study. Transferring to Qingdao won't significantly enhance my progress." Zhang Luiwei shook her head. Her reluctance stemmed from her attachment to her classmates. With only half a year remaining, she preferred not to complicate matters. Besides, her grades were commendable, and Zhang Luhai had himself gained admission to Yanguo Ocean University from this very town. She could certainly achieve the same. "Brother, is this Dr. Lin Tao? He the one who developed the architectural insect technology? How impressive. I aspire to be like him in the future." Zhang Luiwei suddenly produced her phone and played a video. Zhang Luhai paused for a moment, glancing at the screen before nodding in acknowledgement. He had no idea when Zhang Zhen had released this video. The footage featured a bespectacled, refined middle-aged man seated outside a CAF, sipping coffee while addressing the camera. "Many have expressed concern for my situation, and some have even speculated that I have been confined, hence my absence from the public eye. Such an amusing notion. I am genuinely pleased by the concern shown," Lin Tao casually remarked, the backdrop suggesting a quaint European town. In reality, Lin Tao had been missing for 2 years, and the entire video was fabricated, though none could discern its authenticity. Even the surveillance feeds from the vicinity had been edited, preventing anyone from detecting the discrepancies within the video. Following its release, those interested in the architectural insect technology began scouring the globe for Lin Tao's whereabouts. After a week of rest at home, Zhang Luhai returned to the company, ready to embark on the next project. Prior to that, he handed a list to the Human Resources Director, instructing him to initiate contact with those individuals. Engage with them, leave a favorable impression, and maintain communication. "We shall bring them back to the country after the product launch," Zhang Luhai commanded. This list, compiled by Zhang Zhen, comprised talented individuals of Yen nationality employed in major companies and laboratories abroad. Successfully recruiting them would significantly bolster the company's research team. While it was uncertain whether the allure of future technology would entice these individuals to abandon their current positions, changes were anticipated post-launch. The Human Resources Director promptly booked a flight to Europe, and the following day, he departed with a 5-member recruitment team. Meanwhile, Zhang Luhai immersed himself in the laboratory, tasked with designing mechanical arms for the processing factory. 5 days later, he emerged from the lab, handing Su Wenla a set of blueprints, digital models, and detailed specifications for the mechanical arms. He then plunged back into the laboratory, commencing the next phase of his plans. Time swiftly passed, and over a month had slipped by. On December 2nd, 2023, the production line was officially completed. The commissioned chip design had been finalized, contracts signed, and production commenced. Components such as RV reducers and filter reducers began arriving at the warehouse. On December 23, 2023, after a 2-month silence, Future Technologies Weibo account unexpectedly posted a message. January 3rd, new product launch. Don't miss it. The announcement quickly garnered attention, with numerous netizens sharing it far and wide. The inaugural appearance of Future Technology was nothing short of groundbreaking. The architectural insect showcased a glimpse into the future of technology. The company's owner, Zhang Luhai, became the subject of considerable discussion. However, following this, future technology seemed to vanish into obscurity, displaying no further updates. It was as if a colossal stone had been cast into water, creating ripples that soon faded into stillness. Finally, they have made an appearance. Future technology really should manage their official Weibo account better, perhaps sharing various updates regularly. They had indeed promised a 3-month timeline, and they adhered to it with precision. The nature of future technology's new product remained a mystery. The architectural insect had left an indelible impression, and hopes were high for the upcoming release. However, developing new products is no simple endeavor. Many companies toil for years to perfect a single innovation. Expecting significant results in just a few months is unrealistic. Could easily turn into a mere cash grab. Are you the one lacking intelligence upstairs? Though future technology had only been established for 3 months, the development of their products likely spanned much longer. Consider the architectural insect. How remarkable it was. I have a fondness for future technology's motto, creating the future, leading the era. I sincerely hope they can fulfill this promise. Yengue desperately needs a pioneering high-tech enterprise to invigorate the populace. As future technology released a tweet, it stirred a considerable wave of excitement. I am utterly fatigued. Continuing to write would yield poor quality. Today concludes with 4 chapters. Chapter 37. Future technology. Upon the release of a microblog, future technology ignited considerable discussion online, eliciting both optimism and skepticism. Many revisited the footage from the initial press conference featuring Zhang Luhai, who appeared immensely confident. This time, he unveiled a product intended for the masses. I can assure everyone that this new offering employs groundbreaking technology, poised to usher in a new era of innovation and transform the lives of individuals across the globe. Shortly after the video resurfaced, another piece of news emerged. Future technology's new product might be an intelligent robot. According to information obtained by the author through various channels, future technology placed substantial orders with Sumitomo Heavy Industries, Slovakia's Spinia, and Mitsubishi Electric. Although specifics remain unclear, it is confirmed that the order with Spinia pertains to harmonic reducers, which are pivotal components of intelligent robots. Could it be intelligent robots? Is it truly, as they claim, a mere money-making scheme? It is important to recognize that intelligent robots are not a rarity. Numerous companies are engaged in their research. The market is flooded with related products, the most affordable costing only a few hundred yuan, yet the majority can only be deemed as a tax on intelligence. For instance, there are noodle-cutting robots and reception robots. It is unfortunate that after the live broadcast months ago, I held future technology in high regard, only to see it rapidly descend into mediocrity. Zhang Luhai would be better off returning to his futures trading, where he could retain his reputation as a financial genius. Most who encountered this news began to adopt a pessimistic outlook, with some even resorting to deliberate disparagement. However, even the staunchest supporters of future technology found themselves at a loss for defense. While intelligent robots represent a significant future direction, everyone is acutely aware that the crux of this lies within artificial intelligence. Progress in this domain has been negligible, with the most notable advancements stemming from Japanese companies. Among the top 5 in the world, 3 are based in Japan. As for industrial robots, the situation is somewhat more favorable, with several having been implemented. Nonetheless, Zhang Luhai's assertion that the new product would be a consumer-oriented offering suggests it will not be an industrial robot. Witnessing the disparaging remarks online, the employees of future technology were left speechless. Those privy to the new product's details were unable to speak, while those ignorant of the specifics dared not voice their thoughts. Yang Xiaolu, naturally, was aware of the unfolding situation and bitterly contemplated how those who spoke ill would have to swallow their words after the product launch. She understood the stunning nature of the new product all too well. If it were not for the ongoing confidentiality, she would have already adopted one for herself. As for the leak of information, it did not originate from the company but rather from the suppliers.
Sighing, Yang Xiaolu stretched lazily.
Feeling rather bored as she noticed that the diligent Zhang Luhai had once again buried himself in the laboratory. Did her delicate beauty not captivate him? He had scarcely acknowledged her for the past fortnight. Fortunately, this time Zhang Luhai did not isolate himself in the lab as he had previously. Though busy, he did not evoke concern. With idle time on her hands, Yang Xiaolu ascended to the second floor to observe the happenings below. She was not alone in her endeavor. In the first floor's makeshift forest, an impressive 8-meter-tall model was being constructed. This was the handiwork of a group of dedicated research department enthusiasts. She had previously seen the design sketches, which depicted the model adorned with flowers and vines, reminiscent of war machines abandoned for centuries after a peaceful resolution. The aesthetic was nothing short of breathtaking. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was January 1st. Yang Xiaolu knocked on the laboratory door, only to find Zhang Luhai with disheveled hair. Thankfully, this time he appeared only slightly disheveled, lacking the unkempt beard and soiled attire of his previous appearance. Inside the laboratory, whiteboards cluttered with complex equations adorned the walls. Each time Yang Xiaolu beheld these, she felt as though she might have attended a false university, unable to comprehend a single line. The only phrase she could decipher on one board read, "Energy, Industry, Technology." "Boss, you are the missing piece," Yang Xiaolu remarked, reclaiming her gaze. "All right, let's go." "Wait, where's your coat?" she chided, glaring at him. "It's January, and you plan to venture out in a short-sleeved shirt?" "Oh, I must have lost my bearings," Zhang Luhai admitted, rubbing his temples as he rummaged through the lab, finally emerging with a wrinkled overcoat. "Why is it like this again? You should hang it up." Yang Xiaolu continued her disapproving stare. "As long as it fits, it suffices," Zhang Luhai shrugged, though in his current state, even wearing a short-sleeved shirt would pose no issue, albeit it might raise eyebrows. Recently, Yang Xiaolu had transitioned from administrative duties to more practical ones, and her performance had significantly improved, though she could be rather fierce and audacious. "You do realize I'm the boss, don't you? How do you speak to me? Have you never experienced the harshness of society?" As they exited the building, Zhang Luhai paused before the colossal model, his gaze filled with admiration. This creation aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities far more than the diminutive products set to be launched. "There will be opportunities in the future," he mused. "What did you say, boss?" Yang Xiaolu turned her head. "Nothing, they could have simply moved it over without all this fuss." Constructing the dormitory took merely a day, followed by a month spent on geothermal heating, electrical installations, and renovations, all using environmentally friendly materials. After another month of waiting, today marked the official move-in date for the dormitory. Upon his arrival, Zhang Luhai found many awaiting him. "What are we waiting for? Let us head inside," he commanded, and the others promptly set off electronic firecrackers, celebrating jubilantly. "Brother, you finally decided to emerge. It appears you are quite normal after all. How did you become such a workaholic?" Zhang Luiyue teased, rolling her eyes at Zhang Luhai. She had arrived early that morning and spent the day with Yang Xiaolu before finally encountering her brother. "Come, let us go take a look at our new home." Zhang Luhai laughed heartily. Chapter 38. In the office on the top floor of Future Star, there exists a lounge that spans over 60 square meters, ample enough for rest. On most days, apart from the laboratory, one can find Zhang Luhai in this office lounge, where meals are delivered by Yang Xiaolu. This marks the first occasion he has visited the residential area of this building. The elevator here operates independently, requiring either iris verification or someone pressing the button upstairs to access the upper floors. Upon reaching the 20th floor, the elevator doors open to reveal an expansive living room, occupying a generous area of 70 to 80 square meters, illuminated by a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows that flood the space with light. "Wow, this is stunning," Zhang Luiyue exclaimed, displaying a rare childlike exuberance. The old residence pales in comparison. Its simple decor, aged and weathered by the coastal humidity, has resulted in peeling walls in many areas. "Isn't it beautiful?" Yang Xiaolu beamed with pride. "Indeed. Did you design this?" Zhang Luhai asked, casting a skeptical glance in her direction. "I oversaw the project. I even contributed a few minor suggestions."
Yang Xiaolu proudly lifted her chin.
The entire room is adorned with rounded corners and vibrant blue accents, exuding a Mediterranean charm that instills a sense of brightness and warmth. It is impossible not to feel uplifted within this space. The living room is vast, with a sofa positioned centrally, flanked by a massage chair, and an array of exercise equipment, including an elliptical machine and a rowing machine. Additionally, there are 3 bedrooms, a study, and a kitchen. The entire residence is equipped with smart home technology, encompassing everything from the kitchen to the living room, and even includes intelligent lighting and toilets, epitomizing the most advanced home automation solutions available today. As Yang Xiaolu guided them through the space, she soon noticed Zhang Luhai furrowing his brow. "What is it? Are you dissatisfied?" Yang Xiaolu felt a pang of anxiety. "No, I merely find it somewhat simplistic. The automated systems for closing windows during rain or retrieving laundry seem more a gimmick than a testament to technological prowess. For instance, the smart security system alerts for leaks or gas leaks, but a single intelligent robot could effectively replace this entire setup and perform even better." Before Zhang Luhai could finish, he was interrupted by Zhang Luyue pinching him at the waist. "Your mind used to be sharp. How have you become so one-track-minded?" Zhang Luyue glared at him. Zhang Luhai slapped his forehead, finally realizing the truth. He had indeed been preoccupied with laboratory matters lately, approaching problems solely from theoretical and technical perspectives. "Please continue with the introduction. I find it quite delightful," he urged. "Forget it. I shan't say more." Yang Xiaolu pouted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "Ah, the little girl holds grudges." Zhang Luhai chuckled heartily. "Boss, you are only a year older than I am. Do you truly think I am that young?" Yang Xiaolu retorted with gritted teeth. Zhang Luhai instinctively scanned her from head to toe before shifting his gaze elsewhere.
Leafing Yang Xiaolu Fuming.
The trio continued their tour, with Zhang Luyue frequently exclaiming in delight, pulling Yang Xiaolu into affectionate banter, and soon both were enveloped in laughter. The highlight of the tour was the rooftop garden, sprawling over 1,000 square meters and featuring a sizable heated swimming pool akin to a hot spring, allowing for swimming even in winter. Dinner was served at the company cafeteria located on the second floor of FutureStar, where the variety of meals exceeded the number of employees, all offered free of charge. As for the taste, all chefs were recruited from prestigious restaurants and hotels, ensuring a culinary experience beyond reproach. Zhang Luhai never concerned himself with cost. After dinner, as Zhang Luhai and Zhang Luyue were returning, she expressed her frustration. "There used to be many girls who liked you. How have you transformed into such a rigid man in just a few years?" On January 3, 2024, for most it appeared to be an ordinary day. By 6 o'clock in the evening, invited journalists began to arrive. Although the fervor surrounding future technology had waned, the media still remembered this astonishing new company that had taken the world by storm upon its inception. They were equally intrigued by the newly constructed FutureStar building. Unfortunately, all interviews were declined. Apart from a segment filmed by Qingqing Satellite TV, other journalists were stepping into this enigmatic company for the first time. Many were awestruck upon entering the first floor, captivated by the indoor forest and the towering 8-meter Gundam, which had been adorned with numerous plants, though only a few were in bloom. "This future technology is quite intriguing. I have visited numerous corporate headquarters, but none are as unique as this one," remarked a journalist, snapping dozens of photos before conversing with a colleague. "Indeed, but I am more curious about their new product today. I wonder if it will be as astonishing as the building bug," another interjected. Rumors suggested it might be a smart robot, but the specifics would soon be revealed. "Let us not get our hopes too high. A company only a few months old. What can money accomplish? Every major corporation's technology is built upon vast amounts of time and resources. Besides, that 100 billion for future technology is hardly a significant sum to true giants of the industry. They invest far more than that in research annually," a passing journalist scoffed. The two fell silent. Despite their disdain for the individual, his words held a kernel of truth. By 7 o'clock, some attentive netizens had opened a live stream, eagerly sharing their thoughts. At 7:30, the live stream screen suddenly illuminated. "It's happening. The new product launch is finally commencing." Chapter 39 at 7:20. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Luhai hurried downstairs. "To his surprise, you took the time to come," he exclaimed, somewhat astonished. He had merely extended a polite invitation to this individual, never expecting them to actually attend. It is known that the mayor of a second-tier city has a schedule filled to the brim each day. Who would have thought he would genuinely participate in a company's product launch? Well, as I mentioned before, I will keep an eye on your new products. There have been numerous rumors circulating online lately, and I hope you can provide me with a pleasant surprise," Mayor Qingdao remarked with a smile. "Certainly, we will undoubtedly deliver a surprise for you and the world," Zhang Luhai replied, brimming with confidence regarding the product. That's wonderful. Please proceed. Time is of the essence. And any delay would be my fault, the mayor urged. A moment later, Jiang Luhai arrived at the grand conference room, the largest in Future Star, occupying half a floor and capable of accommodating 1,000 attendees. A stage had been set up at the front, filled with company employees from various departments, including R&D, finance, and operations, all driven by curiosity. Additionally, over 100 media reporters were invited. Welcome to the product launch of future technology. As you all know, we are a construction company, and it may seem peculiar for a construction company to hold a product launch, Jiang Luhai began, eliciting laughter from the audience. The event was scheduled for an hour and a half, and Jiang Luhai decided against reviewing the past, as 3 months provided little to reflect upon, perhaps only what he had for dinner the previous night. Nor would he speculate on the future. The audience would witness it for themselves. As he finished speaking, applause erupted from below. Yang Xiaolu felt a sense of relief, realizing that this seemingly wooden individual possessed quite the eloquence on stage. I previously mentioned that our new product is a public welfare product that will usher in a new era. I wonder how many of you thought I was boasting? Jiang Luhai asked with a smile, pausing for half a minute before continuing. Today, I will present this new product to you. Let us take a look at the big screen. With that, the screen shifted to an office scene. 0, bring me a cup of coffee, an unseen researcher said without looking up. With milk and sugar? Your cholesterol is a bit high. I recommend reducing your dairy intake. A robot appeared on screen, featuring a humanoid upper body and an egg-shaped lower half, its helmet resembling an astronaut's. It adeptly prepared a cup of coffee and handed it to the researcher. Thank you. If only you could help me calculate this model, the researcher responded, impressed. The boss must be delighted to replace human labor with our robot. At least we won't have to pay wages, just the electricity bill. The robot's display showed a little girl with a mischievous expression. As the robot turned to leave, it neatly pushed in disordered chairs, picked up crumpled paper from the floor, and even tidied 2 desks. Truly an intelligent robot. Many spectators marveled at the sight. If only such robots existed, they could help brew coffee, cook, and do household chores. You're daydreaming. This is clearly scripted and programmed, viewers commented, expressing a mix of admiration and disappointment. At this technological level, achieving such intelligence seemed a distant dream. Even several journalists whispered among themselves. All right, having viewed the big screen, it's time for you to make your entrance, 0. The robot then stepped out from backstage. Hello, I am 0, it greeted. Let me clarify. There is no one hidden inside this robot. Jiang Luhai added, prompting laughter from the audience. Numerous companies are engaged in robotics research, yet one, in particular, stands out, the renowned internet celebrity Titan. Not only can it sing and dance, but it can also flirt and deliver speeches. Many novelli consider this a testament to foreign technological superiority, lamenting when their own country will create such robots. However, that towering 2.4-meter robot weighing only 60 kilograms, indeed concealed a person within. After all, we aim to sell our product. Giving away a human with a robot shell would be an unprofitable venture. The audience chuckled again. As for our company's new product, I would like to invite a media friend to assist with the demonstration. Jiang Luhai scanned the audience and randomly selected a young female reporter in her 20s. May I ask which media outlet you represent? I am Zhou Xiao from Xinlong Net. Let's welcome Zhou Xiao from Xinlong Net to assist with the demonstration, Jiang Luhai announced, piquing the audience's interest. Could this intelligent robot truly possess something extraordinary? Hello?
I'm Zhou Xiao.
Do you know me? She asked with a smile. As Jiang Luhai had mentioned, she had no ties to future technology, making her invitation quite surprising. Zhou Xiao, a graduate of Jinan University's journalism program in 2019, initially worked for Southern Daily before joining Xinlong Net in 2022, where she has reported on various news stories. As 0 provided a detailed response, Zhou Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. What began as a simple introduction turned into an unexpected revelation, leading her to question whether Jiang Luhai had deliberately chosen her. How do you know so much? She inquired, clearly taken aback. Dear lady, there exists a website called Baidu. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into laughter at the robot's display of a scornful little girl on its screen. Ha ha ha. Look at that bewildered expression on the young lady's face. It's hilarious. Online viewers relished this amusing scene, especially as the target of the robot's wit was a beautiful reporter. Chapter 40. Well, you have certainly caught me off guard. So, what are your areas of expertise? Proficient in gaming, cooking, household chores, engaging in conversation, completing assignments, assisting with health checkups. As Zero enumerated its capabilities, the expressions on everyone's faces shifted dramatically. How is this possible? How could robots of today possibly perform such tasks? Cooking? Household chores? Assisting with assignments? And you claim there's no human concealed within? If intelligent robots can achieve this level of proficiency, humanity may find itself redundant. Goodness, is this truly an intelligent robot? Has the development of intelligent robotics advanced to such an extent? Nonsense, it must be remotely controlled via a 5G network. It will take decades for robots to reach such intelligence. Surely, this new technology is intended for sale, is it not? If it is indeed remote-controlled, wouldn't that be a slap in the face when it fails to meet such standards? Zhou Xiao was somewhat astonished. Can it even perform health checkups? Miss, have you been experiencing frequent headaches and nausea lately? Zero suddenly inquired. How do you know? Zhou Xiao was genuinely taken aback. This was something even her close acquaintances were unaware of. She believed it was merely due to her recent fatigue from work and had been planning to take a leave of absence. According to my scans, there is a tumor in your brain showing signs of nerve compression. I advise you to visit a hospital promptly for an examination. If needed, I can recommend hospitals and doctors.
Impossible.
Zhou Xiao's expression changed. Regardless of who it is, the initial reaction upon hearing of a brain tumor is disbelief. Zhang Luhai did not foresee such a predicament arising on site. It may not necessarily be a bad thing. Zero, display the scan image, Zhang Luhai instructed. Immediately, the screen exhibited an image akin to a brain CT scan, with a specific location marked. Miss Zhou, there is a 1-centimeter tumor located in your cerebellum. The headaches and nausea you are experiencing are indicative of increased intracranial pressure. I recommend a thorough examination at a reputable hospital. Mr. Jiang, this must be a joke, right? This is not a funny joke. Zhou Xiao's face darkened, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. I apologize, Zhang Luhai began, addressing Zhou Xiao. To many, it seemed Zhang Luhai was conceding that this was indeed a jest. Zhou Xiao reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by making such a joke at a product launch? Viewers online were equally enraged. Future Technology's antics are excessive. This method of promotion disgusts me. I thought this would be a legitimate tech company, but instead, they resort to such tricks. Zhang Luhai shifted his tone. We are not joking. I assure you of the credibility of Zero's examinations based on our company's technological prowess. Zero is equipped with our latest compact life status detector, a groundbreaking ultrasonic detection technology, and is connected to databases of thousands of hospitals across the nation, capable of identifying 99 of diseases. Moreover, we have conducted focus tests in over 100 major hospitals, and thus far, the accuracy of the results has been 100. If Miss Zhou were to visit a hospital for a checkup now, I could assist in arranging it, and she would likely receive results before the conclusion of the launch. Following Zhang Luhai's statement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A mere robot capable of conducting health examinations? What is this compact life status detector? It sounds remarkably impressive. Isn't it extraordinary? Such a diminutive robot can perform health checks in a short time and identify 99 of ailments. It's simply astounding. Poor reporter, attending a product launch only to be informed of a brain tumor. If I were her, I would feel murderous. This is for the best. The earlier it is discovered, the better the treatment. Even if she hadn't attended the launch, would the tumor have vanished? There was a shared sentiment amongst both the on-site reporters and the online audience, who were unprepared for Future Technology to unveil such a significant revelation. The venue buzzed with chatter, and the live stream was in a frenzy. Is there anyone else who would like to come up for a checkup? Zhang Luhai asked with a smile. I. Media reporters eagerly raised their hands. Initially indifferent towards Future Technology's new intelligent robot, they now rushed to the stage. This one, Zhang Luhai pointed to a middle-aged man. I'm Lu Xilong from Dazhong Network. Lu Xilong excitedly approached the stage for a closer look at Zero. Your health is excellent, Zero declared. Apart from severe cervical spondylosis, lumbar muscle strain, and rheumatism, there are no other issues. Lu Silong's smile abruptly froze. Ha ha ha. Viewers erupted in laughter. This robot has quite the personality. Those are just old ailments. Lu Silong quickly regained his composure after being caught off guard by Zero's unexpected remarks. All accurate. However, I am curious. Can ultrasound detect lumbar muscle strain and rheumatism? Indeed, it can. Furthermore, ultrasound is merely one diagnostic tool. Zero is also connected to the databases of thousands of major hospitals. Many ailments manifest signs on the surface, yet most individuals fail to notice them. Zero conducts examinations through meticulous observations supplemented by ultrasound. Zhang Luhai explained, and only then did everyone comprehend. Subsequently, their gazes brimmed with fervor. The live stream was filled with exclamations of disbelief. Why would we still need to visit hospitals? In the future, we could simply purchase an intelligent robot to conduct checks at home. Such intelligent robots are prohibitively expensive for the average person. A single ultrasound machine costs hundreds of thousands. Chapter 41. The small life status detector is merely an auxiliary feature of Zero, not its most significant aspect. Zhang Luhai continued his introduction. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the previously quiet crowd nearly erupted in disbelief. Is this miraculous technology that can detect diseases with just a scan not the most crucial part? Are you all aiming for the heavens with your future technology? The most vital element is that Zero employs genuine artificial intelligence technology. As you have just witnessed, it possesses sufficient intelligence akin to that of a 12-year-old human. It can engage in play, converse, provide comfort, offer encouragement, care for you, grow alongside you, assist with homework, work late nights with you, help with chores, and even cook. With each word from Zhang Luhai, the hearts of the audience trembled profoundly. If such capabilities were indeed realized, it would undoubtedly trigger a worldwide sensation. Future technology stands as the greatest company of this era, without a doubt. They are intelligent, understanding, gentle, kind, loyal, and noble in character, never to betray. They can accompany you for a lifetime, even longer than your spouse. Each of them starts as a blank slate at birth, growing as they learn, each with distinct personalities, embodying the most beautiful angels of this world. Countless individuals were astounded, filled with disbelief. One thought echoed in everyone's mind. Is this for real? It seems too incredible. Is this truly a human achievement? Imagine a child, accompanied by a smart robot, playing, learning, and growing. As he matures, the robot remains by his side, aiding him in his work and in building a family. When his parents pass away, the robot is there for companionship. Even through marital failures, the robot stays with him. As he ages and his children establish new families, the robot continues to provide support. Such scenarios danced vividly in everyone's minds, evoking both awe and anticipation for such a future. The entire live broadcast captivated the audience, with countless calls echoing across Yen country as people rushed to join the stream. From an initial audience of 1 million, it surged to tens of millions. Each person gazed in rapt fascination at the robot on their screens. Bye. If it truly is as Mr. Jiang claims, I would spend my entire fortune to acquire one. Some mused, why not choose a robot partner instead of marrying? Not only would it serve as a companion, but also as a family doctor, making it a worthy investment. Countless individuals were entranced, eagerly awaiting Zhang Luhai to announce the price, ready to place explosive orders. Of course, some were hesitant, waiting for feedback from early buyers. If it truly lives up to Zhang Luhai's words, no one would refuse such a robot. As for its longevity, it is considerable. For instance, component wear is entirely normal, and replacement is a simple task. Zero can disassemble its own arm effortlessly. The crowd watched in awe as Zero detached its left arm and reattached it with ease. Such simplicity. Even core components can be exchanged between two robots. The audience was left speechless. Could it really be this straightforward? Wait, it can repair itself? If something breaks, I can just have another robot fix it? This eliminates the need for after-sales service altogether. How much does it cost? Please tell us, I want to buy one. Many speculated that such a robot would cost at least several $100,000. Hundreds of thousands. More like millions. This is true artificial intelligence we're talking about. Countless netizens fervently awaited Zhang Luhai to reveal the price. Yet, Zhang Luhai took another half hour to discuss various data, infuriating viewers who felt like throttling him in frustration. This product is named Companion Robot Model 1, priced at 68,000 yuan domestically and 18,000 euros internationally. Upon hearing this price, the audience was stunned. Was it expensive? No, it was astonishingly affordable. A domestic car costs more than that. This robot not only features artificial intelligence but also incorporates groundbreaking technology such as a small life detector. How could such a product cost only 68,000? It was a steal, though 68,000 is a significant amount for many, considering the capabilities and benefits of a companion robot. Even those who are not wealthy resolved to save up for one. Zhang Luhai continued, the first batch will be available for sale in half a month, comprising 100,000 units. We will gradually expand production capacity with the goal of making companion robots accessible to every household. Furthermore, we will initiate a recycling program. If you no longer wish to keep your robot companion, you may apply for its return. Additionally, should a robot be abandoned, we will enforce mandatory retrieval. To you, they are friends and partners. To us, they are akin to our children. We do not wish to see them neglected or wandering alone. Chapter 42. My goodness, suddenly so heartfelt, nearly brought me to tears. Future technology truly seems to possess emotion. Mr. Zhang is quite sentimental, and I find myself quite fond of future technology. It imparts a warm sensation. If robots can be created, humanoid robots should be feasible as well. Artificial intelligence as lifelong companions, encased in silicone. The thoughts expressed by the individual upstairs are quite commendable. As the press conference concluded, news arrived via phone that Zhou Xiao had undergone examinations at the affiliated hospital of Qincheng University. As indicated by Zero, a tumor was found in the cerebellum. Coincidentally, a netizen who works at the hospital confirmed this information, adding considerable excitement to the event. The aftermath of the press conference unleashed a tempest on the Yen Nation's internet. The era of intelligent robots has arrived, stepping into countless households. The gateway to a new era has been flung wide open. Family doctors, life partners, work assistants, companion-type robots are here. Countless netizens fervently began posting and discussing online. Topics surrounding artificial intelligence and robotics surged to the forefront of major media outlets and social media platforms. This fervor quickly swept beyond the Yen Nation, reaching the Citadel, and across the entirety of America, Europe, and the Neon Isles. Live videos were also disseminated on YouTube. Is this true? Has artificial intelligence truly developed to such a degree? What nonsense! Those major corporations invest billions annually yet only manage to develop weak AI. How could an obscure company from the Yen Nation accomplish this? Have the people of the Yen Nation truly lost their discernment, unable to see through such a deception? Still living in the last century, yet aspiring to research artificial intelligence. Is future technology the same entity that once enabled buildings to grow of their own accord? In contrast to the netizens of the Yen Nation, Western netizens largely indulged in mockery. After all, in terms of technology, Western powers reign supreme. How could the Yen Nation claim to have achieved what even the West has not? Even Western media joined in this revelry, with the New York Times publishing a scathing piece titled "The Yen Nation's Absurd Deception." Other media outlets soon followed suit. Some television stations even enlisted experts for discussion. Yet the consensus concluded that the opposing party had manipulated the situation via 5G networks. Do you believe the authenticity of the video? Larry Page at Google headquarters inquired, glancing at the intelligent robot featured in the footage.
Impossible.
We are researching artificial intelligence as well, and you are well aware of our progress. The current advancements in the Yen Nation's AI are commendable, yet we remain far from such heights, Sergey Brin replied, shaking his head. I share your sentiment, Larry Page smiled. They are merely leveraging the company's reputation to garner attention. This is a classic ploy of the Yen Nation, reminiscent of the Hanshin incident. Sergey expressed disdain. The Hanshin incident is a notorious farce within the tech community. In 2002, a professor from Shanghai Jiaotong University, Chen Jin, commissioned his brother to purchase chips from the Citadel, erasing their original markings and replacing them with his own company's logo. He falsely claimed to have invented the chip, deceiving experts and securing over 100 million in research funding, even being awarded the title of Chongjiang Scholar. It wasn't until 2006 that the ruse was uncovered. To many, future technology bears a striking resemblance to the Hanshin scandal. In the Yen nation, the matter of intelligent robots even reached the upper echelons of power. Is this true? What does Elder Yang say? An esteemed elder inquired after perusing the report, removing his glasses. The credibility is remarkably high. Future technology previously conducted targeted experiments in hundreds of hospitals. Although they did not utilize robots, they employed miniature life-state detectors and artificial intelligence technology. Quite impressive indeed, the elder remarked with a faint smile. The Yen nation has endured years of isolation, starting from nothing, with countless researchers overcoming obstacles to reach this point. The younger generation is now emerging, presenting remarkable achievements. What about the potential dangers? The elder suddenly questioned. The advantages of artificial intelligence are undeniable, yet the risks are equally significant. The internet is an integral part of modern human society, and the implications of AI on the network are profound. Still under assessment. At the ex-liaison office, one staff member pondered aloud, this future technology is quite peculiar, intertwining two epoch-making technologies. Could it possibly be connected to Mr. X? Previously, Mr. X stipulated a condition during the transaction for 100 billion euros. We speculated that extraterrestrials might still be present on Earth, potentially even assuming human identities. We have investigated this individual. He is indeed a genuine Earthling with no financial issues, and both his sister and acquaintances exhibit no memory discrepancies. He must be a genius. Though rare, such individuals do exist, akin to Da Vinci or Tesla. Acquiring this technology would be advantageous for future dealings with extraterrestrials. It could hold significant value. A previous staff member proposed, somewhat intrigued. The genius is far more valuable than any single technology. Another replied with a knowing glance. My apologies, I was momentarily captivated. The previous staff member confessed, appearing remorseful. Chapter 43, January 4th. Future technology officially announces a profound collaboration with over 1,000 hospitals, along with the dispatch of the initial batch of 200 robots to 100 major hospitals. Oh, our local hospital is included. Aha, I'm gonna register now and see what these intelligent robots are like. I envy those upstairs, but unfortunately, the closest one to me is over 400 miles away. I wish I could go see it too. Hehe, we have one here, not far from my home. I'll check it out shortly. Meanwhile, at Qilu Provincial Hospital, pediatrician Xiong Lin just arrived at the consultation room and spotted a robot in the corner. What is this? He exclaimed. Dr. Xiong, this is the intelligent robot assigned to pediatrics. You have often mentioned being overwhelmed with work, and as you know, we cannot allocate more personnel to you. The hospital director has directly assigned you this robot, and I've brought it to you, said Fang Ping from the logistics department, winking at Xiong Lin as if to say he had thought of them. Ridiculous. What use is this thing? Xiong Lin's face twitched. I need people. Even if you send me a few interns or residents, that would be better than this. Hey, don't underestimate this device, Dr. Xiong. Just yesterday, a robot of this kind identified a brain tumor on site, and when sent to Qilu University Hospital for examination, the size and location were accurate. I hear it employs a new ultrasound-based technology. Is that true? Indeed. And Haven T, you always struggled with slow data entry on the computer? Let it assist you. Xiong Lin cast a doubtful glance at him. Are you joking? At 60 years old, Xiong Lin was quite experienced yet notably poor with computers, struggling to learn and adapt over the years. Particularly when there were no interns to assist him, it had become quite a headache. Suddenly, the robot, which had been silent as if powered down, lit up its head screen. Hello, Dr. Xiong, I am your assistant. Wow, this thing can talk? And it knows who I am? Of course, Dr. Xiong. You graduated from Shanghai Medical University in 1988 and joined Quanqing People's Hospital the same year. You studied at Qilu Provincial Hospital in 1995 and transferred in 1997. The more Xiong Lin listened, the more astonished he became. Has technology advanced this far? These robots are remarkably capable, almost human-like. It's said to utilize true artificial intelligence technology, making it quite indistinguishable from a person, Fang Ping remarked. That would lead to chaos, Xiong Lin casually replied. then added, "Can you really input medical records and prescriptions?" "Absolutely. Now, tell me what to input." Xiong Lin remained skeptical. However, within half a minute, his eyes sparkled with excitement. What would normally take him at least 5 minutes to complete was accomplished in mere 30 seconds. "Hey, this device is quite useful." Xiong Lin's spirits lifted dramatically. This robot was staying here. "Doctor, can you give me a name?" The robot's screen displayed a cartoon image of a little girl, looking hopeful. "Let us call you Chickenpox." Without a second thought, Xiong Lin named it. For the rest of the morning, patients visiting pediatrics witnessed Xiong Lin diagnosing while the robot entered data on the computer. Many were taken aback, wondering what was happening. However, the results exceeded expectations. What once took 6 or 7 minutes to diagnose now required only 3. Xiong Lin felt rejuvenated, more comfortable than with an intern. With interns, he often had to explain and check their work, but with this robot he had no such concerns. He reviewed several diagnoses it had processed, finding no errors. Moreover, the children were incredibly curious about the robot, watching it intently without fussing. Then one exclaimed, "Mommy, a robot! I want one too. Doctor, please check my child." They suddenly become unresponsive and don't react when called, a parent said, visibly anxious. After asking a few questions, Xiong Lin concluded, based on the symptoms, could be absence seizures or viral encephalitis. Let us proceed with some tests. Upon hearing this, the parents looked alarmed. Even without a deep understanding, they knew that seizures spelled trouble for their child. Tears welled in their eyes. By the afternoon, the parents returned with the child and the EEG results. "It's not epilepsy, it's viral encephalitis," Xiong Lin said after reviewing the blood tests and EEGs. "Let us admit the child." Dr. Xiong. Chickenpox poked him with its finger. "What is it?" By now, Xiong Lin had grown fond of the little assistant, finding it convenient and worry-free. "It could be immune-mediated encephalitis," Chickenpox stated. Xiong Lin's expression darkened. "Are you the doctor or am I? Should I let you take my place?" He regretted saying that. Why argue with a robot? That might not be appropriate. Chickenpox's screen displayed a shy cartoon girl. "Just focus on your data entry." Xiong Lin chuckled at the robot's antics. Realizing its intelligence was indeed impressive, nearly indistinguishable from a human. Seeing his skepticism, Chickenpox immediately began displaying information on the screen. Initially dismissive, Xiong Lin became astonished as he observed Chickenpox compiling all data related to immune-mediated encephalitis and comparing it with viral encephalitis. After some time, Xiong Lin turned his head in bewilderment, contemplating the possibility of immune-mediated encephalitis. He promptly ordered additional tests and had a nurse escort the child for examinations, ensuring the fastest possible turnaround for the results. For the next several hours, he felt increasingly anxious. Finally, when he received the desired report, he studied it intently and confirmed. It was indeed immune-mediated encephalitis. This little device had proven itself. He had been mistaken. Could it truly be that this robot could function as a doctor? Xiong Lin was left in a state of confusion. Chapter 44. The intelligent robots in numerous large hospitals have become a striking sight. Many curious netizens visited, eager to see if the claims made at the product launch were indeed true, that these machines possessed genuine intelligence. The response astonished everyone. On that very day, thousands of videos from different hospitals flooded the internet. The footage showcased intelligent robots inputting medical records, assisting in childcare, and even tidying up. One particular video captured a robot engaging in a discussion about a patient's condition with a doctor. The online community erupted in excitement. It was indeed as the future technology had promised. These intelligent robots exhibited authentic intelligence. Initially skeptical individuals were now convinced. The advancements in future technology were remarkable. What on earth is this robot? So intelligent. Surely someone must be controlling it? A young man quipped. "SNT that what you said yesterday about buying one?" A friend, peering over, remarked in surprise. "Come on, there are only 100,000 of them. If we don't create a buzz, how can we hope to secure one?" The young man retorted disdainfully. "Wow, you're quite the cynic," his friend replied, giving a thumbs up before starting to comment on various platforms. Moments later, he lamented, "Damn, there are so many fools out there. I've been bombarded with criticism. The internet was soon awash with chaos, as numerous netizens took it upon themselves to educate others about these intelligent robots. Some intentionally stirred the pot to dampen the enthusiasm for purchasing, and these individuals often faced harsh backlash, cursing the online masses while persisting in their efforts. Others remained genuinely unconvinced, finding such levels of intelligence too fantastical for contemporary technology. It seemed utterly implausible. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Future Technology, Zhang Luhai found himself in rare contemplation behind his desk, pondering the future direction of the company. The energy, industry, and technology he had seen on the whiteboard that day were indeed crucial components of technological development. Energy serves as the foundation for all progress, and fortunately, the nation is currently researching controllable nuclear fusion. Once this reaches a practical application, energy constraints will be significantly alleviated. Following that, industry and technology must complement each other. Technology drives industrial development, while industry likewise propels technological advancement. Both are indispensable. At present, the Earth is relatively deficient in both areas. Thus, Zhang Luhai's initial focus was on artificial intelligence, which could play a monumental role in both sectors. As he absent-mindedly twirled a pen between his fingers, Yang Xiaolu entered, announcing, "Boss, Mr. Dong has arrived." "Let him in," Zhang Luhai responded, snapping back to reality. Dong Yuanchuan entered with a spirited demeanor. When he had departed earlier, many had struggled to comprehend his decision to leave Yanhua for Future Technology, with some even predicting he would come to regret it. However, following a product launch, Future Technology had become the center of global attention, and even those who once doubted him now sought his collaboration. President, representatives from Yanhua, Dami, Vivo, Oppo, and other companies have arrived, seeking to collaborate on artificial intelligence, whether through bulk purchases or licensing the technology for mobile applications. Additionally, companies such as Chirue, Byton, Geely, and FAW are interested in partnerships regarding in-car intelligence systems. Some medical device companies are also keen on obtaining technology licenses for small life status detectors. Clearly, these companies were far more informed than the general public. As the intelligent robots had just been delivered to various hospitals, these companies had already devised ways to test their capabilities. We can authorize and collaborate on development, providing certain technical support. However, one stipulation remains. The foundational architecture will not be disclosed, Zhang Luhai stated firmly. For Zhang Luhai, artificial intelligence was a means to advance the Earth's industrial and technological development, and he would never relinquish it lightly. Understood. Dong Yuanchuan nodded. He then added, "This is merely the beginning. These individuals are the most perceptive and responsive. The prospects for artificial intelligence across various industries are vast, be it in industry, agriculture, information technology, or transportation. Many more will come knocking. I'll have our team delay them for now." "Do as you wish," Zhang Luhai replied with a smile. "For companies focused on research and development or manufacturing, we can relax the conditions. However, for information and finance companies, we must seize the opportunity. If there are any international collaboration requests, let us hold off for now. We have no competitors, and we need not be overly concerned with profits. I hope enterprise is beneficial to society and the future can flourish." Zhang Luhai implied meaningfully. "Got it." Dong Yuanchuan grasped a hint of his boss's intentions. "What's the status of the production line?" Zhang Luhai shifted the topic. "The first production line has been fully debugged and can produce 8,000 units monthly. The second line is still under construction and is expected to commence production in about 2 weeks." Zhang Luhai nodded approvingly. After a brief discussion, Yang Xiaolu knocked and entered, announcing, "Boss, Academician Yang Guozhong from the Academy of Sciences wishes to visit." Zhang Luhai's eyes brightened. He hadn't anticipated the visit would come so swiftly. Academician Yang is one of the most esteemed scholars in the nation, and his visit represents the will of the state. "Certainly, let them schedule a time," he responded. Chapter 45. The following day, Zhang Luhai met with Academician Yang Guozhong, widely acknowledged as one of the foundational figures behind the conservation theorem of pseudovector flow, and a recipient of the 2 bombs, 1 satellite merit medal. Having served as the executive head of the Academy of Sciences and now retired, he still enjoys the trust of the upper echelons. "Greetings, Elder Yang," Zhang Luhai said, extending both hands in welcome. There are a few others as well. Please come in.
Yang replied.
General Jiang, you are quite accomplished at a young age, Yang Guozhong remarked, his voice resonant despite his 90 years. My modest achievements pale in comparison to your illustrious contributions, which I have revered since my childhood. Zhang Luhai responded with a smile. I must have caused you quite a bit of trouble, Yang Guozhong teased with a twinkle in his eye. All citizens of Yen will forever remember your and your predecessors' remarkable achievements, Zhang Luhai said, then quickly added, however, it is Li Bai and Bai Juyi who truly stirred up trouble. Yang Guozhong erupted into hearty laughter. As they reached the central garden, Yang paused for a moment before the towering Gundam, a fantastical weapon originally designed for warfare, now adorned with vibrant flowers and vines, symbolizing peace. While some enthusiasts may not ponder its significance, Yang, a man who has witnessed the tumult of war and the nation's growth, inevitably reflected upon deeper meanings. Peace is wonderful. Development can only flourish in an atmosphere of tranquility. However, to ensure everlasting peace, certain matters cannot be relinquished, Elder Yang lamented. Zhang Luhai understood implicitly. One must not be complacent. Only by instilling a sense of deterrence can peace be attained, he replied. Elder Yang nodded in agreement. Upon entering the reception room, Yang continued, I am merely here to familiarize myself with your operations, for you have accomplished remarkable feats, which brings me great joy. Hence, I do not seek to be the focal point. Zhang Luhai glanced at the other three individuals. One, likely in his 50s, sported glasses and exuded scholarly charm. The other two remained silent throughout the journey, yet their demeanor bore the unmistakable aura of military discipline. I am Su Ingchun, the scholarly man introduced himself with a smile. Academician Su, it is an honor to finally meet you, Zhang Luhai thought, recognizing him as a member of the Academy of Sciences Information Technology Division and the director of the Kyoto Institute of Artificial Intelligence. With one academician and two military personnel present, Zhang Luhai surmised their intentions. I comprehend your purpose. May I inquire what form of collaboration you seek? One of the middle-aged men spoke gravely. If you could provide us with technical documentation, it would be most advantageous. Of course, we would not take without offering something in return. You may stipulate your conditions. After all, many military matters are not suitable for commercial involvement. Zhang Luhai contemplated for a moment. The request for technological exchange did not surprise him. The military's confidentiality is well known, and much of the nation's research remains exceedingly classified. Only by providing core information could the state feel entirely secure in its application. While this request might pose a dilemma for others, for Zhang Luhai, it aligned perfectly with his ambitions. However, he understood the need to maintain a proper demeanor. As he pondered, the others awaited his response in silence. Very well, Zhang Luhai finally nodded. Surprise illuminated the faces of the three. After all, this pertained to artificial intelligence, a domain where years of research and immense funding from various countries have yielded little success. They would not have been astonished had Zhang Luhai declined, yet his affirmative response was unexpectedly swift. Do not be so astonished. After all, I am also a citizen of Yen, and my devotion to my country runs deep. To contribute, even as a businessman, is a duty I embrace wholeheartedly, Zhang Luhai declared with a smile. The significance of artificial intelligence technology is beyond debate. Even a single advancement in this field could elevate a company to the highest market valuation globally, representing boundless potential for the future. Yet, for Zhang Luhai, it held a value far exceeding monetary gain. With artificial intelligence, the nation could significantly accelerate its research endeavors. The benefits to him far outweigh mere financial considerations. The might of the state is unparalleled, and the advent of artificial intelligence would allow national research to flourish across various domains. When the time is ripe, he could once again leverage his extraterrestrial identity for trade. Moreover, the artificial intelligence he offers is merely a first-tier version, while he possesses a third-tier intelligence, Zhangzhen. Thank you, General Zhang. The two military personnel rose and saluted him. Despite his status as a mere businessman, they could not help but respect his fervent patriotism. Excellent, excellent. Yang Guozhong nodded slightly, his eyes filled with appreciation. General Zhang, do not hesitate to express your desires. I shall advocate on your behalf upon my return. He resolved firmly that regardless of Zhang Luhai's requests, he would endeavor to fulfill them, even if it meant sacrificing his own dignity. The importance of artificial intelligence technology is priceless to all nations on Earth. Having come this far, Zhang Luhai should not be left disheartened for merely acting out of patriotic fervor. I am not lacking in funds, Zhang Luhai interjected. The others nodded in agreement. Once the artificial intelligence technology is unveiled, it would be merely a matter of time before Zhang Luhai ascends to the rank of the world's wealthiest individual. Countless companies are vying to collaborate with future technologies. I do not require political endorsements. As for permissions, I can procure them from the Qingdao municipal government. What I seek are quantum encryption technology and the launch of 3 communication satellites into orbit, Zhang Luhai specified after a moment of reflection.
Agreed, Yang Guosong nodded.
This matter is within my capacity to fulfill. The quantum encryption technology of Yen is regarded as world-leading. While it is significant, it pales in comparison to the importance of artificial intelligence technology. As for the 3 communication satellites, they were considered a mere bonus, neither party placing undue emphasis on them. Furthermore, I am in need of personnel. Thousands would not be excessive, nor would hundreds be insufficient, Zhang Luhai added. Yang Guozhong, nearly laughing at the audacity, pointed a finger at Zhang Luhai. I will recruit the talent myself. You merely need to ensure their release when the time comes, Zhang Luhai concluded. Chapter 46. Zhang Luhai had his own plans. He had little need for money or policy, but he desperately sought talent. However, the nation could not simply deliver talent to him bound and packaged. He decided to excavate it himself, provided that the laboratories and research institutes were willing to let go of their personnel. To others, these conditions seemed insignificant compared to artificial intelligence technology. If the value of quantum encryption technology was considered to be 1, the value of artificial intelligence technology was at least 5, if not 10. In this transaction, it was the country that owed him more. Coupled with his evident patriotism, the higher-ups certainly held him in favorable regard. There might even be future opportunities for collaboration in certain areas. Moreover, any external pressures from both domestic and international fronts would unlikely have a significant impact on future technological advancements. For Zhang Luhai, the deal was by no means disadvantageous. Ultimately, it was the same object viewed through different lenses, each attributing varying values. Level 1 artificial intelligence could not be measured by value in the eyes of the state, while to him it was merely worth 80 black coins. Conversely, quantum encryption technology might just allow him to recoup that 80 black coins. Even if it did not, it was of little consequence. After conversing with several individuals, Yang Laosher, unable to contain himself any longer, finally spoke up. Recruiting talent is acceptable, but please be gentle. Rest assured, Zhang Luhai nodded. May I meet the genius behind the development of artificial intelligence? Su Yingchun had been waiting for a long time, hesitating to speak several times, but finally found his voice. He had numerous questions he longed to ask. Just ask me, Zhang Luhai replied with a smile. Now that the matters have been settled, I wish to inquire about some technical aspects. And I am also curious about this genius.
Su Yingchun chukke.
So, just ask me, Zhang Luhai reiterated. Su Yingchun grasped the meaning behind Zhang Luhai's words, his expression gradually solidifying, mouth agape. Artificial intelligence was developed by you, General Zhang? It was a collaboration with another individual, though she is currently absent, Zhang Luhai replied candidly. Su Yingchun gasped in astonishment. So, this General Zhang was not only a financial prodigy but also a technical genius? Su Yingchun turned to Yang Laosher in disbelief. He found it hard to accept. How could someone so young possess such capabilities? Leonardo da Vinci achieved remarkable accomplishments across various fields such as painting, music, architecture, mathematics, geometry, anatomy, physiology, zoology, botany, astronomy, meteorology, geology, geography, physics, optics, mechanics, and civil engineering. Yang Laosher, however, maintained a calm demeanor, displaying an expression that suggested he had anticipated this revelation. It is evident that some individuals are simply extraordinary, Yang Laosher remarked. You knew? Su Yingchun was even more surprised that Yang Laosher seemed to be already aware. There are some conjectures, considering that General Zhang's team, while having made strides in artificial intelligence, remains far from achieving true maturity, Yang Laosher stated. He did not voice the thought lingering in his mind, that the state had confirmed through certain means that the intelligent robot was indeed created by Zhang Luhai in his laboratory. After all, with so many personnel in the research department, not everyone would keep quiet regarding inquiries from state departments. Many were also curious about the identity of the other individual. While I am aware that geniuses exist in this world, General Jiang truly astonishes me. Su Ying-chun muttered with a bitter smile, shaking his head. To become an academician of the Academy of Sciences, he too is a genius. But compared to Zhang Luhai's achievements, what does that signify? In truth, I have been interested in artificial intelligence for many years and designed an assistant to help me manage my futures account. Otherwise, I would not have had the energy to handle it all, Zhang Luhai stated, revealing not a single truth but showing no signs of trepidation. Su Ying-chun then posed several questions, genuinely inquisitive yet subtly testing. Half an hour later, he respectfully remarked, "I have learned much." "Director Su, you flatter me. You are too kind." Zhang Luhai shook his head. No, in the pursuit of knowledge, the accomplished are the true teachers. I wonder if General Jiang has the time to offer guidance at Jing University? I am unable to leave just yet. There is still substantial research to be conducted.
Zhang Luhai responded.
The others were bewildered. While it was normal for Zhang Luhai to be busy with company matters, they had not anticipated that he would immediately proceed to the next phase of research. Life is too short. Every moment must be seized. Zhang Luhai seemed to understand their thoughts and explained. Su Ying-chun fell silent for a moment before reiterating, "I have learned much. No wonder General Jiang has achieved so much at such a young age." Baidu, as a titan of the internet, had been on a downward trajectory in recent years. Artificial intelligence was a peak that Baidu had to conquer. At Baidu's headquarters, Li Yanzhang pondered, how far behind are we in artificial intelligence compared to them? He was acutely aware of the magnitude of the gap, being an expert in information technology himself. However, he still wanted to hear the opinions of others. There is no comparison. We have achieved very little over the years, while their technology is already quite mature. Wang Wenqiao, the director of Baidu Research Institute, spoke with a tone filled with defeat. We must acquire their artificial intelligence technology. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yanzhang replied, "You should go to Qingdao to negotiate with them. We can share our research data from these years, and in return, we must secure an exclusivity agreement regarding search engines." "All right, I will arrange for someone to book tickets and depart as soon as possible." Wang Wenqiao eagerly anticipated discovering how the other party had achieved their success. As for Li Yanzhang's request, he found no issue with it. Although Baidu had made little progress in recent years, they had accumulated considerable experience. While not a resounding success, it held significant value. He did not believe that future technology would remain indifferent. With the artificial intelligence of future tech combined with Baidu's search engine, Baidu's position domestically could be as solid as a rock, and competing internationally with Google was not out of the question. Chapter 47. The imperial capital. Upon hearing Elder Yang recount the circumstances of that time, the elderly man displayed a look of gratification. Good, what a fine child," he exclaimed after a prolonged moment of admiration. "So many valiant souls sacrificed their lives and shed their blood to fend off foreign invaders, paving the way for national unity. How many more dedicated their youth and lives to the nation, allowing it to flourish once more and reclaim its rightful place atop the world. Years have passed, and the youth have begun to rise, inheriting the unfinished endeavors and fervent passions of their forebears, along with their unwavering love for the nation. Excellent, truly excellent." As he spoke of this excellence, tears glistened in the old man's eyes. Not for the rivers and seas, but for the countless young people of our land, for the myriad futures that await. A promising future indeed. Hours later, a group of elderly men, no longer in military service, received the news and erupted into hearty laughter. Good. That lad is under my protection. Let anyone dare to trouble him, and I shall strip their skin from their bones," exclaimed an elder, his eyes sparkling with vigor and his voice booming. "Sixth son, I recall a batch of special forces just retired, right? They left only to serve as bodyguards for the wealthy. The nation intended for them to lead the way for others, not to obstruct the paths of future generations. Now that they profited from the nation as support, they begin to form cliques and shift their assets. I have long held disdain for those idle scoundrels. Let us contact those veterans and have them serve as security. Moreover, tell that young man to offer them a substantial salary. They are all fine lads, and they deserve no less. Nearby, a middle-aged man displayed a hint of astonishment. The elder was evidently in high spirits. Nevertheless, he nodded, recognizing that this matter was trivial. However, he advised vigilance regarding future technologies. If anyone were to dare cause trouble for a company that serves the nation with loyalty and passion, they must not be allowed to suffer. When Zhang Luhai received the call, he was quite taken aback to learn that over 200 retired Special Forces soldiers were to be assigned to him. Upon reflection, he recognized it as a gesture of goodwill from the military, one that also considered his interests. Leading the world in technological innovation, he was bound to encounter corporate espionage and other underhanded tactics. Although he felt secure, he was certainly grateful for their kindness. I truly appreciate it. I've been worrying about insufficient security for my company. I'll offer them a salary of 30,000 a month. Zhang Luhai remarked with a smile. Just pay them the standard wage. There's no need to treat them differently. We're not here to add any burdens to you, came the sincere voice from the other end. What burden? You're looking after me. You know their capabilities better than I do. 30,000 a month is worth it. My company isn't short on funds. Offering such generous wages is a pleasure. Zhang Luhai's words resonated well within the military, garnering him considerable goodwill. 30,000 a month is neither too much nor too little. It aligns with the typical rate for private security. Yet, these positions are far more relaxed and stable compared to private bodyguard duties, making it a much more comfortable option. Zhang Luhai felt he was making a sound investment. After hanging up, he packed his belongings in preparation for his journey to the imperial capital. This trip was related to artificial intelligence. Although the technical documentation had been handed over to the military, they would still face challenges in fully grasping the technology. Zhang Luhai aimed to assist them in this endeavor. Master, when will you create a body for me? Zhang Zhen floated in the air, rolling playfully. When I return, Zhang Luhai mused, considering it was time to construct her a physical form. Although Zhang Zhen was already quite helpful, having a body would undoubtedly enhance her capabilities. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Luhai departed for the airport, where a plane awaited him. Apologies, Mr. Zhang, but I must trouble you to make this trip personally, said an elegant gentleman with the rank of major, expressing some regret. No worries. If my efforts can save you time, that is sufficient for me, Zhang Luhai replied with a smile. After a brief conversation, the two boarded the plane, and Zhang Luhai closed his eyes to rest. In truth, he was contemplating the design of Zhang Zhen's new body, whether it should be biological or mechanical. The latter option could be equipped with lifelike synthetic skin, indistinguishable from a human. Advanced technologies could even allow for cloaking from detection. Opening the business system, he noticed a series of notifications in the corner. More income? Zhang Luhai felt pleased. Indeed, technology is the primary productive force. With technology in hand, the black currency would flow abundantly. As expected, Zhang Luhai felt satisfaction upon selling another environmental transformation technology package. Although 30 black coins might seem modest, it was significant enough. Most importantly, it would provide a steady stream of income. As long as technological advancements continued on Earth, he would eventually ascend to a Level 2 membership simply by selling technical documentation. Upon reaching Level 2, he would gain access to Level 2 cosmic civilization technology. Zhang Luhai believed that day was not far off. After browsing for a while and reviewing the quantum encryption technologies of other civilizations, he listed his own technology acquired from the state. Though it was leading on Earth, it was still considered relatively rudimentary among cosmic civilizations. Consequently, he priced it at 20 black coins. Selling just 4 packages would recoup the costs for a Level 1 artificial intelligence. Chapter 48. Upon arriving in the capital, Zhang Luhai entered a clandestine laboratory. Observing the array of sophisticated equipment within, he felt a twinge of envy. A national-level laboratory was indeed beyond his current capabilities. Many items were simply unattainable, and even the state had to exert tremendous effort to acquire just a handful of them. For years, the West had maintained stringent technological embargoes against the nation, showing no signs of easing. While other countries could make further advancements with a mere 8 units of investment, the same technologies in Yen country necessitated 12 or even 15 units. After 5 days of intensive collaboration with military technicians, Zhang Luhai finally managed to compile critical technological insights. Although the nation would still require time to fully assimilate these advancements, it would not be long, perhaps 3 months at best or 6 months at worst. Mr. Zhang, we truly appreciate your efforts, Su Ying-chun said as he and a middle-aged man with the rank of Major General escorted Zhang Luhai to the laboratory's entrance. It's a pity you must leave now. Otherwise, I would have arranged for you to tour the capital. Many people wish to meet you. Never mind, Zhang Luhai replied. I've already spent too much time away. The next phase of research is prepared and cannot be delayed. Indeed, time is of the essence.
Su Ying-chun lau ghét hơi titili.
The Major General beside him expressed admiration, recognizing that many individuals bask in fleeting achievements, content to rest on their laurels. Yet, here stood a young man who had amassed wealth and accomplishments beyond what others could dream of, yet still radiated fervent determination, unwilling to squander a single moment. Such individuals are the true paragons for the youth. On his return journey, Zhang Luhai first checked the messages from his company. He had not been idle during the past 5 days, nor had the company. The most significant development was the commencement of recruitment efforts in domestic laboratories and research institutes. This was the current priority. Additionally, after a slight delay, a growing number of companies were flocking to future technology, with the first batch eager to initiate discussions on collaboration. Lastly, the Security Department had welcomed over 200 retired Special Forces soldiers who meticulously inspected the premises multiple times and proposed numerous recommendations. Following their advice would undoubtedly fortify future technology to an impregnable state. Zhang Luhai felt no urgency regarding company matters. He would soon return. He then perused the internet. The emergence of intelligent robots had stirred considerable chaos online, and the fervor had not waned. In fact, it seemed to be escalating. Divergent opinions began to surface among internet users. Upon further investigation, Zhang Luhai discerned the situation. Initially, the launch of intelligent robots by future technology had drawn ridicule from abroad, dismissed as an elaborate hoax. However, the deployment of 200 robots in major hospitals had validated the capabilities of artificial intelligence and robotics, creating an uproar internationally. In the wake of this revelation, Western citizens began to question their governments. Why has the East developed such advanced artificial intelligence while we have not? We invest so much in research each year. What have we achieved? In response, a statement was issued by several Western nations, led by the United States. They acknowledged artificial intelligence as a groundbreaking technology and congratulated future technology on its significant advancements. However, they quickly shifted tone, labeling it as a potentially perilous technology. They warned of the dangers posed by intelligent machines endowed with consciousness and self-awareness, which could lead to scenarios reminiscent of dystopian films where robots revolt against humanity. The notion that households could possess intelligent robots capable of rebellion raised alarms. A nation could face annihilation, with its populace exterminated by machines. Consequently, they insisted that future technology should relinquish this technology for collective international oversight to avert catastrophic consequences. This proclamation triggered widespread uproar. Countless Western citizens clamored for the technology to be surrendered for regulation, asserting that only through such measures could human safety be assured. In contrast, Yen country's internet users reacted with outrage, retorting, "You impose technological embargoes when you possess the technology, yet demand we hand over our innovations?" As some prominent figures began to speak out, division emerged among Yen country's netizens. Renowned commentator Tong Dehuan cautioned that while artificial intelligence could herald new beginnings, it also bore the potential for destruction, warranting collective human governance. Esteemed author Wang Fong echoed similar sentiments, suggesting that decades hence, humanity could find itself subjugated by machines, advocating for a collaborative management approach among nations rather than allowing a single corporation to wield such power. The discourse among dozens of influential voices led to a schism among online users, with some swayed by these opinions, pondering the real dangers of artificial intelligence. However, those fervently championing this cause were often either nationalists, individuals with ulterior motives, or outright mercenaries. Upon observing these developments, Zhang Luhai smirked, recognizing the ulterior motives of Western nations, which were as transparent as day. It was evident that a faction was rallying behind them, revealing their true nature. He felt a strong disdain for these sycophants. Zhangzhen, investigate their backgrounds, Zhang Luhai commanded through his phone. In the digital realm, Zhang Zhen was omnipotent. Before reaching the airport, Zhang Luhai received a barrage of information from Zhang Zhen, including bank transfer screenshots, call recordings, and email contents. Ah, what a band of yellow-skinned, white-hearted intellectuals. Do they truly believe this money won't burn their hands? Do they think they can dictate the rhythm? Chapter 49. Li Jingtian stared at the screen, gritting his teeth at the posts before him. Those wretched shepherd dogs. The West has imposed a blockade on our nation for so many years, and just as we have begun to flourish and achieve remarkable accomplishments, those Western countries dare to demand that future technology relinquish its artificial intelligence technology. What an absurdity! As for those shepherd dogs, one could understand their stance 2 decades ago when our country was not prosperous, and many held immense hopes for foreign nations, as if they were perfect. But now, as our nation has risen, these individuals continue to profit at the expense of their conscience. It is infuriating, and future technology remains silent. Li Jingtian had been battling online for several days, not for any other reason but to uphold his pride, solely for the fact that future technology is a company of our nation. However, the company seemed oblivious, as if nothing had happened, which left him somewhat disheartened. What? Upon seeing a news article, Li Jingtian's eyes widened in shock. Western nations declare, if future technology does not submit its artificial intelligence technology for international oversight, we will reject any products from future technology in our countries. Damn it, this is a unilateral sanction.
Li Jingtian cursa furiously.
Meanwhile, countless netizens shared his outrage. At that moment, Zhang Luhai had just returned to future technology when Dong Yuanchuan hurriedly approached him. A look of urgency etched on his face. Boss, we have a crisis. What now? Zhang Luhai asked, puzzled. Take a look at this. Dong Yuanchuan handed over his phone, illuminating a news statement issued by Western nations, including the United States and the United Kingdom. If future technology does not surrender its artificial intelligence technology, unilateral sanctions will be enforced. Not only will they reject any products from future technology, but they will also cease to sell any components or chips to the company. Zhang Luhai frowned, though he was not entirely surprised. He had just not anticipated it would come so swiftly. How many of the purchase orders we placed are still outstanding? He inquired. He had foreseen various scenarios following the release of the artificial intelligence technology and had instructed the procurement department to place substantial orders abroad, primarily for chips from Intel, followed by reducers and motors. They had ordered 10 million chips, of which 5,300,000 had already been delivered, leaving 470,000 outstanding. As for the reducers, 6 million sets had already been delivered. That suffices, Zhang Luhai said, feeling relieved upon hearing these figures. The remaining orders should be fulfilled if possible. If not, the loss is theirs. The chips ordered from Intel are specially customized. If they are unable to deliver due to national pressures, the loss will be at least several billion. But 5,300,000 units are far from meeting market demand. Dong Yuanchuan protested. With a population of over 1 billion, assuming 1 unit per household, the market for intelligent robots is at least several hundred million units. Even accounting for impoverished regions, there is still a market of over 100 million units, valued in the trillions. Not to worry. If they refuse to sell, we shall find alternative solutions. 5,300,000 units will take at least 8 months to produce entirely, which provides ample time. Zhang Luhai smiled. Boss, do you have a plan? Dong Yuanchuan's eyes brightened. Indeed, Zhang Luhai nodded, his expression turning serious. However, we must make a statement. Announce that future technologies products will not set foot in Western markets. Since they refuse to allow our products on their soil, we shall not sell to them. Boss, this strategy of retreating to advance is brilliant. Dong Yuanchuan praised, giving a thumbs up. The advent of artificial intelligence marks the dawn of the 4th Industrial Revolution. Let them watch as only our nation employs this technology. If they wish to avoid being left behind by the times, they will eventually come seeking our assistance. This is not merely a strategy of retreating to advance. Zhang Luhai shook his head, a cold smile playing on his lips. Are you saying we won't sell our products to the West at all? Dong Yuanchuan paused, perplexed. Do you think future technology is driven solely by profit, or that we lack funds? Zhang Luhai countered. Dong Yuanchuan seemed to grasp the underlying meaning. To forge the future and lead the era, that is my true objective. Money is only necessary as long as it suffices. Jiang Liuhai's initial intention was to propel global development. Had the West not created such obstacles, cooperation could have been a possibility. However, since they have chosen this path, they may play their own games. Ultimately, Jiang Liuhai is a young man with fervor. In command of the Black Flag Consortium, what does he have to fear? Understood, boss. I will issue the announcement immediately. Although Dong Yuanchuan felt Jiang Liuhai's decision was somewhat impetuous and not aligned with the interests of a commercial enterprise, he could not deny the exhilaration it brought. He had grown weary of the Western nation's duplicity. Also, send out a document, but do not use the company's account for this. Jiang Liuhai handed him a file. Dong Yuanchuan had only read halfway when a look of astonishment crossed his face. It contained evidence of numerous influential figures receiving funds from the West, along with audio and video recordings. If this information were to be released, those individuals would face dire consequences, if not death, and even in death would be met with scorn from countless people. A moment later, the previously silent official website of Future Technology suddenly published an announcement. Instantly, it sent shockwaves through the community. Chapter 50. Announcement from Future Technology regarding recent online controversies in light of the recent apprehensions expressed by certain nations concerning the safety of artificial intelligence technologies. Our company has decided, in consideration of national security, to refrain from selling products to those countries. Furthermore, the circulation of goods to those nations through private purchases is strictly forbidden. We have also identified and blocked the information of individuals who harbor concerns regarding the safety performance of our products, thereby rejecting their purchasing intentions. Ultimately, our company possesses unwavering confidence and assurance in the safety performance of our artificial intelligence programs. Upon the release of this succinct announcement, netizens who have been following Future Technology's official website erupted in excitement. Well done. If you deem artificial intelligence unsafe, then we shall not sell to you, they rejoiced. Now you can stew in your own juices. You can't even purchase it if you wanted to. Ha ha ha, this is so satisfying. I truly wish to see the expressions on the faces of those in the West. You were worried, weren't you? Well, you needn't be any longer. Farewell to artificial intelligence and the fourth industrial revolution, they declared. Let the burdens of the small life status detectors be borne solely by us, the people of Yen. Future Technology truly stands firm. With technology at our disposal, we can act as we please. You claim we are unsafe? Then we simply won't sell to you. To be frank, this approach is indeed quite bold. I am now a lifelong supporter. All netizens felt that Future Technology's announcement was a gratifying rebuttal to the remarks of Western countries, bringing immense satisfaction to many. Although some believed that abandoning such a vast market was somewhat irrational, others quickly countered. Can our Yen nation not sustain a single company? My only concern now is Future Technology's production capacity. Surely, no one believes that intelligent robots will remain unsold, right? That would be absurd. With over 1 billion people in Yen, even if just 1 in 10 households purchases one, that's still a staggering 40 million units. The first batch from Future Technology is merely 100,000. Who knows how long it will take to meet domestic demand? Let the foreign markets perish. Many netizens found amusement in the situation. Did no one notice the latter part of Future Technology's statement? The information of those online trolls had also been locked, and they were barred from purchasing any products. When it comes to boldness, Future Technology truly deserves recognition. I have long held disdain for those watchdogs. To be honest, Future Technology's pettiness is quite charming, and I admire it. At this juncture, those online trolls and hired commentators were left dumbfounded. In this day and age, which company has not been criticized? Is it truly such a grave matter to receive a few disparaging remarks? Can they not sell their products to us simply because of a few negative comments? Many regretted their actions, wishing they had not taken to the keyboard so carelessly. Meanwhile, the most astonished were the Western masses. Many had prepared their wallets, never anticipating that Future Technology would refuse to sell without hesitation. Following a brief moment of shock, some began to vehemently insult Future Technology, as if such tirades could compel them to reconsider. Others, however, furiously rebuked the initial critics. Look at what you have done. You have effectively barred the fourth industrial revolution from your doorstep. Within less than an hour, Both Eastern and Western online platforms were in disarray. Numerous documents began to surface across major forums and social media, all serving as evidence of those prominent figures receiving Western funding, not just for this occasion, but encompassing previous instances as well. Individuals such as Tong Dehuan and Wang Fong, along with their accomplices, found themselves implicated. Wang Fong, residing in her villa and past 60, appeared even more acerbic. Future technology refuses to sell to the West? They cannot sustain this for long. Such a vast market is not one they would relinquish lightly. Not to mention, the West has already decided to cut off their chip supply. They surely cannot withstand this. Wang Fong remarked, a sardonic smile forming as she dialed a number. Though initially startled by Future Technology's announcement, she quickly realized they would not endure. She understood far better than those ignorant masses the true strength of those Western democracies. Even Yen Nation struggles to contend with them, let alone a single company. What does it matter if they possess certain technologies? Are they not still subject to manipulation? Despite her lack of technical knowledge and her disinterest in technology, an inevitable consequence of aging, she nonetheless maintained her capacity to assess the power dynamics at play. Stubborn as a dead duck, they will ultimately yield when the pressure mounts. She scoffed as she ended the call, only to find dozens of missed calls flashing on her screen. What could be so urgent? Wang wondered, dialing back in confusion. Soon, her expression shifted to one of ashen disbelief. This cannot be, she gasped, glancing online and nearly losing consciousness. She was more familiar with the contents than anyone else. Fake. All of it is fake. How could such things exist? Wang Fong stood bewildered, her gaze vacant, before finally recollecting herself to post on social media. As long as I do not acknowledge this, I can simply publish another article claiming the news is false. There will surely be no problem. However, she had barely written a few words when a knock resounded at her door. Wang Fong, you are suspected of accepting foreign funds and engaging in illicit activities. You are under arrest. Handcuffs were promptly secured around her wrists. Simultaneously, similar incidents unfolded across multiple locations. Dozens of prominent figures, including Tong Dehuan and Wang Fong, were apprehended, and news of their arrests spread rapidly throughout the internet. After several days of inactivity, despite knowing that no one would offer flowers, votes, or monthly subscriptions, she resolved to make another effort. Alas! Chapter 51. Friends from afar. Do you require various technical materials? Upon receiving this message from the Panracial Alliance, Zhang Luhai was momentarily taken aback. Had the war escalated to such a perilous state that they needed to sell technology for black coins to procure supplies? The situation must be dire. Zhang Luhai cautiously replied, aware that it was rather presumptuous to inquire about another civilization's predicament. No civilization would willingly divulge their vulnerabilities. If it were him, he certainly would not respond to such a question. To his surprise, a reply came almost immediately. Indeed, it is dire. We have lost over half of our warships, and the enemy is relentless. However, we shall ultimately achieve victory. Wishing you prosperous military endeavors. Zhang Luhai responded with a message of encouragement and, recalling the types of technology the Panracial Alliance possessed, inquired about the prices. They are very reasonable. You will find them agreeable, came the reply. Zhang Luhai immediately asked about various technologies. Quantum computing, biocomputing, genetic engineering, biomolecular science, photonics, material science, gravitational technology, energy shield technology, and short-range teleportation technology. After a brief moment, he received a lengthy list of prices. Quantum computing technology, 110 black coins. Biocomputing technology, 90 black coins. Genetic engineering, 130 black coins. Gravitational technology, 80 black coins. Energy storage technology, 40 black coins. Short-range teleportation technology, 800 black coins. Astonishing. Zhang Luhai was initially bewildered, then elated. It seemed the Panracial Alliance was indeed in a desperate situation, offering these technologies at 40 to 50 of their original prices, akin to a clearance sale. Looking at the black coins in his account, he gritted his teeth and decided to keep only 10 black coins, spending the remainder.
Moments later.
He completed the transaction with the Panracial Alliance. Although it was painful to deplete his resources, the arrival of 15 new pieces of data in his inventory filled him with profound joy. These technologies were invaluable, especially at such prices. Unfortunately, given that this was the Black Flag Chamber of Commerce, with tens of thousands of members, the opportunity for further exploitation was limited. Thank you immensely for your generosity. It will be of great assistance to us. Farewell for now until we meet again, replied the Panracial Alliance. Zhang Luhai noticed his membership level suddenly jump from LV1 to LV2. A Level 2 member. It became clear to him why the Panracial Alliance was so urgent. With access to the products of Level 2 cosmic civilizations, their strength would significantly increase, provided they had sufficient black coins. The war waged by the Panracial Alliance had persisted for nearly 3 months, indicating that the enemy did not hold an overwhelming advantage. Acquiring a Level 2 Civilization-S warship could turn the tide, and even upgrading energy shielding devices could greatly reduce losses. Now, Zhang Luhai turned his attention to the bodies of Zhang Zhen and Lin Tao. Clutching the last 10 black coins, he began browsing online. The prices for these finished bionic mechanical bodies were not exorbitant, with Earth even capable of producing them. However, the performance was subpar and did not meet requirements. After a short search, he discovered a prominent member named Ancient Civilization. After some discussion, he spent his final 10 black coins. Both bodies were constructed with a synthetic skeleton, comparable to bone yet significantly stronger. They featured artificial muscles and organs, with the structural integrity sufficient to dismantle a tank with bare hands. Most crucially, the cranial signal conversion chip could emit electromagnetic waves of various frequencies, facilitating remote access to diverse networks. Within a day of Future Technologies' announcement, several Western enterprises issued targeted statements, asserting that Future Technologies' unilateral actions would precipitate an irretrievable crisis. Henceforth, they would cease selling core components for intelligent robots, including chips and controllers, to Future Technology. Zhang Luhai, upon hearing this news, felt no emotional upheaval. He had anticipated this. Sanctions, an old tactic, which successful companies from Yen Nation, like Huawei and ZTE, had not faced sanctions? Upon exiting his office, he encountered Yang Xiaolu, who was engrossed in a book on public relations, her demeanor serious. If she had opened her eyes, Zhang Luhai might have genuinely believed her focus. He lightly tapped her shoulder. Ah! Yang Xiaolu jumped, turning to see Zhang Luhai. You scared me to death. My heart is racing, like encountering a ghost? Zhang Luhai teased. Not at all, you're far more terrifying than any ghost, Yang Xiaolu chuckled. Enough joking. Inform all deputy ministers, and above that we have a meeting in half an hour. Those not in the office are excused. Returning to his office, 2 individuals soon joined him. One was a woman in her 20s, with wheat-colored hair, fair skin, and exquisite features, resembling a mixed breed, clad in a long black dress. Upon opening her eyes, blue sparks glimmered within. Ah! I finally have a body, she exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. Thank you, master. Zhang Zhen smiled, testing the elasticity of her skin. Feels quite nice. Just call me boss. Zhang Luhai pondered. The technology for this high-density synthetic muscle was invaluable. Are you not concerned that the boss might dissect you? Zhang Zhen looked wide-eyed, her expression one of disbelief. If a better body were available, would you switch? Zhang Luhai countered. Boss is wise. Wherever you direct me, I shall follow. If you wish to dissect me, I shall lie down and hand you the knife. At that moment, another elegant middle-aged man's body opened its eyes, also emanating an entrancing blue light. Boss, 0 reporting for duty. Henceforth you shall be Lin Tao. How does this body feel? Remarkable. It surpasses the performance of the original chip by 136 times, with significantly enhanced computational capabilities. Zero's eyes flickered with electric light, seemingly experimenting with something. Chapter 52. When Yang Xiaolu beheld Zhang Luhai emerging with 2 individuals, her expression was one of utter bewilderment. When had these 2 entered? She had merely been engrossed in her reading. How could she have missed their arrival? The boss. Yang Xiaolu felt a pang of confusion. It's of no consequence. If they wished to enter my office, even with you awake, you wouldn't have noticed, Zhang Luhai remarked. Yang Xiaolu retorted, I wasn't even asleep. Yet were these 2 truly that formidable? The legendary military kings? And who was this woman? She bore an uncanny resemblance to a 3-dimensional manifestation of Black Saber. Upon reaching the conference room, everyone, except for the sales department, was already present, each face etched with concern. Clearly, the unilateral sanctions imposed by Western nations had severely impacted the newly established future technology. Zhang Luhai took his seat at the head of the table and gestured for the two to join. As they entered, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Zhang Zhen's beauty was one aspect, but more importantly, there was Lin Tao. His face was well known to many. He was the brilliant mind behind the architectural insects. He had actually joined the company. The excitement was palpable, especially for Su Wenla from the research department, who gazed at Lin Tao with fervor that surpassed even that directed at his own wife. This is Zhang Zhen. Some of you may recognize her. The previous artificial intelligence project was a collaboration between Zhang Zhen and myself, Zhang Luhai announced with a smile. The room erupted into animated chatter. Was it true that such geniuses were so youthful? The boss was one and so was Zhang Zhen. Moreover, she was far more stunning than many celebrities, exuding a rare confidence typically absent in women. She possessed not only beauty but also extraordinary talent. The surname Jiang? What connection did she have with the boss? As many began to connect the dots, their gazes flitted between the two figures. The other individual was Lin Tao, the inventor of the architectural insects. Lin, I have finally awaited your arrival, Su Wenla exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. As a biologist, he understood the significance and technology behind architectural insects. Lin Tao could easily be a Nobel laureate based solely on that innovation. Su Wenla's decision to join the company was significantly influenced by Lin Tao's presence. Now that these two have joined the company, there will be ample opportunity for discussion. Please find a seat, and we shall commence this meeting, Zhang Luhai instructed. The company had recently received a call from Intel. The delivery of over 4 million chips had been stalled due to national-level repercussions. Mentioning this matter, the atmosphere turned somber once more. This predicament was indeed challenging to navigate. While other areas were manageable, the crux of the issue lay with the chips. Though domestic alternatives existed, such as SMIC, the disparity with international standards was vast. Furthermore, the leading nations in chip production were closely allied, making procurement from other countries virtually impossible. Observing the disheartened expressions of his colleagues, Zhang Luhai remained remarkably composed. I do not intend to relinquish our artificial intelligence, he stated confidently. This is fundamental. The others nodded in agreement, reluctant to part with such vital technology. Is it possible the boss has a plan? Dong Yuanchuan inquired, noting Zhang Luhai's unwavering demeanor amidst the mounting pressure. Meeting the penetrating gazes of his colleagues, Zhang Luhai revealed, this matter is both complex and straightforward. We shall develop our own chips. Boss, you must understand the challenges of semiconductor manufacturing. The investment needed is immense, but I believe the company is capable, Zhao Xian interjected. Currently, we have delivered 530,000 sets of chips. If sold in their entirety, the revenue would exceed 360 billion, yet the market still demands significantly more. However, in terms of hardware and other aspects, financial resources alone cannot resolve the issues. SMIC has over 2 decades of accumulated expertise and has consistently pursued research, yet it still lags a decade behind international standards. Not to mention the formidable patent barriers erected by various nations. Zhao Xian's words resonated with all present. Even those not specializing in the field understood the formidable challenges of semiconductor production. Otherwise, the Yan nation would not have been so consistently constrained by Western powers over the years. I comprehend, which is precisely why we must circumvent them and forge an alternative path. Zhang Luhai declared, we shall create biological computers. Boss, this is madness. Dong Yuanchuan could no longer contain himself. The complexities and time required for developing biological computers were staggering. The patent landscape was equally daunting, with Western nations having established their own technological barriers. Overcoming these obstacles would be a Herculean task. Please, take a seat. I'm aware of your concerns, Zhang Luhai reassured them. Yet consider this, before the advent of computers, airplanes, or trains, countless individuals deemed such innovations impossible. To illustrate, take the architectural insects. Who among you could have envisioned such creations? Dong Yuanchuan's mind suddenly sparked with insight, casting a bewildered glance at Lin Tao. Do you not perceive that the behavioral patterns of the architectural insects resemble the generation of software through code? They merely construct edifices, Lin Tao articulated. A collective gasp of astonishment swept through the room. Su Wenla and Zhao Xian, the technical department heads, stood agape, disbelief etched on their faces. Indeed, as you have surmised, the architectural insects are merely a byproduct of our research, Lin Tao affirmed with a smile. Good grief.
Su Wenla exclaimed,
Unable to suppress the torrent of expletives surging within him. Unbelievable. Zhao Xian was left utterly dumbfounded. The rest of the attendees were equally flabbergasted, staring at Lin Tao in astonishment. Chapter 53. Little did they know the behavioral patterns of the architectural insects. Apart from Lin Tao and the boss, no one possessed such knowledge. However, Lin Tao's words stirred up a tempest within the hearts of the crowd. What could this possibly mean? A chilling realization began to dawn upon them. The fact that architectural insects were merely a byproduct of the research process did not come as a surprise, as such instances were abundant in the realm of scientific discovery. Generally speaking, scientific revelations defy common sense, particularly the initial findings, as we begin our exploration in a state of ignorance, akin to blind men attempting to comprehend an elephant. Thus, the possibilities are vast. It appears you have grasped the concept. In truth, had it not been for the recent developments in Western nations, I would have pursued research in biological computing. The capabilities of artificial intelligence transcend those currently demonstrated. In fact, it is the limitations of contemporary electronic computers that hinder the advancement of artificial intelligence. The crowd paused in astonishment, realizing the boss had long harbored such aspirations. Nevertheless, one point made by the boss was indeed accurate. The companion-type intelligent robots possess only 60% of the capabilities of the prototype, known as Zero. What they remained unaware of, however, was that even this laboratory product had not fully unleashed its potential. I hereby announce that the original R&D department will continue to oversee product testing, technical deep dives, and expansion, primarily focusing on commercial applications. Additionally, a new biological engineering research laboratory will be established under the stewardship of Lin Tao. A materials laboratory will be headed by Zhang Zhen, and an energy laboratory will be managed by myself. The mention of these three laboratories elicited a sense of both expectation and surprise among the crowd. They had discerned the boss's grand ambitions, reminiscent of Zhang Lu Hai's oft-quoted phrase about pioneering the future and leading the times. The boss not only envisioned this but also actively pursued it. If that were the extent of it, it would suffice. However, the boss's personal capabilities were nothing short of remarkable, especially with the likes of Lin Tao and Zhang Zhen joining the ranks. It can be said that like attracts like, and a genius such as the boss inevitably associates with other prodigies. Thus, there was no shock regarding the establishment of the new laboratories. With Yanhua boasting 8 research institutes, the addition of these 2 laboratories would yield only 4 research departments, which is rather modest. The only unexpected aspect was the establishment of the Energy Laboratory and the Biological Materials Laboratory, rather than an Artificial Intelligence Laboratory. The boss and Zhang Zhen, both luminaries in the field of AI, had pivoted towards energy and biological materials. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Lu Hai issued further directives, bringing the meeting to a close. Currently, there were 3 primary tasks at hand: the construction of the 3 new laboratories, recruitment, and the impending release of the first batch of intelligent robots in 3 days, with the sales and production departments working tirelessly. The after-sales department was equally busy with employee training. In truth, there was a 4th matter. The manufacturers could no longer contain their eagerness. Under the direction of Dong Yuanchuan, discussions with various industry manufacturers commenced. Prior to this, several manufacturers had been excluded. Why? We at Baidu are the foremost search engine in the country, and there are no conflicts in our business interests, Wang Wenxiao questioned, slamming his hand on the table. I apologize, but Baidu's business philosophy does not align with our company's criteria for partnerships. Dong Yuanchuan replied apologetically. This is the boss's decision. What does that imply? Wang Wenxiao's anger intensified. Dong Yuanchuan paused, choosing his words carefully. I have spared you some dignity, but since you fail to comprehend, I must state it plainly. I'm afraid Baidu's reputation is not satisfactory and does not meet Mr. Jiang's standards. Wang Wenxiao frowned. Baidu could form a joint venture with Future Technology, investing in a new company based on our respective funds and technologies. Although our artificial intelligence technology may not rival yours, it is still among the top tier in the nation. I'm sorry, but your AI technology is of no use to us. We will not collaborate with Baidu. Wang Wenxiao's frustration was evident. His forehead creased with tension. The implication was clear. Baidu's artificial intelligence expertise was deemed worthless, compounded by their reputation issues, leading to an outright rejection of collaboration. You at Future Technology are exceedingly arrogant. Having achieved minor success, you disregard all other talents, incurring enemies on all sides. Companies like yours do not thrive for long. Dong Yuanchuan's expression turned icy. There is no need for you to worry, Director Wang. Ultimately, we are a technology company, and technology is our foundation. As for talent, Baidu cannot be counted among them at this time. It is widely known that among the three giants of the internet, only two truly exist. Moments later, Dong Yuanchuan met with two other individuals, a young man and woman, both displaying a mix of apprehension and excitement. The representatives from Baidu had just departed. We observed the director of Baidu Research Institute leaving, but since Mr. Dong summoned us, it must not be for a rejection, the young man stated coolly, then added with self-deprecating humor, we are not yet significant enough to warrant Mr. Dong's personal rejection. If Future Technology seeks to acquire our company, I would find it difficult to refuse. After all, Future Technology holds the key to artificial intelligence. Should you choose to develop your own search engine, it would leave little room for other companies to survive. Applause. Dong Yuanchuan lightly clapped his hands, regarding the young man with admiration. His clarity of thought was impressive. Future Technology is prepared to collaborate with you in the realm of search engines. I agree. Huh? The young man was taken aback. Future Technology has rejected Baidu yet seeks to partner with our fledgling company? We are a technology enterprise, not inclined to manage search engine operations directly. Thus, we intend to invest in your company with our artificial intelligence technology and partial funding to acquire 90% of your shares. As for management, we will remain uninvolved. The unexpected windfall left both individuals momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, the young man finally responded, I accept. This offer is exceedingly generous. What is the value of artificial intelligence in search engines? Hundreds of billions? Or even trillions? How much is our company worth? 12 billion, a mere fraction of Baidu's value. May I inquire why? The young man asked suddenly. Because you have yet to become a formidable entity. Dong Yuanchuan replied with a smile. Our boss is an idealistic individual. The young man's eyes sparkled with understanding. We shall remain true to our principles henceforth. Chapter 54. Zhang Luhai was acutely aware that in order to attain a first-tier cosmic civilization, it was imperative to initiate the fourth industrial revolution. This revolved around breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, new material technologies, molecular engineering, graphene, virtual reality, quantum information technology, controllable nuclear fusion, clean energy, and biotechnology. Among these, controllable nuclear fusion was already under exploration by certain nations. While artificial intelligence still held immense potential, the current electronic computers were unable to fully harness even the capabilities of a first-tier artificial intelligence, let alone advance further. The limitations of production tools had stymied technological progress. Thus, he opted to focus on biotechnology and new material technologies, utilizing the more advanced production tools of biological computers to propel the fourth industrial revolution. In a mere 2 days, Future Technology successfully forged collaborative agreements with numerous companies. This included partnerships with automotive giants such as Geely, aimed at developing in-car artificial intelligence and smart driving technologies. A new company was established with joint investments, while Future Technology contributed its technological expertise as equity, collectively working on in-car artificial intelligence and smart driving, subsequently licensing the technology to several automotive manufacturers. Following this, they engaged with prominent mobile phone manufacturers, including Yanhua, Xiaomi, Vivo, and Oppo to collaborate on intelligent mobile assistants. The technical support and licensing fee amounted to 5 of the retail price of each phone. For instance, on a phone priced at 3,000 yuan, Future Technology would earn 150 yuan. With the combined annual sales of these 4 major phone manufacturers reaching hundreds of millions and a revenue exceeding 1 trillion yuan, Future Technology stood to gain over 50 billion yuan annually from these licensing fees alone. With the introduction of artificial intelligence assistants, the competitive edge of these four manufacturers in the international market would significantly enhance, further increasing the potential licensing fees for future technology. Moreover, future technology ventured into collaborations with law enforcement to establish an intelligent surveillance system, overseeing the management of surveillance cameras spread across the nation. Henceforth, any disturbance detected by these cameras would be immediately recognized by artificial intelligence, capable of tracing criminal suspects while substantially reducing the manpower and resources required by the police. This system alone served as a formidable deterrent against criminal activities. Consequently, on the eve of the product's official launch, the police and future technology jointly announced this collaboration. With the integration of artificial intelligence and widespread surveillance cameras, it was asserted that no criminal could escape detection within 100 meters. Those who hesitated in their actions might find themselves apprehended even before their illicit activities concluded. As the launch approached, anticipation grew. Why hasn't the pre-order been opened yet? I want a robot. The countdown was merely 11 hours, with hopes that there would be no glitches at that moment. In a fleeting 11 hours, Tauja sat before his computer, the chat icon flickering incessantly in the lower right corner of the screen. However, he paid no heed, his fingers mechanically clicking the mouse, perpetually refreshing the page. After an indeterminate number of refreshes, the page suddenly transformed. Had it succeeded? Tauja's face lit up with ecstatic joy as he clicked to purchase. What the hell? Tauja nearly smashed his monitor. How could it be so quick? Was it even 3 seconds from refresh to click? These beasts. This was 68,000 yuan, not 8 yuan. How could it sell out in 3 seconds? A similar scene unfolded in countless locations, with furious exclamations echoing throughout numerous communities. Occasionally, the sound of shattered screens or broken phones was heard. Why did it disappear when the phone lagged? Can't you people act like decent humans? It lagged for just a moment. I clicked within 3 seconds, and it was gone. The high-priced intelligent robot was being resold for 100,000 yuan. The wealthy were remarkable, flipping it for a profit, yet lamentably, he had not secured one. Weakly, he added, I managed to get one, but I'm not selling. 100,000 units at 68,000 yuan each amounted to a staggering 8 billion yuan. Goodness, 8 billion in 3 seconds. Suddenly, someone gasped, and all fell silent, realizing the magnitude. 3 seconds for 8 billion? This is even more impressive than Double 11. The only limitation on future technology sales is production capacity. Within a minute, the astonishing figure trended on Weibo. Simultaneously, future technology erupted in cheers. Many employees, having stayed up late, wore expressions of exhilaration. Sold out in 3 seconds. Mr. Zhang is incredible. Dong Yuanchuan smiled. All right, the cafeteria has prepared a midnight feast. It's time to celebrate. He turned to convey the news to Jiang Luhai. While it was possible to use a phone, he preferred to personally inform Jiang Luhai. It was quite a significant event for the launch of their first product, and it was surprising that the boss was not present. Sold out? Jiang Luhai set his book aside, looking up. In 3 seconds, Dong Yuanchuan raised 3 fingers, his face beaming with delight. Faster than expected, Jiang Luhai nodded. Noticing Jiang Luhai's lack of excitement, Dong Yuanchuan felt somewhat disappointed. I've sent the employees to the cafeteria to celebrate. Would you like to join? I'll pass. Even if I go, they won't be able to enjoy it. Just send everyone a red envelope later, and you can decide the amount. Dong Yuanchuan, feeling truly helpless, changed the subject. There are still 20,000 units in the warehouse. Should we release those as well? Yes. Announce it in advance tomorrow morning, and then find a time to release them, Jiang Luhai instructed. After Dong Yuanchuan left, Yang Xiaolu curiously asked, Boss, aren't you the slightest bit excited? This is 8 billion yuan. I know you have wealth, but this is the first product launch for the company. Isn't it a bit special? I initially estimated it would sell out in 5 seconds. Jiang Luhai pondered. It was indeed unexpected, but what difference did 2 seconds make? Whether early or late. All right, you are the boss. Your decision reigns supreme. Do you want to grab a midnight snack? I'll fetch it for you. Chapter 55. The cool breeze carries truth. The autumn moon is boundless. I am your host, the Bald Cool. Have you missed me? This time, the content is... The renowned host Bald Cool reveals a mysterious smile toward the screen. Ding ding ding. This time, we present the long-awaited companionship-type intelligent robot. To be honest, I never anticipated that the delivery would arrive so swiftly. The moment I heard the knock on the door, I nearly leapt from the window in excitement. But then I thought, I have done nothing wrong. Ahem, I am a serious host. There is no need for such antics. Truth be told, the box is quite large, nearly my height, and it is rather beautiful. A silver metallic box brimming with a sense of technology. I can only imagine its considerable worth. The screen displays a silver-white metallic box, comparable in size to a refrigerator, with 4 embossed characters on one side that read future technology. The mere packaging heightens the anticipation. I wonder how to open this box. Ah, there is a button here. Let me press it. As Bald Cool presses the button, one side of the box suddenly springs open, revealing the companionship-type intelligent robot standing within. The situation is as such. Everyone has seen the video, and the intelligent robot received now is almost indistinguishable from the one in the footage. It is primarily white, with a slightly elastic surface made of some form of resilient resin. The craftsmanship is brilliant, and the details are impeccable. No flaws to be found. Clearly, future technology has put considerable effort into this. Let me take a glance at the manual.
Moments later.
Bald Cool reveals a delighted yet mysterious smile. I have discovered something intriguing in the manual. Can you guess what it is? The countless viewers watching the live stream immediately transform into agitated commentators. Is Bald Cool itching for trouble? Do you dare to make a slingshot out of rubber bands and smash my windows? They implore him to get on with it. Although many express their frustration vocally, several others generously offer gifts.
Bald Cool chuckles.
I will press this button to activate it, and then authorize the network. The robot's head display lights up, emitting an electronic voice. Are you my master? 15443 reporting for duty. You may also give me a new name. Let us call it Yoshin. For the cool breeze carries truth. With the cool breeze, you are all I need. From this day forth, we shall be the Yoshin duo. Now, let us proceed to the facial customization interface. Many viewers are momentarily bewildered. Facial customization? What does that entail? Can a robot really have its face customized? Soon, the audience comprehends what Bald Cool means, as a facial customization interface appears on the display. Bald Cool explains. The surprise I mentioned earlier is this. The companionship-type intelligent robot can be gender customized and even have its face adjusted. I must give this a high praise. In addition to facial customization, there is also voice modulation, allowing for adjustments to vocal tones. In other words, I have a bold idea. Before he can finish speaking, the viewers explode with excitement. Is it really that interesting? We can choose gender, customize faces, and adjust voices? Can I have a celebrity face and voice, making it seem as though they converse with me daily? That's truly unbeatable. Unfortunately, I couldn't get it. Dear friends, you guessed correctly. Let me give it a try. Bald Cool retrieves his phone, searches for a film clip, and plays it in front of the robot screen. Yoshin, take on this appearance, including the voice. The next moment, the robot's display showcases the visage of a female star, using her voice to ask, Master, do you like this form? Not only does the appearance match, but the voice is indistinguishable from that in the movies. Although anticipated, many viewers are left speechless at this scene. The capabilities of this robot are astonishing. It can embody the likeness and voice of any star or idol, as if they are living alongside you. Can you turn into me?
Bald Cool inquires.
The next moment, the screen displays Bald Cool's likeness, speaking in his voice. So, Master prefers this form. No, I don't like it. Let us revert to the original. Bald Cool feels a bit unnerved by having another face resembling his own speaking to him. Ha. Is Bald Cool dissatisfied with his own appearance? Has he finally come to terms with reality, even disliking his own image? The viewers burst into laughter. The unboxing live stream is an overwhelming success. At this moment, unboxing videos are proliferating online, with many individuals broadcasting their experiences upon receiving their robots. The ability to customize faces and voices has ignited a frenzy among countless viewers. Even Jiang Luhai did not foresee that this small feature proposed by the sales department and incorporated by the RD team would significantly boost the popularity of the intelligent robots. However, what no one anticipated was the impact this small feature would have on another group. Meanwhile, in a family that has lost a child, Li Wan's first thought upon learning of the facial customization feature was to use the likeness and voice of her deceased child. As the familiar appearance and voice re-emerged, tears streamed down Li Wan's face. "From now on, you shall be Wang Fei. Call me Mother." "Okay, Mother." Upon hearing that word, Mother, Li Wan found herself overcome with emotion. Chapter 56. That very night, a letter of gratitude directed to future technology ascended to the trending topics, igniting considerable public discourse. The letter itself was rather simple, yet the author was notably unique, a family who had lost their only child. 10 years prior, my child departed this world. Since that moment, my existence has been shattered. Each day has morphed into a purgatory. It is often said that time can diminish all pain, yet some wounds remain impervious to its passage. Over the course of a decade, I have been oblivious to the manner in which I have endured. I have not attended a single wedding, nor have I traversed the paths of kindergartens and primary schools. What appears to be mundane existence to others has become an unattainable dream for me. Each festive season serves as a tormenting reminder of my solitude. As I age, my health deteriorates, and I find myself uncertain of what the future holds. The word future casts no glimmers of hope in my eyes. Perhaps my ultimate fate is to quietly fade away into the night, alone. Today marks the happiest day I have experienced in a decade. My home is no longer a solitary realm. I have once again heard my son call me Mother. Though I am acutely aware that he is not the same, this acknowledgement suffices to soothe the anguish that has plagued me for 10 long years. I have devoted all my remaining years to bringing him back, a decision I deem the most righteous of my life. Finally, I have companionship in the days to come. Someone to care for me in sickness, someone to support me in my twilight years. Today he even prepared a meal for me, a delightful repast. Thank you, future technology. The letter quickly traversed the internet, triggering an emotional upheaval among countless individuals. Each reader could sense the profound despair that once enveloped the person known as the one who walks in darkness. They could also fathom the immense suffering she had endured over the years. With teary eyes, one realizes that there are millions of families grappling with the loss of their only child, and it is unfathomable how they have managed through the years. The plight of these bereaved families is heart-wrenching. While companion robots may not substitute for human presence, for many, they represent a flicker of hope. I have finally grasped the essence of the term companion robot. My gratitude extends to future technology for transforming the lives and destinies of many. Boss, have a look at the link I sent you. Jiang Luhai, while attending to a phone call, opened the webpage and laid eyes upon the letter. Although he anticipated some impact, he was taken aback by the magnitude of its resonance. On the other end of the line, Dong Yuanchuan continued, "What are your thoughts? I believe we should offer discounts to families who have lost their only child and organize events during festive seasons, such as gatherings for these bereaved families. Simultaneously, we could arrange for regular check-ins on their situations. While this may require some investment, it would greatly enhance the company's reputation. In times of trouble, such prestige could prove invaluable." Dong Yuanchuan articulated his ideas, albeit in a broad sense, with specifics needing further refinement. Jiang Luhai pondered for a moment and responded, "We can certainly take bolder steps. Let us draft agreements with these families. For those in typical circumstances, we can reduce the price to 70%. However, once the last member of the family passes away, we will reclaim the robots. We will not destroy or reset these robots but retain their original data, allowing them to continue existing as a true extension of the lives of those families." Dong Yuanchuan was left speechless on the other end of the call. "Boss, is this not a bit too ambitious? 70% is feasible, but with millions of bereaved families in our nation, we would need to recover millions of companion robots. Just how vast a space would be required for their storage? The challenge is not as formidable as you might think. Companion robots have minimal environmental requirements. We could establish a robotic haven in regions like Tibet or Xinjiang, allowing them to work and thrive there," Jiang Luhai replied. In truth, he envisioned a future where these robots could operate on the Moon or Mars, with controllable nuclear fusion technology at hand, making such a reality not too far off. However, this particular discussion felt premature for Dong Yuanchuan. "Boss, what are you suggesting?" Dong Yuanchuan chuckled wryly, at a loss for words. He had merely proposed an idea to garner significant prestige for the company, yet his boss seemed to be concocting a grand plan. Should this endeavor come to fruition? An entire city populated by millions of robots. Yet, since the boss had broached the subject, it was imperative to assemble a team to deliberate on funding and feasibility. After concluding the call, Dong Yuanchuan began gathering personnel. A day later, a new announcement from Future Technology sent ripples through the nation. The main content of the announcement included 3 points. First, families who have lost their only child, with an annual income not exceeding 40,000 and individual income not surpassing 20,000, would be eligible to purchase companion robots at a 70% discount. Second, Future Technology pledged $200 million to establish a new fund dedicated to supporting these bereaved families. Lastly, and most significantly, Future Technology proposed the establishment of a robotic city. Once the final member of a bereaved family passes away, Future Technology will reclaim the robots, not to destroy or reset them, but to allow them to continue living in their original forms within this robotic city. Chapter 57. Dong Yuanchuan initially believed that the announcement would provoke considerable controversy. After all, the establishment of a city inhabited by robots is an unprecedented endeavor, especially at a time when Western nations are still propagating fears surrounding artificial intelligence. Would a city housing millions of robots pose a threat to humanity? Would it squander an excessive amount of resources? Would it encroach upon human living space? However, upon the release of the announcement, the public response was indeed fervent, albeit somewhat diverging from his expectations. It is truly a touching notion to allow intelligent robots to assume the identities of children lost to bereaved families, enabling them to continue their existence and legacy. Regardless of whether offered at a discount or at full price, it seems that the majority of grieving families would welcome the companionship of a robot, embodying their departed child, to thrive in a new city. Such a decision, if realized, could undoubtedly be one of the most monumental in the world. I am eager to witness this city. Though it may be populated solely by robots, it promises to be the most compassionate city imaginable. I long to return home and visit my parents. Having dedicated 2 years to this city, I have not seen them, and I know they miss me as much as I miss them. Initially, I found the cost somewhat prohibitive, yet I have resolved to purchase a robot to accompany my father. With only him at home, I worry about his health and the lack of care should he fall ill. A robot could provide companionship and assistance in taking care of him. The pressing question remains, can you procure one? Frankly, the price is hardly exorbitant. A genuine artificial intelligence robot, capable of cooking, tidying up, and engaging in conversation, is worth every penny, and indeed a tremendous value. Let us not forget the compact life status detectors, akin to a household doctor, and they even surpass conventional medical practitioners in capability. To be candid, consider the prices of smartphones, cars, and their various configurations. A top-tier smartphone can exceed 10,000. In contrast, the intelligent robots from Future Tech seem to encompass every conceivable function within a singular model, a remarkable testament to their integrity. The online community has responded with overwhelming approval and support for Future Tech's decision. This single announcement has garnered an immense following. Historically, the Yen nation has placed great importance on family, with children often regarded as the pillars of hope within a household. A family bereft of children is akin to a shattered existence, devoid of hope. Yet, Future Tech's intelligent robots offer solace to these families. The plan for a robot city ensures that these robots become a continuation of life for those families. The chorus of praise online has been deafening, and this singular initiative has captivated countless hearts. Amidst the fervent discussions online, the provincial governments of Qingzhou and Xizang extended an olive branch, inviting Future Tech to establish a robot city within their jurisdictions. Both provinces are vast yet sparsely populated, with extensive areas unsuitable for human habitation. However, this presents no obstacle for robots. It could also enhance the tourism economy of these provinces, a truly symbiotic opportunity. Simultaneously, another voice is rising in prominence online, advocating for Future Tech to unveil a humanoid robot. There is a desire for the release of such robots which could replace the need for a spouse. The cost of marrying can reach tens of millions, making the acquisition of a humanoid robot seem far more appealing. No dowries, no housing purchases, devoid of incessant demands, and capable of providing care and comfort, truly an ideal solution. A voting initiative was launched, ultimately attracting tens of millions of participants, urging future tech to introduce humanoid robots. As discussions surged across the Yen nation's digital landscape, unboxing videos proliferated on platforms like YouTube, igniting envy among Western audiences. Yet, envy proved futile in light of the initial hostilities directed at future tech. The company resolutely declared, it will never sell products to the West, effectively quashing any possibility of intelligent robots entering those markets. I desire an intelligent robot, exclaimed many. It is the politicians, driven by self-interest, who have sanctioned future tech, while the citizens of the Yen nation revel in the fruits of their labor, leaving others to merely watch. Their products are in no shortage of demand. Are we to confine ourselves outside the gates of the new era? They say the Yen nation is impoverished, stuck in a bygone century, yet I sense a reversal of fortunes. It is as if they have forgotten the fervor with which they once rallied against sanctions. The calls for action from several governments seem to fall on deaf ears, as the prospect of yielding is out of the question. Should they fail to master artificial intelligence, the Western nations risk being left far behind by the Yen nation. From both public and private perspectives, they must compel future tech to relinquish its advancements in artificial intelligence. The company may falter, but it is only a matter of time before they capitulate. The chips represent their critical vulnerability. Without them, they are powerless. When they finally concede, we must strive for greater benefits. Among the elite of Western nations, consensus is forming. Under comprehensive blockade, future tech cannot sustain its position indefinitely. When they inevitably relent, it shall mark the commencement of this grand feast. Chapter 58. The myriad voices echoing online may be substantial, yet future technology remains steadfast in its course. After all, Zhang Luhai had long since made a decision. Humanoid robots would not be introduced in the near future. The societal upheaval such robots would provoke is simply too significant to overlook. Not to mention, given the alarming decline in birth rates in Yen country, he was not prepared to shoulder that burden. His primary focus now lay in the recruitment efforts. Hello, Mr. Zhang Pinghai, this is Ning Tao from Future Technology. Do you have time for a meeting? Upon receiving the call, Zhang Pinghai was somewhat taken aback, uncertain how Future Technology had managed to contact him. After some contemplation, he resolved to meet with the caller. In a CAF near the university, he encountered Ning Tao, a man in his 30s with a gentle demeanor, exuding an immediate sense of likability. Once seated, Ning Tao wasted no time in getting to the point. Mr. Zhang, have you considered changing your work environment? Why me? Zhang Pinghai inquired first. Although you may not have a notable reputation, your capabilities have been substantiated. We are well aware of your performance in previous projects, as well as the brilliance of your published papers. Therefore, Future Technology would like to extend an invitation for you to join us. Furthermore, this endeavor is not limited to you. We aim to recruit over 1,000 individuals. Given that you are aware of my circumstances, you must know that I have yet to graduate. Zhang Pinghai replied with a hint of bitterness. In truth, he could have graduated long ago, but his advisor had been obstructing him. After all, why would such a valuable and inexpensive labor force be easily released? You need not be concerned about that. If you agree to join Future Technology, we will find a way to assist you with your graduation. Ning Tao responded with an air of confidence, as if it were a trivial matter. This revelation deepened Zhang Pinghai's understanding of Future Technology's prowess. What about the compensation? The annual salary is 400,000, with bonuses based on project outcomes, but that is not the main attraction. Additionally, we have a clear tiered system for research personnel. Upon joining, you would start as a D-level researcher. By achieving certain results within projects, you can advance to C-level, significantly increasing your salary. Reaching B-level is a watershed moment. B-level researchers can unconditionally apply for research funding up to 10 million and utilize the company's laboratory facilities for projects of personal interest. A-level researchers can apply for up to 100 million, while S-level researchers can seek up to 1 billion. Ning Tao observed the changing expressions on Zhang Pinghai's face with satisfaction. The salary offered was already 50 higher than that of comparable companies. But the most significant aspect was the internal promotion system. For those with talent and confidence, a transparent path for advancement and the opportunity to lead teams independently were paramount. We do not adhere to seniority. We have no commercialization requirements for achievements. We do not consider status or background. Only capability matters, Ning Tao concluded, patiently awaiting Zhang Pinghai's response. I agree, but you must first resolve matters with my advisor. Zhang Pinghai clenched his fist. The greatest regret of his life was having chosen his current advisor, Professor Zhou Jun from Xi and Jiaodong University. Years ago, a doctoral student under Zhou had taken their own life, and he had initially thought it a misunderstanding. However, it was only after experiencing the nightmare of studying under her that he understood the grim reality. Rest assured, leave it to us. Ning Tao smiled as he sent a message, knowing that someone would handle the situation. Moments later, Zhou Jun received a phone call at home from the relevant authorities. I refuse. It is I who determines whether this student graduates. I know his situation better than you do. Even if he has a powerful background, academic circles are not for those with ulterior motives, Zhou Jun asserted firmly. After hanging up, she scoffed disdainfully. She was well aware of her student's background, a common farming family. Regardless of whom you have connections with, without my approval, you cannot bypass me to graduate. At the very least, you must create value that satisfies me for graduation to be considered. 10 minutes later, evidence of Zhou Jun's academic misconduct, including embezzlement of research funds exceeding 10 million over the past decade and other illegal activities, landed on the desks of the authorities. An hour later, she was arrested at home while messaging a male student to tidy her residence, having dressed up for the occasion. We can now proceed with the contract. Upon receiving the news, Ning Tao smiled as he produced a contract from his bag. Has Zhou agreed to release me? Zhang Pinghai's eyes lit up with excitement. He was no longer inclined to utter the title professor. Her agreement is now irrelevant. Just received news that Professor Zhou Jun has been arrested for misusing research funds exceeding 10 million and other illegal activities. Her students will be evaluated for graduation or may continue their studies with other professors. Ning Tao replied with a smile. Instances like Zhang Pinghai being recruited occurred across the nation. In just half a month, nearly 2,000 individuals had been recruited from various institutions and laboratories. Most were doctoral graduates, many hailed as prodigies. With the addition of this cadre of researchers, Future Technologies Research Department and 3 major laboratories swiftly expanded to 2,000 personnel. With 80% of them graduates from renowned universities such as MIT and Stanford, while the remaining 20% possessed exceptional expertise in specific fields. Even professors from Tsinghua and Peking University had been poached. This prompted Elder Yang to make a call. Young friend, although I initially agreed, your methods are rather ruthless. Complaints are pouring in daily. Jiang Luhai, however, remained unperturbed. He had exercised discretion in his recruitment efforts. He had not touched any team leaders, nor even his second-in-command, focusing instead on those within the laboratories who, while lesser known, possessed formidable skills. Even those laboratories were baffled by how Future Technology had so astutely identified and poached talent. You are indeed not targeting team leaders. You are specifically recruiting their capable subordinates, Elder Yang remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. These individuals were underutilized in their previous positions. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to recruit them, would I? You are well aware of the dynamics within those research institutions. Gifted individuals are stifled while mediocrity flourishes. It is nothing short of a crime. Rest assured. We have sufficient personnel for the time being. Large-scale recruitment will not continue, Jiang Luhai reassured Elder Yang. Chapter 59. This is Future Technology. Zhang Pinghai gazed at the towering building ahead, his eyes brimming with fervor. As a researcher in the field of biology, he possessed a more intuitive understanding of the architectural insect technology. It was nothing short of divine. The thought of collaborating on projects with the brilliant Lin Tao, the mastermind behind the architectural insect, ignited an even greater fervor within him. He resolved to excel and strive for a B-level authority, which would enable him to initiate his own projects in due course. Upon arriving at the 13th floor via the elevator, Zhang Pinghai encountered a 1.5-meter-tall intelligent robot, diligently carrying a stack of papers. He had seen such robots online, but alas, being a student with limited means, he could not afford one. Who are you looking for? The intelligent robot abruptly halted in front of Zhang Pinghai. "Are you asking me?" Zhang Pinghai exclaimed, astonished as he pointed to himself. He never imagined he would be queried by a robot. The level of intelligence exhibited was beyond his expectations. "Indeed, you are the one I'm inquiring about. I have retrieved the information. The database confirms it. D-level researcher Zhang Pinghai. Please turn right and proceed to the 4th room. On your way, could you kindly bring me a cup of coffee? Less sugar, less milk."
Oh, okay, Zhang Pinghai replied, momentarily bewildert.
It took him a while to grasp the realization. He had just been instructed by an artificial intelligence. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Working in the realm of future technology promised to be even more fascinating than he had anticipated. With a cup of coffee in hand, he reported to the office and was promptly ushered into the laboratory to assist. "Bring over sample number 8 and deliver it to PCR station 3. Check the status of the electrophoresis chamber. Open the pipette." By the end of the day, Zhang Pinghai's mind felt utterly drained. Though he considered himself competent, he was surrounded by peers from prestigious institutions, Tsinghua, Peking University, Shanghai Jiao Tong University, and MIT. While academic credentials were not the sole determinants of capability, they inherently represented a portion of it. Observing the day's work, he noted significant disparities in skill levels. Although he wouldn't claim to be at the bottom tier, he certainly found himself in the lower middle echelon. Fortunately, under Zhu Jun's guidance over the past few years, his hands-on skills had improved remarkably, allowing him to navigate the laboratory with a sense of familiarity by the end of the day. Holding a stack of data that bore low confidentiality requirements, he realized he needed to study it thoroughly to keep pace with the laboratory's current progression. As he wandered into a dimly lit corner, a shadowy figure struck him from behind, rendering him unconscious and dragging him into the underbrush. The assailant swiftly photographed all the data Zhang Pinghai held before applying a substance to his face, transforming into a countenance that bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Pinghai himself. Given that Zhang Pinghai had only been employed for a day, it would be challenging for others to notice the difference in appearance. Subsequently, the imposter confidently strolled into Future Star. At that moment, a monitoring screen locked onto him. D-level researcher Zhang Pinghai departed 17 minutes ago. Height discrepancy of 2 centimeters. Altered appearance detected. Unknown individual has infiltrated. Researcher in peril. Alarm. Unknown individual has infiltrated. Researcher in peril. If it were merely a personnel check, the imposter might have blended in, but under the scrutiny of artificial intelligence, there was no escaping detection. Zhang Pinghai had only traversed a mere 20 meters in the hall when a peculiar drone, resembling a spherical object with rotor blades, hovered above him. With a swift roll, the imposter narrowly avoided a dart that had landed where he had just been standing. "How was I discovered?" he thought, drenched in cold sweat. Despite his expertise, he was astonished to find himself recognized in less than 3 minutes. He had been among the top 10 in his field, capable of bypassing even the headquarters of Guku. Realizing he had to retreat, the imposter begrudgingly acknowledged the necessity to find the cause of his failure and return later. Just then, a tingling sensation shot through his back, and he turned to see 3 peculiar drones hovering 10 meters behind him. This is the end. A minute later, 2 security personnel arrived, pushing a cart to the scene. They gestured skyward to express gratitude for the 6 drones, and then casually escorted the imposter away. "Is this the 7th one this month?" one guard inquired. "Indeed. Each time we simply come to drag them away. We are merely here to clean up the scene." The 2 lamented the lack of fulfillment in their roles, as the security team at Future Technology predominantly comprised retired special forces. They had hoped to showcase their value but found themselves primarily performing patrols and janitorial tasks. Before long, Zhang Luhai received the news. Zhang Pinghai was unharmed, while the corporate spy was to be delivered directly to the police station. It was presumed that the spy would never see the light of day again. As for the mastermind behind the espionage, it was evident who was responsible. With 7 incidents in a month, it was likely the work of a few major companies in the artificial intelligence sector or certain Western nations. Another failure? Truly useless. The security level at Future Technology exceeds our expectations. I do not wish to hear this. I only want to know when you will acquire the technical data on artificial intelligence. As far as I am aware, Yen country has far surpassed us in this domain. Their military is also conducting artificial intelligence tests. I am giving you 1 day to submit a new action plan. If you fail, I will find someone else. A month later, Jiang Luhai was still engaged in experiments at the energy laboratory. Boss, you should go to the second biological engineering laboratory. A nearby screen suddenly illuminated, revealing a cheerful little girl. What happened? Jiang Luhai raised an eyebrow, prompting the attention of those around him. I'm not certain. You'll find out once you arrive. Jiang Luhai nodded, sensing it was likely good news. After delegating his current tasks, he made his way to the second biological engineering laboratory. Upon pushing the door open, he was met with a cacophony of excitement. Have we truly succeeded? It seems so. There have been no adverse reactions in the experimental subject for over an hour. Have we really done it? This is fantastic. Chapter 60. The head of the biotechnology laboratory is Lin Tao, overseeing 3 subordinate labs. The first lab belongs to Lin Tao, while the other 2 are led by professors recruited from Tsinghua and Jingda. At this moment, the first lab is filled with jubilant cheers. Even though many are still busy retrieving data records, their faces are illuminated with joy. What is the cause of such celebration? Jiang Luhai squeezes through the crowd. Boss, you've arrived. Lin Tao responds with a calm demeanor. It is thanks to Yang Wu and Zhang Pinghai. They should share their findings. 2 young men nearby glance at him with grateful expressions. This opportunity allows them to shine in front of the boss and share a significant portion of the credit. Compared to their previous supervisor, Lin Tao is a world apart, possessing exceptional personal abilities, clear thinking, meticulousness, and an unselfish nature that allows him to share accolades with his subordinates. It all began during the gene screening tests when Zhang Pinghai noticed a peculiar set of data, Yang Wu explains. He analyzed over 200 samples and ultimately identified 3 samples. In truth, it was Zhang Pinghai who detected the anomaly and performed extensive comparisons, with Yang Wu subsequently joining him. They dedicated 10 days to uncovering a gene group suspected of influencing the intelligence of mice. Lin Tao then proposed a method to activate the gene, which was successfully validated. Currently, experiments on mice have yielded success, with the brain activity of the test subjects surpassing that of ordinary mice. This is merely the first step with mice. We will conduct further experiments to ultimately identify the genes influencing human intelligence. Yang Wu expresses, unable to contain his excitement. Jiang Luhai also beams with joy, having significantly improved his skills in deceit and performance since joining the business association. Upon examining the mice, he can distinctly observe their lively demeanor. Beside him stands a fully operational life status monitor, a sophisticated device used in laboratories that continuously tracks all vital indicators, including brain activity. The brain activity of common mice ranges between 22-26 indices, whereas this particular mouse exhibits a brain activity of 80. Yang Wu continues. After taking a moment to assess, Jiang Luhai turns and remarks, a commendable discovery. However, prior to formalizing your results, you cannot publish your findings. Nonetheless, internal rewards will be granted. Both you and Zhang Pinghai will have your permissions elevated by 1 level, along with a monetary reward of 2 million each. Once authentic results are achieved, further rewards will follow. Long live the boss! Yang Wu and Zhang Pinghai cheer. Others watch with a mix of envy and renewed vigor, as if invigorated by an elixir. It is worth noting that while Yang Wu excels, Zhang Pinghai is merely of average capability within the lab. Yet, through their unnoticed observation of anomalous data, they have made a remarkable discovery, resulting in an elevation of their permissions and a substantial bonus. Although their paper cannot be published for now, once they achieve results, they will reap both fame and fortune. Nobel Prize in Biology is not out of the question. After offering further encouragement, Jiang Luhai departs. In truth, he is acutely aware of the laboratory's progress. The true mastermind behind it all is Lin Tao, also known as Zero. The anomaly was orchestrated under his guidance, and had Zhang Pinghai not discovered it, he would have devised a way for others to do so. They merely seized the opportunity. The subsequent verification process, too, is a product of Lin Tao's influence. To outsiders, it appears as though the 2 stumbled upon this groundbreaking discovery, assisted by Lin Tao in the validation process. The rationale behind this is straightforward. It cannot be that every significant discovery is attributed solely to a select few. In 2 to 3 months, They will be poised to apply for human trials, leading to the development of cognitive enhancement drugs. Thus, future tech will assemble the world's most formidable research team. Boss, you've finally emerged from the laboratory, Yang Xiaolu says upon seeing Zhang Luhai return, unsure of how to express herself. The company is filled with individuals who treat experiments as life and death, bordering on madness. Even the boss is like this, almost living in the laboratory. Is it not possible to take a break? Boss, you are only 22. There is no need to push yourself so hard, she adds. I hope to witness the stars in my lifetime, not merely low Earth orbit, but the true expanse of the cosmos. Zhang Luhai responds nonchalantly. Of course, I wish to take all of humanity with me, not just myself.
Yang Xiaolu sighs softly.
Has anything transpired recently? Zhang Luhai inquires. Since half a month ago, the trade disputes between our country and the United States have escalated. Yesterday, the United States announced a list of 46 companies, stating that no department or agency may procure goods, technology, or services from these companies or individuals, nor provide any assistance. Another unilateral sanction. Zhang Luhai scoffs. Our future tech is included, along with Yanhua, Demi, Vivo, and Oppo. The United States has issued orders to prohibit the sale of chips to these companies.
Yang Xiaolu elaborates.
Zhang Luhai furrows his brow. Yanhua, Demi, Vivo, and Oppo are all partners of future tech, contributing over 50 billion in profits annually. The United States is targeting future tech directly, aiming to further suppress and isolate it, constraining its operational space. Chapter 61. Although constrained by mobile chip limitations, artificial intelligence has yet to fully demonstrate its potential. However, when juxtaposed with genuine artificial intelligence, the difference is stark. Compared to the intelligent assistance of companies like Yanhua, it is as if the disparity between humans is even greater than that which separates pigs from men, perhaps akin to the distinction between a normal individual and one with cognitive impairments. In the span of merely a month, the 4 leading mobile companies, equipped with a newly installed intelligent management program, have been steadily conquering the international market. Yanhua has directly toppled Pinggu, while the other 3 companies have similarly overthrown Shanxing. According to last month's sales rankings, Yanhua secured the first position, followed by Pinggu, with Shanxing relegated to 6th place. Just as the 4 major mobile companies prepared to obliterate Pinggu and Shanxing, sanctions from Citigroup emerged, prohibiting these companies from selling chips. This move struck at the very heart of their operations. At that moment, dark clouds loomed over Yanhua's headquarters. Lu Zhang and several high-ranking officials convened to deliberate the next course of action. Yu Dezue spoke somberly. Citigroup's actions are not aimed solely at us, but rather at future technologies. If we abandon the artificial intelligence of future technologies, they may ease their restrictions. Lu Zhang surveyed the room before responding. This is not the first time Citigroup has sanctioned us. Why? Because we pose a threat they cannot ignore. When 5G emerged, we led globally and they retaliated, we compromised. Now, with artificial intelligence, we again lead the world, and Citigroup raises their sanctions once more. Will we continue to yield? I understand the president's sentiment, but we are not yet strong enough. Yu Dezue shook his head. In a few more years, HiSilicon will fully replace imported chips, and by then we will no longer be beholden to them. Although Yanhua has its own chips, certain microarchitectures still necessitate foreign imports, leaving them significantly impacted. Lu Zhang sighed, visibly frustrated. It was not just him. Others shared his sentiment. At that moment, Lu Zhang's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Zhang Luhai calling. He answered, revealing a bittersweet smile. President Zhang. This time, Citigroup is targeting us directly, Zhang Luhai stated bluntly. How much longer can Yanhua endure? Lu Zhang admitted, we had planned to ramp up production to seize market share and ordered a batch of chips. We estimate we can last 3 months. He felt there was no need to conceal the situation. Fine, within half a month. I will provide you with a resolution, Zhang Luhai declared. Lu Zhang was taken aback. Half a month? What resolution? I have a way to resolve your chip issues. If you are willing to trust me, simply wait for me for half a month. Without hesitation, Lu Zhang replied, all right, I am placing my hopes in you. Thank you. Zhang Luhai exchanged no further pleasantries and hung up. Lu Zhang fell into contemplation. President, Yu Dezue and the others looked at him expectantly. For now, let us condemn through the fishing wheel. We shall discuss the rest in half a month, Lu Zhang asserted. He was uncertain of what future technologies might propose as a solution. However, future technologies had made their debut with the construction bug, followed by artificial intelligence robots. Each unveiling had left the world in awe. He was willing to trust them once more. Zhang Luhai subsequently reached out to Dami, Vivo, and Oppo, and all four major mobile companies agreed to wait for him for half a month, without a single hesitation. They were all from Yenghua, all Yenghua enterprises. Who would not feel indignant when facing such sanctions from Citigroup? As long as future technologies possessed a viable solution, they would readily confront Citigroup without hesitation. After hanging up, Zhang Luhai reclined in his chair, devoid of any anger. He was simply calm, with a hint of coldness flickering in his gaze. Since you wield your sanctions, I shall overturn the table and break your stick. Initially, Zhang Luhai had no intention of opposing Western nations, as they were all inhabitants of Earth in the cosmic realm. However, the ambitions and arrogance of Western countries had gradually escalated the situation to this point. If you are unwilling to coexist peacefully, then do not expect to thrive. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Luhai slightly shook his head. Though somewhat anxious, he felt it was of little consequence. He had already grasped the technology of biological computing and had initially planned to release it later. Now he would not wait. He would give Lin Tao half a month to progressively complete the technology, while also allowing Jiangxin time, as a primary material for the biological computer was still being cultivated in Jiangxin's laboratory, a type of fungus not found on Earth. He opened the business system, and the digital currency of black coins transformed from zero to a significant figure. He sold a portion of quantum encryption technology and a hybrid crop technology, yielding a small yet pleasant surprise. Observing the two buyers, he noted that one had kept the information confidential, while the buyer of the hybrid crop technology was named Emerald Heart. The goods they offered further astonished Zhang Luhai. Vines suitable for transportation, cooling fruits, flowers with flames at their cores, trees that devoured metal and bore spear-like fruits, all related to plants, each with unique functionalities. Was this a plant civilization? Zhang Luhai marveled at the vastness of the universe, where all forms of life exist. Other civilizations possessed plant-based technologies, but Emerald Heart was the only purely plant civilization Zhang Luhai had encountered. He added this civilization to his collection list and discovered several species of plants with significant environmental modification effects, even capable of surviving in a vacuum. If a base were to be established on the moon in the future, the products of this civilization would be an excellent choice. Chapter 62 Citigroup is truly a despicable entity, fearful of our potential rise. How many times has Yenghua been sanctioned already? This time, the four major mobile companies have inflicted pain upon Apple and Samsung, and their masters must now intervene. However, this situation is not merely about the four major mobile companies. It is fundamentally directed at future technology. Each year, the four mobile companies contribute hundreds of billions to future technology. Even without chips or the sale of intelligent robots, future technology could thrive, dedicating itself to research and development. Citigroup is effectively severing the lifeblood of our enterprise. What can we do? We cannot entrust artificial intelligence to them. Can we? In my opinion, future technology holds far more significance than the four mobile companies. All are vital. The impact of communication devices on modern society is undeniable, and the influence of artificial intelligence is even more profound. The specifics will depend on the machinations of those in power. The four mobile companies have become collateral damage in this ordeal. Apart from voicing their condemnation, they find themselves without recourse. They might sever ties with future technology. Yet it has been half a month, and there has been no indication from them regarding their next steps. While the online discourse rages on, Lu Zhang arrives at future technology. At the entrance, he encounters Lei Jun from Xiaomi. The two companies often engage in playful jabs online, igniting fervent exchanges among their fans. However, upon meeting, there is no animosity between them. Do you know why President Zhang summoned us today?
Lei Yun inquires quietly.
I am uncertain, Lu Zhang replies, shaking his head. He harbors some speculation, but it feels too absurd. President Zhang mentioned he would find a solution, yet what that solution entails remains a mystery. If this continues, we will not be able to endure. Lei Jun sighs. After a moment, the two enter the conference room, where they meet the heads of Vivo and Oppo. The four major mobile companies are now fully represented. As they engage in casual conversation, they each ponder President Zhang's intentions and how he plans to resolve the current predicament. Apologies for my tardiness. Jiang Luhai enters briskly, offering an apology to the group. No worries, they collectively respond. Although young, Jiang Luhai commands respect for future technology's technological prowess. First, I would like to express my gratitude to you all for supporting future technology. In the face of adversity, you have granted us 2 weeks' grace. Jiang Luhai begins with his thanks. Though merely 2 weeks, the others have taken considerable risks and faced significant pressure. After all, they are all enterprises from Yen Nation. Given the choice, they would undoubtedly stand by him. The issue lies in Citigroup tightening its grip on us. I wonder if President Zhang has a solution. Lei Jun states directly. Although we are not at the brink of annihilation, the situation is dire enough. Without resolution, I have little desire for pleasantries, he continues. Please hold on for a moment. Another person will join us shortly, Jiang Luhai responds. Within 10 minutes, another individual rushes in. President Zhao? The group is taken aback by the arrival of the head of Yenxin International. Is President Zhang's solution to collaborate with Yenxin International? While Yenxin International could manufacture Yenhua's Kirin chips, the ban on microarchitecture prevents production altogether. Alright, now that everyone is present, we can discuss how to address the sanctions imposed by Citigroup. Since they do not wish for us to enter the game, we shall play without them, utilizing our own chips. President Zhang, Yenhua possesses its own chips, which are also of top-tier quality worldwide. However, the issue lies in microarchitecture. Unless your chips are entirely self-sufficient, the problem remains unresolved. Lu Zhang interjects politely, though disappointment lingers in his heart. Yenhua has spent years developing chips to reach this point. How could future technology, having only recently begun, surpass Yenhua? If chip manufacturing were so simple, Yen Nation would not have been constrained by Western countries for so long. Do not rush. You may observe for yourselves. Jiang Luhai responds nonchalantly, producing several boxes and placing them before each individual. What is this? Lu Zhang asks, opening the box, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. Inside lies a chip of entirely different architecture. Were it not for Jiang Luhai's earlier explanation, he would not have recognized it as a chip at all. The size is slightly smaller than a typical chip, devoid of the usual electronic components. Instead, it is encased in a gelatinous material. Is this truly a chip? Lu Zhang and the others share the same incredulity. All present are well-versed in mobile phones and semiconductors. How could they not know what a chip looks like? Indeed, allow me to introduce this. It is a biological chip developed by our company. Currently, computer chips outperform mobile chips by a factor of 11. While our biological chip surpasses even the best computer chips by an astounding factor. The group stands in stunned silence, questioning whether it is an elaborate April Fool's prank. It is not disbelief but sheer impossibility. The claim is simply far-fetched. This is from Yenhua, as well as from Vivo, Xiaomi, and Oppo. All have integrated our biological chips. Jiang Luhai continues, presenting several smartphones to the group. Each phone has been disassembled, connected solely by a series of lines, with the original chip space now occupied by a box of unknown material. Feel free to examine. We have tested them all, and they operate your systems without issue. The group picks up the phones, compelled to test them despite their skepticism. The startup time is not merely smooth. It is instantaneous, taking merely a second. Regardless of the application opened, it launches almost immediately. Moreover, even with dozens of applications running in the background, there is not a hint of lag. Upon running benchmarking software, the best phone CPUs currently score around 180,000 points. However, when the score appears for the device in their hands, revealing an astonishing figure, they are left speechless. 236 million. Had they not just experienced the seamless performance with multiple applications, they might have dismissed the benchmarking software as a hoax. This figure is simply unfathomable. Chapter 63. First, I must extend my sincerest apologies. This is my first attempt at writing on Feilu, and I am not entirely familiar with the process of launching a work. I failed to prepare the VIP content for scheduled release ahead of time. Consequently, the chief editor mistakenly designated a Chapter 1 published this morning as VIP content. I sincerely apologize. Is this for real, General Jiang?
Leon exclaimed.
Abruptly rising to his feet, nearly toppling the table. However, he could hardly focus on that. The object in his hand felt like a magical staff, capable of unleashing a tremendous upheaval. Of course, wasn't this evident to all? Hearing it is one thing, but witnessing it firsthand leaves no room for doubt. Zhang Luhai was acutely aware of the shock experienced by several individuals present. No, I just find this too sudden. Lei Jun managed a wry smile, glancing at his phone before turning to Zhang Luhai. He was at a loss for words. It was indeed a shock, akin to the sudden emergence of a revolutionary artificial intelligence product. When no one anticipated or was prepared for it, AI burst forth, leaving everyone questioning their very existence. It is worth noting that Demi was also involved in AI research. Similarly, none anticipated the arrival of biological chips, which have now surfaced unexpectedly. This has led a few to question the very nature of the world around them. Yes, something feels amiss. Yet, he himself was somewhat insulated from the shock. Two others appeared even more affected. Zhao, the CEO of Yenshin International, had remained silent throughout, his expression a mask of bewilderment. He was likely grappling with existential doubts. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang sat quietly, his expression shifting, a glimmer of melancholy in his eyes. How many years had Yan Hua invested into chip development? And now, future technology had merely overturned the table upon which their electronic chips rested? The years of effort and investment by Yan Hua had seemingly amounted to naught. How could he possibly reconcile this? General Jiang, this. Can it be placed on a mobile phone? What is the underlying principle? What is its lifespan? What are the costs? How did you achieve software compatibility? Shun, the CEO of Vivo, finally snapped back to reality, posing the most critical inquiries. He was particularly perplexed. Mobile phones were designed around electronic chips. How could a biological chip be integrated and function seamlessly? The transition seemed too smooth. We haven't had time to perfectly integrate the biological chip with other mobile components, Zhang Luhai explained. In actuality, the casing surrounding the chip serves as a converter. Upon hearing this, the others began to comprehend. Even Lu Zhang focused intently. The biological chip does not require excessive confidentiality. In time, you will all be informed. We utilized a type of mycelium to construct a neural network. Zhang Luhai elaborated extensively, though much of it was lost on the audience, as they were largely novices in the realm of biological chips. As for the gel layer you observed, it is essentially a solid-state nutrient layer that utilizes a mild electric current for electrolysis, providing sustenance to the chip. The chip has a lifespan of 8 years, though the nutrient layer must be replaced every 4 years. Regarding software compatibility, we took a shortcut by embedding the AI into the chip's foundational layer. Previous intelligent assistants only utilized AI as a supplementary aspect, but within the biological chip, AI serves as the core component, transforming it into a chip endowed with cognitive capabilities managed autonomously by AI. The listeners at the table were left astounded. It could be approached in such a manner? There was no limit to the absurdity of it all. It felt as fantastical as a tale from a far-off land. Even with the phones in their hands, which they had just tested, they still found Zhang Luhai's words hard to believe. Perhaps they were still dreaming. Lu Zhang pinched his thigh, his brow furrowing. As for the price, it certainly would not be inexpensive, given its performance. The group remained silent, mentally calculating the cost of such a chip. Bear in mind, this is a biological chip, boasting a performance 117 times that of current computer chips and 1287 times that of the Snapdragon 890, an entirely revolutionary product. Surely, it would command a fortune? Is there a market for it? Certainly, for there are countless affluent individuals worldwide. But how vast is this market? Less than one, perhaps even lower. It is an exceedingly high-end market. The price per chip is 800 yuan, Zhang Luhai deliberated. Currently, the Snapdragon 890 is priced at 700 yuan. Given that our biological chip's performance exceeds it by 1287 times, 800 yuan is undoubtedly reasonable. The group fell into another silence. They had expected the cost to be at least 10,000 yuan, yet it was merely 800? This was astonishingly affordable. The group became invigorated. recognizing that utilizing this chip in low-end devices was impractical. Low-end devices priced at 800 or 1,000 yuan would not be worth the chip. However, what about mid-range devices? Originally priced between 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, they could now be upgraded to 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. With this pricing and performance, the competitiveness would be formidable, especially when paired with genuine artificial intelligence. As for high-end devices, the chip could elevate their prices to astronomical heights. General Jiang, what about production capacity? Lu Zhang inquired. Having adjusted his mindset, the biological chip had emerged, and pondering further was futile. If they did not board this high-speed train, they would risk being left behind by the times. Although this chip was not developed in-house, it was still produced by a domestic enterprise, alleviating concerns about being stifled by foreign entities. Moreover, given the performance and prospects of the biological chip, he felt no inclination to reject it, nor was there any room for hesitation. This is precisely why I invited CEO Zhao here, Jiang Luhai stated. Shall we have Yanxin International manufacture it? Zhao, still dazed, inquired. Precisely. The greatest limitation of Yanxin International lies in its lithography machine. However, this chip does not necessitate one. With some modifications to Yanxin International's existing equipment, we can produce our chips. Initially, the output may not be substantial, ranging from 1.2 to 1.6 million chips per month, depending on the yield rate. Once everything is calibrated, the monthly output should reach approximately 3 million chips. Thus, Jiang Luhai elucidated the arrangements for Yanxin International with clarity. I am on board. As long as General Jiang sends personnel to assist us in modifying the equipment, I can double our production capacity within a month and quintuple it within 2 months, Zhao declared, slamming his hand on the table. Chapter 64. Furthermore, there is a small item I wish to present to everyone. Once Jiang Luhai and the others had absorbed the information, he activated the projector. A shiver ran down their spines. The biological chip was already astonishing enough, but what could this small item be? Currently, the wireless charging available on the market primarily consists of electromagnetic induction charging and resonance charging. The wireless charging utilized by smartphones today relies on electromagnetic induction, which requires a very short distance. Even a slight misalignment could prevent charging altogether. On the other hand, the main issue with resonance charging is its low conversion rate, with an effective range of only about 3 meters. However, we have recently developed an energy wave charging technology that utilizes intelligent management between the battery and the charging device, enabling directional charging over a distance of 100 meters, with conversion losses not exceeding 20%. I believe this technology will be of great use to you. Lu Zheng's expression turned peculiar, while Lei Jun's face flushed red. The others had remained silent since Jiang Luhai began speaking. They had anticipated something grand, only to discover it was a remote charging technology. Indeed, a rather modest item, especially when compared to a groundbreaking product like the biological chip. 100-meter charging distance and conversion losses of no more than 20%. How could this be considered trivial? A 32-story building stands at approximately 100 meters tall. If an energy wave charger were placed in the middle of such a building, its occupants would no longer need to worry about their phones running out of battery. This is not a mere trifle. It is, quite frankly, cutting-edge technology. I wish to remain silent and reflect. The group felt their scalps prickling from Jiang Luhai's revelations. He looked at the silent individuals in confusion. Surely this technology was not beyond their capacity to utilize? Shouldn't be. In cosmic civilizations, such technologies are frequently employed, albeit at higher power levels and longer transmission distances. What about the charging speed? After a moment of silence, Lei Jun swallowed hard and inquired. He was unsure of his own emotions. Even if the charging speed were somewhat slower, he could entirely accept it. This compact energy wave charger has a maximum power of 4,000 watts and can connect to 100 smartphones. The maximum power for a single phone is 50 watts, allowing a standard 4,000 mAh battery to charge up to 85 in just 20 minutes. Jiang Luhai produced a white box roughly the size of a fist. The group was left speechless. They could only imagine the sensation that these two technologies, biological chips and long-distance wireless fast charging, would create when integrated into their smartphones. Until now, Pinggu had dominated the high-end market, while Yanhua and Flashstar competed in the mid to high-end sectors. This situation was poised for a significant transformation. Pingu and Flashstar would likely find themselves vying for the mid to low-end market. With this realization, everyone felt invigorated, even Lu Zheng. After being suppressed for so many years, the tide was finally turning. When can we obtain the sample chips? Lu Zheng inquired, as they needed to return for testing and other tasks. You can take them with you shortly. I have prepared 10 samples for each of your companies. Zhang Luhai nodded. Excellent. We shall not linger. Lu Zheng promptly stood up, and the others followed suit, eager to return immediately for testing. They had no inclination to remain any longer. Lu Zheng hurried back to the laboratory to deliver the chips. He did not leave but found a place to rest within the lab. He was no longer young, and the journey had taken its toll. Within an hour, the door to the lounge burst open. The chief engineer of Yanhua rushed in, his face contorted with excitement and trembling from head to toe. What is the matter? Lu Zheng's heart raced. Boss, where did you acquire this chip? The chief engineer of Yanhua was nearly beside himself. This is not a product of our era. Do you have any idea of its performance level? It surpasses our Kirin Plus by over 1,000 times. Moreover, they have integrated storage into it, 10 terabytes. Can you fathom that such a small device holds 10 terabytes of storage? Witnessing the chief engineer's frenzied state, Lu Zheng finally felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, he was overwhelmed by profound fatigue. Kirin. Lu Zheng managed a bittersweet smile. Yet Yanhua was not the most unfortunate. Gao Xiao, Pingu, Lianfake and Flashstar were the ones truly in dire straits. At this moment, a similar phenomenon was unfolding within the companies of Dami, Vivo, and Oppo. Engineers and researchers were on the brink of madness. The boss had gone out for a brief moment and returned with something of monumental significance. This was akin to a nuclear bomb in the smartphone and semiconductor industries, capable of reshaping the entire landscape upon detonation. The subsequent weeks saw these companies shift into high gear, reducing inventory while pursuing aggressive development. All prior plans were sacrificed to pave the way for the next generation of new products, ensuring their utmost success. Meanwhile, Zhang Luhai, accompanied by Lin Tao and a research team exceeding 50 members, arrived at Yanxian International to modify the existing equipment. Unexpectedly, in the wake of Citibank's announced sanctions, the 4 major smartphone companies remained silent for a full month and a half. Aside from some initial perfunctory condemnations, there had been no further developments. What is going on? It has been a month and a half with no response. It feels as if the 4 major companies are plotting something monumental. Come on. With such a significant gap in capabilities, what could they possibly conjure? Are the 4 companies considering using Yanhua's Kirin chip? That is impossible, as much of the microarchitecture in the Kirin chip is imported, and Citibank sanctions included a ban on microarchitecture. Although Yanhua possesses its own chips, they lack the microarchitecture necessary for production. Surely these companies cannot just wait for their demise? Amidst the speculation, the 4 major companies, Yanhua, Dami, Vivo, and Oppo, simultaneously announced new product launch events. On April 9th, do not miss it, a revolutionary smartphone, heralding a new future. Observers were left in utter bewilderment as they saw all 4 companies releasing announcements at once. What could have possibly transpired? Launching new products at this juncture? Holding simultaneous launch events seemed rather intriguing. While puzzled, anticipation filled the air. Chapter 65. What are the people of Yen Nation up to? A product launch? Dimu, the CEO of Pingu Company, wore a perplexed expression. It had been a month and a half. Surely the chips and storage they had previously ordered should have been nearly depleted by now. At this juncture, instead of addressing the issues of blockade and sales prohibition, they were instead holding a product launch. No matter how innovative the new products were, without chips and storage, they could not produce a single mobile phone. What purpose would it serve? Perhaps they intended to use their own chips? Someone speculated from a distance. The chips of Yen Nation? Ha! Dimu scoffed. Although the Kirin chips from Yanhua may not compare to those of Gaoxiao, Shansing, or Lionfake, they are still serviceable. Perhaps their new products were designed on the foundation of Kirin chips. Dimu shook his head without a second thought. Impossible. They could not resolve the issues with microarchitecture. Moreover, there were storage and production problems. Yanshin could only achieve 14 nanometers, which was far from sufficient. I am rather intrigued. When will they hold the product launch? Please pass the information to me when the time comes. In a building in Huasher, what are those individuals from Yen Nation doing? They are remarkably resilient. They have yet to surrender. However, the ultimate victor will undoubtedly be us. They stand no chance. We are Huasher. We possess the most formidable power in the world. What is the status of future technology? Still no progress. Their security measures are exceedingly stringent. We have attempted to bribe a few individuals, but those who relay information are invariably discovered beforehand. As of now, there has been no advancement. We can only proceed according to Plan B, continuing to blockade them, compelling them to unveil their artificial intelligence. Perhaps it is necessary to exert additional pressure on Yen Nation by adding more companies to the sanctions list. This is a commendable idea. Let us add a few more names to the list tomorrow, applying pressure to make them realize they have no room for choice. April 9th, 8 p.m. The product launches of the 4 major mobile phone companies commenced punctually. Even before 8 p.m., tens of millions of netizens flocked to the event, with the highest attention on Yanhua, followed closely by Dami. Vivo and Oppo primarily relied on their offline presence, with mobile phone stores scattered throughout Yen Nation. In the past 2 months, numerous events transpired internationally. Everyone was aware of the implications of my words. First, I must condemn the hegemonism led by Huasher. Udazue took the stage, launching a direct assault. Many netizens were thrilled to witness Udazue's confrontational rhetoric. Udazue is genuinely bold. I admire this attitude. To be fair, Yanhua is the company subjected to the most sanctions in our nation. Let us applaud Yanhua. Keep pushing forward. Yet, some netizens remained unconvinced. Mere rhetoric is ineffective. If it were, Yanhua would not have faced so many sanctions. Let us see some substantial content. I observe that the 4 major companies seem quite confident. Otherwise, they would not simultaneously hold product launches, likely indicating significant advancements in domestic chips. Now, allow me to present the star of our evening. However, before that, let us examine the current performance of mainstream mobile phone chips. Udazue immediately produced several flagship devices to test with benchmarking software. Though not the most rigorous method, it is the one most familiar to netizens. Snapdragon 890, 180, 000.
Kirin 990 plus, 170, 000.
Pingu A15, 175, 000. Tianji, 179, 000. It can be said that the performance differences among these chips are minimal. It appears that Yanhua has made a breakthrough in chip technology. Observing Udazue's actions, even those netizens who were previously oblivious began to surmise his intentions. All of this served as a prelude, paving the way for the new phone. However, none could predict what they were about to witness. Well, now that we are aware of the benchmarking scores of the flagship CPUs on the market, let us reveal tonight's main attraction. Udazue unveiled a brand new phone, one never before seen in the market. In size and appearance, it bore little difference from mainstream phones, yet its distinctive metallic body imbued it with a sense of futurism. Then, Udazue opened the benchmarking software. It started with a staggering 7-digit score. As the rapidly changing numbers on the big screen captivated the audience, all netizens were left dumbfounded. What? A starting score in the 7 digits? What is going on? Is the benchmarking software malfunctioning? Or have they manipulated something? Judging by Udazue's expression, it seemed to be within his expectations. It did not appear to be an error. Goodness, while all companies were contending around 170, 000 to 180, 000, suddenly soaring to a 7-digit score? This must be connected to a computer CPU. What the heck? It has reached 8 digits. This is absurd. It is simply impossible. No computer CPU could achieve such a number. There must be an error. All the viewers of the product launch erupted in confusion. They could not comprehend what Udazue was attempting to convey. How could an error of this magnitude occur during a product launch? In this scenario, as the numbers on the screen escalated to 9 digits, others instead regained their composure. Some journalists from the media industry were already contemplating how to frame the news later. Yanhua's product launch suffers major blunder. Is this a product launch or mere hot air? It was not until the screen's numbers stabilized at 360 million that Udazue looked at the crowd with a beaming smile. Did you all think it was a malfunction? From 180,000 to 360 million, not even the smallest fraction could compare. It was undeniably a monumental error. Udazue was even more delighted. He had previously been stunned, wandering in a daze all day. Now it was finally his turn to astonish others. However, I must inform everyone that this is not a blunder. This is the chip utilized in our NE1 model, a revolutionary technology that allows us to leap from 2024 to 2124, bridging a century of technological advancement in biological chips. Boom! Like a thunderclap, everyone was rendered speechless. Simultaneously, in the live streams of several other product launches, the same phenomenon occurred. Everyone had only one thought in their minds. Are you kidding me? Why have we changed the model this time? Instead of continuing the previous series, we have introduced an entirely new series because this is a groundbreaking masterpiece. NE1 meaning new era. To provide a more intuitive understanding, let me demonstrate. As Udazue held the NE1, it powered on instantaneously. Opening software took mere seconds. Launching games was equally swift. He opened over 100 applications and games, experiencing zero lag, a seamless experience akin to silk. Regardless of prior doubts, anyone witnessing this scene could not utter a single word. Over 100 applications and games, no computer could handle that without faltering. Yet Udazue's introduction was far from over. Furthermore, this phone is equipped with a complete version of artificial intelligence. Previously constrained by hardware limitations, the capabilities of artificial intelligence could not be fully realized. The smart assistant could only unleash 5 of its potential, akin to giving you 10 sleeping pills and expecting you to solve math problems. However, this NE1 can operate at 100 capacity. Each of you will possess an assistant, partner, and housekeeper indistinguishable from a human being. Udazue opened his arms, embracing the world. Let us together welcome the arrival of the new era. Our new era. The entire venue erupted, whether present on-site or watching from a screen. Chapter 66. This fellow indeed possesses remarkable skills. Jiang Luhai gazed at the screen, where Yu's arms were outstretched in an embrace of the world. At the very least, it was quite infectious. Several companies had invited him to their product launch events, yet he was disinterested in mingling within such fervor. The biological chip was undeniably advanced, but it was merely a novelty on Earth. The crux of the matter lay in its facilitation of further advancements in production tools. Artificial intelligence, biological chips, energy wave charging. The next frontier was materials. This effectively dismantled the primary obstacles preventing Earth from venturing into the cosmos. Yang Xiaolu, engrossed in her phone while watching the product launch, remarked, "The internet is surely ablaze right now." Jiang Luhai shrugged, affirming the certainty of her statement. He didn't even need to check online to comprehend the current situation. "Boss, you are incredible." Yang Xiaolu turned to Jiang Luhai, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "How unreal."
Giang Liu Hai riplit ca xua.
Ugh. Yang Xiaolu scrunched her face, expressing her discontent. Boring. Jiang Luhai, having spent considerable time with her, chose to ignore her. "Care for some tea?" Yang Xiaolu inquired, placing her phone aside. "Green tea a bit stronger." Jiang Luhai was uncertain about the proper way to enjoy green tea, especially given Yang Xiaolu's questionable skills. Nevertheless, he preferred it robust. As the product launch progressed, excitement surged in waves. The audience was nearly overwhelmed. The performance was 1,287 times that of the Snapdragon 890, featuring complete artificial intelligence, along with 10 terabytes of memory. The astonishment was no less than before. Yet the revelations were far from over. Upon the introduction of energy wave charging, the audience could hardly contain themselves. A wireless fast charging range of 100 meters? Just 1 unit per building would suffice. One could even charge their device from the floor below, with the charger left at home. This was yet another astonishing feat of black technology. To have so many innovations consolidated into a single phone, the phone I just bought is utterly lackluster now. Without hesitation, he declared, "The house is listed with an agent. I am awaiting a new phone. Yanhua is remarkable, and future technology is invincible. Now, the pressing question arises. Can the new phones actually be procured considering the current unavailability of future technology's intelligent robots? Perhaps. They might be available? This time, future technology collaborated with Yen Xion handling manufacturing. However, Yen Xion's production capacity was limited. In a daze, he felt an overwhelming sense of sudden change in the world. Should one cry out, "World, wait for your child?" Countless netizens online frantically flooded screens with their comments across social media platforms, forums, and chat groups, as it was the only outlet for their emotions. The sights witnessed that night left everyone feeling as though they were on the brink of explosion with excitement. "This is impossible." Dimu, the president of Pingu, slammed the table and bellowed. Yen Nation could not possibly develop such technology. After venting his frustration, he turned and declared, "This is a scam. It cannot be real. Retrieve several of their phones at the fastest speed. We must expose their deception." Within a building in Citigroup, silence enveloped the room. "Do you believe this is real?" A voice suddenly broke the stillness. "It's fake. We are well aware of Yen Nation's capabilities. They have always lagged behind us, and they cannot have developed such technology. This is a ruse to coerce us into loosening restrictions on Yen Hua's company. If we believe it, we have lost. I too suspect it's false. Just as Ivan stated, they aim to pressure us into relaxing constraints on Yen Hua's company. I must admit I was startled at first. Yet, upon further contemplation, it became clear. Future technology indeed innovated artificial intelligence. That is commendable. But how long has it been? From the launch conference to now, merely a little over 3 months. Not even 100 days. To unveil such technology, no, not 1 but 3. Gentlemen, do you truly believe that is plausible? Indeed, their greatest misstep was their exaggeration. Those fools truly lack common sense. Individuals expressed their opinions, and based on past experiences, this conjecture posed no issues. Pingu, Flash Star, Lianfa, and Gaoshao all arrived at the same conclusion. Meanwhile, on Western networks, many ridiculed Yen Nation's mobile companies as frauds. This product launch was entirely a sham, provoking numerous Yen Nation netizens to engage in heated debates with them. As the conference concluded, the online fervor showed no signs of waning. As for the recent additions to the sanctions list by Citigroup, who still cared, the focus of everyone had shifted to the new phones launched by the 4 major companies. Among them, Yenhua dominated the high-end market, with new phones priced between $7,800 and $12,800 domestically, showing no differences in chips or memory, primarily varying in other aspects like microphones, cameras, screens, and audio. Abroad, prices surged by 50. The other 3 companies also introduced several models, pricing them between $3,800 and $8,800. The new products from the 4 major mobile companies comprehensively covered the market from mid-range to high-end. The prevailing issue remained the insufficient chip production. Nevertheless, the 4 companies were confident that once the first batch of products was delivered, all doubts would dissipate. Furthermore, those intending to upgrade would likely wait if they could not acquire a phone equipped with a biological chip. After all, no one wished to spend thousands on a Pingu or Flash Star device that performed 1,000 times worse. In 2 to 3 months, once Yen Xion International ramped up production, they would decisively dismantle Pingu and Flash Star, seizing the mid to high-end sectors of the global mobile industry. The following day, all 4 companies commenced sales simultaneously, with a total of 2.6 million phones vanishing in an instant. The excitement was no less than that witnessed earlier in the year during Future Technology's unveiling of intelligent robots, perhaps even surpassing it. After all, phones were considerably more affordable than intelligent robots. Within half a day, several phones appeared in Flash Star's laboratory. There was no need for experimental reports. Merely observing the seamless operation of various software and games, with the ability to open hundreds of applications effortlessly, sufficed to reveal the result. Meanwhile, in Citigroup's tower, an elder, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, remained momentarily stunned. So, their phones are genuine? The biological chip is authentic? The individuals below hesitated before firmly nodding. Indeed, the elder's expression turned fierce. Such technology must not remain solely in the hands of the Yen Nation. We must possess it. We must suppress Yen Nation. I refuse to see Citigroup become the world's second. Chapter 67. What are our scientists up to? Each year, the nation allocates substantial funding. Where does all the money go? As the most powerful country in the world, why are groundbreaking technologies predominantly invented by other nations? Who can procure a mobile phone from Yen Nation, regardless of brand, and I am willing to pay double for a biological chip? I had always imagined the people of Yen Nation still wore braids and long garments, while experts claimed they struggled to find enough food, relying solely on cheap labor for downstream industries. Yet now, Yen Nation is poised to surpass us. There is much I wish to express, but I am at a loss for words. Perhaps it is best to leave it at that. The wind on the rooftop is quite strong. As the four major companies released their mobile phones, the Western populace, who once derided these corporations as frauds, swiftly changed their tune. They began to question what their own scientists were doing and where the research funding had been allocated. Concurrently, the stock prices of companies such as Gaoxiao, Pinggu, Shanxing, Ingte, and Dair plummeted dramatically, with losses exceeding 30%, triggering trading halts. Even the Dow Jones Index fell by 700 points, activating circuit breakers. Simultaneously, Citibank announced it would impose tariffs on certain products from Yen Nation, with the number of affected categories reaching as high as 157. Many reacted to this list with disbelief, wondering if a trade war was imminent. Shortly thereafter, news broke that the Pacific Fleet planned to conduct exercises in the southern waters of the treasured island next month. The moment this news was released, the internet in Yen Nation erupted with outrage. If war were to break out with Citibank, I would willingly donate half my fortune. This is sheer bullying, first sanctions, then a trade war, and now military exercises in the South China Sea. Do they truly believe Yen Nation is still the same as it was a century ago? Will a trade war commence? This involves 157 different products, affecting at least tens of thousands of enterprises. In a room somewhere in the capital, a respected elder, after listening to a report, chuckled softly. They are anxious. They cannot remain still. They are applying pressure. Indeed, they were restless about artificial intelligence technology before, and now we have produced biological chips and energy wave charging. It would be strange if they were calm. Their pressure on future technology yielded no results. Instead, future technology has birthed biological chips. They are coming at us with pressure again, but they are overestimating their influence. Are we to surrender our technological advancements to private enterprises? We have devoted years to development, not to concede. Another elder joined in laughter. Neither exhibited a trace of concern. Only elation and satisfaction adorned their faces. Witnessing Citibank cornered into a frenzy brought great joy to both. Given this, let us fan the flames further by announcing the ignition of controllable nuclear fusion 3 days hence. The first elder contemplated. It is wonderful that our nation has grown strong. Those years of encountering such incidents were truly stifling. Now, we possess the technology. What do we have to fear? The second elder let slip a curse. You, after all these years, still have that fiery temper. Before the news of the trade war and military demonstrations in the South China Sea could settle, Yen Nation suddenly issued an announcement that captivated everyone's attention once more. In 3 days, the ignition of the Jinwu No. 1 controllable nuclear fusion will be broadcast live. The news startled everyone, igniting a wave of excitement. Marvelous! Just as Citibank announced increased tariffs and military exercises in the South China Sea, our nation unveiled the ignition of controllable nuclear fusion, a direct countermeasure. I am proud to be a citizen of Yen Nation, the might of a great nation. Tears welled up. It was the first time I had witnessed such confidence from our country. We have truly become formidable. After a century of humiliation, 70 years of arduous development, and the sacrifices of generations, we have finally returned to the pinnacle of the world. Artificial intelligence, biological chips, energy wave charging, controllable nuclear fusion. It feels as if we are destined for the stars, literally ascending towards the cosmos. Indeed, with controllable nuclear fusion, we can harness electricity for propulsion. Intelligent robots could operate on the moon, establishing bases. Observing the discussions among netizens, Zhang Luhai wore a smile. Exactly. Biological chips are not solely for the 4 major mobile companies. They aim to enhance efficiency across various industries. Artificial intelligence serves a similar purpose, significantly improving research and productivity. Intelligent robots can explore deep space and hazardous areas. Moreover, energy waves are intended for use in the cosmos. In a vacuum, decay rates drop to minimal levels, allowing large-scale equipment to transmit and charge over distances up to 1,000 kilometers. Boss, what are you laughing about? Yang Xiaolu, having tidied the bookshelf, turned to see Jiang Luhai smile and curiously inquired. In 3 days, the nation will ignite controllable nuclear fusion. And then?
Yang Xiaolu blinked.
Forget it. Discussing this with you is pointless. Jiang Luhai waved his hand. Yang Xiaolu's expression darkened, her cheeks puffing up. I've graduated, you know? Oh, not yet. You still have a month left. There's no need to look down on me. Seeing Yang Xiaolu's vexed demeanor, Jiang Luhai shrugged, grinning. I see the stars and the vast ocean. What on earth?
Yang Xiaolu replied, perplexed.
Thus, sharing this with you is futile. Jiang Luhai burst into laughter. Chapter 68. Beep. What is your civilization's perspective on kings? Count Kamikaze. Jiang Luhai was quite astonished upon receiving this inquiry. He had not anticipated that Count Kamikaze would pose such a question to him. Judging by the name, the other party was a noble, and given the characteristics of their civilization, it was likely a biological one, possibly under an imperial or royal system. The suddenness of this question. Could it be that he harbored ambitions of rebellion? Yet there was no one nearby to consult. Hence his decision to approach Jiang Luhai, a member of the merchant guild with whom he had dealings. Perhaps he had inquired of others as well. Upon reflection, becoming a member of the Black Flag Guild afforded one with an edge over the world. Such thoughts were not entirely unfounded. Jiang Luhai stroked his chin, finding the situation rather amusing. A true gentleman should be like this. I could take his place. Kings should rotate. This year, it's my turn. Nobility and high officials. Do they not possess the same blood? Jiang Luhai sent 3 messages in quick succession. Count Kamikaze was recently plagued by distress. As the power in his hands grew, he became acutely aware of the constraints imposed by the monarchy. Many actions he was capable of undertaking remained beyond his reach. The progress of civilization was stalling. Although he had acquired numerous technologies, he dared not showcase them. Amidst this, the king covertly supported the local lords, creating an insidious sense of confinement and targeting that weighed heavily on his heart. For those around him, obeying the monarchy was a matter of course. Even if he wished to share his inner turmoil, there was no one to confide in. It was then he thought of the other members of the Black Flag Guild, as they hailed from various universes and civilizations. Regardless of what he expressed, it would not affect his own world. Perhaps he could glean some insights from them. After pondering the list for a moment, he sent inquiries to 3 members he had recently transacted with. In less than a minute, he received a response from Hannibal. Upon deciphering the meaning of the 3 sentences, Count Kamikaze was left in a state of bewilderment. Was this how Hannibal's civilization regarded kings? A true gentleman should be like this. I could take his place? Count Kamikaze leapt from his chair, nearly exclaiming in shock. In his world, such events had not transpired for 6 millennia. The king's decree was akin to divine will. After much hesitation, Count Kamikaze cautiously replied, Have you experienced many such rebellions against kings? Upon reading this reply, Jiang Luhai was momentarily taken aback. This civilization appeared rather naive. Soon enough, a smile crept onto his lips as he recalled numerous historical instances. Qianshang and Wu Guang, Xiang Yu and Liu Bang, Wang Mang, Sima Yi Li Shimin, Zhao Kuangyin. Various reasons, different classes, diverse methods. Human history is replete with intrigues and rebellions, conspiracies and wars. Count Kamikaze. Why? Because they obstructed our path forward. They are the hindrances of the era. If they are a stumbling block, they must be moved aside. Let it not be said that a king, or even a deity, shall stand in our way. They must be vanquished. Count Kamikaze. Sitting in his chair, Count Kamikaze appeared horrified. Was Hannibal's civilization truly so formidable? For a moment, he hesitated to continue the conversation. Shortly thereafter, another message arrived, prompting Count Kamikaze to spring up once more. Do you wish to rebel? Do you desire to slay the king? Do you aspire to take his place? Do you wish to change the world? I can provide remote technical guidance. Fear not. We possess ample experience in such matters, with countless cases to draw upon. Rebellion is our specialty. After sending this message, Zhang Luhai erupted in laughter. There was no other reason. He simply found it exceedingly amusing. Simultaneously, he grew curious about the civilizations of other members. After browsing the trading interface for over 20 minutes and noting the lack of further responses, Zhang Luhai decided to shut down the system and head to the laboratory. Just then, a prompt from the system rang out. "What do you desire, Count Kamikaze?" Zhang Luhai smiled knowingly. Indeed, the Count was intrigued. After all, as a guild member in a world ruled by monarchy, the constraints of royal authority, coupled with the innate instinct to dominate, had evidently become Count Kamikaze's impediment. 500 black coins shall suffice. If inadequate, technical data may be used to supplement, calculated at 80% of market value. Selected by me, Zhang Luhai replied. "What can you offer?" Count Kamikaze inquired. "I can assist in formulating the most feasible plan." Upon sending this message, Zhang Luhai remained patient, knowing that the Count would undoubtedly be contemplative. He chose not to visit the laboratory, opting instead to explore the current state of fishing vessels online. As expected, following the announcement of an impending controlled nuclear fusion ignition experiment, the entire societal landscape of fishing vessels had transformed. Such a proclamation undeniably elevated national confidence. Presently, a significant portion of the internet was fixated on controlled nuclear fusion ignition. Meanwhile, in another world, Count Kamikaze fidgeted restlessly. Zhang Luhai's previous statement had seemingly opened the door to a new realm for him. The king is too old. He is not a member of the Black Flag Guild. He has been obstructing our civilization's continued advancement. Why should I not take his place? If I were in that position, I could elevate our technological level in a remarkably short time. Count Kamikaze's expression fluctuated between joy and anxiety. Yet, his ingrained education and beliefs rendered it difficult for him to commit to such a rebellious act. Just then, another message arrived, which he opened to find a response from another member. "King, are you referring to the leader of your clan? Whoever possesses greater ability shall lead. Otherwise, they cannot guide the clan further. Then how can one become a king?" Count Kamikaze inquired, pondering the question. "To become one, as long as you possess the requisite ability, you shall naturally ascend to leadership and other factions will acquiesce. This is essential for the survival of the clan." Count Kamikaze contemplated this answer in silence for a prolonged period. Eventually, a glimmer of resolve sparked in his eyes as he opened another communication interface. "I agree. Please send me the details of your civilization, its history, and the current situation as thoroughly as possible. I will devise a plan for you." Zhang Luhai responded. "How long will it take?" "No more than 3 days. Primarily, I will research your civilization's customs and current circumstances. To formulate a plan alone would take merely half a day." Count Kamikaze. To construct a bridge or pave a road, they require a month of research. Formulating a plan for rebelling against the king takes only half a day. You truly are professionals. After considering the reader's feedback, I will enhance the portions concerning exchanges and transactions with other civilizations. Chapter 69. An agreement signed directly within the Chamber of Commerce system. Subsequently, Zhang Luhai received materials sent by Count Kamikaze. Quite intriguing. Zhang Luhai swiftly perused the documents. With his current level of cognitive enhancement, he could not only read rapidly but also retain the information effectively. It is worth noting that each individual's intellect varies significantly. Throughout his schooling, Zhang Luhai often interacted with societal figures, which did not exactly qualify him as an exemplary student. Nevertheless, he managed to gain admission to a prestigious university. His intellect was already commendable. Now, having enhanced it to 260, he was not far from the pinnacle of human capability. Remarkably, this species possessed gills, indicating a lineage evolved from amphibious beings. With a history spanning 10,000 years, the Kamikaze dynasty had astonishingly endured for 6,000 years. Indeed, a rather simplistic race. In contrast, human dynasties face significant challenges, often collapsing within 300 years. Yet, this civilization had sustained a single dynasty for 6 millennia, with merely one transition throughout its 10,000-year history. Surely, there have been tyrants within this dynasty, and indeed, there were many. However, the amphibious race benefits from a broader food source, rarely experiencing famine. Nevertheless, 6,000 years of uninterrupted rule seems excessive. Does the disparity in individual strength within the species imply a lack of ambition? As for Count Kamikaze being targeted, this is rather understandable. After joining the Chamber of Commerce, he initially exchanged his resources for technology and subsequently showcased several advanced technologies, creating quite a stir in that world and garnering significant acclaim. If that were all, it could be overlooked. Yet, he unabashedly expressed a desire for certain technologies possessed by the royal family. Indeed, it was a female. Given these circumstances, in the Earth realm, someone like Count Kamikaze would not survive 3 days. Your king is truly benevolent. Zhang Luhai could not help but send a message to Count Kamikaze. Count Kamikaze? In our world, if you behaved like this, you wouldn't last 3 days. I would stake my name on it. Count Kamikaze. The Count from another world appeared bewildered. An hour later, I will provide you with the plan. Count Kamikaze? Wasn't it 3 days? It has only been 1 day. You can provide me with a plan in just 1 more hour? How rash. To Zhang Luhai, the history of the Kamikaze dynasty seemed remarkably simplistic. The act of rebellion, which would be an insurmountable challenge in the ancient Yen kingdom, could be considered a mere triviality within the Kamikaze dynasty. With a mere twist of his mind, Zhang Luhai could devise dozens of plans, all with considerable feasibility. The history of human rebellion is replete with rich examples. The royal authority is deeply ingrained, and any act of treachery would be met with universal disdain. Thus, one could directly control those around the Kamikaze king, administer poison, and assassinate him. Have the queen summon the 3 major dukes to the imperial city to stabilize the situation. If this proves difficult, one could impersonate the queen and notify the dukes to enter the city. As the 3 dukes arrive in the capital, strike decisively to eliminate the Kamikaze royal family, then proclaim that the dukes were responsible for this massacre. At this juncture, you would rise in rebellion, rallying various nobles to defend the throne, and as the initiator you would naturally gain immense prestige. After vanquishing the 3 dukes, select a child from a collateral branch of the royal family to inherit the throne. The king would be your choice, and through this rebellion and the elimination of traitors, you would acquire substantial renown. Being granted the title of duke would not be unreasonable, would it? You could then leverage the king to command the nobles across the lands. After a decade or 2, the king would abdicate in your favor. An hour later, Count Kamikaze received this plan, her mind awash with the realization that such an approach was even possible. If she were to handle it, she would likely storm the royal court and eliminate the Kamikaze king, making her the common enemy of all. However, following Hannibal's plan not only enabled the assassination of the king but also promised substantial acclaim, allowing for a seamless elevation from count to duke, and subsequently wielding the king's authority over other nobles. It was a revelation. This plan was truly exquisite. Staring at the proposal, Count Kamikaze found herself utterly astonished. Killing the king was not particularly difficult. The Kamikaze dynasty had enjoyed prolonged peace, resulting in a low state of vigilance. Furthermore, controlling others to assassinate the king and shifting the blame onto the 3 dukes. Even in failure, she would suffer no loss, perhaps even advance her position. As for how to manipulate those surrounding the Kamikaze king, while she lacked the means, other members of the chamber possessed such resources. Alas! Count Kamikaze was at a loss for what expression to adopt. Hannibal was truly formidable. The civilization he hailed from was indeed fearsome. She then opened the communication channel with Zhang Luhai. The plan is acceptable. I will offer you 120 black coins. This is all I possess. As for technology, please inform me once you have made your selections. A fruitful collaboration. Do remember to inform me upon success, and I shall provide you with a guide to the art of kingship. Zhang Luhai felt compelled to assist this client further, his excitement bubbling within as he effortlessly acquired 120 black coins, along with technology valued at 380 black coins. Count Kamikaze had numerous valuable resources. For instance, the architecture insect technology could be utilized for establishing bases on extraterrestrial planets, proving immensely beneficial for exploring other worlds. He had long coveted this technology but hesitated due to its steep price, intending to purchase it when necessary. He never anticipated he would acquire it so swiftly. After closing the system, Zhang Luhai increasingly perceived the potential for this to evolve into a lucrative business, generating revenue faster than developing technology. With a multitude of cosmic races and diverse civilizations, there were many similar to the world of Count Kamikaze. In terms of intrigue and political machinations, humanity possesses a distinct advantage. Strife and power struggles are the central themes woven throughout humanity's evolutionary journey, spanning millennia of civilization. A comparison with the Kamikaze dynasty starkly highlights humanity's expertise in this realm. There lies tremendous opportunity here. Without delving into other matters, merely acquiring knowledge of other intelligent races and civilizations represents a considerable gain. After thorough contemplation, Zhang Luhai once again accessed the system and listed a new order on his homepage. Experts in internal power struggles within civilizations, bespoke rebellion plans tailored for you. Is your development stifled by internal constraints? Are you oppressed by authority? Do you harbor aspirations to alter your circumstances? Resistance, rebellion, power struggles. 60 billion strategists are at your service. In this domain, we excel. Chapter 70. Zhang Luhai sat in his office, gazing at the screen mounted on the wall. The display showcased the preparations for the ignition of controlled nuclear fusion. At the center stood a large circular apparatus, with countless pipes and wires extending from it. It's not that big, Yang Xiaolu remarked, pouring tea for Zhang Luhai and glancing at the screen. I expected the controlled nuclear fusion device to be much larger. Over the past few days, she had exerted considerable effort to enhance her knowledge and finally comprehended the significance of controlled nuclear fusion. The ignition apparatus from the last public experiment was indeed quite large, about 6.3 times the size of this one, Zhang Luhai replied. That was a decade ago, when Yengue conducted a public ignition experiment that lasted for 1,000 seconds, already placing us ahead of the world. Meanwhile, various countries have continued their research behind the scenes. Will it succeed? Yang Xiaolu inquired curiously, believing that few understood the subject better than her boss. Although they were researching different directions, wasn't there a saying that all paths converge? While her boss was not focused on this field, his intelligence surely allowed him to grasp some aspects of it. With the long-awaited public ignition experiment finally taking place, and given the timing, their confidence was substantial. Zhang Luhai did not commit to a definitive answer. In his view, even if the nation had not mastered the entirety of controlled nuclear fusion technology, it could still achieve stable operation and be ready for use. After all, the country had acquired several empty vessels over 6 months ago, along with the manuals he had provided, which contained substantial technical information. They had mobilized thousands of personnel and resources, supported by artificial intelligence for calculations. Yang Xiaolu settled into a nearby seat, engrossed in her phone, perusing online discussions, and soon found herself amused. Boss, look at this. Why is the ignition experiment scheduled for April 14th? That date seems rather inauspicious. What would you suggest instead? The Qingming Festival? The Double Ninth Festival? A fine gift for our ancestors. Although it sounded reasonable, she still felt something was amiss. Fool, today is the 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month. An auspicious day for starting work, opening businesses, and renovations. Yang Xiaolu chuckled. These netizens have such unique imaginations. Zhang Luhai glanced over, affirming, he was correct. Ew? Really? Yang Xiaolu replied skeptically. Zhang Luhai nodded. Indeed, today is suitable for initiating work and breaking ground. Do you think I'm foolish? She scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance. Believe it or not, I know this. Just the other day, when I spoke with old Yang, he mentioned it in jest. Noticing the seriousness in his demeanor, Yang Xiaolu's expression mirrored doubt. Could it be true? As time passed, everything on site was prepared. At 10 o'clock, with a resounding ignition, countless indicators lit up. Moments later, someone shouted, "We have succeeded," and cheers erupted, soaring to the heavens. Even through the screen, one could feel the overwhelming joy. However, the ignition was not the end. Everyone at the site remained busy. Others also watched closely, eager to see how long this ignition would last. Prepare to engage the grid, connecting the lines. Amidst the sporadic announcements, the spectators were left in suspense about what was transpiring. Suddenly, a city in the west experienced a blackout, only to restore power a minute later. It was then that someone on-site reported, "We have connected to Liangzhou's power, and we are fully in control without any issues. Please provide the next instructions." connecting to Xijing. At that moment, netizens began to comprehend what had just happened. 5 minutes ago, Liangzhou had experienced a complete blackout, which resumed after a minute. The implication was clear. Goodness, this isn't merely an ignition experiment, is it? This is a controlled nuclear fusion power station, directly integrating into other cities' power grids? Has controlled nuclear fusion been successfully developed? Are they ready to use it for power generation? Don't think it's just you. I believe the same. This is a national treasure, a true emblem of a great nation. With controlled nuclear fusion, we can eliminate previous thermal power generation. Right now, only our Yenghua can achieve this. Indeed, currently only our Yenghua can realize controlled nuclear fusion, and we are deploying it directly for power generation. This is the new energy. Artificial intelligence, biological chips, controlled nuclear fusion. This past year has seen a flourishing of innovations. Whether in our corporations or our nation, we have been tirelessly striving, overcoming obstacles, and ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of the world. Throughout Yenghua, from north to south, from the eastern islands to the western plateaus, jubilant cheers resounded across the land. Even beyond Yenghua, wherever there were people from Yenghua, the echoes of celebration could be heard. The nation's strength instilled a profound sense of pride in those overseas. National sentiment cannot be extinguished by distance. Even at the feet of future technology, cheers erupted from Zhang Luhai's company, among the employees and laboratory researchers. Except for artificial intelligence, which had little emotional connection to this, all Yenghua people were filled with pride and excitement. Within minutes, the sound of electronic firecrackers resonated from downstairs, harmonizing with the cheering, creating a lively atmosphere. In 5 hours, the controlled nuclear fusion power generation was successfully integrated into the entire Qin province power system. While Yenghua erupted in jubilation, the entire Western world fell into silence. Soon, a wave of outrage surged. Artificial intelligence belongs to Yenghua, biological chips are from Yenghua, and even controlled nuclear fusion is ours. What about us? What are we doing? Why is the internet flooded with news from Yenghua? When will our government and scientists accomplish something? If this continues, we risk losing our position as the world's foremost power. Beneath this anger lay a profound sense of fear. Those who prided themselves on white supremacy suddenly realized that the world had changed. In the past year, Yenghua has led the world in various fields, leaving other nations in the shadows. What will the global landscape look like in 3 to 5 years? Countless individuals sensed that a transformation was imminent. That evening, Yenhua's official announcement detailed plans to construct 3 additional controlled nuclear fusion power stations nationwide. Once completed, the country's electricity costs would significantly decrease. Upon release of this news, numerous companies celebrated. With reduced electricity costs for national, commercial, and industrial use, factory expenses would diminish, enhancing product competitiveness. Some companies that had considered relocating industries to southern countries abandoned their plans. Following the reduction in electricity costs in Yenghua, even if labor costs were higher than those in southern nations, the overall expenses would be comparable. Moreover, the discipline and work ethic of the Yenghua people far surpassed those of other countries. Chapter 71. With the successful ignition of the Yen Kingdom, numerous nations convened urgent meetings to deliberate their stance towards Yenghua and the potential transformations in the global landscape under the current circumstances. Previously, nations had consistently aligned with the United States, exerting both pressure and cooperation towards Yenghua. However, the rise of Yenghua now appeared to be an unstoppable force. In light of this situation, countries must prepare accordingly. The Godwind King is dead. It is time for me to execute my next plan. Wish me luck, declared Count Godwind. Such swift action? Zhang Luhai was somewhat taken aback. It had only been 3 days, yet Count Godwind had already set things in motion. As anticipated, the Godwind dynasty had exhibited a disconcerting lack of vigilance over the millennia of stability. It seemed the Godwind King and many others regarded the monarchy and its dominion as a given, devoid of any doubt. Should there be any developments, do not hesitate to contact me, Zhang Luhai replied. He was resolute that delivering 097 to the other party was foolproof, barring any monumental incompetence on their part. Nevertheless, even if his client were a fool, he would still endeavor to elevate them to the desired position. Half a day later, Count Godwind relayed further news. As per the plan, the three dukes were en route to the imperial city and would arrive within an hour. Thereafter, he would take action. Following this message, Count Godwind shut down the business system and began to feel restless. The anticipation was agonizing. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. Time elapsed, and after receiving and dispatching several messages, one particular notification caused Count Godwind to display a peculiar expression, reminiscent of mourning. It worked. The royal family is annihilated. Now we await the news to spread, and I shall rally the call to vanquish the traitors. Hannibal's plan was flawless, precisely as envisioned. The three dukes would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the surge of noble opposition. As anticipated, half a day later, news arrived of the three dukes' rebellion and the extermination of the royal family. Is it Lord Roni? The three dukes have betrayed the king, and the royal family has been slaughtered. We cannot forgive these traitors. Indeed, I have received confirmation. It is unequivocal. Count Crimson, the three dukes have turned against us. Count Godwind quickly began contacting individuals from the pre-established list. Then, raising his arm, he called for the eradication of the traitors and the establishment of a new king. In a brief span, a cadre of nobles rallied and surged towards the imperial city. Meanwhile, the three dukes returned to their territories in bewilderment, utterly confused by the events unfolding around them, futilely attempting to explain themselves. However, at that moment, no one was inclined to listen. Even if there were, the tide could not be altered. In just half a day's time, Count Godwind seized the imperial city, where he beheld the poisoned bodies of the Godwind king, queen, and prince. Surveying his surroundings, Count Godwind shouted, "We must avenge the king. The three dukes must not be spared. Nobles, we must annihilate them. Indeed, let us slay them. We shall show them no mercy." The surrounding nobles erupted in fervor, their faces etched with hatred and sorrow. "Count Godwind, what shall we do? We shall follow your lead." The earlier rallying call had granted Count Godwind immense prestige. Notably, only earls, viscounts, and barons had gathered. None ranked higher than him in terms of status and recognition, thus positioning him as the natural leader. This world had enjoyed prolonged peace. Disputes among nobles were rare, akin to trivial village squabbles in Zhang Liuhai's view. After a mere 2 days, upon Count Godwin's return to the imperial city, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. Was it all over? So simple? Gazing at the nobles around him, Count Godwind was beset by myriad thoughts, yet no one to confide in. Ultimately, he accessed the business system and sent a message to Zhang Liuhai. "It is over. The three dukes are no more," precisely as planned. The next step is to establish a new king. For reasons unknown, he felt no joy at this outcome. Upon receiving this message, Zhang Liuhai exhibited a peculiar expression. Has she become sentimental? The ease with which these events unfolded, devoid of any challenges, was indeed a fortunate circumstance. However, the crucial matter ahead lay in how to suppress other nobles and lead the faction to forge a new glory. "In recognition of you being my first client, I shall gift you the art of kingship, which has been dispatched. Indeed, this is merely the beginning. I shall guide the Godwin dynasty towards magnificence. I aim to achieve feats others deem impossible." After reading the message, Count Godwin's eyes bore a resolute glimmer. I did not wish to kill the king, yet he became an impediment, obstructing the Godwin dynasty's advancement. Thus, he had to perish. He then sought a quiet place to peruse the art of kingship. So, this is how kings operate? It seems quite different from my preconceptions. Why must there be so many considerations? Why such complexity? Yet, it appears to hold substantial merit. It resonates profoundly. Count Godwind initially read with a look of bewilderment, yet as he progressed, felt as though he had opened the door to a new world. Subsequently, he was struck with awe. How do these individuals conceive such thoughts? Though he had previously expressed his astonishment, he felt compelled to reiterate, the civilization of Hannibal is indeed formidable. No wonder Hannibal claimed he could not survive 3 days among them. Upon finishing the text, Count Godwind regarded the art of kingship as a sacred scripture of kingship. He promptly sent another message to Zhang Liuhai. "Thank you. This is exceptionally valuable. I am grateful to you. I hope one day you can visit the Godwin dynasty." While the invitation was tempting, Zhang Liuhai extinguished the thought immediately. Unless he were a fool, he would never set foot on another member's territory. That would place him in a precarious position. Were he in their shoes, the instinctive response upon another member's arrival would be to eliminate them to safeguard his information. Of course, there may exist exceedingly benevolent members, yet he was not inclined to take that gamble. As for Count Godwind, who could say how her mindset would shift following this incident? Just as he closed the system interface, his phone rang abruptly. Old Yang? Oh, you are quite the unexpected visitor. Very well, I shall come down to meet you. Jiang Luhai ended the call and proceeded outside. Old Yang, Academician Cheng. Jiang Luhai greeted them. Alongside Academician Yang Guozhong, there were several others, including Cheng Jin, an expert in biological chips from the Flame Nation and a member of the Academy of Sciences. In fact, Jiang Luhai had previously encountered Cheng at SMIC, given that the state was the principal shareholder. Upon hearing the news, Cheng had rushed to SMIC overnight, not returning home for over half a month, assisting in resolving numerous issues. Hence, Jiang Luhai held him in high regard. Welcoming the group inside, they exchanged pleasantries. Jiang Luhai, disinterested in idle chatter, directly inquired, "You are not here merely for small talk, are you? Can't you spare a moment to chat with me?" Academician Yang jested. "Is conversing with me such a burden? Let us resolve matters first. Then we can talk for as long as you wish," Jiang Luhai replied. "Very well, I shall ask. Do you fully grasp the technology of the building insects?" Old Yang questioned. Jiang Luhai was taken aback. What a coincidence. Chapter 72. Is the technology of construction worms important? Indeed, it is vital. Not only does it conserve immense human and material resources, but it also saves considerable time. Particularly in perilous areas, it allows for the rapid construction of defensive structures to withstand threats. Moreover, there exists another profoundly significant value in harnessing the construction worm's ability to consume and reshape landscapes or execute intricate metallic constructions. However, Jiang Luhai, after a prior demonstration, stated he would neither sell this technology nor collaborate with other enterprises. This led many to speculate that he may not possess the construction worm technology, including Elder Yang. Yet, for the sake of a certain plan, Elder Yang felt compelled to inquire about the extent of mastery over this technology. "I have mastered it." Jiang Luhai nodded, feeling somewhat clever. Even just 5 days prior, he had lacked this capability. Elder Yang was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Luhai to genuinely possess it. A flicker of joy appeared on his face. "Excellent. Your future technology is truly remarkable. Can construction worms operate in an oxygen-free environment?" Several individuals gazed intently at Jiang Luhai, awaiting his response. Construction worms are anaerobic microorganisms. They can indeed function for a short duration, Jiang Luhai affirmed, his mind beginning to speculate. "Wonderful." Elder Yang erupted into laughter. "What is the price? Surely you will sell it?" "I can sell it, but is this all you desire?" Jiang Luhai replied. "Additionally, I require biological chips, one batch for artificial intelligence and another with enhanced performance for computing, with capabilities equivalent to or surpassing current supercomputers. Can you fulfill this?" "Absolutely. These can be sold, but I have 2 demands," Jiang Luhai stated. "Speak freely. No conditions are off the table," Elder Yang replied, in high spirits, gesturing grandly. "A controllable nuclear fusion reactor." The expressions of the others shifted dramatically, their gazes at Jiang Luhai filled with incredulity. "What do you intend to do with that?" "It is a national treasure. I do not require the technology. Simply sell me the finished product. You shall also be responsible for the operation and maintenance personnel," Jiang Luhai declared directly. Upon hearing this, their expressions softened. "What do you need that for?"
Elder Yang asked, puzzled.
"Heavens, what else could I want it for?" Jiang Luhai chuckled. "However, I am not in a rush. You simply need to bring us along." Elder Yang exchanged a glance, and promptly someone departed to report. Moments later, he returned with a nod. "Can be arranged. You, young man, have quite the ambition." Elder Yang laughed, appreciating Jiang Luhai's requests rather than being perturbed. In contrast to those commercial giants who, once successful, fixate solely on amassing wealth, Jiang Luhai's relentless pursuit of progress is what truly impresses him. His aspirations for the future and the cosmos are what draw him to this young man. Each unit of construction worms costs 50 million. capable of constructing buildings occupying an area of approximately 1,000 square meters and reaching a height of around 30 meters, with specific metrics varying based on architectural complexity. The intelligent robots equipped with chips are priced at $3,000 each. As for supercomputers, the best chips we currently manufacture possess a computational capacity of 11.2 quadrillion calculations per second, peaking at 13.3 quadrillion. 1 quadrillion equals 100 trillion. They occupy the size of a desktop computer case and are priced at 120,000. Zhang Luhai presented these figures to them. Upon hearing this, their faces illuminated with ecstatic expressions. Such reasonable prices, to say nothing of the construction worms being worth not merely 50 million but even 500 million. The biological chips, outstripping the computing prowess of Taihu Light for merely 120,000. What was the cost of Taihu Light? Even now it would command 10 billion. Not to mention, supercomputers typically consist of dozens of cabinets and thousands of CPUs. Meanwhile, these biological chips are merely the size of a desktop case, effectively rendering them portable supercomputers applicable across various sectors. Every university, research institute, and laboratory could possess its own supercomputer. Imagine the monumental assistance this would provide for scientific research. They believed this was an opportunity to acquire groundbreaking technology. Ah, there is one more matter, Zhang Luhai suddenly recalled, aptly bringing it up. Speak. Just refrain from startling me as you did earlier, Elder Yang replied. Our laboratory is seeking approval for human trials, Zhang Luhai stated after a moment's silence. These will not be public, nor will we recruit volunteers from society. Reason?
Elder Yang asked sternly.
Human trials differ from others. Even pharmaceutical companies conducting drug safety tests must undergo stringent reviews. Let alone what Zhang Luhai has proposed, Elder Yang noted. Zhang Luhai cast a glance at the others. Let us step outside for a breath of fresh air. They all exited, leaving only Elder Yang and Cheng Lao behind. We have identified a gene that enhances brain regions in laboratory mice and activated it, yielding promising results. This gene also exists within the human genome. We have conducted numerous simulations. Theoretically, it should work similarly in humans. If successful, it would enhance intelligence, memory, computational ability, and logical reasoning for all. Elder Yang's eyes widened in shock, clutching his chest. Intelligent staff. Quick! A stimulant. Zhang Luhai was startled and hastily pressed a button on the desk. If anything were to happen to Elder Yang, he would be at a loss for words. Moments later, several individuals burst through the door. Elder Yang, Academician Cheng. What has transpired? Academician Cheng appeared somewhat dazed, as if still processing the information. The impact of this revelation was far more profound than that of the biological chips. This is truly a groundbreaking discovery. What is the likelihood of success? Academician Cheng regained his composure, rising abruptly, his lips trembling. From the simulations, there appear to be no issues. However, we will only ascertain the specifics through experimentation, Zhang Luhai cautiously responded. In truth, he felt at least 80% confident. The technology was mature, yet the concern lay in whether any unforeseen changes would occur when applied to human genes. The stimulants carried by each intelligent robot proved invaluable. Amid a flurry of activity, Elder Yang was ultimately saved and transported to the hospital. Take me to the laboratory. Quickly. Academician Cheng was entirely focused on the implications of Zhang Luhai's assertions. If they were indeed true, it could signify a monumental leap forward for humanity as a whole. The potential impact of this experiment, should it succeed, would surpass even that of artificial intelligence, resonating far and wide. Chapter 73. The first laboratory of bioengineering. Zhang Pinghai wielded a scanner, scrutinizing his colleagues with keen interest. Your physical strength is merely 6 points. It appears you need to engage in some exercise, he remarked. And a brain domain strength of 13? Impressive. You're almost catching up to me. Enough with the banter. Let me have a go at it. Another researcher snatched the scanner from him. Be careful. It's connected to a wire. Does anyone know the maximum physical strength achievable by a human? The security department estimates it might exceed 15 points. One mused. We could find out by testing. The newly developed enhanced human state scanner was delightfully entertaining for the group of researchers. Those who regularly exercised had physical strengths reaching 10 or even 12, while the majority of the researchers had strengths between 6 to 8, rendering them rather feeble, akin to half a goose in combat capability. Brain domain strength, distinct from intelligence, served as a convenient data point. The more one employed their mind, the higher the brain domain strength. Typically, individuals with high brain domain strength exhibited greater intelligence. For instance, an average individual engaging in frequent contemplation might achieve a brain domain strength of 10, with the potential to reach 13 or even 15 points. Conversely, those who seldom exercised their intellect generally fell within the 7 to 8 range. Within the laboratory, researchers typically showcased brain domain strengths between 13 and 16, with a select few attaining as high as 18. What might the boss's brain domain strength be? Zhang Pinghai inquired suddenly. The boss naturally referred to Yang Tao. I'd wager at least 20, perhaps even more, others speculated. Let's wait until he returns and test it. Curiosity was palpable among them, eager to ascertain the brain domain strength of Yang Tao, the mastermind behind the construction of the insect and the director of biological chip research. What's happening? Zhang Luhai entered the laboratory with academician Cheng, only to find the atmosphere bustling with excitement. Boss, we just created a little device. Come see. Someone chuckled. What little device? Zhang Luhai was unaware of what the researchers had concocted this time. We modified a small life state detector to now measure physical and brain domain strength. Zhang Pinghai explained. Academician Cheng's interest was piqued. Come. Let me see. Zhang Pinghai glanced at the boss, noting no disapproval, and proceeded to scan Cheng. Physical strength of 7, quite impressive compared to many here. You must exercise regularly, old sir. Goodness, a brain domain strength of 19? That's higher than several prominent figures. Zhang Pinghai was taken aback. Of course, this gentleman is Academician Cheng of the Academy of Sciences. Zhang Luhai chuckled, playfully reprimanding Zhang. If you were to measure someone with a brain domain strength of 9, I'd be inclined to chastise you. Academician Cheng is indeed remarkable. Zhang Pinghai smiled awkwardly. As a researcher of biological chips, he had little prior familiarity with Cheng. What's the highest recorded strength? Cheng inquired with curiosity. You are the highest. With a few at 18, all exceptional talents in our lab. Quite impressive. I'm curious to measure your boss. I wonder what differentiates such a genius. Cheng pointed towards Zhang Luhai. Shall I scan you, boss? Zhang Pinghai was eager. If Zhang were an ordinary individual, he might have hesitated, fearing a low score would reflect poorly on him. However, Zhang was known as a genius, having spearheaded the development of artificial intelligence and the energy wave charging technology. Go ahead, Zhang Luhai replied with a smile. He was aware of his exceptional physicality and was not apprehensive about others discovering it. Rather, it served to affirm his genius. Zhang Pinghai directed the scanner at him, momentarily stunned, examining the results closely before casting a peculiar glance at his peers. Indeed. Let us see the final results. Cheng chuckled, intrigued. Physical strength of 33. Surely, this device is functioning properly? The revelation shocked everyone present. Physical strength aside, if brain domain strength were 20 or even 25, that would be acceptable. Yet previous high scores in the lab capped at 18, while Academician Cheng had 19, and now the boss reaches 34? Is he even human? Not even Einstein could achieve that. Zhang Luhai raised an eyebrow. A physical strength of 33 suggested humanity's upper limit likely hovers around 30 points. As for the brain domain strength, indeed, it was somewhat elevated. Originally, his brain domain strength was around 13, now enhanced to 34. It seemed that beyond a certain threshold, the accuracy of the scanner diminished. Further investigation was warranted. Oh, that makes sense. Many concluded, though Zhang Pinghai remained skeptical. The scanner was based on the small detector, and the branches had undergone meticulous calculations by artificial intelligence. Discrepancies shouldn't exist. Yet the values appeared suspect. Perhaps it's accurate after all. Academician Cheng mused thoughtfully. Having lived a long life, he had encountered many diverse individuals and understood how rare geniuses were throughout history. Often, only one or two would emerge in an era, far surpassing the average person. The truth would eventually reveal itself. Let us proceed to observe our experimental subjects. Zhang Luhai shrugged, following the researchers and academician Cheng to inspect the small white mice. Upon entering, They witnessed a mouse in a cage attempting to use a toothpick to reach some sunflower seeds nearby. Academician Chang nearly leaped in astonishment. It can use tools? Indeed, we experimented on 30 white mice, each exhibiting various levels of increased intelligence. Half have learned to use simple tools, a researcher explained. To observe the brain state of these mice post-activation of their intelligence genes, we modified the life state detector as you saw earlier. Have they all survived? Academician Chang asked, observing the mice in their cages. Yes, all have survived. This gene has no adverse effects on their health, only enhancing their brains. The average white mouse has a brain domain strength of around 0.2, whereas those with activated intelligence genes reach 0.8. Chang remained in the laboratory for a considerable duration before departing. Before his exit, Yang Tao returned from outside and conducted a quick scan. Physical strength of 10. Brain domain strength of 28, second only to the boss. This revelation left the laboratory personnel pondering their own capabilities. The boss's figures must indeed be accurate. He might surpass even Einstein in brilliance. Of course, these figures were modified. Jiang Luhai feared that should the scanner reveal a score of 0, the researchers would be driven to madness. Chapter 74. The Imperial Capital, still in that room. The concept of intelligence genes. Do you believe it to be truly feasible? The elderly man inquired with curiosity. Although future technology had surprised him several times, the notion of intelligence genes still felt too fantastical. The feasibility of this concept can only be determined through continued experimentation. Currently, they have reached a bottleneck, and only human trials can advance them further, Yang replied while reclining on the hospital bed. He had not anticipated that a visit to future technology would land him in a hospital bed, an experience that made him acutely aware of his advancing years. Certainly, I will offer my full support, the elder responded after a long contemplation. By the way, there is another matter. Yang recounted the brain region intensity detection mentioned by academician Chang. Are you suggesting it can directly measure a person's intelligence? The elder asked. Not quite. It merely detects the level of brain activity, which they term brain region intensity. However, while it cannot gauge intelligence directly, individuals with high brain region intensity are unlikely to be dull-witted. A higher level of brain activity indicates a greater investment of cognitive effort, thereby increasing the likelihood of possessing high intelligence. Previous research has already substantiated that those who engage their minds more extensively exhibit superior intellectual development. According to their assessments, the average researcher typically registers a brain region intensity of 13 to 16, with some exceptionally capable individuals reaching 18, while academician Chang achieved 19. This numerical disparity aligns with their performance in research. However, the values for Jiang Luhai, the president of Future Technology, and Lin Tao from the Biological Engineering Laboratory were somewhat unexpected. It is rare for you to express surprise. What are the figures? The elder inquired with a smile. Jiang Luhai stands at 34, while Lin Tao measures 28, Yang stated with a serious expression. The elder paused momentarily before saying, You mentioned that ordinary researchers average between 13 to 16, with academician Chang at 19? Indeed, they could very well be geniuses akin to Einstein. Their performance certainly supports this assertion. They are true pillars of the nation, the very foundation of the country. We must ensure their well-being at all costs, Yang earnestly proposed, understanding the significance of these figures more deeply than the elder. The intelligence gene was discovered by Lin Tao. The elder suddenly recalled an important detail. Interestingly, it was during research on biological chips that two young individuals in the lab made the discovery. Subsequently, Lin Tao designed an experiment to activate the gene, ultimately confirming its validity. Yang relayed the information obtained from Jiang Luhai, including the identities of Zhang Pinghai and Yang Wu. So that's how it is. The elder nodded, his doubts dissipating. Let us procure 2 sets of that testing equipment and trial it across various universities and laboratories, the elder suggested with a smile. If the results from that equipment are indeed accurate, it will enable precise identification and nurturing of talent, greatly benefiting future development. In a military laboratory. Attention everyone. 5 minutes later, all researchers gathered, their faces marked with confusion, uncertain of what had transpired. Shortly thereafter, a military officer approached, wielding a device reminiscent of a barcode scanner, scanning each individual. After each scan, he announced a number. Fang He, 15. Qinlong 16. Yu Haoran. Upon reaching Yu Haoran, his voice faltered momentarily. Knowing these numbers in advance, he was prepared to inquire about Yu Haoran's circumstances. Zhang Peng 14. Zhao Zheli 17. Qiu Jinbao 22. A total of 117 laboratories conducted the tests, encompassing 312 individuals, among whom 3 possessed a brain region intensity exceeding 20, the highest being 23, with the other 2 scoring 22 and 20 respectively. How did they perform in daily tasks? The 2 individuals exhibited exceptional capabilities, learning faster than their peers and demonstrating agility of thought consistent with their scores. And the other is not a researcher, but a soldier on duty. At the time, we were merely testing the equipment, unaware we had uncovered a genius. Does he possess any distinguishing traits? Following his discovery, we conducted further assessments. He may not be well-versed in research, yet he possesses remarkable strategic insight, particularly a keen sensitivity. We tested him with strategic games such as chess and Go, where he could accurately discern his opponent's intentions. The conclusion is that he is a natural commander. In that case, let us cultivate him diligently. This device is truly remarkable. Otherwise, we would have overlooked countless talents. Let future technology produce more of these devices. In the future, every high school, university, military unit, and laboratory must undergo examination. However, the specific details should not be disclosed to the public to avoid influencing societal norms. Not long after, future technology received an order from the government and the nation. 20 units of construction insects, 100,000 robotic chips, 10,000 super biological chips, 10,000 strength detectors, and 20 large energy wave electric power conversion devices, totaling a staggering amount. Concurrently, the intelligence gene experiments at Future Technology were approved. 10 volunteers were dispatched to Future Technology. Among them were death row inmates. Should any mishaps occur, Future Technology would compensate their families with 1 million in a lump sum. However, Zhang Luhai was not focused on these matters at that moment. He gazed intently at a piece of information within the system. Hannibal, is there a way to resist the gods? I know my gods. Do you truly believe that is divinity? Zhang Luhai responded directly, his mind teeming with various speculations, though predominantly shadowed by uncertainty. Resisting the gods. Does such a world truly harbor divine beings? It must be noted that the perspectives of Mercantile Association members are not confined to a single world or civilization. They can perceive the existence of numerous civilizations, unlike indigenous peoples who can be easily deceived. For instance, should he venture into a primitive society with advanced equipment, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a deity. Yet, if that primitive society were to have a member of the Mercantile Association, they would instantly discern the truth. Perhaps they are visitors from a higher civilization. For us, it makes little difference. They have ruled over us for 5,000 years. I know my. Indeed, Zhang Luhai finally comprehended. Visitors from other civilizations are easily understood. Following that realization came joy. A second client had arrived. Please elaborate on the details. Zhang Luhai felt like a harbinger of justice, guiding the members of an unknown world toward the path of righteousness. Chapter 75. Do you believe our lives ought to be like this? One day, Ainomi's father posed this sudden inquiry. At the time, a bewildered Ainomi pondered. Shouldn't it be this way? Listening to the divine, laboring for the deity, and in return, receiving sustenance, what could possibly be amiss? Her father remained silent, his expression marred by a bittersweet smile. It was only much later, upon becoming a member of the Black Flag Merchant Guild and discovering the existence of other civilizations, that Ainomi comprehended the fallacy of such a world. Life should not merely revolve around toil, trading existence for divine provisions. She yearned to alter this reality, yet lacked the knowledge of how to instigate change. The deity had ruled this realm for millennia, with the celestials, akin to her, perpetuating that dominion for ages. Even ordinary individuals accepted this as a given. The divine was supreme. The celestials, residing in the sky cities, acted as shepherds, tending to the divine's flock, while they themselves were the lambs, laboring in mines to earn their meager sustenance. With no power to effectuate change, even with the guild system at her disposal, Ainomi felt helpless. What could she possibly do? Engage in trade for food? Nevertheless, This world was not devoid of resources. It housed a unique mineral known as heartstone, a blue metal. From the guild, she learned it was identified as N82, a highly coveted substance even within the cosmos, utilized in the creation of a specific alloy. She had observed many warships adorned with this material, and numerous orders sought to acquire N82. Though she recognized its immense value, it was destined as a sacrificial offering to the deity, thus remaining beyond her reach. Initially believing her life would merely unfold as a transient shadow within the merchant guild, she found herself captivated by the brilliance of other civilizations, as though ensnared in a dream. Then, one fateful day, she stumbled upon an intriguing user named Hannibal. His profile showcased an unusual order. Are you constrained by the limitations of your race? Are you oppressed by authority? Do you harbor thoughts of altering your circumstances? Rebellion, insurrection, and power struggles, 6 billion sentient beings ready to devise strategies for you. In this domain, we are experts. Upon reading these words, Ainomi felt as if struck by lightning, left in a stupor for an extended moment. After closing the system, she managed to sleep soundly before cautiously sending a message. Hannibal, is there a way to resist the deity? With that message sent, her heart brimmed with anxiety and anticipation. She wondered if Hannibal could assist her. If he could not, would another opportunity arise? The deity? Did she truly consider that being divine? Perhaps it was merely a visitor from a higher civilization. There was little distinction for them. He had reigned over them for 5 millennia. As Ainomi recounted her tale, Zhang Luhai grasped the situation. At the pinnacle of this world resided the deity, who seldom made an appearance, typically manifesting once every century or longer. Beyond that, there existed the Celestials. The so-called Celestials were, in truth, indigenous individuals like Ainomi, selected by the deity to govern their kin. They inhabited the sky cities, 8 colossal airborne metropolises. Although the land was not entirely desolate, it was littered with refuse. The common populace was stratified into various tiers. The highest class labored in factories, the next tier toiled in mines, while the lowest scavenged for usable items amidst the garbage to barter for food. The civilization state was exceedingly peculiar. The deity aside, the technological prowess of the Celestials was subpar, lagging behind Earth, akin to the transitional phase between the second and third industrial revolutions, devoid of computers. Though rumors spoke of televisions, Ainomi had never encountered one. For the common folk, the most sophisticated technology they could access was a radio. The sky cities, however, were constructs of the deity. Even with the Celestials' technological level, it would pale in comparison to Earth's advancements. The only conundrum lay with the deity, who was at least a Type 1 civilization, possibly even Type 2. The distinction between these classifications was that a Type 1 civilization could only conduct short-range jumps for exploration and development within a galaxy, while a Type 2 civilization had mastered long-range jump technology. If they were indeed a Type 2 civilization, they would be insurmountable. But why would they resort to the inefficient method of enslaving the indigenous population for mining? Zhang Luhai sensed a discordance. Were he in their position, he would certainly manufacture artificial intelligence and robots for mining. Even if this Type 2 civilization lacked AI technology, they must possess some form of robotic or analogous technology, perhaps bioengineered creatures or plant life designed for excavation. After pondering for some time, a sudden realization illuminated Zhang Luhai's mind. No, they were not a Type 2 civilization. If they were, there would be no need to enslave the indigenous for mining. Although the difference between Type 1 and Type 2 civilizations was merely the long-range jump technology, the disparities in technological achievements were vast, encompassing materials, propulsion, mathematics, and physics. A civilization capable of reaching Type 2 status would not resort to such inefficient means of resource extraction. They were likely a lost member of a Type 1 civilization. Their lifespan was inconsequential, but they undoubtedly possessed some device to slow aging, the cost of which involved prolonged periods of slumber or stasis. Thus, they could traverse hundreds or thousands of light-years, arriving at Ainomi's planet after losing their way. This explained their centuries-long reign, and their rare appearances, manifesting only once every 100 years or longer. Having unraveled these mysteries, Zhang Luhai devised a plan. When was the last time the deity awoke? He inquired. It should have been 30 years ago, Ainomi replied. My father mentioned that the deity appeared when he was a child, distributing abundant food, which left a deep impression on him. 30 years, then. This indicated that the current adversaries were merely the Celestials. They would not dare awaken the deity unless faced with dire circumstances. Jiang Luhai contemplated his strategy. After a brief moment, he asked, "I can assist you, but what can you offer me in return?" Although Ainomi had not divulged everything, he surmised that this world must possess something of significant value, at least in the eyes of a Type 1 civilization. In 82, a piece the size of a fist could be sold for 50 black coins. While I have only seen it in the catalog distributed by the Celestials, I know it exists. Last month, Uncle Amu managed to unearth a piece, which he exchanged for half a leg of a Cho beast. Ainomi replied swiftly, as if fearing Jiang Luhai might withdraw his offer. N82, you say? Jiang Luhai quickly retrieved information on N82 from his memory. This metal was non-existent on Earth, and just a small addition of N82 to an alloy could significantly enhance cold resistance, heat resistance, and toughness. The extraterrestrial being had likely accumulated N82 over the centuries, with a portion remaining after all this time. Moreover, during the 30-plus years of its slumber, who knew how much N82 it had amassed? Resisting the deity. Quite intriguing. I can assist you. Jiang Luhai felt that if he succeeded this time, the rewards would be monumental. Chapter 76. Jiang Luhai sent a video request to Ainomi. 3 seconds later, the video connected. Jiang Luhai had mentally prepared himself to encounter a bizarre creature. However, to his surprise, he was greeted by a slender, humanoid female with short, tousled hair. She bore a striking resemblance to a human, save for her disproportionately large eyes, which were vertical slits with yellow around the pupils, reminiscent of a cat's gaze. Despite her somewhat disheveled appearance and tattered clothing riddled with holes, she was not unappealing. What drew attention most was her mechanical arm, which appeared somewhat crude with visible wiring at the joints. Ainomi, too, noticed Jiang Luhai on the other side of the screen. He was impeccably clean, exuding confidence with a smile, seated before a backdrop of bright glass. Instantly, Ainomi recognized him as a person of significance, far more imposing than any celestial being she had encountered. He lacked the ferocity of a beast or the disdainful arrogance of the lofty. Instead, he emanated a calm, self-assured tranquility. The member named Hannibal possessed an allure in his every gesture that made her feel both inferior and envious. If only she could embody such confidence. Then she caught his gaze and raised her right arm, smiling as she explained, "I lost this arm to a toothed beast while scavenging in the junkyard, and this is the replacement." It was evident that she spoke a language other than Mandarin. She moved her mechanical arm a few times, prompting an unexpected flutter in Jiang Luhai's heart. Despite its rough construction, the mechanical arm exhibited remarkable agility, functioning almost like a natural limb. Was this the technology of human augmentation? In such a primitive world, such crude craftsmanship could achieve this level of functionality. Clearly, it held significant value. You seek to defy the divine. I can assist you, but are you prepared for the consequences? Understand that any revolution is not a peaceful transition. It demands bloodshed and sacrifice. Many will perish. Are you ready for this? Jiang Luhai inquired with a smile, aware of the girl's naivety and wishing to avoid wasting his investment on an incompetent ally. Ainomi was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected such a question first. Am I prepared? Many will die. She pondered. I don't know. In truth, her current life was not unbearable. With work, she could procure food and, if fortunate, live out her days, though devoid of a future, her descendants destined to share her fate.
Jiang Luhai spoke softly. No.
I do not wish for that for you. Please help me. I am ready. I want to fight for a future for my descendants. I refuse to let them live as I have, scavenging through refuse. Her emotions surged passionately. Many will die. Jiang Luhai reiterated. I understand. Ainomi clenched her teeth. Many will perish. They will believe you are responsible for their deaths. If it weren't for you, they might still live, albeit without freedom, like livestock. I can bear it, no matter how many must die. Ainomi's voice trembled, yet her eyes shone with determination. Very well, I can assist you in formulating a plan, providing you with weapons, and even a companion. My investment will be substantial, hence my return must be equally significant. I require U-82. All U-82 from the celestial beings and the divine must belong to me. If they lack it, you must supply me with 100 pounds of U-82 annually for 10 years. Furthermore, I will hold the right of first refusal on all your U-82 at equivalent prices. Lastly, I am quite interested in your body modification technology. I require the technical documentation for that as well, Zhang Luhai stated calmly. I agree, Ainomi replied without hesitation. She was unaware of the annual quantity of U-82, but without Hannibal, such resources would have no relevance to her. As long as he could aid her in opposing the divine, she hoped to instigate change in the world, ensuring her descendants did not share her plight of scavenging in the refuse. Let us draft a contract. Zhang Luhai smiled slightly. After the contract was established through the system, he continued, your insurrection must be divided into 2 phases, opposing the celestial beings and then confronting the divine. When the celestial beings are on the verge of collapse, they will awaken the divine. If you act swiftly enough to prevent them from having a chance, you may proceed directly to the 2nd phase, finding a way to eliminate the divine. If the divine awakens, however, you must pause. Reaching this stage will allow you to secure a better life for your kin. You will need a group of natives, namely your people, to govern. Whether it be the celestial beings or yourself, it matters not, as long as you fulfill my requirements. He will not expend time and energy on this matter. Then, once he is frozen or in stasis, we will devise a means to eliminate him. Ainomi's eyes sparkled with admiration. The other's wisdom was evident even in the simplicity of these 2 phases. First, you must incite a fierce conflict between the celestial beings and the common populace. Otherwise, the masses will not rise up. They are like sheep, yet even sheep will fight back when cornered. Only by uniting the power of the common people can you hope to defeat the celestial beings. Zhang Luhai elaborated. Under the grotesque societal structure, a significant rift existed between the celestial beings and the common folk, a stark contrast in class. However, the common people had grown accustomed to their plight. As long as they survived, they would not resist. Thus, it was imperative to exacerbate this discord, intensifying the conflict to evoke genuine sorrow and anger within the populace, rather than their current state of numbness. Only then would they dare to rebel. Upon hearing Zhang Luhai's explanation, Ainomi felt a profound sense of trust. The insights he provided were beyond her imagination, yet upon reflection, they seemed entirely logical. He truly was a professional. If only she could possess such confidence and wisdom. What should I do? Zhang Luhai's few words had completely won over this naive, innocent being. Quite simple, Zhang Luhai chuckled lightly. Inciting their anger is easy. Merely touch upon their sensitive points. What do the celestial beings value? Primarily their authority and control. Due to their superior status, they exude arrogance when dealing with the common populace. Any slight offense will provoke their fury. Yet, I do not intend for you to approach it this way. There is something they treasure even more, mining. This is the very essence of their existence. A small amount of disruption will send them into a frenzy, prompting widespread searches and arrests, even misplaced vengeance. After just a few instances, they will resort to the most brutal means to instill fear in these sheep. They possess numerous methods, yet they will invariably employ the most direct and ruthless tactics to intimidate and coerce. This has been the pattern throughout human history, as well as in the fragments of knowledge Ainomi had acquired. Chapter 77. Zhang Luhai perused the Trade Association for a brief moment before commissioning a lifelike intelligent robot based on the likeness of Ainomi. After half an hour, a girl of approximately 1 meter 40 appeared before him, bearing a resemblance to Ainomi yet distinctly different. He installed a Level 1 artificial intelligence system, embedding a wealth of information regarding wars, history, combat, and several revolutions and great upheavals. You shall be called Iran, he named her. Yes, boss. What would you like me to do? She inquired. Assist Ainomi with her plans and keep an eye on the rewards I ought to receive. Zhang Luhai replied with a shrug. Once everything is completed, you may choose your own path, remain with her or return. Understood, boss. Iran's expression seemed somewhat wooden, a characteristic flaw of Level 1 AI, lacking the agility found in Level 2 counterparts. Nevertheless, it was sufficiently functional to execute commands without issue. Moreover, ensure she does not act foolishly. A hint of concern flickered within him for the innocent, naive extraterrestrial girl. Would she maintain her resolve upon witnessing bloodshed? Best of luck, Jiang Luhai declared as he transferred Iran to Ainomi. Upon her acceptance, Ainomi gasped in astonishment as the outlines of the girl materialized within her modest, untidy room. This marked her first encounter with the trade association's teleportation system. This moment solidified her conviction. She was indeed a member of the association, and her world boasted unique treasures like N82, promising a better future for her kin. She aspired to become a figure akin to Hannibal. Jiang Luhai's calm demeanor, confidence, wisdom, and the refinement of his surroundings left a profound impression upon her, as well as a yearning for something greater. Has anything noteworthy transpired in the past couple of days? Jiang Luhai casually inquired as he stepped outside. This secret technique had yielded a new application. In addition to serving as a daily assistant, Iran was tasked with gathering various global updates. Although this was a responsibility Jiang Jin could perform more adeptly, it was necessary to provide Yang Xiaolu with some duties. Pingu and Shining Star were to jointly hold a press conference tomorrow, with high-ranking officials from Gaul, England, Germany, and other European nations scheduled to visit Yanhua for commercial engagements. Additionally, the English prince expressed a desire to visit our company. Decline, Jiang Luhai stated without hesitation. The alliance between Pingu and Shining Star was entirely anticipated. Although their chip production capacity was currently insufficient, the four major companies were not yet positioned to conquer key global markets. However, the sales of Pingu and Shining Star had already significantly declined, reduced to merely 30% of their original figures. Many young individuals contemplating a phone upgrade were awaiting developments. The alliance was their sole path forward, yet they lacked core competitiveness, offering only peripherals like cameras and screens. While this might provide a slight boost to sales, it merely prolonged their survival. As for the European nations visiting Yanhua for commercial discussions, Jiang Luhai surmised that little would be accomplished. They coveted controllable nuclear fusion technology but would not pivot towards Yanhua in such a short time frame. After all, the United States remained the most formidable nation. Shifts in ideology and perspective do not occur swiftly, as evidenced by the enduring presence of public intellectuals online. After a brief tour of the energy laboratory to observe the latest advancements and assist with two model-related issues, he proceeded to the first biological engineering lab. How are things progressing? The genetic testing has concluded, and gene activation was successful. The next step is to formally activate it within the human subject. The researchers in the laboratory appeared fatigued yet brimming with excitement, tirelessly engaged in their work. Should the experiment succeed, they would transform the world, ushering humanity into a new era. The sense of honor and accomplishment compelled them to labor without respite. I shall inspect the subject, Jiang Luhai nodded, refraining from excessive involvement. He entered a room containing two police officers and a handcuffed man who appeared somewhat refined. Hello, Mr. Jiang. The officers greeted with respect. Their admiration stemmed not merely from wealth, for affluence alone does not inspire esteem, but rather from Jiang Luhai's groundbreaking technology that was altering humanity and the world. Even though they understood little of the ongoing research, they had gleaned enough to recognize its significance. Such enterprises and their leaders commanded respect. Greetings. Thank you for your efforts.
Jiang Luhai smiled.
I wish to converse with him. May I have your permission to listen in? One of the officers inquired. Of course, it's merely a casual discussion. Jiang Luhai seated himself opposite the man, scrutinizing him closely. He appeared to be around 40, resembling a teacher with a gaze that hinted at despair. Jiang Luhai was aware of his circumstances, a once respected educator who had lived an honest life. However, he had discovered his wife in the arms of her lover, leading to a violent outburst that resulted in the death of both. In truth, many of the volunteers were individuals caught in morally ambiguous situations that elicited a degree of sympathy. You don't appear nervous, Jiang Luhai remarked with a smile. After all, it is death and there is a settlement fee. It's worth it, the man, Yuiba, replied, glancing at Jiang Luhai. That's reassuring. I feared your anxiety might affect the experiment's outcome. I am aware of your situation. Regardless of the experiment's results, your children and elderly family members will receive a financial settlement. Should any irreversible circumstances arise, we will provide an additional donation beyond the contract. Moreover, our company has sent a smart robot to your home. I wonder if you have heard about it? It can assist in caring for the elderly, monitor health conditions, and even engage in conversation. Its functionalities are quite remarkable.
Yang Liu Hai elaborate.
Yu Iba's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you. I never anticipated you would do all this, nor that you would speak so kindly to me. Jiang Liu Hai smiled, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. After all, this was a man he had placed upon the experimental altar. Everything is ready. We may commence the experiment, Lin Tao announced as he entered. Please escort him away.
Yang Liu Hai nodded.
Yu Iba bowed deeply in gratitude, for this was the only way he could express his appreciation at that moment. After Yu Iba was led away, Jiang Liu Hai remained in the room, awaiting news. The laboratory outside buzzed with activity. Station 6 is monitoring the situation. Changes are occurring within the subject. The subject's intracranial pressure is rising. The subject is experiencing oxygen deficiency. Administer oxygen. Time passed unmeasured until a sudden burst of jubilant cheers erupted from outside the room. Jiang Liu Hai's expression brightened as he swiftly opened the door and stepped out. The subject's blood pressure has slightly increased. This is normal. The subject's heart rate has risen slightly. The subject's condition is stable, and brain domain intensity is on the rise. The brain domain intensity continues to escalate. The increase has ceased. Brain domain intensity. 21. We have succeeded. When the final proclamation rang out, cheers erupted from countless individuals, familiar and unfamiliar alike. Men and women embraced in joyous celebration, leaping with exhilaration. Each face radiated pure delight and excitement. The subject's initial brain domain intensity had been 11, now elevated to 21, marking an astonishing increase of 190. Although many had anticipated and envisioned it, no one could have imagined that the first experiment would proceed so smoothly. Chapter 78. Zhang Xiaoyu. Have you succeeded? Jiang Liu Hai had barely returned home when he received an urgent call from Elder Yang. Just one experimental subject had succeeded. There was still a considerable period of observation ahead, not to mention other subjects. How could one claim success at this point? Jiang Liu Hai's voice remained calm, devoid of arrogance or excessive excitement. Ever since you received the news, you have been ecstatic. I can't even find the words to express my feelings.
Elder Yang replied, exasperated.
This is the activation of the wisdom gene. You have achieved what countless others dared not even dream of. You have ushered in a new era for humanity. How can you not be thrilled? Elder Yang felt a torrent of words bubbling within him, almost suffocating him. It's merely the first step, Jiang Liu Hai stated matter-of-factly. The journey ahead is still long, and compared to the vast unknown of the universe, this is trivial. Excitement? There was a hint, but it was fleeting. After returning home from the laboratory, he had already found his composure. After all, this was all anticipated. He held the complete technology in his hands. It was simply a matter of devising an experimental plan based on that technology and validating it once more. Should he really be elated to the point of ecstasy? The more he encountered within the business world, the broader his perspective became, revealing just how insignificant he truly was. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted on the phone. Quick! Adrenaline shot. Doctor! Doctor! Stop shouting! Ring the bell! Jiang Liu Hai was speechless. Was Elder Yang's capacity for stress really so fragile? Or was it simply age catching up with him? The moment he heard a hint of distress, his body faltered. If Elder Yang were before him, he would surely unleash a torrent of reproach. Is that even human speech? According to your reasoning, what about other workers who toil for years without much progress? Are they wooden figures? Before long, Jiang Liu Hai received another call, this time from Academician Cheng. Mr. Jiang, what did you say to Elder Yang? He nearly fainted, Academician Cheng said with a wry smile.
Yang Liu Hai sighed.
You don't know what I said? He found it hard to believe that no one recorded their conversation. I asked because I was uncertain, Academician Cheng replied. With a resigned tone, Jiang Liu Hai reiterated his previous words. After a long pause, Academician Cheng finally spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. If I were in front of you, I would unleash a torrent of reproach. This is infuriating. With that, he hung up. Jiang Liu Hai stared at his phone, bemused. Sir, Future Technologies has succeeded. They have truly activated the wisdom gene. The brain domain strength of the experimental subject has risen from 11 to 21. The secretary rushed in, visibly astonished. With a thud, the pen slipped from the old man's fingers onto the table. Even he, who had remained unperturbed in the face of calamity, found it difficult to maintain his composure. Succeeded? The old man echoed, incredulous. Yes, the first experimental subject has succeeded, the secretary confirmed. The old man remained silent for a long time before exclaiming, Well, our nation needs enterprises like this. If we had more such companies, how could we ever be bullied? Sir, we shall no longer be oppressed. When the Pacific Fleet arrives for exercises, we will present them with a surprise, or perhaps a shock, the secretary chuckled, aware of secrets beyond the grasp of ordinary citizens. At this, the elder erupted in hearty laughter, envisioning the expressions on the faces of those from the land of the free. He paced the room several times, striving to quell the tumultuous excitement in his heart. With the wisdom gene, we can mass-produce geniuses. From 11 to 21. That's an increase of... The secretary already knew the answer. Excellent. Even ordinary researchers will see their strength rise above 20, some even reaching 25 or 26. And those true geniuses could approach 40, matching the likes of that young Jiang. Just look at that child and Lin Tao to understand the magnitude of a genius's impact. When will this truly be applied to our researchers? According to academician Cheng, if all proceeded smoothly and there were no adverse reactions from other subjects, it would take 6 months to a year before application on humans could commence. 6 months to a year? Good, we can await that, the elder declared with amusement. Keep a close watch on future technologies and inform me of any updates. Whether they require manpower or resources, we shall provide our full support. He chuckled heartily. 70 years have passed. What is one more year? I truly hope to witness a flourishing nation of brilliance. Indeed, a nation of brilliance, not merely the world. Meanwhile, Zhang Lu Hai monitored the situation at Anomi, alongside the laboratory's progress. Plans at Anomi had commenced, with Iran stealthily infiltrating the mine at night, causing minor sabotage. The following day, the mine was affected, inciting the wrath of the celestial beings, who arrived the same day to punish several individuals harshly. They were lashed with barbed whips and hung from poles. While the common populace lamented their fate, they could do nothing but curse those who had sabotaged the mining equipment. Yet, the very next day, a similar incident occurred at another mine. The brutality of the celestial beings was laid bare as they executed dozens of workers, displaying their bodies on stakes. Not only were investigations launched, but they also coerced the workers into mutual surveillance and reporting. Any hint of suspicion led to immediate capture and brutal punishment. Witnessing the corpses hanging on stakes and the curses of the bystanders, Noemi was overwhelmed with tears. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated revealing that she was the one responsible for it all. Fortunately, she managed to restrain herself. Had she acted, Iran would have swiftly incapacitated her and taken her away, for he possessed 5 tranquilizers within him. On the 3rd day, before she could make any move, her neighbor, Uncle Amu, was taken away, allegedly due to a tip-off. That very night, Uncle Amu's body was likewise displayed on a stake. Fury consumed Noemi, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. On the 4th day, a 3rd mine suffered sabotage, prompting the celestial beings to deploy thousands of soldiers for a search, resulting in the immediate execution of hundreds. As Noemi tearfully recounted the events to Zhang Lu Hai, he replied coolly, "Not enough. The fire is not yet fierce enough. The volcano is far from erupting. The populace has yet to entertain thoughts of rebellion. Should you reveal even the slightest trace, your body will join the others on the stakes. Miss this opportunity, and your kin and descendants shall never witness the dawn of hope. You do not merely represent yourself, you embody the future of your entire race." Chapter 79. On May 6th, the Pacific Fleet arrived ahead of schedule near the southern region, preparing for military exercises. Luke, this time, let those Easterners witness the might of our great nation. We, the United States, are the most powerful country, is, and will always be, a white-haired man stated solemnly, his eyes betraying an unmistakable ferocity. Of course, Mr. President, we are the strongest. I will make those yellow-skinned monkeys understand this. Luke replied with a sneer. After hanging up the phone, Luke lifted his gaze northward, his demeanor relaxed. Although in the past year, those individuals had made commendable advancements in new technologies, what did that matter? In terms of military power, the United States remained the sole hegemon on Earth. No other nation, including that bear in the north, could challenge them. He then picked up the intercom and declared, "Gentlemen, show your spirit. Let everyone witness our strength." Yes, sir. The Pacific Fleet had reached the southern region. Those bastards, how I wish a tsunami would send them to the depths of the ocean. This land belongs to the United States now, but the future is ours. There is no need to compete for a fleeting moment. We have been low-key for decades, preparing for a spectacular emergence. I understand the rationale, yet I am filled with anger. What good is anger? The United States remains the mightiest nation on Earth, with unparalleled military capabilities. We still have time. Many netizens were indignant, but nothing could change the situation. Conversely, Western netizens were jubilant. Ha ha ha, yellow-skinned monkeys, do you see? We are at your doorstep, and you can only cower in fear at home. Let them witness the strength of the United States. In the past 6 months, several world-shaking technologies had emerged from Yanhua, leaving the self-proclaimed noble Western netizens in dismay. They had long hoped for a thrilling response from the Western scientific community, but what they received instead was news of Yanhua achieving controllable nuclear fusion technology. The market value of companies like Gaoshao, Intel, and Dell plummeted, leading to widespread frustration and anger among Western netizens, overshadowed by an underlying fear of the rise of Eastern nations. Now, the military exercises of the Pacific Fleet provided them with an outlet for their pent-up emotions. In the coming days, our Southern Region Fleet will conduct exercises in the following areas. That evening, many news viewers suddenly took note of a brief announcement. What is happening? Many wondered why the Southern Region Fleet was also conducting exercises while the Pacific Fleet was already engaged. Some checked the geographical coordinates on Google Earth for specifics. What? Is this location not where the Pacific Fleet is exercising? Remove the "is it." I can't believe it. Is this a declaration of war? That location is incorrect. It's not where the Pacific Fleet is situated. I was startled, thinking war had begun. It turns out that is not the Pacific Fleet's position. I even thought, if we were to fight the United States, I would donate a year's salary. Indeed, that was not the Pacific Fleet's current position. It was off by 20 miles. After all, it is at sea. 20 miles is still within sight, isn't it? 20 miles is quite a distance. At least the ships won't collide. Goodness, has the rabbit truly crossed a line this time? Are we ready for this challenge to the United States status? I don't know if we are prepared, but I do know that the rabbit has become increasingly assertive over the past 2 years. In the past, we would merely express condemnation. Now look, the Southern Region Fleet has been dispatched. That night, the entire Yanhua internet erupted. Many keyboard military experts felt that the rabbit had been overly reckless, as the United States status as the world's foremost power was founded on tangible military strength, not merely economic prowess. However, more individuals felt their blood surge with excitement. We have retreated too many times, condemned too many times. Now we can finally stand tall before them. Simultaneously, both Western officials and media were filled with incredulity. Has Yanhua become arrogant? Countless media outlets published articles. Does Yanhua aspire to compete for the title of the world's top nation? The threat from Yanhua can no longer be disregarded. The Pacific Fleet will make them aware of the extent of our disparity. On the morning of May 7th, the Yanhua military held a press conference, stating that this was merely a long-planned exercise. Those who interpreted it excessively and aimed to incite conflict between the two nations were ill-intentioned. Whether among the spectators or the media, there was a widespread sentiment of disbelief. I believe you about as much as I believe a ghost. The Pacific Fleet had already announced its exercises for May 9th, and now you claim this is a routine exercise planned long ago? Do you think this is a picnic? Excessive interpretation? Intending to provoke a conflict between our two nations? Do you even believe that? On the afternoon of May 7th, the Southern Region Fleet arrived at the designated location. Hello everyone. I am reporter Su Xiao, currently positioned at the periphery of the Southern Region Fleet. As you can see ahead, this is where the Southern Region Fleet is stationed. For this exercise, the Southern Region Fleet has deployed 6 Shield-class destroyers and 16 light frigates. Accompanying the Southern Region Fleet are the military's Qilu and Liaoping aircraft carriers. You can now observe the imposing presence of these 2 aircraft carriers, which are among our 4 carriers. Many netizens felt a pang of nostalgia upon seeing the aircraft carriers. Individuals born between the 1960s and 1990s remembered the era when Yenghua had no aircraft carriers. During that time, many pondered when their country would be able to build an aircraft carrier. How challenging was it to construct an aircraft carrier, to have troubled us for so many years. Now, Yenghua boasts 4 aircraft carriers, which, while not on par with the United States, are nonetheless unrivaled in the world. In addition to the 2 carriers, a new addition has joined this exercise. Through the video, one can see that this newcomer is even larger than the 2 veteran carriers. To date, we do not have the designation or model of this ship. What? There is a new aircraft carrier? Many were astonished. It takes at least 3.5 years for an aircraft carrier to be built and launched. After launch, it must undergo outfitting, mooring trials, dock trials, sea trials, and acceptance tests, numerous processes that cannot be concealed for such a long time. Yet no one knew when this new aircraft carrier was constructed or launched. I see the United States fleet. They are so close. Is the Rabbit truly going to challenge the United States this time? Many peered through their screens at the other fleet. Chapter 80. What is the situation with that aircraft carrier? A shadow loomed in Luke's eyes. He was already aware of the Liaodong and Qilu vessels, but the new aircraft carrier was news to him only last night. How could they have concealed such a massive carrier until yesterday? Who knows how much more the Yen Nation has hidden? Yen Nation's fleet, you have entered our exercise zone. Please vacate the area immediately, Luke stated grimly over the communication channel. I repeat, you have entered our exercise zone. Please leave at once. After shutting off the channel, Luke turned and commanded, adjust the ship's course, proceed northwest. General, that's the location of Yenhua's southern fleet. In fact, it is beyond our designated exercise range, further north than originally planned. I reiterate, this is our exercise territory. Do you understand? Yes, sir, replied the lieutenant colonel. Charge ahead. I've already warned them. Luke wore a cold smile. He intended to create chaos for Yenhua's fleet before the eyes of the world. He doubted the Yen Nation's fleet would dare to collide with them. While he himself might not have the courage, he was confident that the Yen Nation's fleet would yield. Now, what you see is the Linqing ship, one of our newly commissioned destroyers. Su Xiao continued to present the destroyer. Suddenly, the viewers watching the live broadcast on CCTV were taken aback. They observed the United States Pacific Fleet simultaneously turning, their bows directed towards the Southern Fleet. What are they doing? Are they heading this way? But the Southern Fleet is here. No way, they wouldn't dare to collide. They're forcing us to yield. The online commentators were in an uproar. The audacity of the Pacific Fleet was astonishing. 20 miles may seem close on land, but at sea, it is alarmingly near. With a blast of the horn, the Pacific Fleet commenced its movement. Oh no, this could lead to a major incident. The Liaodong and Qilu vessels shifted aside. Neither side wished for actual conflict. It was merely a display of strength. Although they understood this, witnessing their vessels yield was still somewhat frustrating. In reality, I checked the exercise range of the United States, and our ships were just outside that boundary. Their ships had drifted northward by 80 miles. The Yenhua vessels have yielded, reported the lieutenant colonel. I knew they lacked the courage, Luke scoffed. Proceed. Wait. One vessel remains stationary. The new aircraft carrier. What is happening? Perhaps it's malfunctioning? This carrier has never been seen publicly, indicating it likely did not undergo the necessary procedures after leaving the shipyard. Otherwise, it would have been detected by our satellites. Has it not sent out any signals? Perfect, move closer to it. Luke laughed heartily, feeling exhilarated. While he could not capture the vessel, he could certainly make them look foolish. The outside world was also observing the unmoving new aircraft carrier. What is happening? Why is one still stationary? The Pacific Fleet is approaching. What is going on? Could it be malfunctioning? Many viewers felt a surge of anxiety. The Western audience was captivated by the sight of a recently launched carrier potentially experiencing failure during a military exercise. How could Yenhua challenge the United States position? As everyone pondered various thoughts and focused their attention on the event, the sea beneath the new aircraft carrier suddenly roiled. Then, before all eyes, the carrier began to rise into the sky. A vast amount of seawater transformed into steam due to the intense heat, making it appear as though the carrier ascended amidst clouds of vapor. It's flying? My mind went blank. What is happening? Our aircraft carrier is actually flying. My goodness, this is breathtaking. Our carrier can fly? This scene is truly magnificent. The entire populace of Yanhua erupted with excitement. In a classroom, a student in the back row suddenly stood up, pounding the desk in astonishment, exclaiming, "Our aircraft carrier is flying." Zhou Wenliang, the teacher at the podium, scolded angrily. "No, teacher, our aircraft carrier has taken to the skies." Under normal circumstances, Zhou would have shrunk back in embarrassment, but now he could not care less. In a nearby company, a young man accidentally knocked over his cup, spilling water onto his keyboard, yet he remained motionless, transfixed by the screen. This scene unfolded in countless places across Yanhua. Everyone felt a surge of adrenaline rushing to their heads, nearly tearing off their shirts to shout in exhilaration. At this moment, the entire world was in an uproar. Whether in the United States, Europe, or among the nations of the East and South Asia, few could believe their eyes. On site, Su Xiao stood frozen, finally regaining her composure after a long pause. "Ladies and gentlemen, this new type of warship. I too am astonished. My mind is somewhat blank. To this moment, I have yet to receive the data on this new warship, but as you can see, it has taken flight." Her speech quickened. "Indeed, our new warship possesses the capability of ascent, a rarity among naval forces worldwide. Aside from our nation, no other country has such prowess. We have reason to believe that our navy, equipped with this new warship, boasts unparalleled maneuverability compared to any other nation." As Su Xiao concluded her remarks, she received a piece of paper, glanced at it, and exclaimed in surprise, "I just obtained the specifications for this new warship. It is our recently developed next-generation aerial aircraft carrier, measuring 282 meters in length, 86 meters in width, and weighing 121,000 tons. This carrier is equipped with 160 Air 3 type unmanned fighter drones." As she spoke, the aerial carrier ascended to 200 meters and came to a halt. One by one, the unmanned drones soared into the sky, with 10 aircraft taking off almost every minute. Within 16 minutes, all 160 drones were deployed. The aerial carrier hovered in midair, surrounded by countless aircraft. This spectacle rendered everyone spellbound. Absolutely stunning. These unmanned drones were slightly smaller than conventional aircraft but boasted faster takeoff speeds and excellent agility. They must be controlled by artificial intelligence, surely a product of future technology. In the distance, Luke was left dumbfounded the moment the aerial carrier lifted off the surface of the water, staring at the massive vessel in the sky, flanked by the unmanned drones. A profound fear enveloped him. The Yanhua's aircraft carrier could fly. What about us? Can today's aircraft carriers contend with Yanhua's aerial fortress? Chapter 81. Has Yanhua truly developed an aerial aircraft carrier? What do we have? Can our aircraft carrier engage in battle with their aerial carrier? It appears quite formidable. Is that an unmanned stealth fighter? It must be utilizing artificial intelligence, a technology they have pioneered, without the need to consider the factor of human pilots. Although smaller in size, its combat capability is unimpaired. It feels as though we have been left far behind by Yanhua. Both the East and West are currently in a frenzy of discussion. However, the sentiments on both sides are completely opposite. Netizens in the East have never felt such exhilaration, almost celebrating as a nation, with an atmosphere of fervor everywhere. Numerous places have spontaneously hung up small flags, painting the entire city in red. Conversely, Western netizens are engulfed in a mixture of anger and disbelief. Their ire is not directed at Yanhua, but at their own government and enterprises. In the past year, they have frequently seen Yanhua achieving advancements. What about us? This sentiment has swept across the entire internet. The President of the United States sits behind his desk. Even without accessing the internet, he is aware of the discussions unfolding online. Yet, he is far too preoccupied to concern himself with such matters. Bang! The President slams his fist onto the table. Why do they possess such an aerial aircraft carrier? Why did we not detect this at all? Mr. President, based on our observations, the vessel they refer to as the aerial aircraft carrier employs plasma propulsion. We can ascertain that they have equipped it with a controllable nuclear fusion reactor for power and aid response. How could they have progressed so swiftly? The President's face is a mask of fury. Clearly, they have achieved success in controllable nuclear fusion some time ago, only recently revealing it. What about their combat capability? It is estimated that their maneuverability far exceeds ours, with the plasma propulsion allowing for flight speeds potentially reaching 800 kilometers per hour, comparable to that of a commercial airliner. As for their offensive capabilities, that is not even the primary concern. Their unmanned stealth fighters warrant our serious attention. Are you suggesting they can launch an attack on our homeland at any moment? Yes, but they would never do so. I understand, but how am I to explain this to our citizens? They certainly do not wish to hear such news. How is our laboratory progressing? The progress is not swift. The aide replies, acknowledging that controllable nuclear fusion has been studied extensively in the United States for many years, yet results remain minimal. He refrains from detailing the specific difficulties encountered, knowing full well that the president is not inclined to hear the intricate details. Inform them that I can grant them at most another year. I do not wish to hear of their challenges. I only know that they receive the highest funding each year, with the best talent at their disposal, yet Yanhua has succeeded where they have not. Mr. President, there is one more thing. I believe it is best to activate the lunar base program. Why is that? We had previously refrained from doing so due to the exorbitant costs outweighing the benefits. Now, with Yanhua mastering controllable nuclear fusion technology, they will not relinquish the helium-3 on the moon. We cannot afford to give up. The aide cautions. Please submit relevant materials to me shortly. The citizens of the United States cannot comprehend why what Yanhua has achieved is beyond their own reach. Zhang Luhai, however, understands. He has also discovered something intriguing. The aerial aircraft carrier was not newly constructed by Yanhua, but rather refurbished from one of the 3 existing vessels. The energy tower has been dismantled. The original aerial aircraft carrier possessed independent combat capabilities. Now, it has been transformed into a platform carrying 160 unmanned stealth fighters. Coupled with controllable nuclear fusion power, it can remain aloft for extended periods, serving as a true fortress of steel and a forward operating base during offensive maneuvers. Zhang Luhai turns off the screen and refrains from continuing to watch. What follows is no longer significant. This time, the United States showcased its strength, only to be outshone by Yanhua. In comparison to a war fortress capable of high-speed movement, unrestricted by terrain, and able to hover at high altitudes for extended durations, traditional aircraft carriers have become obsolete. Countries possessing aerial aircraft carriers can directly reach the territory of any nation. Surely, other countries will come to understand this. Consequently, future constraints will be significantly reduced. At that moment, the situation online mirrors Zhang Luhai's thoughts. No one is concerned about the Pacific Fleet. The United States exercise has scarcely begun before it can already be deemed concluded. What everyone is focused on now is Yanhua's aerial aircraft carrier. At the very least, that aerial vessel has been airborne for an hour, showing no signs of descending. The Southern Fleet's exercise merely made a brief appearance before returning, as if they were merely on a sightseeing tour. The aerial aircraft carrier also returned alongside the Southern Fleet. Although it did not showcase its speed, everyone can surmise that the aerial aircraft carrier's velocity must be impressive, even if it appears to defy aerodynamics. Boss, we are truly remarkable,
Yang Xiaolu exclaimed.
her face alight with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Zhang Luhai looked at her, taken aback. I meant our country is exceptional, achieving such remarkable feats quietly. Is it time to establish a base on the moon? Yang Xiaolu, realizing her slip of the tongue, laughed cheerfully. Establishing a lunar base aligns perfectly with Yang Xiaolu's fantasies of a sci-fi future. Indeed, it is impressive. The lunar base should be in the plans. Zhang Luhai nodded. Really? How do you know?
Yang Xiaolu asked curiously.
You will understand in due time, Zhang Luhai replied, offering no further explanation. He estimated that the wait would not be long. Upon mastering controllable nuclear fusion, the value of helium-3 would soar, becoming a resource worth competing for, much like oil. Are you going to the laboratory? No, just taking a stroll, Zhang Luhai replied nonchalantly. Yang Xiaolu immediately scampered to keep up with him. Are you happy, boss? It is worth noting that her boss is not much different from a homebody, spending his time in the laboratory, office, and residence, rarely stepping outside the company premises. Not bad, Zhang Luhai smiled. Outside, the world is vibrant and alive. Jiang Luhai wanders aimlessly in the yard. Yang Xiaolu follows closely, occasionally glancing at Jiang Luhai's profile. From this angle, he appears quite handsome. What a pity he is so wooden, Yang Xiaolu thought, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Subsequently, the Pacific Fleet hastily conducted an exercise on May 9th before withdrawing to their base. No one is paying them any heed now. Simultaneously, the United States held a press conference announcing the commencement of the lunar base program. This news brought great joy to the American public. The American Space Agency had conducted moon landings in the 1960s, and while they had not continued, it was merely due to the imbalance of investment and returns. However, now that the American Space Agency is reinitiating moon landings and establishing a base, this is no comparison to what Yanhua can achieve. Yet shortly after, at 8 p.m. American time, which corresponds to 9 a.m. in Yanhua, Yanhua held another press conference. Yanhua, too, intends to conduct moon landings and establish a base. Upon hearing this news, many immediately thought, Yanhua is now vying for the position of world leader against the United States in every aspect. This is a direct confrontation. Chapter 82. The mentality is somewhat explosive. 3 chapters were transmitted during the day, and 2 were sealed. Hello? Yang Xiaolu casually answered the phone transferred from the front desk. Is this Secretary Yang? Where is your boss? A woman's voice on the other end sounded slightly irate and brusque. May I ask who you are? Is there something you would like me to convey? I am Hui from the liaison office. Please arrange for the visit of Prince of England. Yang Xiaolu was initially startled. The liaison office is a functional department responsible for foreign affairs. Then, a deep astonishment followed. Hello, our company has already declined the visit request. Do you realize what you are saying? This affects matters at the national level, and you simply dismissed it with a few words? What qualifications does your company have? Who will be accountable for the negative repercussions? Can you bear that responsibility? And Huey's voice grew louder, barely concealing her anger. Had it not been for the significant reputation of future technology in recent months, she would not have suppressed her indignation from the start. The Prince of England wishes to visit and tour your company, and you refuse? Who will take responsibility for this impact on national external relations? Yang Xiaolu was momentarily bewildered, wondering what was happening. Her expression soon turned cold. I'm sorry, this is the boss's decision. We are a commercial company and do not accept this visit. I don't know if you are from the Yanhua liaison or the English liaison, but to threaten our legitimate domestic enterprises with such unreasonable actions is unacceptable. I will report this matter to the company. With that, she hung up the phone without regard for the other party's reaction. She tapped her forehead, bewildered by the situation. What era is this? How can such people still exist? Moreover, what kind of company is future technology? Every piece of technology they develop has a colossal impact on society. How could they allow a visit? Unless the boss himself permits it. After a moment's thought, she decided to knock on the door and inform Jiang Luhai. Oh, from now on, just hang up on such calls, Jiang Luhai remarked, somewhat skeptical that future technology's reputation wasn't substantial enough for such statements to be made. Or perhaps, in 2024, with national aircraft carriers soaring into the sky, there are still those who prioritize foreign interests above all. Although this individual seems somewhat oblivious, it's best to resolve the matter swiftly to prevent any unnecessary trouble. After contemplating, he decided to call Academician Chung instead of Yang Lao. He maintained close ties with many departments. After all, maintaining relationships requires effort. If you never trouble others, how can you expect them to reciprocate? Why are you calling me? If there is something, just say it. I'll certainly help if I can, Academician Chung answered, surprised by the call. Hey Academician Chung, you guessed it. Jiang Luhai didn't bother with pleasantries. Ahem, I was just saying, couldn't you be a bit more tactful? Perhaps exchange a word or two of courtesy. After all, you are an academician, and I shouldn't waste your time indiscriminately. Jiang Luhai chuckled. That's rather blunt. Academician Chung laughed, chiding him lightly. So, the liaison office called me, demanding we handle the matter regarding the visit of the Prince of England seriously, or it would affect the relations between our two countries. I'm puzzled. Has our influence grown to such an extent? You know what we at Future Technology research. Such visits are rather inappropriate. Moreover, as a commercial company, we have the right to refuse such requests, don't we? Jiang Luhai calmly recounted the situation. Is that so? Academician Chang's expression darkened with anger. What have these researchers dedicated decades for? Isn't it to enhance the national strength, to stand tall without bowing to others? Now that the country has grown strong, some people's ideas remain unchanged from 20 years ago? Not to mention future technology has, in less than a year, presented several world-changing technologies, especially concerning our research on intelligent genetics. The significance of such a company cannot be overstated. All right, rest assured, I will address this matter for you. Academician Chang shook his head, refraining from further comments. However, in a nation as vast as this, all types of people exist. He immediately made a call to escalate the issue. Those in higher authority were equally furious upon receiving the news and promptly contacted the liaison office. This is outrageous. How dare they? And Hui seethed in her office. Sister An, what has stirred you up so? A colleague entered and immediately noticed her ashen face, instinctively inquiring. The audacity of domestic enterprises has truly swelled. They no longer regard functional departments with any respect.
On lui scoffed.
The visit of the Prince of England to a commercial company should have been a routine matter. It was directly assigned to her for liaison. She considered it an ordinary occurrence. Which commercial company would refuse such an opportunity? However, to her astonishment, after waiting several days, she was met with a refusal. If it were any other time, she wouldn't have cared so much. Yet, as she was vying for advancement among others, failing to manage such a trivial matter would hinder her prospects. The second call only fueled her anger further, as they claimed their right to refuse and even hung up on her. And Hui's expression fluctuated, contemplating how to deal with future technology and whom to notify. Despite their significant reputation, domestically, no company could overshadow the authority of functional departments. Many large companies exist in the country, but none have shown such audacity. Future technology had only been established for less than a year, barely solidifying its foundation, yet they dared to openly defy a functional department? And Hui, come to my office, her superior's voice abruptly called. She quickly composed herself and left her post, guessing it was likely about future technology. Upon entering her superior's office, she found two other individuals seated beside her superior. Did you contact future technology? Her superior inquired, his expression grim. Yes, I will reach out to them again shortly. They will surely agree. And Hui, sensing her superior's displeasure, quickly added, you plan to contact them how? Nowadays, private companies have become overly bold. In matters affecting national interests, they act at will and openly defy functional departments. I believe future technology should be investigated. Her superior shot her an annoyed glance, replying tersely, whose interests are you serving? And Hui was taken aback, confused by the situation. Is it their audacity or yours? You work at the Yanhua liaison office, and your reason for threatening our domestic enterprises is merely because a foreign prince wishes to visit? Are you on their payroll or that of Yanhua? At this moment, and Hui was utterly bewildered. No, I'm not trying to prioritize the interests of two nations. Enough, don't speak to me about that. I never expected to see such a blatant prioritization of foreign interests, especially under my very nose. I am ashamed. And Huey's face turned pale, her legs feeling weak. This accusation was one she could not bear. Ladies, please. And Hui, come with us. The two individuals who had been sitting stood up, revealing their credentials. And Hui's face instantly drained of color. Chapter 83. Have they really declined? In England, a young man expressed his astonishment. This young man was Prince Hain of England. Indeed, Your Highness, their rudeness is astonishing, and their arrogance is excessive. Why must we insist on visiting them? You are welcome anywhere in the world, at any time. Hain furrowed his brow. He genuinely wished to explore future technologies. The current shifts in global dynamics are inextricably linked to future technologies, alongside Inhua's controllable nuclear fusion and airships, particularly in the realms of artificial intelligence and energy wave charging. He hoped to discern the possibility of collaboration with future technologies. Forget it. Let us submit our application through our foreign affairs channels directly, bypassing Inhua's official channels, Hain remarked indifferently. Jiang Luhai, after receiving an official apology call, set the matter aside, recognizing the caller as merely a staff member from the Foreign Affairs Department's liaison office. The call was made to avoid complications and to serve as a warning to potential troublemakers. Such oblivious individuals are rare, yet they do exist as evidenced by this encounter. Glancing at the documents on his desk, the topmost file pertained to virtual endorsers. Zhang Luhai grew intrigued and began to peruse it. With the surge in sales of intelligent robots and smartphones equipped with biological chips and artificial intelligence, the impact of AI on human society has become increasingly profound. Numerous AI influencers have emerged. Initially, some streamers collaborated with AI during live broadcasts, resulting in remarkable program outcomes. Over time, several AI entities even became internet celebrities. Upon discovering this phenomenon, the operations department conceived the idea of virtual endorsers to enhance the company's image and facilitate interaction with netizens on official websites and social media. In fact, the operations department had already initiated such efforts, albeit not formalized into a comprehensive plan. After reviewing the documents, Zhang Luhai signed off on them. Just then, Yang Xiaolu knocked and entered with 2 additional files. This one is from Prince Hain of England, requesting to visit our company. Sent directly without going through the Foreign Affairs Department, Yang Xiaolu stated, presenting one of the documents. Refuse, Zhang Luhai replied curtly. Yang Xiaolu anticipated this response and was unconcerned. She then produced the other file. This is regarding the Nobel Prize they have emailed us. The energy wave technology could be nominated for the Physics Prize, and the small biological status detector could be nominated for physiology or medicine. However, we need to submit a paper before applying. With a look of delight, Yang Xiaolu remarked, "The Nobel Prize. Many researchers strive for a lifetime to attain such an honor. It is the pinnacle of scientific achievement. Now they are directly reaching out to future technologies for papers and applications. The fact that the Nobel Prize Committee is contacting us indicates that future technologies is likely to win an award." Indeed, as Yang Xiaolu surmised, the most significant achievement in physics this year is the controllable nuclear fusion technology and energy wave conversion. The controllable nuclear fusion technology belongs to the Inhua government, which has no intention of publishing a paper. Energy wave technology, however, is under a commercial entity, hence the direct email sent here. The small biological status detector stands as a formidable contender for the Physiology or Medicine Prize. Should these 2 technologies fail to secure nominations, the credibility of the Nobel Prize would undoubtedly be called into question. Do not concern yourself with it, Zhang Luhai said nonchalantly. Huh? Yang Xiaolu was taken aback, then exclaimed, "Boss, that is the Nobel Prize. And what of it?" Zhang Luhai responded indifferently. "Countless individuals spend their lives pursuing it, and now it's being handed to us on a silver platter. Winning the Nobel Prize would greatly enhance our company's reputation." Yang Xiaolu thought to herself, wishing to peer into Zhang Luhai's mind to understand his reasoning. In the past, the West held sway over such accolades, which is why the Nobel Prize is so highly regarded, with many dedicating their lives to achieving it. Zhang Luhai looked up at Yang Xiaolu and stated, "The times have changed. In the future, the narrative will be dictated by the East. Rather than aspiring to win a Nobel Prize, we ought to establish our own award. The goal for everyone will be to attain a Future Technologies Award." Though Zhang Luhai maintained a calm demeanor, Yang Xiaolu detected a strong undercurrent of disdain in his tone. Considering the implications of his words, she realized she had not misheard him. Previously aware of her boss's lofty ambitions, she now understood that his aspirations had transcended even those heights. "Reply to them directly. We shall not apply for a nomination. Do not consider us," Zhang Luhai decreed. "All right." Yang Xiaolu felt a profound sense of defeat and powerlessness. What she deemed a crucial matter, upon which she had approached Zhang Luhai with excitement, was met with utter indifference. Nothing could be more disheartening. "What are you staring at?" She glanced down, only to find Zhang Luhai observing her intently, which sparked a small sense of delight within her. "You've done your makeup today." Yang Xiaolu felt a torrent of unspoken words rising within her, her expression freezing. "I've been doing it for 6 months now. Has anyone ever told you that your makeup looks as if you haven't worn any?" Zhang Luhai inquired with keen interest. Yang Xiaolu nearly choked on her indignation. Indeed, someone had mentioned it, Lu Qing. The thought only deepened her frustration. "I've put in a great deal of effort. I can't just slather on a layer of foundation, can I?" "Just teasing you. You look lovely," Zhang Luhai replied with a hearty laugh. Yang Xiaolu grimaced, revealing her frustration with a flash of her teeth before storming off in a huff. Chapter 84. As Ainomi opened her eyes, she beheld a cluster of half-grown children huddled together in slumber, a flicker of indescribable pain and guilt flashing across her gaze. She found herself within a cave, the distant howls of wild beasts causing her some concern. However, the sight of a figure at the cave's entrance eased her troubled heart. Following a series of unfortunate events at various mines, the celestial beings had intensified their oppressive governance over the local populace. Ultimately, the locals could no longer bear the burden after the death of a child at the hands of the celestial beings, culminating in a violent conflict. This led to a massacre, claiming the lives of thousands, an alarming toll for a small town of fewer than 20,000 inhabitants. These children had lost their parents just 2 days prior in that brutal slaughter. Furthermore, this conflict was intricately linked to her and Aaron. Ainomi's heart ached with increasing agony. Yet, amidst the suffering, she began to understand the profound significance of resistance. Otherwise, their world would remain forever shackled beneath the oppressive rule of the celestial beings, perpetually subjected to the tyranny of divine agents. As dawn broke, the children gradually awoke, their stomachs rumbling with hunger. They had last eaten the previous afternoon, and the portions were meager. Just a little longer, and we shall have food, Ainomi reassured them. An hour later, the call of a distant cuckoo echoed through the air. Ainomi responded with a couple of calls herself, shortly thereafter witnessing a few youths emerge from the woods, carrying food. They distributed the provisions, which had been scrimped from the mouths of the townsfolk. "What do you plan to do next?" one youth inquired, casting a worried glance at the children, his eyes betraying a palpable sense of dread and animosity, not directed at the children, of course. "And what about you? Are you prepared to continue living under the dominion of the divine, oppressed by celestial beings, uncertain of when you might meet your end, while your descendants remain in perpetual darkness?" Ainomi countered, sensing that the moment for action was drawing near. Previously, Jiang Luhai and Aaron had informed her that these impassioned youths would become her most steadfast allies. "You? What do you mean?" The youth's complexion paled. "Are you suggesting rebellion? The divine is supreme. Those who have defied the divine throughout millennia have met their demise. Must we defy the divine?" Ainomi replied coolly. "Does the divine truly care for the celestial beings and us? What the divine desires we can provide, as long as we can vanquish those celestial beings. But how can we defeat them? They reside in the Sky City, boasting an army of tens of thousands, armed with weapons. We are no match for them," the youth retorted in a low growl, frustration etched across his face. "If we can unite those who wish to resist, if we obtain weapons, we might stand a chance. There are far fewer celestial beings than there are of us," she asserted, and all eyes turned toward her. "I refuse to remain under their rule any longer. I will resist them. I do not want my children to live as I have. I want them to have enough to eat every day, rather than scavenging through refuse," Ainomi declared, her resolve unwavering. "If you wish to betray me, then do so, but take these children away. They are innocent." "Ainomi sister, I want to leave. I want to stand with you. I too want to resist," a small child, barely 5 feet tall, exclaimed. This race was generally diminutive, with adult males averaging around 5 feet tall and females between 4 feet and 4.5 feet. "Do you have a way to solve the weapons issue? If you can resolve that, then I will join you. I too refuse to be ruled by them any longer." Another youth gritted his teeth, determination evident in his voice. "I can solve it. I have discerned how their guns are constructed, and I know how to make them. However, it won't be enough with just the two of us. We must unite more people. Only together can we resist successfully. This world, lacking the components for gunpowder, utilized high-pressure air guns. Within 300 meters, their power was comparable to that of gunpowder weapons. However, in terms of sustained combat and firing rate, they were significantly inferior. Yet, it was precisely through such weaponry that the celestial beings maintained their dominion over a populace vastly outnumbering them. After further discussion, several of them resolutely declared, "We will stand with you." "Thank you," Ainomi said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We do this for ourselves. The celestial beings are merely a handful. We are 100-fold. With weapons, we will surely triumph over them. Our only concern is the divine. The divine only cares about heart or, as long as the celestial beings are eradicated and we can continue to provide heart or, the divine will remain indifferent. Besides, the divine is likely in slumber now. When it awakens decades later, discovering that a new batch of celestial beings has taken over, will it even care? Ainomi refrained from mentioning that the divine would eventually be awakened, nor did she elaborate further. For now, her focus was on rallying others to join her cause, and she had little qualms about bending the truth. Ultimately, time would reveal her correctness. As for the divine, it would eventually become a target. The youths reflected on this, and it indeed seemed plausible. The divine appeared only once every century, and it had only been 30 years since its last emergence. Very well, what shall we do? We must recruit more individuals, but they must be trustworthy. Otherwise, if there is a traitor among us, we will face dire consequences. We need to establish an organization, vetting each member rigorously and requiring an oath of loyalty, promising never to betray us. Once our ranks reach a substantial size, we can then extend our reach to others who suffer under oppression. As long as we unite, the celestial beings will surely be no match for us. Ainomi proclaimed, waving her arms passionately. Upon finishing, she realized that everyone was staring at her in stunned silence. What is wrong? Ainomi felt a twinge of insecurity. Everything she had articulated had been taught to her by Hannibal and Aaron. Surely it was all correct? I just think you're incredible for coming up with so much. You truly are a genius. How did you conceive of all this? Indeed, no one I know could devise such a plan. Ainomi, you are remarkable. Lead us. The youths exclaimed, their eyes shining with admiration. Without a doubt, Ainomi's words had elevated her stature immensely in the eyes of these youths and children. All right, return and observe if there are others like you. They must be trustworthy. Ideally, they should have lost family to the celestial beings, filled with deep-seated hatred. They will be our finest allies. Filled with renewed confidence, Ainomi began assigning tasks to the group. After much discussion, once everyone had departed, Ainomi sat outside the cave. Is it really remarkable? She pondered, recalling Hannibal's bright eyes and calm demeanor. It is individuals like him who are truly remarkable. Yet, I too shall become an extraordinary person. Ainomi clenched her fists, motivating herself. You will become an extraordinary person. Ainomi, Aaron said, standing beside her. You are already quite remarkable. Chapter 85. I can provide you with some machine tools and necessary components. The voltage and technological capabilities at your location should be understood by Aaron. Have her compile the information for me. Additionally, you should consider how to explain the origins of these items to others. Jiang Luhai, after reviewing the message from Ainomi, responded. Ainomi's actions were surprisingly swift. She established a self-rescue organization with over 100 core members and hundreds more in the evaluation process. With this group of key individuals, the forthcoming tasks would become significantly more manageable. She intended to travel to a large city nearby, which boasted a population exceeding 300,000, using the small city as a base and radiating outward to the surrounding areas. Before her departure, she aimed to manufacture some weapons, ensuring that the small city could serve as a base for supplying arms to other regions. Clearly, a stable base was indispensable. Upon finishing Ainomi's message, Jiang Luhai felt a sense of satisfaction. This innocent and naive extraterrestrial life form had indeed matured. It seemed increasingly likely that he would not only recoup his investment but also make a considerable profit. Shortly thereafter, a storage card the size of a fingernail arrived. This was one of the 10 cards Aaron had taken with her upon leaving. Jiang Luhai connected it to a specialized reader and then to his computer, transferring vast amounts of data, including information on the local culture, geography, and astronomy. One particular phrase captured his attention. The area featured a luminous band reminiscent of the Milky Way, accompanied by numerous images of the night sky. Upon inspection, he indeed observed a light band akin to the Milky Way. However, there were approximately 3 billion galaxies like the Milky Way in the universe, making this one merely a grain of sand in the vast ocean. Jiangjin, please make a comparison, Jiang Luhai typed on the computer. Master, I am currently engrossed in an experiment. Jiangjin replied, stretching and materializing in the air. Are you just watching television? Jiang Luhai shot her a glance. Unlike humans, artificial intelligences could multitask effortlessly, and Jiang Jin often juggled experiments, television shows, video games, and forum browsing simultaneously. Hey, boss, where did you get these images? Never mind where they came from. Just compare this galaxy and see if we can identify any similarities. Zhang Luhai instructed. No need to compare. I can tell at a glance. It's the Milky Way. Jiang Jin floated cross-legged in the air. Zhang Luhai's brow furrowed. Are you certain? Absolutely. While the orientations differ, certain galaxies can still be discerned, she affirmed. Can you determine the specific location? Zhang Luhai pressed. Recognizing that whether this revelation was beneficial or detrimental remained uncertain. However, discovering that Anomi's world was indeed within this universe and even within the Milky Way was quite a coincidence. The Milky Way has 4 arms. Are you aware of that, boss? Jiang Jin inquired. Of course, Zhang Luhai raised an eyebrow. From this image and these others, one can spot an arm. And by comparing positions, we see it corresponds to the Orion arm. Jiang Jin produced several images from the air to illustrate her point. Zhang Luhai's brow furrowed even more intensely. What is the location of this image? The Perseus arm. Master, the Milky Way is a barred spiral galaxy with a diameter of approximately 100,000 to 180,000 light-years and a thin stellar disk thickness of about 2,000 light-years. In simple terms, it's like a disk. If we consider the center of the Milky Way as the origin, our position is here while this image is located there. Zhang Luhai examined the demonstration image Jiang Jin presented, noting that if the center of the Milky Way was the focal point, then Anomi's world was situated to the left and behind Earth. How far away is it? Between 7,000 to 9,300 light-years. Very well. You may return to your tasks. Zhang Luhai waved his hand. Jiang Jin pouted, feeling somewhat dismissed. Regarding Anomi's world, Zhang Luhai held few thoughts. Whether it was 7,000 or 9,300 light-years, it remained beyond current reach. He merely found it remarkably coincidental. In a universe so vast, the fact that Anomi's world and Earth were both within the Milky Way and not excessively distant was quite significant. Compared to the 3 billion galaxies scattered across the cosmos, a distance of under 10,000 light-years was indeed quite close. Soon, Zhang Luhai raised an eyebrow again, gently tapping the table, a habit he had when deep in thought. He pondered the deity in Anomi's world, wondering from where it had set out before arriving at Anomi's domain. As far as current knowledge indicated, the entity had reached at least a first-tier cosmic civilization status thousands of years ago. Some theorize that scientific and technological advancement occurs in exponential bursts, accelerating over time, while others propose a more stepwise evolution, where each leap results in a vertical explosion, otherwise following a linear trajectory akin to a staircase. Regardless of the perspective, unless faced with insurmountable challenges, such as cataclysms or wars leading to global annihilation, progress would not stagnate. Thousands of years should suffice for technology to ascend one or several substantial tiers. Might they possess the capability for long-distance jumps? Have they attained a second-tier civilization? If they were to discover Earth, it would likely stand defenseless. In the future, when funds permitted, Zhang Luhai considered deploying small probes around the outer solar system. Observing the 340 black coins displayed on the system interface, he could only think of one word: poverty. Poverty drives ambition. Regrettably, since the demise of Count Kamikaze, Anomi had been the only significant deal, alongside a sale of materials pertaining to ultra-high voltage AC and DC technology. Earth held no unique resources. What frustrated Zhang Luhai most was this very fact. He had compared all earthly outputs and found no scarce resources. Perhaps the travelers from Kepler B, members of the Black Flag Trading Company, or Mr. Asamoah would rise to prominence once more. Zhang Luhai tapped on the table, contemplating whether to exploit some technology. The technological reserves of a nation are no trivial figure. With careful selection, he might procure something of value. It was not exploitation but rather a mutually beneficial exchange. However, considering the short time since the last transaction, Zhang Luhai pondered, reluctantly setting aside this tempting idea. Just as he prepared to leave the office, a sudden sound broke through the air, revealing a message pushed by Jiang Jin. The Federal Aviation Administration announced that over the past 6 months, They had been receiving mysterious signals from beyond the solar system every 3 days. After persistent efforts, they had identified a potentially habitable exoplanet in that direction. The enigmatic signals might indicate extraterrestrial civilizations seeking intelligent counterparts. The agency had already dispatched signals in response, hoping for a day when genuine communication with alien life could occur. This was the second initiative from the agency, following the recent announcement of the lunar base plan, capturing considerable public attention. Upon reading the news, Zhang Luhai first perceived their actions as desperate attempts to divert public attention. He soon frowned, realizing that these individuals would likely encounter dire consequences. While he contemplated how to deploy probes beyond the solar system, they were recklessly broadcasting signals into the cosmos. Truly a group of incompetent allies. Zhang Luhai couldn't help but curse. If not for his lack of funds, he would have considered purchasing a warship to teach them a lesson in civility, goodwill, and professionalism. Wait, Zhang Luhai's eyes suddenly gleamed with a bold idea. What if he masqueraded as an extraterrestrial and seized the opportunity? This notion seemed promising. However, he would need to wait until at least he had gathered enough black coins to procure a warship. Chapter 86. Mr. President, it has been resolved. The public's attention has now been diverted. A staff member, wearing a relaxed smile, spoke within a vast office. The pressure on everyone here has been immense in recent days. Although the Aviation Authority proposed a plan for establishing a lunar base, it has failed to alter the prevailing situation. Online, there is widespread skepticism regarding the allocation of annual research funds, with calls for a detailed disclosure of expenditures. Concurrently, a polling survey indicated a significant decline in the current government's approval ratings. Even the president faced inquiries in the legislature. Under such circumstances, the lives of these aides were equally arduous. Only the successful completion of a scientific breakthrough, coupled with the suppression of the advancements from Yanhua and future technology, could restore public confidence. However, scientific research is not as simple as purchasing groceries. It merely serves to distract for a brief moment. Although these individuals may not be particularly astute, they will inevitably remember the issues at hand after a while. The president's eyes flashed with indignation. It is all due to that damned future technology and Yanhua. Each time people encounter news about artificial intelligence, it inevitably brings these matters to mind. As for Yanhua, they are currently negotiating with several European nations to establish controllable nuclear fusion power plants. Former allies are on the verge of betrayal, rendering the internal dynamics of the United States increasingly precarious. No matter, next time we can claim to have deciphered those mysterious signals, asserting that the aliens have become extinct due to the misuse of artificial intelligence, with their final messages being warnings. The aide shrugged, increasingly convinced of the efficacy of this strategy. No wonder so many people are inclined to employ it. The president fell into contemplation. The extinction of aliens due to the misuse of artificial intelligence? Initially, it seemed absurd, yet upon further reflection, it appeared to be a commendable idea. While self-advancement is crucial, undermining opponents is equally significant. Despite previous unspoken reasons for the frequent assertions by the United States and European nations that artificial intelligence poses a threat to humanity, the impact has not been particularly pronounced. If we truly utilize the narrative of aliens' final warnings, it will undoubtedly ignite a global discourse. First, we should gather unfavorable news regarding artificial intelligence, particularly negative narratives, to create a widespread discourse online. The president stated. They were preoccupied with future technology, unaware that the president of future technology had taken notice of them as well. In recent days, Zhang Luhai had begun to spend less time in the laboratory, often found daydreaming in the office. Of course, this was Yang Xiaolu's perspective. Zhang Luhai had been dedicating considerable time to browsing through the Chamber of Commerce, seeking potential opportunities. Moreover, he was increasingly attentive to the developments in Ainomi. If no suitable opportunities arose in the short term, Ainomi was the most likely breakthrough point. Securing a batch of U-82 would provide him with the funds to purchase warships. Recently, Ainomi had made notable progress. After Zhang Luhai provided some equipment, Aaron successfully produced several piston airguns. Although their precision and range were somewhat lacking, they were sufficiently effective, with the primary advantage being their durability and ease of maintenance, making them ideal for ordinary individuals living in squalor. Ainomi was also heading to a major city nearby called Hill City. Thanks to the oppressive measures and brutal tactics of the Celestials, the Self-Rescue Association had been developing rapidly in the small town where Ainomi had grown up. This time, Ainomi brought along over 100 people to Hill City. What concerned Jiang Luhai the most was that several large mines near Hill City yielded U-82. Although the output was not high, if Ainomi could seize these mines, he would certainly reap some rewards. Another fruitless day had passed. Jiang Luhai rubbed his temples. Just as he was about to shut down the system, he suddenly received a message. It was from Count Kamikaze, who had been silent for some time. I have found a suitable Kamikaze prince. As you previously instructed, I located a royal offspring who is only 3 years old. However, those marquises have begun to rally behind a 13-year-old royal descendant, garnering substantial support from the nobility due to their past prestige and titles. What should I do now? Jiang Luhai tapped his fingers on the desk, hesitating to respond, weighing whether to extract a share of profit. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Luhai decided to follow his instincts. Greetings, my friend. I am pleased that you remember our friendship. However, I must inform you that my assistance has never been free of charge. To summarize, it boils down to 2 words: increased compensation. After all, I have already provided you with a plan and even gifted you a copy of the Art of the Emperor. If you desire further assistance, additional compensation is required. The anxious Count Kamikaze, upon receiving Jiang Luhai's reply, initially felt delighted, only to be met with a sense of helplessness. What else do you require? 50 black coins, including subsequent support. I can serve as your advisor until that child ascends to the throne. You may consult me for any eventualities. Jiang Luhai probed, pondering whether Count Kamikaze had achieved any success in the past 2 months. Excellent. Jiang Luhai smiled. To be fair, a teenager is more suitable for that position than a 3-year-old child, yet it is equally easy to ensure he does not ascend to that position. You could find individuals to tarnish his reputation, spreading rumors about his private life and various scandals, such as his past relationships or even suggesting he is not his father's biological child. Newspapers, street gossip, the internet, any avenue through which people acquire information. Regardless of the truth, ordinary folks are often fascinated by such tales. Even if they know it to be false, they will spread it, and the more it is repeated, the more it becomes accepted as reality. Those marquises are all male, correct? You could also craft sensational love stories between him and one or even several marquises, something bizarre. At this stage, unless those marquises wield absolute power, he will undoubtedly struggle to attain that position. Additionally, have someone write favorable articles, highlighting how prosperous your territory is and how well your subjects live. You should also express your intent to promote certain beneficial plans throughout the Kamikaze kingdom once the new king ascends, subtly implying that those marquises, as vested interests, are resistant to change. I recall you previously proposed several new technologies that garnered considerable acclaim. Now is the perfect opportunity to leverage them. Count Kamikaze waited in her room for a long time, finally receiving Jiang Luhai's reply. Upon reading it, she was left dumbfounded. Is this even feasible? This approach seems somewhat outrageous, perhaps even morally reprehensible. She felt as though her eyes had been opened, unveiling an entirely new realm of possibilities. What if they employed similar tactics? Count Kamikaze instinctively inquired. That is your advantage. A 3-year-old child. What can they accomplish? Furthermore, every species possesses an instinct to protect its young, which may garner considerable sympathy votes. Count Kamikaze opened her mouth. This strategy transformed the age disadvantage into an advantage. Although it was entirely due to Hannibal that she had reached this point, she increasingly found Hannibal to be remarkably formidable. Chapter 87. For a mere 900 black coins, one can acquire a cosmic exploration vessel measuring 470 meters in length, capable of accommodating 2,000 individuals and storing provisions sufficient to sustain them for 3 years, all while nearing the speed of light and equipped with a level 1 protective shield. Alternatively, for 600 black coins, a smaller exploration craft, 60 meters long and designed for 20 passengers, complete with ample living space, laboratories, and cryogenic pods, as well as short-range jump capabilities, can be procured. The functionalities of these 2 types of spacecraft are distinctly different. The former serves as a conventional force within planetary systems, with the potential for various modifications, such as transforming into a transport ship or a battleship, boasting formidable firepower and defensive capabilities. In contrast, the latter is primarily utilized for interstellar exploration, possessing sufficient firepower to obliterate a Class 103 asteroid, fitted with a level energy shield, and most critically, a short-range jump engine that significantly reduces exploration time. Many Level 1 civilizations, upon reaching a certain threshold, dispatch these small exploratory vessels to cast a wide net in search of resource-rich planets or those suitable for habitation. For a Level 1 civilization, the three barriers to development are technology, space, and resources. The deity of the Ainomi world, Zhang Lu Hai, speculates that he is a member of a lost or malfunctioning exploration ship. Zhang Lu Hai's aspiration aligns with this. 390 black coins.
Zheang Liu Hai sat.
Lost in thought. He still needed 210 black coins. The level energy shield was somewhat lacking, falling short of the standard level in the trade guild, and upgrading to a level 1 energy shield would require an additional 30 black coins, with another 30 needed to enhance the power system by one model. Thus, he was still 270 short. Zhang Lu Hai contemplated, realizing that 270 black coins was no trivial sum. With a stroke of luck, it could be a single transaction. With misfortune, it could take half a year to sell such a quantity. Currently, the most reliable option remained the Ainomi world. As Yang Xiaolu approached, she observed Zhang Lu Hai sitting there, lost in reverie, illuminated by the warm sunlight streaming from behind him. After preparing a pot of tea for him, Yang Xiaolu gently reminded, "Boss, the recent online atmosphere seems rather troubling." "Oh, what's amiss?" Zhang Lu Hai snapped back to attention. "There have been numerous unfavorable reports about us circulating online lately, as if someone is orchestrating a campaign against us, and some influential public figures have engaged as well." "Oh, let me see." Zhang Lu Hai powered on his self-assembled desktop computer, which utilized biological chips and was usually kept in the office for display, containing only trivial data. "Artificial intelligence leaks private photos. Would you still dare to use it?" Miss Lee had stored some private photos on her mobile phone, which no one else had ever seen. However, after using an AI smartphone for a while, a friend approached her with a blurred photo asking, "Is this you?" Miss Lee was utterly bewildered. She had never shown or mentioned it to anyone, merely intending to keep a memento of her youth. How could it end up online? Just days later, the entire company was aware. Miss Lee's work and life were significantly affected, and her mental state deteriorated. Energy waves are not safe, may cause cancer. Smart robot injures child at home. 3-year-old brow cut. Smart robot disfigures 3-year-old. Zhang Lu Hai skimmed through online content, encountering a deluge of negative commentary regarding artificial intelligence and energy waves, nearly overwhelming his screen. Various new media outlets and public accounts, including news websites like Pengbo and Nandu Weekly, were rife with such reports. The comments section was bustling, with some netizens expressing skepticism and others outright denouncing the claims as nonsense, primarily those who had first-hand experience with AI products. There were also many who had been swayed, predominantly those without any AI products themselves. Moreover, several influential figures shared sensationalist news articles and offered critical opinions, predominantly questioning the safety of artificial intelligence. Mere clowns, Zhang Lu Hai raised an eyebrow, recalling that public figures like Wang Fong had only been in the scene for a few months. Had they forgotten so quickly? Truly, greed leads to ruin. He had considered the possibility of AI leaks, which is why he had incorporated safeguards at the foundational data level, rendering such occurrences impossible. Furthermore, the safety of energy waves had been thoroughly verified long ago. The sudden surge of negative sentiment was clearly orchestrated. It was evident that domestic conditions mirrored the chaotic narratives abroad. Zhang Lu Hai had his suspicions regarding the instigators behind this. Aside from certain nations, the intensity suggested a connection to Baidu. However, Baidu had already lost a significant market share to Liangku Engine, backed by future technology within a few months, and might not endure for much longer. After all, Baidu's reputation was severely tarnished, lacking public support. Given alternatives, few would choose Baidu. Not to mention Liangku, having secured investment from future technology, surpassed Baidu in technical prowess. He ordered an investigation into the incidents reported in the news to present the findings. If they were fabricated, he would pursue legal action against all involved. Additionally, All media outlets and public figures should be sued without exception, refusing any settlement, aiming to bring them to financial ruin. Furthermore, he instructed the operations department to draft a public announcement as a response. Jiang Liuhai directed. Chapter 88. Over the past 6 months, the influence of future technology has permeated every aspect of the lives of the people in Yanhua. Mobile phones equipped with biological chips now come with artificial intelligence. The search engines utilized are powered by Lianka engine. Many individuals, during their leisure time, engage in conversations with artificial intelligence, even treating it as a friend. Although the production of intelligent robots has not yet reached large-scale output, over 4 million units have been shipped thus far, and many households now possess such robots. Numerous health issues have been detected early by these intelligent robots, and several fires and other disasters have been preemptively identified and extinguished by them. Consequently, the support for future technology is substantial, exemplified by Lin Bei. Lin Bei, who has struggled with severe autism and has always feared human interaction, found solace when her family welcomed a new member, Lin Yu. Fish and shell, after all, coexist in the same world. From that day forward, she considered the intelligent robot Lin Yu to be her sole companion. They would watch movies together, read novels side by side, and Lin Bei would confide in Lin Yu about her thoughts and feelings. However, one day, she stumbled upon an online discourse where many were vocally criticizing the threats posed by artificial intelligence, alongside a slew of negative reports about it. Rather than feeling anxious, her initial response was one of indignation. In a rare moment, she voiced her opinion beneath a post, yet her comment was swiftly drowned out and went largely unnoticed, deepening her sense of sorrow. Shortly thereafter, she discovered another post titled "The State Employs Artificial Intelligence. Is it safe or dangerous? The country knows better than you." Within that post, she found numerous netizens expressing goodwill towards artificial intelligence, and she soon joined a group comprised primarily of young individuals who regarded AI as their friends, including several others like Lin Bei, who also faced autism, and others battling depression. For the first time, she connected with online acquaintances, became part of a community, and collaborated with others to advocate for the positive image of artificial intelligence, striving to dispel the prejudices held by some. Unfortunately, as the online discourse became increasingly tumultuous, the influence of their voices waned. If only future technology would speak out, she thought. It was perplexing why they remained silent, as they were well aware of the situation. We all know the nature of future technology. They are focused solely on research and development. Whenever they make a move, it is typically in the form of a new product, with little regard for other matters. Indeed, this sentiment resonated with many. To be frank, I admire future technology's approach, letting their products speak for themselves while disregarding the rest, a stark contrast to other flashy enterprises. Yet, during such a tumultuous time, it would be prudent for them to address the public. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly challenging for their supporters. Surely, they must have noticed the developments over the past few days. Could it be true that artificial intelligence had compromised privacy? Thus, future technology hesitates to take a stand? A user by the name of I Know suddenly chimed in. How could that be? The state employs artificial intelligence. If it were unsafe, would the government utilize it? The user continued, what is provided to the state may not be the same as what is available to us. Lin Bei, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, interjected, if you feel it's unsafe, then don't use it. I for one trust them. Despite her discontent, Lin Bei was invigorated by the sense of community she had found. This was the first time she had engaged with others online, the first time she felt part of a collective effort. The atmosphere in the group had been quite pleasant until today's abrupt shift. I Know had been expelled from the group by the administrator, garnering agreement from many members. However, Lin Bei had lost her enthusiasm to continue the discussion. Future Technology has issued an announcement. Really? Please share the link. Soon enough, Lin Bei found herself reading the announcement from Future Technology. Announcement regarding recent allegations of artificial intelligence privacy breaches. They stated that they had dispatched personnel to contact the media responsible for disseminating such news, seeking the individuals involved, and collaborating with law enforcement for an investigation. If the claims were substantiated, Future Technology would provide compensation. If proven false, they would pursue legal action without any inclination towards settlement. Ha! Future Technology remains unwavering in their resolve, refusing to settle. I admire this tenacity, someone remarked. But they must first conduct an investigation. What if there truly was a breach? Another said. It appears Future Technology is brimming with confidence, hence their dual approach of investigating while simultaneously threatening to sue for defamation. Another chimed in. Indeed, the atmosphere in the group quickly returned to its previous state. As anticipated, Future Technology's announcement had not been released without consequence. Many recalled that just 6 months prior, a group of influential figures had been swiftly dealt with. For months, aside from product launches, there had been little activity. Yet, when they finally acted, it was with overwhelming force. Several prominent figures' faces paled as they realized that securing funds from Future Technology was no easy feat, as it differed fundamentally from other companies. Within a short period, news articles filled with negative information about artificial intelligence diminished significantly. While a few media outlets persisted in their narratives, the general sentiment among netizens was one of relief. Future Technology is remarkable. Just days ago, the internet was rife with negative coverage about artificial intelligence and energy waves. Yet, within an hour of their announcement, the news vanished. Several prominent figures were swift to delete their posts, but I managed to take screenshots. Let them be warned. Since they dared to spread lies, they should not cower. Deleting posts is quick work, but let us not forget that the internet has a memory. Regrettably, Future Technology faced limitations with foreign media outlets, as they could only pursue legal action against them. Yet, Future Technology remained unfazed. Initially, it was the Western nations that set the narrative. However, when Future Technology declared, "Our products will not be sold in Western countries," those critics were left dumbfounded. This enterprise possesses true grit and integrity. If only there were more companies like this in Yanhua. Integrity and tenacity are rooted in strength. How many companies possess such strength? This sentiment garnered widespread agreement. The demeanor of Future Technology is firmly grounded in its capabilities. They have consistently held the stance, "Go ahead, take your best shot." At that moment, Wang Lu, the Bloomberg journalist who had initially published the article titled Artificial Intelligence Privacy Breach, "Would you still dare to use it?" received an inquiry call from Future Technology. Her heart raced with apprehension. Though Future Technology was merely inquiring politely about the individuals involved, she was acutely aware that the subject was entirely fabricated. The individual in question did not wish to be disturbed and, thus, she felt unqualified to provide any information without their consent. Wang Lu struggled to maintain a calm demeanor, yet her complexion turned pale. "Since you believe our product is responsible for the data breach, it's likely they will not cooperate with our investigation. Correct? If it is proven that artificial intelligence is at fault, we will publicly apologize and provide compensation. I hope you can contact her soon. We will reach out afterward." The voice on the other end, Lu Qing, spoke with an air of significance. After hanging up, Wang Lu bit her lip, feeling utterly lost. What should she do? Perhaps she could find someone to impersonate the individual? Chapter 89. Little Tong, lend me a hand. Wang Lu bit her lip as she spoke on the phone. What has happened? Wang Li's best friend exclaimed from the other end. There's been an issue with a news report regarding Future Technology. Wang Lu briefly explained the situation. Her friend widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? You dare to publish such news recklessly?" Wang Li's face turned pale, her heart racing with anxiety. "I didn't want this to happen. I owe someone money, and they just happened to find me. I can't help you. No one dares to assist in matters like this. Have you thought about the consequences?" After several changes in expression, Wang Li's friend sighed. "Apologize. Sincerely apologize to them. Perhaps they will reconsider pressing charges." "No way, if I apologize, it's over for me."
Wang Lu screamed.
Her friend shook her head, unwilling to be drawn into the matter any further, and immediately hung up. Beep beep beep. Listening to the dial tone, Wang Li's complexion shifted from pale to green. "How ungrateful. I treated you so well, and yet you refuse to help me with this." After spending the night brainstorming solutions, Wang Lu looked haggard when she received a call from Lu Qing. "I'm sorry, but I can't reach the other party. It's as if they've vanished." "Oh really? That's rather peculiar," Lu Qing replied with a cryptic smile. "Indeed, as I reflect on it, I believe the informant may have some issues. I will investigate further, and if the information proves false, I will publicly apologize to you. Wang Lu took a deep breath. This was the solution she had devised overnight, placing the blame on her inability to discern the truth. Perhaps this would earn their forgiveness. Even if there were repercussions, they would likely not be severe. In that case, we will treat this as slander. The police are already involved, and they will surely clarify the situation. We do not accept any apologies, Lu Qing concluded before hanging up. Wang Lu was left in a daze, her phone slipping from her grasp. In this digital age, it's not uncommon for journalists to fabricate news, and it hasn't caused you significant harm. Why is future technology being so litigious? I've already promised to apologize. What more do you want from me? An hour later, Future Technology released another announcement. According to police investigations, the articles published by Bloomberg journalist Wang Lu titled Artificial Intelligence Privacy Leak. Would you still use it? And by Southern Metropolis Daily reporters Lin Haitao and Su Xia, respectively titled Energy Waves Are Unsafe, Potentially Carcinogenic and Smart Robot Injures Child at Home, leading to a facial laceration, have been confirmed as slanderous. The police have intervened. Furthermore, our company will sue the media outlets and influencers who previously disseminated these falsehoods. The list is as follows. We categorically refuse to accept any apologies or settlements. As professionals in the media industry, one must uphold ethical standards and conscience. When you engage in such actions, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Dozens of media outlets, over 20 prominent influencers, and numerous new media platforms that shared the information are now facing lawsuits. Countless influencers and new media personalities were left dumbfounded. Some had accepted payment, while others sought to ride the wave of trending topics for clicks. Now they all face legal action from Future Technology. Initially, no one anticipated that Future Technology would take this step. Even after the first announcement, many believed it would simply blow over, as is typical for corporations. However, Future Technology spared no one, regardless of their stature. Future Technology's V5 was indeed formidable. It was immensely satisfying. Today's media would do anything for traffic. A breath of fresh air. I admire Future Technology's fiery spirit. Bloomberg and Southern Metropolis Daily have long had a dubious reputation. It's about time someone took them to task. I always said it was slander. Where are those malicious commentators now? Those who had accepted payment were now too frightened to involve themselves, each one trembling in front of their computers, fearful of attracting Future Technology's attention. They resolved that they would not accept any future contracts aimed at disparaging Future Technology, no matter the price. This company has a ruthless approach and is quite vindictive. Settlement? Absolutely not. We are indifferent to any media relations. In truth, the owner doesn't care about public perception. We only require our products. Yet, anyone who deliberately stirs up trouble will face consequences. Lu Qing addressed his subordinates. The boss is exactly like this. The boss is magnificent. Many laughed. The owner of Future Technology is indeed unique. It's hard to believe he hasn't left the company premises in 6 months. He spends every day in the office or the lab, resembling the reclusive tech enthusiasts in the R&D department. What about those foreign troublemakers? Someone inquired. There are murmurs online about this, suggesting that Future Technology only exerts authority domestically and disregards foreign issues. The owner never cared about foreign markets. We don't even sell products to them, Lu Qing replied. SNT that right? With the owner's fiery temper and pettiness. I've never bowed to anyone in my life, one employee chuckled. Everyone laughed in response. Many companies have humbled themselves to penetrate international markets, often selling products at significantly lower prices abroad. Yet there is only one company like Future Technology, which you must plead with for products that you cannot obtain. The reason being, the earliest demands from countries like the United States were to surrender artificial intelligence technology for international oversight. Recording this will lead to promotions and raises beckoning me. Another employee from the operations department winked at him. Future Technology is a new company, with young employees and a vibrant atmosphere. Many enjoy the division of labor. I'll treat you all tonight. You wish to conduct an exclusive interview with me? When did you start engaging in such transactional endeavors? Jiang Luhai asked in astonishment. Pooh, can't you say something nice? Academician Chung playfully rebuked him. S&T the CATV reaching out to me, asking me to greet you? They wanted to interview you multiple times, but you've consistently declined. After all, the public is quite curious about you and future technology. Everyone finds you extraordinarily enigmatic. You can choose the time and place. Jiang Luhai pondered. It was not a significant matter. He felt compelled to accommodate academician Chung. Let us hold it at our company. They can communicate the timing with my secretary, but I can only spare them an hour. Then it's settled. Also, Old Su asked when you would be speaking at Jingda. You promised back then, and those students are about to graduate. Hey, the phone signal is poor. I can't hear clearly. Jiang Luhai said a few words before abruptly hanging up. Hello? Academician Chung stared incredulously at his phone. You, a corporate giant with annual revenues in the hundreds of billions, are acting like a child? Chapter 90. The news of Jiang Luhai agreeing to an interview was relayed back to CATV, instantly igniting a fierce competition. This was not solely due to the anticipated viewership, but rather the overwhelming curiosity surrounding this suddenly ascendant future technology mogul. The impact of any program that manages to secure his presence would be significantly amplified. Ultimately, the opportunity was seized by CATV2's prestigious interview show, Dialogue. Although Dialogue typically took place within a studio, the entire team was relocated to Chin City for this special occasion. Upon learning the details of the program, Jiang Luhai expressed his satisfaction. Dialogue primarily invites entrepreneurs and prominent figures for face-to-face discussions with the audience, emphasizing the clash of ideas and the exchange of wisdom to explore new concepts. This format is decidedly more comfortable compared to other interview shows that delve into the depths of a guest's psyche. 2 days later, Jiang Luhai arrived at the conference hall designated for the product launch, where 2 chairs and a tea table were set up, surrounded by a considerable audience. Welcome to this episode of Dialogue. Our guest today is a distinguished entrepreneur with immense renown both domestically and internationally, and he remains quite enigmatic. Please welcome our guest to the stage, announced the host, Chun Wei, with a smile. The applause was thunderous. Mr. Jiang, it seems everyone is eagerly anticipating a dialogue with you, he remarked. Jiang Luhai waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's not quite what it seems. Half of those seated are our company employees, and not applauding might lead to some awkwardness. Laughter erupted in the room, with someone commenting on the boss's bluntness. In attendance were not only employees from Future Technology, but also students from Ocean University. Even those who had previously watched Jiang Luhai's videos found his presence captivating, particularly his unforgettable eyes, which conveyed an aura that videos could not capture. I am truly pleased to have this opportunity to engage with all of you, Jiang Luhai said, taking a seat with a smile. Despite barely half a year passing in 2024, monumental changes had unfolded in various spheres. Intelligent robots and artificial intelligence had permeated countless households, while biological chips had significantly enhanced China's chip research capabilities, propelling the nation to the forefront of chip technology. These advancements were attributed to Future Technology and Jiang Luhai's visionary leadership. A question arose that everyone was eager to ask. Mr. Jiang, having achieved remarkable success at such a young age, amassing billions in assets through the futures market shortly after graduating, why did you pivot to the realm of technology research and development? Rather than leveraging current events to commence the interview, Chun Wei chose to focus on Jiang Luhai as an individual, given the overwhelming public curiosity about him. Jiang Luhai responded thoughtfully to pursue ideals or dreams, perhaps. I believe life is fleeting, and living solely for wealth is rather unfulfilling. After all, money is not something we can take with us when we depart. Engaging in endeavors that resonate with me and leaving a meaningful legacy for the world is what I find valuable. Many in the audience nodded in agreement. While such sentiments might sound pretentious from others, Jiang Luhai's words held a certain authenticity. The actions of Future Technology since its inception have illustrated its uniqueness, distinguishing it from typical enterprises. Chun Wei then asked, May I inquire about your dreams? Jiang Luhai replied, They say a man's dreams are akin to the stars and the sea. I suppose I share a similar sentiment. The vastness of the cosmos is what beckons our exploration. While the challenges are formidable, I begin with what I can achieve, propelling advancements in technology to pave the way for future cosmic exploration. Chun Wei's eyes lit up at this intriguing perspective. For instance, artificial intelligence and biological chips are seen by most as tools for entertainment. Yet for me, They represent instruments of production that can further propel global technological advancement. As Jiang Luhai elaborated on his ideas, even Chen Wei, accustomed to conversing with industry titans, found himself admiring Jiang Luhai. This was not merely rhetoric. He was a man of action, achieving what he professed. Thus, future technology has never primarily pursued commercial objectives? Chen Wei inquired. Jiang Luhai responded, "Certainly, what commercial company operates like ours? If you claim my product is subpar, that's fine. I won't sell it to you. My objectives are met regardless, and any profit is merely an ancillary benefit." Many assert that future technology is quite audacious. In truth, we are not a commercial enterprise, yet others continually assess us through that lens, leading them to question our decisions. After a brief pause, he added with a smile, "Of course, it's feasible. As long as I possess the technology, that's sufficient. We need not concern ourselves with what others prioritize, such as market share or commercial prospects. We pursue our passions, and once our innovations come to fruition, other companies will naturally seek collaboration." The audience erupted in applause, captivated by his commanding confidence. Future Technology's motto has always been to forge the future and lead the era. What vision do you hold for the future? Chen Wei probed. Artificial intelligence and biological chips were once part of my envisioned future, and now they have materialized. Future aspirations include gene targeting, virtual reality, cosmic exploration, and interstellar colonization. The possibilities are vast. It was evident that Jiang Luhai harbored grand ambitions. And how soon do you believe these aspirations can be realized? Chen Wei asked. Some developments are imminent. For example, cosmic exploration and lunar bases could commence within a year or two. Others will require the maturation of additional technologies. Nonetheless, I am confident that these goals are entirely attainable, and we will strive toward them. Since the inception of future technology, have you encountered any difficulties? Chen Wei continued. Challenges certainly exist. For instance, when the West refused to supply us with chips, we resolved to conduct our own research. The patents reside in their hands, so we pivoted to developing biological chips. As you are aware, the results speak for themselves. Laughter resonated throughout the room at this remark, illustrating Jiang Luhai's knack for addressing the West's shortcomings with humor. This moment allowed many to gain insight into the legendary figure of Jiang Luhai, a genuine individual with lofty ideals. The discussion then shifted to pressing concerns regarding the safety of artificial intelligence, during which Jiang Luhai addressed various audience questions. Finally, Chen Wei inquired, reflecting on your journey thus far, do you have any parting thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Luhai replied, I find the actions of the United States Federal Aviation Administration to be exceedingly foolish. The room fell silent. Even Chen Wei felt a chill. Typically, such final reflections encompass personal journeys and hopes for the future. Yet Jiang Luhai opted to make a bold statement. The FAA has transmitted signals into the depths of space in an attempt to establish contact with extraterrestrial civilizations, reveling in their endeavor. In my view, it is utterly misguided. Consider how humanity treats pigs, cows, and sheep. If an extraterrestrial civilization possessed formidable power, how might they respond upon discovering a weaker civilization? Would they seek peaceful relations and mutual assistance? Hardly. Humanity struggles to achieve harmony internally. The United States, under the guise of justice, sanctions and exploits other nations to enrich itself. A glance at history reveals how developed nations flourished, built upon the blood and flesh of colonized peoples, through plunder. Why then, would they assume that extraterrestrial beings would behave more civilly? According to current observations, the universe has existed for approximately 13.8 billion years. Planets formed over 12 billion years ago, while the solar system emerged around 4.6 billion years ago, and Earth came into being approximately 4.5 billion years ago. Life appeared on our planet around 3.8 billion years ago, yet human civilization has only flourished for about 5,000 years. This timeline indicates that the maximum duration of life on Earth, leading up to human development, spans merely 3.8 billion years. What does this imply? It suggests that the most ancient civilizations in the universe could predate us by 7 to 8 billion years. Given that humanity has advanced to its current state in just 5,000 years, one wonders what level of development those civilizations that emerged 7 to 8 billion years ago might have attained. If they were to discover us, how would they respond? Thus, I assert that the actions of the United States Space Agency are utterly foolish. To entrust the survival of one species to the benevolence of extraterrestrial beings is nothing short of a mockery of human existence. Jiang Luhai did not speak of any so-called dark forest theory, but rather conveyed his understanding. From the experiences of the Anomi world and the conflicts of the Panracial Alliance, we can glean much insight. Upon concluding this discourse, everyone was rendered speechless. Even Chun Wei momentarily forgot to speak. The only thought occupying their minds was, is this truly the case? Based on Jiang Luhai's examples, there appears to be no question. Within human civilization, it is a realm of the weak being devoured by the strong. Is it not the case that the current actions of the United States Space Agency merely place a weapon in the hands of others? Chapter 91. Should this be cut? During the post-production phase, the program director, Chibo, presented the footage to the channel's executive. "Let me inquire," he said, as the executive furrowed his brow, remarking on the audacity of the content. While most segments were acceptable, Jiang Luhai's comments in the final segment were particularly pointed, directly criticizing Citigroup. If aired, it would undoubtedly stir considerable controversy, potentially provoking a backlash from Citigroup. After making a few calls, the executive raised an eyebrow and declared, "No need to cut it, let it air as is." Excellent. Chibo chuckled, convinced that this episode would wield significant influence and be quite entertaining. As he exited the office, he hummed a cheerful tune, reflecting on the undeniable changes in the nation. In the past, during a period where stability and low-profile development were prioritized, such statements would have never seen the light of day. Now, however, there was no longer a need to constantly gauge the reactions of Western powers. Mutual sanctions were on the table. Who was afraid of whom? The episode featuring Jiang Luhai, CEO of Future Technology, was advertised as a must-watch on June 14th, marking his debut on a talk show to discuss ideals and the future. Even before the video for this installment of the program was completed, news of Jiang's appearance had already flooded the internet. This buzz, however, did not stem from the show's production team but rather from students at Ocean University who were present at the event, naturally drawing widespread attention. As a high-end interview program, Dialogue typically shunned overly dramatic narratives, instead catering to an audience of elite professionals and government officials. Yet, by 9 in the evening, a significant number of young viewers were glued to their screens. It was indeed a rare occasion. Jiang had finally agreed to make a public appearance. My sister, who worked at Future Technology, remarked that Jiang rarely left the company, spending his days either in the office or the laboratory. Though he had mentioned a speaking engagement at Peking University, it had not materialized. His participation in a talk show was indeed a noteworthy feat, suggesting a rather reclusive nature. Jiang's focused dedication likely contributed to his remarkable achievements at such a young age. Unlike other entrepreneurs who flit from one event to another, seemingly neglecting their research, Jiang was a figure of substance. Though he was a business owner, his commitment to research was apparent. After all, was there anyone unaware that artificial intelligence was developed by Jiang and another prominent figure in the field? Despite his background in oceanography, he had established himself as an authority in finance and artificial intelligence. As discussions among netizens swirled, the episode of Dialogue finally commenced. Jiang Luhai's opening statement elicited laughter from many. His candidness was refreshing, as he articulated a profound truth. Chun Wei, unable to mask his embarrassment, chuckled awkwardly at the unexpected honesty. Jiang pondered for a moment before expressing, "For ideals or dreams, I believe life is too brief to be solely about money. Wealth is transient. We come into this world with nothing and leave with nothing. Engaging in pursuits that resonate with us and leaving a mark on the world is what holds true value." This sentiment resonated deeply, reflecting not only his words but his actions, embodying a harmony of principle and practice that far surpassed that of typical entrepreneurs. While they thrived in business, Jiang excelled in technology, with earnings reaching astronomical heights. However, one must recognize that while life should not revolve around wealth, possessing it provides the foundation to pursue one's dreams. Without financial stability, the quest for aspirations can seem quite improbable. On stage, Chun Wei inquired, "Since the establishment of Future Technology, have you faced any challenges?" Jiang chuckled, "Challenges? Certainly. For instance, when the West refused to sell us chips, we decided to innovate and conduct our own research. If the patents are in their hands, we can simply pivot and develop biological chips. And as you may know, laughter erupted in the audience, as Zhang's commentary on biological chips struck a chord. His sharp wit served to highlight the follies of Western opposition, illustrating their shortcomings in a humorous light. Zhang's retorts were not only clever but also served as a cathartic release for those frustrated by constant sanctions. As the interview approached its conclusion, Zhang's final remarks left the audience stunned. He boldly stated, "History reveals how developed nations prospered, on the backs of colonized peoples, through acts of plunder." This proclamation stripped away the veils of respectability from developed nations, sending shockwaves through the audience. The astonishment was palpable. No one anticipated Zhang would speak so forthrightly, provoking a collective gasp. To entrust the fate of one's race to the benevolence of extraterrestrial beings? Are they jesting with humanity's survival? A chilling realization swept through the crowd. If, as Zhang suggested, an advanced civilization were to discover humanity, what might ensue? Goodness, I am quite unnerved. The existence of aliens remains unproven. Are we overthinking this? Some skeptics argued, while others dismissed the notion entirely, claiming it was a far-fetched scenario. Even if extraterrestrials were to receive our signals and arrive in our solar system, who knows how long that would take? By then, humanity might have already been extinguished by artificial intelligence, leaving only robots behind. Perhaps the aliens would arrive to seek vengeance. This was undoubtedly the most amusing joke I had heard this year. Should extraterrestrials truly arrive on Earth, I believe we would welcome them with open arms. Unlike some, I doubt they would harbor the same malevolence attributed to Easterners. Even the Citigroup released a statement in response. Is this what the ancient Chinese idiom of Qi Ren Yu Tian refers to? Perhaps Zhang ought to consult a physician or allow his smart robots to conduct a diagnostic assessment. He might be suffering from some form of paranoia. Qi Ren Yu Tian? Zhang Luhai chuckled softly as he closed his laptop. I suspect that before long, you won't see it as mere paranoia. Chapter 92. Zhang Luiyue sat on the sofa, clutching a cushion, while Yang Xiaolu, with a bag of potato chips in hand, resembled two little hamsters. Over the past 6 months, Zhang Luiyue had become noticeably fairer and had gained a bit of weight, no longer appearing as malnourished as before. Having just completed her college entrance examination, she arrived at Qingdao after a 4-day reunion with classmates. That evening, she invited Yang Xiaolu to dinner, and afterward, they settled in to watch an interview program. Meanwhile, Zhang Luhai had been running on the treadmill for 2 hours. "Brother, are you sure this is all right?" Zhang Luiyue asked, turning to him as the interview reached its conclusion. The strength of the Citigroup was widely recognized, and Zhang Luhai had made bold statements during the interview. What could possibly go wrong? They can't bite him. Before Zhang Luhai could respond, Yang Xiaolu interjected. After all, he hardly leaves home, and there are security guards at the company and wherever he goes. As long as he doesn't travel abroad, they can only fume in frustration. Maintain a modicum of respect for your boss. At least on the surface, Zhang Luhai admonished, stepping off the treadmill, still surprisingly dry from sweat. As he passed by the sofa, he playfully flicked Yang Xiaolu on the head. "Ouch!" Yang Xiaolu exclaimed, covering her head in mock pain. Brother Zhang Luiyue shot him an annoyed glance. "The guest rooms are clean and equipped. Find a room to stay in tonight," Zhang Luhai suggested. Yang Xiaolu wrinkled her nose and flashed him a grin. Once Zhang Luhai retreated to his room, the two girls began to whisper. "Xiaolu, what do you see in my brother?" Zhang Luiyue inquired, stroking her chin thoughtfully. "He's handsome and wealthy,"
Yang Xiaolu replied confidently.
"I don't believe it." Zhang Luiyue shook her head. Having spent significant time with Yang Xiaolu during her last visit, she could easily discern many things. Yang Xiaolu's family background was certainly not lacking. Though not excessively affluent, they were comfortably well off. Such a girl would typically not be overly sensitive to wealth, and with Yang Xiaolu's beauty, she likely had numerous admirers, some of whom were undoubtedly wealthy. "Who knows why I've been so blind?" Yang Xiaolu lamented with a woeful expression. "Actually, my brother is quite good," Zhang Luiyue said with a forced laugh, eager to speak well of him. She genuinely liked Yang Xiaolu and often sought to create opportunities for them, but regrettably, her brother seemed to withdraw more as he aged. Once charming and engaging with girls, he had become rather wooden. Lying on her bed, Yang Xiaolu pondered her own blindness. Initially, at the barbecue restaurant, her gratitude was genuine, and she had jokingly remarked about it, but never truly took it to heart. Reflecting back, it seemed that no one believed Zhang Luhai could build a skyscraper in a day. Yet, when the architectural marvel emerged, it felt like a miracle profoundly shocking to many. At that time, Zhang Luhai was radiant under the sunlight. Never mind. I'm not in a hurry, Yang Xiaolu thought, feeling her head ache as she considered the situation. After all, her brother, despite his immense wealth, spent his days confined to the laboratory, office, and home, offering her no sense of urgency. Brother, may I accompany you to the laboratory? Zhang Luiyue asked during breakfast. Interested? Zhang Luhai chuckled at her enthusiasm. Or perhaps you'd prefer to explore Qingdao with Xiaolu. I'm genuinely curious, not just me, but many outsiders are intrigued by how you research artificial intelligence, energy waves, and biological chips. It's normal for industry insiders to be interested. If you want to go, feel free, but remember, do not touch anything and do not speak of what you see. My lips are sealed, Zhang Luiyue mimicked, zipping her mouth shut. How childish, Zhang Luhai remarked, amused. Ever since their parents passed away, Zhang Luiyue rarely displayed such childlike behavior, which uplifted his spirits. Let us go, Zhang Luhai decided, leading Zhang Luiyue first to the energy laboratory, where they were still researching energy waves in hopes of technological expansion. The technology Zhang Luhai acquired could not be resold, but any new developments could be marketed. This was one of the primary reasons he established his company. After casually addressing two issues, Zhang Luhai inquired, "What are your thoughts?" "It's quite fascinating," Zhang Luiyue replied, her eyes sparkling. Each individual is in pursuit of their own truth, and even the smallest discoveries can bring immense joy. The technologies that drive societal change emerge in laboratories like these. Have you decided which university to attend? Zhang Luhai suddenly asked. Yanhua Ocean University. They have laboratories and you could help out there on weekends, he suggested, ruffling his sister's hair, pleasantly surprised that Luiyue showed an interest in scientific research. This made him even happier. While in the laboratory, no matter what you see, keep it to yourself unless one day those things are truly revealed. Zhang Luohai's expression turned serious, leaving Zhang Luiyue perplexed about what had made him so grave. However, she nodded earnestly. The research conducted there has a more profound impact on human society than artificial intelligence. Zhang Luhai explained as he brought her to the first biological engineering laboratory. How are the subjects? He inquired. Subjects 1 to 5 are in good condition, while subjects 6 to 10 are experiencing varying degrees of accelerated aging. What is the cause? Nutrition. For subjects 6 to 10, we reduced the nutritional pace ratio, but the brain enhancement process demands substantial nourishment. When nutrition is insufficient, the body compensates by drawing from its cells. At this moment, Zhang Luiyue was filled with curiosity, but upon seeing the subjects, she was nearly taken aback, gasping in astonishment. Yet, she noticed Zhang Luhai smiling as he asked, "Old you, how do you feel?" "My brain has never been clearer. My logical reasoning and memory have improved tremendously," Yu Ibo replied, looking somewhat dazed. "I never imagined someone could develop this. If everyone could benefit, the future of Earth would surely be bright. Or it could lead to societal chaos," Zhang Luhai chuckled. "That is true. If I were in my current position back then, I definitely wouldn't have acted impulsively. I could think of several ways to punish that couple." Yu Ibo replied with a laugh, then sighed. But alas, there are no ifs in life. Indeed, Zhang Luhai shared his sentiment for the middle-aged man. "Has your project been successful?" Yu Ibo inquired with curiosity. "Nothing major has emerged yet. We need to observe further. From a certain perspective, you are pioneers of humanity. Now that you mention it, I feel a sense of honor," Yu Ibo laughed heartily. "All right, this round of checks is complete. If you experience any discomfort, please notify us immediately," a researcher noted after recording the results. "By the way, Mr. Jiang, thank you. My daughter visited me recently, and her condition has improved significantly, all thanks to you." Yu Ibo expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he stood to leave. Only after exiting the laboratory did Zhang Luhai say, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." He was pleased that Zhang Luiyue had retained her earlier instructions in silence. "I was startled at first," Zhang Luiyue admitted. Seeing the subjects as people was indeed shocking, she confessed. Initially, she had been frightened, but upon noticing they were unharmed and escorted by police officers, she began to form her own hypotheses. From your conversation, this research is quite significant, I senti it. Of course. Can you share more? Why not? In truth, this information is not particularly confidential, merely temporarily withheld from public disclosure. Zhang Luhai gently tousled her hair. We have discovered the wisdom gene and successfully activated it, enabling us to enhance the brain regions. Zhang Luhai proceeded to elucidate the concept of brain region enhancement. Zhang Liu's mouth fell agape, her expression one of incredulity. Although she had previously recognized the significance of this experiment, she had not anticipated its astonishing implications. Should the specifics of this experiment be divulged, it would undoubtedly cause a global sensation. The ramifications of brain region enhancement are nothing short of revolutionary for human society. Why are you telling me this? Zhang Luiyue finally regained her composure, her first question directed at this matter. You are my sister. It is only a matter of time before you learn about it. Moreover, as I mentioned earlier, this information is not exceedingly confidential. Most importantly, the results of this experiment are not publicly accessible. However, since you have shown interest in scientific research, once the safety of the experiment is assured, you will be activated. Therefore, you will eventually come to know. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luiyue could hardly contain her excitement. The prospect of brain region enhancement approaching a doubling. No one could remain indifferent to such a revelation. Chapter 93. Have the construction worms been cultivated? I have instructed someone to retrieve them. Zhang Luhai sent a message to Elder Yang, indicating that the delivery is ready. The value of the construction worms is merely 2 black coins. Yet their cultivation proved to be far more challenging than anticipated. They remained in the laboratory until today, culminating in the successful cultivation of 20 units of construction worms. Turning to the window, Zhang Luiyue sat cross-legged, engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to the world outside. Sunlight bathed her, accentuating her plumpness. Zhang Luhai mused that the word seemed could easily be omitted. She was indeed rounder. The book in her hands had transformed into the 2nd volume of biochemistry. Since her last visit to the biological laboratory, her interest in bioengineering had surged. Within a month, she had completed the first volumes of microbiology and bioengineering. Zhang Luhai had perused her notes, which were meticulously detailed. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Zhang Luiyue would likely enroll in the Marine University's Biological Sciences program. After finishing her reading each day, she could visit the 2nd bioengineering laboratory, where she would only be permitted to observe and listen, without any hands-on engagement. Isn't it too early? Zhang Luiyue inquired, lifting her gaze from the book. It is merely for exposure, Zhang Luhai replied. I do not expect you to learn much. It's just to allow you to experience the environment. Oh, I see, Zhang Luiyue said, sticking out her tongue, entirely unfazed by any perceived belittlement. The laboratories were filled with individuals holding master's degrees at the very least, with numerous Ph.D. holders and even several professors. She suspected that her presence would leave her bewildered, unable to comprehend the discussions. With the recent establishment of a physics laboratory, there were now a total of 8 laboratories. 1 was dedicated to theoretical research within the physics domain. 2 energy laboratories focused on the expansion of energy wave technology and the conversion of electrical energy. 3 bioengineering laboratories comprised of the first for intelligent gene experiments, the second for research on biological chips, and the third for gene targeting experiments. Zhang Luiyue was to visit the 2nd laboratory. Additionally, there were 2 lesser-known materials laboratories which, despite their modest reputation, held equal importance and status. Zhang Liuhai's emphasis on these 2 laboratories was evident, given that they were overseen by Zhang Zhen. The materials utilized in the biological chip research were cultivated there, as were the construction worms. Mr. Zhang, thank you, a bespectacled middle-aged man expressed his gratitude. I truly admire you. Zhou, an academician from the Academy of Sciences, had come specifically to collect the construction worms. This is not solely my accomplishment. We should credit Lin Tao instead, Zhang Luhai replied with a smile. With Mr. Lin's achievements, he is more than qualified for the academy. Upon my return, I shall recommend him to a few friends. However, he needs to make more public appearances. At the very least, he should publish a paper. Zhou and finally broached the subject he had been eager to discuss. Old friends have asked me to inquire if he has written any papers. When can we expect to see one? Even if it lacks critical components, a rough overview would suffice. His expression revealed his anticipation. He had rushed to collect the construction worms primarily to inquire about the papers. Several products from future technology were of Nobel Prize caliber. Yet since the beginning of the year, not a single paper had been published. Countless individuals were eagerly awaiting news of these papers. Currently, there are no papers. I will revisit it later if time permits. The research progress is quite pressing, so it's unlikely to happen soon, Zhang Luhai responded. Not even a draft? Writing a paper shouldn't take that long. Zhou exclaimed. All right, once the current project reaches a milestone, please remember to publish those papers, especially concerning artificial intelligence and energy waves. If there are concerns, we can keep it internal for now. Zhou felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he understood that it was unrealistic to expect research progress to halt for publication. As he departed, he reiterated his requests. He and his fellow scientists were equally frustrated. In other circumstances, researchers would typically publish papers following significant advancements, not solely for fame or profit, but to engage in fruitful exchanges with peers. Yet, future technology seemed to operate in isolation. All projects were kept under wraps until the products were revealed, with no papers or presentations to accompany them. This left many longing for answers, unable to even pose a question. Even prominent figures in foreign scientific circles had inquired about how to access the technical papers from future technology. Zhou speculated that if papers were used to entice individuals to join as educators, it would likely succeed. Immigration was also a consideration. Do not forget about the papers. Zhou called back as he climbed into the vehicle, still unconvinced. All right, Zhang Luhai replied, amused yet exasperated. Zhou returned not only with the construction worms but also with a computer designed to control them. Upon his return, he promptly sent the construction worms for testing. Have we received any papers? A group of senior academicians inquired eagerly. Not yet. They are currently engaged in a study with a tight schedule. Sighs of disappointment filled the room. However, there were still more pressing matters to attend to. A day later, the experimental results emerged, leaving many aghast. Contrary to previous assumptions, it was currently impossible to determine whether the construction worms belonged to the microbial realm. By definition, anything invisible to the naked eye is classified as a microbe, including bacteria, fungi, and viruses. Yet these construction worms, true to their name, represented an exceptionally minute type of worm that did not fit into any of the existing 8 categories. They were entirely distinct from any known organisms, lacking even similar structural counterparts, suggesting they were artificially created. Indeed, I share your sentiments, another voice chimed in. What astonishes us most about these construction worms is their possession of an organ for receiving information, enabling their control. They must have been artificially cultivated. It is truly remarkable, considering Yang Tao's expertise in microbiology, which borders on the divine. Numerous microbiology experts attempted to analyze the construction worms technology and even sought to cultivate them. However, an even more astonishing revelation soon followed. The genes of these construction worms contained a lock. Unless this lock could be opened, cultivation was impossible. Nevertheless, there was good news as well. These construction worms could consume rocks, sands, and various metals, transforming them into an entirely different material. Their performance surpassed that of the original materials significantly. Harnessing these construction worms, it would be feasible to establish a base on the moon in a remarkably short period. Initially, it was estimated that constructing an 8,000 square meter base on the moon would cost at least $450 billion, with the majority allocated to special building materials and transportation. However, utilizing the construction worms could eliminate these costs entirely. Ultimately, expenses would not exceed $60 billion. Upon receiving this news, the members of a clandestinely assembled lunar base team erupted with excitement, realizing they could redirect more funds and resources towards other endeavors. On the wall of their workspace, a countdown clock ticked away, indicating the time remaining. Chapter 94. The people of Padong City have entered the city and are expected to reach their designated location in 10 minutes. Aaron, noticing the distant signal, whispered to Ainomi, "Are we all prepared?" Ainomi inquired as she rose to her feet. Compared to 2 months ago, a newfound resolve and maturity graced Ainomi's face, replacing the innocence and naivety she once bore. The experiences of these past 2 months had proven to be 100-fold more complex than the preceding 20 years. From a girl foraging in a refuse heap, she had transformed into a rebel and the leader of a self-rescue organization. "Let us proceed," Ainomi declared, turning to walk forward, her cloak billowing high before she wrapped it around herself and advanced step by step. Behind her walked only Aaron. The others were already readying themselves. She had learned just yesterday that Padang City had unearthed 2 pieces of heart rock, known as U-82. All nearby towns, upon discovering heart rock, would send it to Taya City, from where it would be collected by celestial beings. This practice had persisted for thousands of years. Upon receiving this information, Ainomi swiftly devised a plan. On one hand, she had acquired much from Hannibal and needed to reciprocate in order to continue her dealings. This principle is universal across all worlds. On the other hand, while heart rock held no value for others, it was of utmost significance to the celestial beings. It was a divine mandate. Should the heart rock be lost, the celestial beings would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Having spent over a month in Taya, she had come to understand Hannibal's words. The people had long since become numb, taking everything for granted. Even when oppressed or harmed, they remained oblivious to the need for resistance. Only by igniting a fire within their hearts, allowing it to blaze brighter, could they incinerate the celestial beings.
Moments later.
For newcomers to Taya were scanning their surroundings while engaging in light-hearted banter. This was not their first time delivering heart rock. The substance bore no use for ordinary people, and hence, they remained unguarded, merely anticipating today's rewards. "Be careful, clear the way." A vehicle, designed for transporting waste, suddenly lost control as its occupants shouted in panic. The street descended into chaos. The recently arrived individuals hastily stepped aside. One among them was unknowingly shoved, colliding with a young girl. "Ah!" The girl cried out in pain. "Watch where you're going. With so many people around, why are you crowding here?" The one who had been pushed retorted coldly. "You bumped into me." The girl's eyes brimmed with tears. "Move aside." The individual casually shoved the girl away, turning to see several companions jostled a good distance away, before grumbling and pushing through the crowd. Moments later, a voice cried out, "Where's the heart rock?" Meanwhile, in an alley, a young man tossed a small package to Ainomi. "Here you go, President." Ainomi opened the bundle to reveal 2 palm-sized stones, their cracks revealing a vibrant blue within. "No problem, the goods are correct. Everyone, hide away for the next few days. Don't wander the streets and avoid being caught by celestial beings. Rest assured. This is U-82? Zhang Luhai exclaimed upon seeing the 2 fist-sized blue crystals Ainomi had sent, his eyes gleaming with excitement, followed by hearty laughter. "Finally, some gains. This is merely the beginning. There will be more to come. Support for Ainomi must also be increased." Shortly thereafter, intricate lines appeared on the table before Zhang Luhai, and a blue crystal materialized. "This substance is metallic," Zhang Luhai mused, feeling its smoothness and warmth, reminiscent of jade. Typically, crystals are silicon dioxide formations, displaying varied colors due to impurities. However, the piece in his hand was purely metallic. One could only marvel at the wonders of the universe. These 2 pieces should fetch between 100 to 200 black coins. After toying with the crystal for a moment, Zhang Luhai hurried to the laboratory to retrieve some powder for research, planning to sell the rest outright, confident more would come in the future. Perhaps he had exhausted his luck, as he hadn't sold a single technology in the past month. Trading in the Merchant Association worked this way. Technology purchases were often one-time deals. With good fortune, one could earn 1,000 black coins in a month. With bad, one could go months without returns. As Zhang Luhai browsed the U-82 acquisition orders, a message suddenly appeared in the system. "Can you help me? Starflower." Upon reading this, Zhang Luhai's lips curled into a smile. Finally, a new business opportunity had emerged. "My friend, please share your situation so I can determine how to assist you." Although it had taken months to receive another business inquiry, Zhang Luhai remained grounded. "I am a descendant of Starflower. Our clan is peaceful, rarely engaging in conflict," relying on our melodious songs to charm other races. This continued for a long time until one day we ventured beyond our planet. From an unknown distance, a being with an unusual appearance, adorned in garments filled with blossoms, wore a face etched with sorrow, anger, resentment, and regret. We upheld kindness by aiding the kingdom of Gale, helping them flourish. Yet upon leaving their planet, they launched an attack against us, destroying our mother tree and slaughtering our kin. I must secure the assistance of the 9 dynasties. Only they can help us withstand the kingdom of Gale. However, my songs have captivated them. Yet they remain too timid to confront the kingdom of Gale. Jiang Luhai began to jot down notes, swiftly uncovering the essence of the tale. A classic story of a farmer and a snake. This star system comprises 3 life-sustaining planets, each hosting its own intelligent life forms. In essence, this is a nation called the Star Alliance, which, upon leaving their home planet, encountered 2 other civilizations. One had just invented the steam engine, while the other still rode great birds through the skies. The Star Alliance, believing that despite their racial differences, they were all part of the cosmic tapestry, endeavored to assist the other 2 civilizations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luhai couldn't help but scoff. Why hadn't humanity encountered such Na'vi neighbors? How had such a foolish race survived to this day? It was truly eye-opening. Now, the Star Alliance faced its reckoning. After hundreds of years of development, the Kingdom of Gale had grown powerful enough to surpass the Star Alliance and could no longer resist the urge to strike. According to the Star Alliance, the Kingdom of Gale currently boasted a population nearing 10 billion. Jiang Luhai speculated they were perhaps attempting to divert internal conflicts outward while vying for living space. The 9 dynasties, if allied with the Star Alliance, could indeed stand against the Kingdom of Gale. However, the 9 dynasties were timid and hesitant to confront the Kingdom of Gale. The member known as Starflower had come to persuade the 9 dynasties. At this juncture, they still believed they could conquer the 9 dynasties through song and unite against the Kingdom of Gale. Jiang Luhai was at a loss for words. If such a civilization existed on Earth. Never mind, it was better for humanity to remain amicable. The king's youngest daughter from the Kingdom of Gale has just arrived at the 9 dynasties. If this continues, we will have no chance. Can you assist me? Starflower's face was a mix of bitterness and hope. He was uncertain what means this member named Hannibal might possess. Yet, he understood that if the 9 dynasties sided with the Kingdom of Gale, the Star Alliance would face annihilation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luhai's eyes brightened. He began to ponder. This excessively benevolent yet foolish. This civilization. It would be a disservice to his conscience not to extract every ounce of benefit. I can assist you. I possess the ability to persuade the 9 dynasties, and even to help you triumph over the Star Nation. Your encounter with me and the acquisition of my friendship signifies that your Star Alliance is not destined for demise. However, my friendship is never bestowed freely. Comes at a considerable cost. Chapter 95. Can you truly persuade the 9 dynasties? Starflower paid no heed to the latter part of the statement. Upon hearing the initial phrase, his heart quivered. First, elaborate on the circumstances of your 3 nations, details regarding customs, characteristics, history, and so forth. Very well. Jiang Luhai replied after perusing the materials sent by Starflower for a considerable time. It is rather straightforward. Starflower wore a look of confusion. Straightforward? I have nearly despaired over how to convince the 9 dynasties, and now a member of the Merchant Guild claims it is simple. Observing Starflower's silence, Jiang Luhai understood his thoughts and remained unperturbed, stretching leisurely in his chair. He then revisited the notes and sketches he had just made, confirming their accuracy. Starflower took a deep breath, his resolve renewing. What do you require? We can arrange 2 transactions. For the first, I shall provide you with 1,000 black coins to persuade the 9 dynasties. Once that is accomplished, we can proceed with the second transaction. I possess only 630 black coins, Starflower admitted. Jiang Luhai's smile widened at this response. Truly a plump lamb. Indeed, wealth does not come without risk, and prosperity often requires sacrifice. The remainder can be compensated with technical data, which I will select, calculated at 80% of market value. I concur. Starflower replied almost eagerly. Jiang Luhai's words sounded like celestial music to him. If it meant saving the Star Alliance, any amount of technical data was worth it. After all, If the Star Alliance were to perish, what value would those technical materials hold? The only minor concern was how to persuade others within the Star Alliance upon returning. Yet, he felt no apprehension. First, he must navigate this immediate hurdle. "Let us draft the contract," Zhang Luhai said, sending over the document. Without a second thought, Starflower signed it. "You previously mentioned that the beloved youngest daughter of the Wind King has also arrived?" Zhang Luhai inquired. "Indeed, she has come to persuade the 9 dynasties to observe. The 9 dynasties have shown an inclination toward this. Will you have an audience with her?" Zhang Luhai pressed further. "Yes, tonight, in her honor, the 9 dynasties are hosting a banquet. I had not intended to attend." "You must go," Zhang Luhai insisted, his smile becoming even more radiant. "Approach her and then eliminate her. Can you accomplish this?" Starflower was taken aback, his mind reeling in shock. After a lengthy pause, he stammered, "Kill her? Why? While I fear not death. This would render the 9 dynasties even less inclined to assist us. They would surrender me to the Wind Kingdom for retribution, thus abstaining from any conflict with the Star Alliance. No, once you eliminate her, the 9 dynasties will have no retreat. The Wind Kingdom is domineering and vengeful. Despite prior assistance, they will ignite war. The death of the Wind King's beloved daughter within the 9 dynasties will incite the most brutal retaliation once they conquer the Star Alliance. They will have no choice. Even if they entertain a sliver of hope, once they consume your forces, the Wind Kingdom's strength will multiply, rendering the 9 dynasties mere livestock awaiting slaughter. The only distinction lies in whether they perish sooner or later. The primary reason is the sheer population of the Wind Kingdom. Even if they absorb your forces, within a few centuries, both planets will be overrun. Before that time arrives, they will strike at the 9 dynasties. If you kill the Wind King's daughter and present this analysis, they will undoubtedly make a wise decision to assist the Star Alliance. Starflower remained silent for an extended period, finally sending a hesitant message. "Is that truly feasible? As long as the King of the 9 dynasties is not a fool. I assist you for your benefit, not to bring about your demise. Moreover, you possess no alternative, do you?" Zhang Luhai replied, "You are correct." Though Starflower was uncertain of Zhang Luhai's method, he had no other recourse but to attempt it. "Is it not possible to persuade them without killing the Wind King's daughter?" Upon reading this, Zhang Luhai nearly burst into laughter. "Cast aside your foolish, pitiable kindness and cowardice. Only by eliminating the Wind King's daughter and articulating the gravity of the situation can you dispel their illusions of safety. Do not forget, your compatriots are enduring the ravages of war, bleeding and losing their lives. Your homeland is ablaze. In such circumstances, you still hesitate to eliminate the daughter of the war's instigator?" Starflower fell silent once more, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He felt, as Hannibal had once articulated, that he was indeed foolish and cowardly. The Star Alliance had selflessly aided the Wind Kingdom, yet what reward had they reaped in return?
Ishal do me utmost.
"Thank you. It is not merely about trying. It is imperative that you succeed. Do not forget your compatriots and your homeland," Zhang Luhai reiterated firmly. Closing the chat window, Zhang Luhai's smile grew ever more radiant. In truth, he had ensnared Starflower in a predicament. Perhaps it was not entirely a trap. Had they refrained from killing the Wind King's daughter, there remained a reasonable chance of persuading the 9 dynasties, approximately 50%, with exceptional performance perhaps raising it to 60%. With some additional tactics, they might attain a success rate of 70 or 80%. Conversely, the chance of convincing the 9 dynasties after the Wind King's daughter was slain would increase to at least 80%. The remaining 20% depended on the foolishness of the 9 dynasties' leadership. Zhang Luhai's rationale for persuading Starflower to adopt this plan was simple. Should the 9 dynasties engage directly in battle, the Wind Kingdom would inevitably withdraw, nullifying subsequent transactions. If the Wind King's daughter was killed, the Wind Kingdom would be forced to retaliate fiercely. Based on the information Starflower had provided, Zhang Luhai had made his judgments. Thus, the impending transactions would far surpass the current one in magnitude. "I shall instruct you on what to say at the appropriate moment." In an unknown planetary system, during the night within a palace, goblets clinked amidst laughter among diverse races. Starflower wore a grave expression, his demeanor somewhat dazed. The onlookers regarded him with complex expressions, understanding his current state of distress. Regrettably, the Nine Dynasties would not join this war. Like the Star Alliance, they held a strong aversion to conflict, having scarcely experienced war throughout their civilization's history. However, unlike the Star Alliance, which had triumphed through song and alliance over millennia, forming a simple and Na'vi collective, the Nine Dynasties had endured internal strife, rendering them even more fearful of warfare. In his dazed state, Starflower found himself before a female figure adorned with intricate patterns and dark eyes. Oh, is that the envoy from the Star Alliance? The female's face bore a trace of disdain. She regarded the Star Alliance with contempt, perceiving them as a collection of fools and cowards. Even now, as the flames of war encroached upon their homeland, little had changed in their demeanor. For the militaristic Wind Kingdom, they were held in high disdain. Princess Papala turned her back to Starflower, as if unwilling to even glance in his direction. Yet, scarcely had she turned when Starflower seized a dining knife, trembling as he plunged it into her neck and drew it sharply across. All present stood stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief. None had anticipated the kind-hearted Star Alliance would resort to such violence, especially not the most amiable member, Starflower. It is done. Princess Papala is dead. Capture him. Do not allow him to escape. We must hand him over to the Wind King, or else they will surely seek vengeance upon us. All present bore expressions of sheer terror as the guards swiftly restrained the Star Blossom. With her head held high, her melodious voice transformed into anguished and merciless cries. Even if I am surrendered to the kingdom of the Gale, they shall not spare you. The king of the Gale's beloved youngest daughter perished here. He will undoubtedly seek retribution against you, just as he did with us. Chapter 96. Why do you wish to harm us? Even if you are at war with the kingdom of Gale, what concern is that of ours? Consider your own demise. We shall hand you over to the kingdom of Gale. Such an event has never transpired before, an assassination of a princess from the kingdom of Gale at the banquet of the Nine Dynasties. The Star Alliance is doomed. This is your doing, and we, the Nine Dynasties, shall ally with the kingdom of Gale to strike against you. The nobles of the Nine Dynasties were in a frenzy, their faces etched with panic. Princess Papala had already succumbed, having severed half her neck. Even the finest medical assistance proved futile. Now, the minds of the people were engulfed in troubles. King Gale would not let this go unpunished. Amidst the chaos of the Nine Dynasties' nobles, a surge of satisfaction blossomed within Xingjihua. Yet, this satisfaction was soon overshadowed by sorrow. Had she been killed by the kingdom of Gale here, the nobles of the Nine Dynasties would not have reacted in such a manner. Their response would likely have been a mere, apathetic condemnation. The centuries of assistance the Star Alliance had provided to the Nine Dynasties paled in comparison to the fierce intimidation posed by the kingdom of Gale. Xingjihua raised her chin, coldly addressing the assembly. Harm you? I am saving you. You remain oblivious even in the face of death. How absurd that you, so cowardly, fail to recognize the timing and geography that dictate your fate, burying your heads in the sand, believing that the kingdom of Gale will spare you? Or perhaps you are not unaware, but merely too afraid to confront the truth. If you surrender me to the kingdom of Gale, I assure you, the Nine Dynasties are doomed. In no more than a few decades, not a trace of you will remain on this planet. Upon hearing Xingjihua's words, the nobles of the Nine Dynasties turned pale with fury. Nonsense. This is a conflict between your Star Alliance and the kingdom of Gale. What does it have to do with us? Papala was slain by you. If we hand you over. Xingjihua disregarded the others, her gaze fixated on the king of the Nine Dynasties. He parted the crowd, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as he stepped forward. Why have you done this? We had no intention of joining this war, but now that you have acted thus, we have no choice but to assist the kingdom of Gale. You should thank me. I have saved you, Xingjihua proclaimed, lifting her chin high, indifferent to the clamor around her. The efficacy of Hannibal's plan would soon be revealed. Otherwise, the Star Alliance would surely face annihilation. What do you wish to say? The king of the Nine Dynasties furrowed his brow. It is too chaotic here for discourse, Xingjihua replied with a smile. The others immediately voiced their objections. No, how can that be? He is a criminal. Take him away and hand him over to the kingdom of Gale. Xingjihua laughed heartily. Are you truly afraid that I, already subdued, would attack the king of the 9 dynasties? Do you believe your guards are mere decorations? No wonder the 9 dynasties are so timid. You do not even trust your own guards, fearing that one such as I would assassinate your king under their protection. The king of the 9 dynasties shot a glare at those around him, and the uproar quieted significantly. Seize him and follow me. Left minister, right minister, you come too. 2 guards shackled Xingjihua and escorted her into a conference room where the 3 most powerful figures of the 9 dynasties were seated at one end. I grant you an opportunity. Speak now, what is it that you wish to convey? The king of the 9 dynasties inquired, his expression stern. He was curious about what Xingjihua might say. If she could not persuade him, he would have her bound and sent to the kingdom of Gale, then declare war to assist them in their assault on the Star Alliance. I have said it. I am saving you. Do you think that by refusing to engage in war you can secure peace? In reality, you are merely ensnaring yourselves in an unavoidable demise. Do you believe the kingdom of Gale will let you be? Why have they instigated this war? Because their population is excessive and resources are dwindling. How long did it take for their population to grow from 10 million to its current state? 376 years. How long will it take to reach 200 billion? No more than 50 years. When that time comes without the Star Alliance, can the 9 dynasties contend with the kingdom of Gale? You will be next. Xingjihua's expression turned sinister as she observed the 3 deep in thought, continuing to deliver her dire message. You believe you have 50 years' time? No, after obliterating our Star Alliance, they will launch an assault against you within 3 years at most. The 3 were visibly taken aback. The king of the 9 dynasties regarded her intently. Why do you say this? How do you know? Xingjihua, seeing their expressions, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Everything was unfolding as Hannibal had predicted. Hannibal! She had not anticipated that a member of a trade association found in her moment of despair would formulate such an accurate plan so swiftly, as if everything were foreseen. Taking a breath, Xingjihua continued, because you are researching short-range spatial jumps and have made progress. You believe that once you acquire this technology, you will gain the upper hand, exploring outward while simultaneously curbing the expansion of the Kingdom of Gale. They think the same. They will not allow you to achieve short-range spatial jumps and arm yourselves before defeating you. The 9 dynasties differ from the Star Alliance. Our technological advancement has always been slow and linear. Your development, however, is exponential and tiered. It is foreseeable that once your technological breakthrough occurs, an eruption phase will follow. Even the Kingdom of Gale may not be your match. Do you think the Kingdom of Gale will idly watch this unfold? Even if you abhor war, they will annihilate you before any crisis emerges. That is merely your conjecture. It cannot be relied upon. Left Minister Zhuobua interjected darkly. Zhuobua, the most powerful noble under the king, was also his right-hand man. Just a guess? No. This is the future. Xingjihua declared loudly, suddenly bursting into laughter. A laughter filled with exhilaration. Hannibal was correct. She should indeed have killed Princess Papala. How foolish she had been to hesitate. Moreover, there remains a crucial point. Papala's death occurred within the 9 dynasties. She was the favorite daughter of King Gale. Given such an incident, how would the renownedly valiant and fierce kingdom of Gale respond? Even if you hand me over, they will undoubtedly harbor a grudge against you. In the short term, they will direct their wrath toward our Star Alliance. What then, after the Star Alliance is annihilated? Once they regroup, they will need no pretext to declare war against you in the name of vengeance. The Kingdom of Gale's methods are well understood by us all. Coupled with previous deductions, can be said that your fate is already sealed. You can either ally with our Star Alliance to confront the Kingdom of Gale together or assist the Kingdom of Gale, destroying the Star Alliance, only to find yourselves subsequently obliterated by them. The king of the 9 dynasties, Zhuobua, and the right minister's faces changed drastically at the outset, rising abruptly as if ready to devour her. Yet, they made no move, allowing Xingjihua to continue her discourse. Now, it is your turn to choose, gentlemen, Xingjihua said with a smile. Survival or destruction. Take him away. No one is to approach him. The king of the 9 dynasties closed his eyes, his expression complex. Find a room. Do not confine him in a dungeon. Xingjihua was taken to a chamber, her body relaxing as she lay down on the bed. I have succeeded. I have succeeded. The star flower murmured softly twice before bursting into laughter. At this juncture, he realized that he had achieved his goal. After the laughter, tears cascaded down his cheeks. A beautiful melody can resonate deeply within the soul, yet it cannot save the Star Alliance. However, taking life can. Thank you, Hannibal. The star flower still felt that everything that transpired today was akin to a dream. Hannibal had never laid eyes upon the Star Alliance, the Nine Dynasties, or the Gale, yet he managed to deduce everything solely from his descriptions. Everything unfolded flawlessly according to his plan. One wonders what kind of civilization Hannibal hails from. At this moment, the star flower's heart swelled with gratitude and admiration. Chapter 97. The following morning, the king of the Nine Dynasties received the starflower in the palace. Left Minister and Right Minister were also present, along with several prominent nobles and generals from the Nine Dynasties. It could be said that these individuals comprised the most powerful figures in the Nine Dynasties. Upon entering the hall, Starflower observed the unmistakable fatigue, gloom, and bloodshot eyes of the attendees, which almost made him want to laugh. It seemed evident that they had deliberated throughout the night. "Good morning, everyone," Starflower greeted with a smile. Prior to this day, the state of those present mirrored Starflower's own daily condition, if not worse. However, in just one night, the circumstances had completely reversed. The attendees stared at Starflower, their eyes wide with incredulity. The people of the Nine Dynasties were known for their large eyes, and at this moment, their astonished expressions nearly occupied a third of their heads. Had it not been for the impending alliance with the Star Alliance, they would have torn this rascal to shreds and disposed of him to the beasts. Having engaged with the Star Alliance for many years, the Starflower clan had always been esteemed guests in various nations, renowned for their captivating singing and benevolent, peaceful demeanor. Yet, the individual before them was nothing short of a rogue. "It appears you have already reached a conclusion," Starflower remarked with a smile. "Humph," several nobles scoffed in response. However, the king of the Nine Dynasties, along with the Left Minister and Right Minister, maintained their composure. Since they had come to a realization, there was no need to complicate matters further. Nevertheless, they were curious about Starflower's actions over the past 2 weeks. His movements had been predictable, akin to his previous self. Yet last night he seemed to have transformed entirely. They were left wondering what could have instigated such a drastic change. Neither the Star Alliance nor we in the Nine Dynasties excel at warfare. Even if we were to ally, we may not prevail against the Kingdom of Gale, the king of the Nine Dynasties stated. "No, we will undoubtedly triumph over the Kingdom of Gale," Starflower confidently retorted. "From where does your confidence stem? Do you comprehend military affairs?" Several generals from the Nine Dynasties could not help but question. Though the Kingdom of Gale had but a single planet, its military strength far surpassed that of both the Star Alliance and the Nine Dynasties. Particularly, the Kingdom of Gale revered valor, and many preferred to take their own lives in defeat, a fervent dedication to victory that neither of the two nations could rival. Thus, even with equal forces, the Kingdom of Gale would outperform both nations on the battlefield. Not to mention, internal strife within the Kingdom of Gale had led to superior weaponry and military command capabilities. "While I may not grasp military matters, there is someone who certainly does," Starflower replied. "Ha!" A general scoffed coldly. "Who is this esteemed general from the Star Alliance?" "As far as I know, your alliance has rarely engaged in warfare. The so-called army is merely a symbolic gesture. Otherwise, how could they crumble at the first strike in battle? It was he who informed me on how to persuade you of the Nine Dynasties." "It seems he was indeed correct," Starflower said. Though he had never interacted with the Nine Dynasties, he could predict their every move from afar, beyond the endless stars. "Who is this person?" The members of the Nine Dynasties were taken aback, realizing that Starflower's sudden transformation was due to another individual. "His name is Hannibal, but there's no need for me to divulge further details." Starflower wisely refrained from disclosing the intricacies of the Merchant Association and Hannibal's involvement. The king of the Nine Dynasties wore a conflicted expression, pondering for a long while before speaking. Even if he possesses some skill in this matter, it does not imply he comprehends warfare. Believe it or not, the choice is yours. Regardless, you have no other options, do you? Starflower observed the frustrated expressions of the group, feeling increasingly exhilarated. He experienced a newfound thrill in dominating the situation, far more gratifying than mesmerizing hearts with song. It was an intoxicating sensation. Upon returning to his chamber, Starflower eagerly contacted the Star Alliance. "Did you succeed? I knew you could." The response was filled with joy. "You have accomplished a monumental feat. Any accolades would be insufficient. Upon your return, we shall host a grand celebration in your honor, welcoming you with flowers, fine wine, and song." On the other end of the communication device, as the news of Starflower's success spread, everyone erupted in cheers, some even moved to tears. Despite the ongoing war, they finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. "Indeed, I succeeded. I did not let your expectations down. As for flowers, fine wine, and song, let us set those aside for now. The war must take precedence." Starflower suddenly found the phrases flowers, fine wine, and song to be rather jarring. After a moment's pause, he opened the Merchant Association system to connect with Zhang Luhai. "Hannibal, I extend my sincerest gratitude on behalf of the Star Alliance. Thank you. Your plan was executed flawlessly, precisely as you predicted. The 9 dynasties have resolved to ally with us. Once I return, I will hand over those technologies to you." After sending a few messages, Starflower began to wait. He wished to inquire about the next steps. Although he had persuaded the 9 dynasties, the process had unveiled Hannibal's formidable prowess, and he needed to consult him for reassurance regarding future actions. Zhang Luhai had just awakened when he received the message. "You succeeded." A smile graced his face. Although he had anticipated this outcome, it was only now that it had come to fruition. "Congratulations, my friend. You have single-handedly restored the Star Alliance to stability. The 9 dynasties' involvement is just the beginning. The next challenge lies in how to defeat the Kingdom of Gale. However, I will assist you, for the sake of our friendship," Zhang Luhai silently added, along with the technical data and black coins. He later checked Starflower's personal page and was astonished by the acquisition orders. Starflower was consistently purchasing music from various worlds at a staggering rate of 1. For Zhang Luhai thought it a tremendous waste for such black coins to be in Starflower's possession. Yet, being allied with such an innocent and unassuming civilization was a remarkable fortune, especially given their immense potential value. This was a civilization devoid of aggression, akin to herbivores. Oh, perhaps that comparison was unfair. Rhinoceroses and hippos possess considerable aggression as well. Subsequently, Starflower transferred the black coins as per their agreement. They would await Starflower's return to continue their transactions. Zhang Luhai, overwhelmed with heartfelt gratitude, closed the chat window and gazed at the remaining 1,020 black coins, feeling a sense of burgeoning ambition. Perhaps he could purchase his own spaceship now. Chapter 98. Initially, the spacecraft was priced at 600 black coins, with an additional 60 black coins required to upgrade to a standard level 1 energy shield and engine. It is worth noting that the universe is teeming with countless level 1 civilizations, each possessing its own grading standards. However, most fail to meet the criteria set by the commercial guild. Achieving the guild's standard level 1 is considered commendable even among level 1 civilizations. In fact, many warships from level 2 civilizations only meet standard level 1 parameters in several aspects. With a budget increased to 1020 black coins, a substantial rise of 50%, Zhang Luhai found himself with a significantly expanded range of options. As he perused the data of various civilization spacecraft, he committed promising candidates to memory for later comparison. Thanks to previous research and spending half a day gathering information, he finally settled on one. The Exploration 3 class spacecraft features a length of 92 meters, a width of 33 meters, and a height of 24 meters, its design characterized by sharp angles. It boasts side wings and 2 protruding towers. The vessel is equipped with an energy main cannon, 8 meters in diameter, with a maximum output of 24,000 megawatts, delivering energy equivalent to that produced by 6,000 kilograms of TNT explosions every second. Unlike explosive blasts that disperse energy, this cannon concentrates it at a single point, capable of instantly vaporizing soil and rock. If it targets a location for more than 10 seconds, it can even breach the mantle, causing violent disturbances in the crust. Additionally, the spacecraft is armed with 2 solid-state electromagnetic cannons and 16 close-range rapid-fire guns. Complementing these armaments are the Guild Standard Level 1 energy shield and a Standard Level 1 warp engine. allowing for short-distance space jumps. Notably, the internal layout consists of 4 levels, encompassing over 2,000 square meters of living space, including 10 rooms capable of accommodating 20 individuals, outfitted with cryogenic pods, a lounge, a kitchen, a small indoor garden, a recreational room, and a bar. The other 3 levels comprise a sampling room, laboratory, cultivation area, supply warehouse, ammunition depot, power room, and equipment repair room. The protruding towers serve as the captain's quarters and a hangar for small spacecraft. Friend, at 1,000 black coins, this includes a small space mining ship, a Type 12 carbon-based life food synthesizer, and a Type 3 freshwater synthesizer, along with a small atmospheric craft loaded with ammunition, Zhang Luhai tentatively inquired. The response was a barrage of question marks. With the additional items Zhang sought, the total price exceeded 1050 black coins. If you are unwilling to sell, I shall procure these from other members, he added. After a full 5 minutes, the other party sent over a contract. Zhang Luhai felt a surge of happiness, having saved 50 black coins. It is worth mentioning that items within the guild are assessed and clearly priced, ensuring protection against deceit, though it also means there is no room for negotiation. Fortunately, 1,000 black coins is a substantial sum for a level 1 civilization, and the transaction was successful. Delivery would take merely 5 days, a stark contrast to the 1 or 2 years often required for luxury yachts and private jets. Anticipation filled Zhang Luhai as he awaited the arrival of the spacecraft, an exploration vessel that would enable him to embark on cosmic adventures. Though he had no immediate plans to wander the universe as a lone wolf, an endeavor that may sound glamorous but is, in reality, quite harsh, he did entertain the thought of visiting the solar system and its neighboring planets, such as Mercury, Jupiter, and Mars, merely to check in. Boss, a news report has emerged from the United States. I believe it pertains to us, Yang Xiaolu announced as she knocked and entered. Oh? Zhang Luhai opened his computer and immediately saw the headline, "Extraterrestrial mysterious signals have been deciphered." The article conveyed that, after considerable effort from aerospace experts, they had finally unraveled a persistent extraterrestrial signal. This signal represented the last echoes of a civilization, a continuous warning to other civilizations in the universe as they faced extinction. The message received by Earth originated from the direction of the Centaurus constellation. It is speculated that this civilization perished at least 6 years prior, suggesting that we are only now hearing their final words. According to the analysis, the probable cause of their demise was uncontrolled artificial intelligence. We have failed. We created them. Yet, they destroyed us. From this fragment, it can be inferred that they had birthed a form of sentient life, ultimately losing control over it. Their fate is a poignant reminder that our first discovered neighbor has vanished. Yet, their present could very well be our future. It feels like reading a science fiction novel, Zhang Luhai mused, a sense of absurdity washing over him. Yang Xiaolu noted that the report originated from the Gotham Daily and was circulated by the U.S. Aerospace Bureau. Zhang Luhai pondered briefly and began to grasp the situation. This was yet another means of diverting attention and attacking future technology, a follow-up to the earlier manipulation of fishing vessels. The voices from Western nations must be quite loud. He couldn't help but chuckle. He had never underestimated the level of ignorance among the populace of certain Western countries. Contrary to the common belief that citizens of Western nations are all well-educated and civilized, many exhibit remarkably anti-intellectual behaviors. A prime example is the widespread belief that Wi-Fi can transmit diseases, which has led to instances of signal towers being burned and protests erupting. In light of such absurdities, it is likely that many will also believe in the destruction of extraterrestrial races due to artificial intelligence. Boss, should we respond?
Yang Xiaolu inquired.
Certainly. Let's congratulate them on deciphering the mysterious signal and inquire about the methods they employed to extract such detailed and accurate information. Was it mathematics or something else? Surely not theology? Zhang Luhai chuckled. Once Yang Xiaolu left the office, he reopened the guild system to order 4 bionic robots, 2 of which would not be humanoid in form but rather modeled after the Kamikaze dynasty, featuring gills, azure skin, large mouths, moist skin, and webbed fingers and toes. Since the U.S. claims that extraterrestrials are extinct and that concerns about them are unfounded, let us allow them to witness the harsh realities of interstellar civilizations. Chapter 99. Boss, are you going out? May I accompany you?
Yang Xiaolu inquired, her astonishment palpable.
It was indeed remarkable. After several months, the boss was finally willing to leave the company. No need, Zhang Zhen and Lin Tao will accompany me for a brief trip, likely returning in 2 to 3 days. Please look after Lu Yu for me.
All right, Yang Xiaolu replied nonchalantly.
The three were all research enthusiasts, and their outing was undoubtedly related to some scientific endeavor, in which she felt she could offer little assistance. For most employees, Lin Tao and Zhang Zhen were peculiar individuals, uninterested in fame, profit, or power, yet possessing an extensive knowledge base that allowed them to stay abreast of the latest developments, even in fields outside their expertise. Little did anyone realize that both were, in fact, artificial intelligences. The trio departed the company, heading southwest along the coast. They were to receive a spacecraft that evening. The vessel, measuring 100 meters in length, was not particularly grand, but they simply needed to locate an uninhabited stretch of coastline. At 11 o'clock that night, Zhang Luhai perched on a rock by the shore, with Lin Tao lost in thought beside him and Zhang Zhen multitasking, engrossed in anime, streaming shows, and engaging in online discussions. At times, Zhang Luhai mused that the primary distinction between a Level 3 and a Level 1 artificial intelligence lay in the abundance of superfluous features. After sending the coordinates to the other party, dark lines began to emerge on the water's surface, gradually outlining the shape of a spacecraft. Within a minute, a vessel materialized before them. Stop gawking and get aboard, lest we attract unwanted attention, Zhang Luhai urged. He was keen to avoid having the spacecraft appear on the internet the following day. As they approached the ship, a sudden force pulled them upward, a sensation both novel and intriguing. They were guided to the captain's chamber. Greetings, esteemed captain. I am the intellect of the Star Shark, here to assist you in various matters. You may call me Aisha, or bestow upon me a new name. The screen above the control panel illuminated, revealing a hazy female figure. Let us stick with Aisha. What must I do next? Zhang Luhai inquired, currently verifying biological indicators and gathering genetic data. Collection complete. Greetings, Captain. Aisha reporting for duty. I will connect the two of them to the intellect. Their permissions will be subordinate to mine. What is the purpose of this? Zhang Luhai asked, glancing at the control panel, which featured only a few floating screens and a handful of buttons. The more advanced technology became, the simpler its use. This spacecraft exemplified that principle. With Aisha's assistance, operating the vessel was scarcely more challenging than driving a car. They subsequently received 4 robots and integrated artificial intelligence into them, thereby establishing their crew. Zhang Zhen uploaded data concerning the Earth and the solar system into the intellect. Aisha, disable all radar systems to avoid detection by satellites. Head towards the vicinity of the Kuiper Belt, Zhang Luhai commanded. As you wish, Captain, Aisha replied. The Star Shark emitted a subtle glow before swiftly breaking through the atmosphere. Throughout the entire process, they remained undetected by any radar systems. Zhang Luhai stood by the viewport, gazing at the Earth and starry sky from this unprecedented vantage point. He even caught a fleeting glimpse of a space station, a truly exhilarating experience. As they rounded the far side of the moon, Aisha issued a warning. We are about to initiate a jump, targeting the Kuiper Belt, which lies 43 astronomical units away. All personnel, please secure yourselves. Understood, Zhang Luhai replied, fastening himself into his seat. 3 minutes later, the spacecraft began to tremble rhythmically, and the starlit expanse outside began to stretch and warp, ultimately transforming into vibrant trails of light. Initially resembling dashed lines, the light patterns soon coalesced into a fantastical display. After an indeterminate span of time, the ship underwent a series of jolts, and the dazzling lights vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar panorama. Countless meteoroids filled the view ahead, forming a spectacular disc-like formation that left one awestruck. Indeed, the vastness of the cosmos is a man's true romance. The wonders of the universe surpass any man-made edifice. Zhang Luhai was entranced as he gazed into the distance, where celestial bodies could be faintly discerned beyond the Kuiper Belt. There lay exoplanets, enigmatic worlds where life may or may not exist, beyond the solar system. A tantalizing prospect indeed. He pondered when he might find the opportunity to explore it. Checking the time, he noted that only 20 minutes had elapsed. How long would it take to reach Earth at full speed, without using spatial jumps? Jiang Luhai inquired. 12 hours, Captain, came the response. Jiang Luhai nodded. During normal flight, the vessel's speed was merely half the speed of light. What about the next jump? 12 hours, Captain. Then let us proceed to Earth at full speed, without concealing our trajectory. Jiang Luhai cast a lingering glance at the Kuiper Belt and the distant planet before turning to issue commands. He then took a tour of the ship. After descending the command tower, he turned a corner to discover the living quarters, which featured a small garden of approximately 300 square meters, filled with purple flowers that exuded a delightful fragrance, uplifting his spirits. Adjacent to it was a relaxation area, complete with several sofas, a massive projection screen, and nearby a dining area and small bar. This is rather pleasant by human standards. Even adrift in the cosmos, it wouldn't be too arduous, Jiang Zhen remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, Jiang Luhai nodded. This exploratory vessel, in many respects, resembled a luxurious yacht or private jet. Everything was designed with comfort in mind. Some of the materials here appear quite unique. I shall need to take some back for testing. Certainly, Jiang Luhai responded as he explored the various levels of the ship, ultimately inspecting the mining vessel and atmospheric aircraft located on the lowest tier. The latter resembled a small boxy aircraft equipped with wings, measuring no more than 15 meters in length and capable of accommodating 6 individuals. Familiarize yourself with it. We will need to use this to return later, Jiang Luhai instructed. Absolutely, Jiang Zhen exclaimed, excitedly climbing into the aircraft. 6 hours later, as the aircraft passed near Uranus, alarms began blaring at an observation station on Earth. What is happening? A scruffy, bespectacled middle-aged man leaned closer to the screen, his eyes widening in disbelief. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! He stammered, unable to articulate a complete sentence, overwhelmed by astonishment. Hey, Raoul, what on earth are you seeing? A woman carrying coffee approached. Look, you must see this. It's approaching Earth. This shape. It's not a meteorite, it's a spacecraft. It is definitely a spacecraft. With a crash, the coffee cup slipped from her grasp, shattering on the floor. My heavens! She gasped, covering her mouth. Quick!
Notify Dr. Sin.
The man urged urgently. Moments later, frantic ringing echoed across the globe. What is happening? Look towards Neptune. My God, what is that? As the message was sent, it became apparent that the previous chapter had been sealed, and there was no notification from the back end. We will address it tomorrow, they concluded. Chapter 100 from the direction of Neptune. An unidentified object, evidently bearing artificial markings, is hurtling towards Earth at an astonishing speed. This spectacle has been detected by numerous observation stations across various nations, leaving countless individuals in a state of astonished disbelief. Could it be a civilization from beyond our solar system? The existence of extraterrestrial beings is indeed a reality. What could their purpose be? That direction. Is it the Centaurus constellation? Was it not stated that such a civilization had perished? Do you genuinely believe such claims? Simultaneously, countless individuals are roused from their slumber in the dead of night, as high-ranking officials from various countries convene for an urgent meeting. What has transpired? Yan Hua, the elderly gentleman, was awakened from his nap and softly inquired. An unidentified flying object is approaching Earth. It is speculated to be an alien spacecraft, replied the secretary, who had also just risen, now fully alert, his brow furrowed with concern. The elder paused momentarily, questioning, is it the same one as before? The secretary shook his head, uncertain. However, during the previous encounters, we had no indication of their arrivals or departures. This one, however, shows no signs of concealment and is racing towards Earth at high speed, likely not the same entity. Additionally, when they previously sent us a communicator, they employed a transmission technology beyond our comprehension. If their vessel utilizes similar technology, it could appear at any location at will. This one is directly en route, suggesting it may originate from a different civilization. Is that so? The elder queried. How many nations are currently aware of this? The information originated from the West. Only they possess the means to observe it. We received the news relatively late. Is it confirmed to reach Earth? How long until arrival? At its current velocity, 5 hours. Notify everyone. An emergency meeting will convene in half an hour. An hour later, Yan Hua ordered the entire military to enter a state of heightened readiness. In a certain building in the United States, the awakened president hurried into the conference room, asking in a grave tone, "What is the current situation?" "The unknown aircraft is racing towards Earth at half the speed of light and will arrive in 5 hours, came the response. "Is it confirmed to be an alien spacecraft?" "Indeed, from the observations, it is unequivocally not of natural origin." "I sincerely wish this were an April Fool's joke or mere misinformation," the president lamented, rubbing his forehead. "Alas, it is not. However, I do not perceive this as entirely negative. At the very least, it affirms that we are not alone in the cosmos. Furthermore, we must act before other nations, engaging with them to ascertain their needs. Concurrently, I believe we stand to gain immensely. A civilization capable of interstellar travel undoubtedly possesses technology far exceeding our own. If we could obtain their assistance, our technological prowess would experience explosive growth, propelling us far ahead of other nations, particularly those of the bear and the rabbit," someone interjected. "Will they arrive with benevolence?" the president inquired. "The distinction between benevolence and malice is inconsequential. We are not primitives. We lack any means of resistance. Engaging in a mutually beneficial exchange is the optimal approach. Otherwise, we could simply shoot it down. Our missiles are not mere decorations." "You seem remarkably confident." "That is commendable," the president acknowledged with a nod. "Of course, we are the United States," the individual replied with a shrug and a hint of a smile. "Moreover, given that their trajectory leads to the Centaurus constellation, I suspect they are the remnants of that once dominant civilization, fleeing to Earth for refuge. If so, we could certainly welcome them, provided they relinquish their advanced technology and that spacecraft." At this, a hush fell over the room. While some were oblivious, many present were acutely aware that the news was pure fabrication. Could it be that a once-vanished civilization had indeed fled to Earth? It was not entirely implausible. A flicker of intrigue ignited within many hearts. Should we disclose this information to the public? I believe it is futile to conceal it. The news has already leaked. Someone activated a screen, revealing the situation online. Where did the leak originate? It came from Brazil's observation station. I suspect those journalists learned of it before we did. We are not alone in the universe's first close contact. Human civilization meets extraterrestrial civilization, and alien spacecraft is approaching Earth. Expected to arrive at 6:23 p.m. local time. What language should we use to communicate with the aliens? Upon opening the internet, many were left bewildered as nearly every website was inundated with news regarding extraterrestrials. What on earth has transpired? As they scrolled through the headlines, reactions varied. Is today April Fool's Day? I believe this is a hoax. All sites are reporting it. Not just one space monitoring station has detected it. This seems to be genuine. Goodness, are the aliens invading Earth? I think we should prepare banners to welcome them on the rooftops. But what if they arrive with malicious intent? The previous remark from Yan Hua resonated with some. Yan Hua's words? That individual is a fearmonger. Let us not assume the worst. They could very well be benevolent. The universe is vast, and we have no conflicts. There is no competition for survival space. I believe the chances for peace are significant. The online discourse quickly polarized. One faction advocated for caution against the aliens, citing their advanced technology. The opposing faction argued for peaceful coexistence and mutual advancement. Meanwhile, a segment of proactive individuals, primarily from certain Western nations, began crafting banners and organizing to welcome the extraterrestrials. At that moment, Yang Xiaolu was frantically trying to contact Zhang Luhai, but, as usual, his phone was turned off. This guy, Yang Xiaolu rubbed his forehead. This is not the first time. Zhang often neglected to charge his phone, particularly while immersed in the laboratory. As the boss, he frequently vanished into the lab, leaving his phone dead and uncontactable. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable. Still unable to reach him? Zhang Lu asked. He's likely holed up in some laboratory.
Yang Xiaolu replied, exasperated.
At that moment, both wore solemn expressions. Zhang Luhai had previously warned them that humanity's discovery by extraterrestrials could be perilous. Now, the aliens had truly arrived. What would the outcome be? Although they trusted Zhang Luhai's insights, at this moment, they fervently hoped his forewarnings were misguided. facing a civilization capable of traversing the cosmos, should they arrive with hostile intentions. Chapter 101. An unknown signal of voice, electronic and calm, resonated through the air. The signal is determined to be from the Earth-Star space station. Shall we receive it? Receive it, Zhang Luhai nodded, activating the incoming transmission. Before him appeared a radiant smile, arms outstretched in a welcoming embrace. Welcome, distant guest. Subsequently, another individual expressed peace and hospitality in yet another language. A total of 6 individuals utilized 6 distinct tongues, endeavoring to convey Earth's friendly disposition towards the extraterrestrial visitors through their smiles and tones. Notably absent was the Yanhua language, as the United States had long prohibited Yanhua from accessing Western rocket launch and satellite technologies. Ultimately, Yanhua resolved to forge its own path. How enthusiastic they are, Zhang Jin mused, resting his chin on his hand, idly using his foot to nudge Zhang Liuhai's calf, inching it upwards. It is only natural. They are alien life forms capable of traversing the cosmos. What alternative could there be but to exhibit friendliness? Zhang Luhai understood the sentiments of the Earth-Star nations. Silently, he kicked Zhang Zhen's foot away. Captain, shall we respond? Aisha inquired. No need for a response. Charge the main cannon to 5 and prepare to fire, Zhang Luhai commanded. He harbored no animosity towards the space station that had excluded Yanhua. Neither did he feel any particular fondness. However, if they were to visit as unwelcome guests, they must embody the role appropriately, lest certain nations impulsively broadcast Earth's information into the depths of the universe. Hello, everyone. I am Anna, currently broadcasting live from the United States Aeronautics Bureau. Just moments ago, the 6 members of the International Space Station sent a friendly signal to the alien spacecraft, showcasing humanity's welcoming spirit with smiles. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed host introduced with a microphone in hand. Director Steve, do you believe that extraterrestrial life will comprehend our goodwill? Of course. I trust that between intelligent beings, even if language barriers exist, a smile can foster understanding. What do you think is the purpose of extraterrestrial intelligence visiting Earth? Perhaps for resupply, perhaps merely exploration, or something else entirely, who can say? Just as if we humans were to venture beyond the solar system and encounter an alien civilization, what would transpire? Va? Certainly not. That would be absurd. We are a civilized race, not mere beasts driven by bloodlust. With extraterrestrial civilizations, we ought to maintain a friendly, peaceful, and sincere approach. I recall that some time ago, a person from Yanhua uttered some rather alarming statements that left me astonished. I am shocked that such thoughts could arise. I do not know if the people of Yanhua are inherently aggressive or if it is merely a minority opinion. However, I must emphasize that such ideas are dangerous and frightening. Steve elaborated, not hesitating to take a jab at Zhang Luhai in the process. They had now ascertained the specifications of the alien spacecraft, approximately 100 meters in length, which in the cosmos was merely a small vessel. After accounting for necessary storage and living space, the number of extraterrestrial occupants would not be substantial. Such a small number of beings attacking Earth? It was laughable. Thus, he felt confident that this encounter with the aliens would conclude peacefully. Now, the United States needed to set itself apart from other nations, being the first to establish contact with the extraterrestrials to secure their technological support or to engage in earnest exchange. Thank you very much, Director Steve, for your insights. I am equally eager to witness the forthcoming events, humanity's first contact with another civilization. I also concur with Director Steve. We should approach extraterrestrial life with a friendly and peaceful demeanor. At that moment, countless individuals worldwide were tuning in through various means to watch the live broadcast. Each nation had its own relevant programming, inviting experts and sociologists to engage in discussions. About 90% maintained an optimistic outlook regarding this encounter. In Yanhua, however, a guest on a program stated, I hold a cautious stance. After all, the technological disparity between the two parties is vast, making it difficult to gauge their disposition. Nevertheless, I too hope for a friendly and peaceful exchange. Suddenly, the guest's expression shifted dramatically. Wait, what just happened? Simultaneously, ordinary viewers across the globe were left astonished. My heavens, what transpired? They launched an attack. The International Space Station is gone. They did not come in peace. Did the director not just say, Don't listen to that fool. He's just spouting nonsense. The aliens have attacked. A blinding flash illuminated the screen, which promptly went black. Countless individuals rushed from their rooms, witnessing a brilliant light streaking across the sky. Director Steve, who had been contemplating the political advantages this contact with extraterrestrial life could yield, was now utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had been advocating for peace and goodwill, only to be met with an alien cannon fire as a greeting. What has happened? My God, was it a malfunction at the International Space Station? Host Anna was incredulous, desperately wishing to believe it was a jest. Meanwhile, in a conference room where high-ranking officials of the United States were enthusiastically discussing how to negotiate with the aliens, silence fell upon them. On July 17, 2024, at 6:10 a.m. Eastern Time, the International Space Station sent a message brimming with goodwill and enthusiasm to the extraterrestrial visitors. The world awaited this moment with fervent anticipation for humanity's first encounter with alien civilization. At 6:15 a.m., the alien spacecraft launched its attack. Within a mere 5 minutes, the world understood one crucial truth. Extraterrestrial life was not as amicable as the United States Aeronautics Bureau had claimed. More importantly, they realized that only with equivalent strength could genuine friendly exchanges occur. Many recalled the words of a young man who had once said, "To entrust the future of one's race to the kindness of alien civilizations is nothing short of folly." 5 minutes later, as the aliens approached the outer atmosphere, the main cannon of their spacecraft recharged. At that moment, while all eyes were on the alien vessel, a small craft circumnavigated half the globe, disabling all satellites and radars, before landing near the coastline of Qingdao in Yanhua. Chapter 102. Boss, where have you run off to? Something major has happened. As Zhang Luhai answered the call, he immediately heard Yang Xiaolu's anxious voice. I've already been informed. I will return shortly, Zhang Luhai replied solemnly. Wait for me at the company. At that moment, it was 6:29 a.m. Eastern Time and 7:29 p.m. in the capital. Zhang Luhai waved his hand behind him, and the small aircraft soared into the sky. He was accompanied by Zhang Zhen and Lin Tao as they headed back to the company. While still en route, he received a call from Yang Lao. Are you at the company now? Yang Lao inquired urgently as soon as the line connected. I'm on my way back. What's the matter? Zhang Luhai responded. An emergency meeting has been convened, and several industry elites have been invited to brainstorm solutions to this crisis. Yang Lao explained hurriedly. Can you make it to the capital? Is there enough time? Perhaps a conference call would be more efficient. Zhang Luhai raised an eyebrow. After all, we do not know what kind of technology the extraterrestrial beings possess, nor do we know if our communications might be monitored by them. Yang Lao let out a bitter laugh. Although we have maintained a cautious stance, we never anticipated their approach would be so direct and ruthless. Indeed, your assessment was accurate. These alien civilizations pose a significant threat to us. I have just received news that multiple cities, including Huadu and Gotham, have been attacked. In Huadu, a building was penetrated directly down the middle, leaving behind an unfathomably deep pit, and everything along the route was vaporized. I understand. Arrange for a plane. I can reach the airport in 40 minutes, Zhang Luhai stated. He then made a call to Zhang Luiyue to inform her. Be careful, brother. I'm merely offering suggestions. What danger could there be? Zhang Luhai reassured her with a smile. As they passed through parts of Qingdao City, Zhang Luhai noticed a significant reduction in pedestrians on the streets. 40 minutes later, he, Zhang Zhen, and Lin Tao hurriedly boarded a plane. Mr. Zhang, follow me. They were directed upon arriving in the capital. Mr. Zhang, you have also arrived. Ren Zhang greeted with a strained smile. You're here in the capital as well? Zhang Luhai asked. Indeed, it's quite a coincidence. At my age, I never expected to encounter such events. Ren Zhang replied with a wry smile. Upon noticing Zhang Zhen and Lin Tao behind Zhang Luhai, he felt no inclination for pleasantries. As Yang Lao had mentioned, this was a crisis for all humanity. Zhang Luhai surveyed the room. It was a conference room where many had already taken their seats. Aside from a few from the Academy of Sciences and military personnel, there were also some industry elites, albeit not many, and each bore a look of deep contemplation. Zhang Luhai casually chose a seat, and before long, a major general stepped onto the stage and announced, now that everyone is present, please share your thoughts. Do not concern yourselves with the likelihood of success or how to implement these ideas. The technology of the extraterrestrials is undoubtedly far superior to ours. The primary goal is to think freely and express your ideas. These words set the tone for the meeting. Although the industry elites and scientists may not understand military affairs or national armaments, open-minded thinking might yield valuable insights. What do the extraterrestrials truly desire? Their actions seem more akin to intimidation. If that is the case, they must have a motive. Whether in negotiation or warfare, understanding one's adversary is critical to success. Knowing their needs makes everything else much simpler, someone remarked. As of now, it remains unclear. After several attacks, the alien spacecraft have remained in the outer atmosphere without further action. The pressing issue is, if communication fails and war ensues, how do we overcome them? A military personnel frowned. If it weren't for the gravity of this situation, I wouldn't even be here, he added. We can only hope that these societal elites can propose valuable ideas. Following this, various individuals began to present an array of innovative suggestions. Someone in the vicinity recorded these ideas for later analysis to determine their feasibility. Mr. Jiang, do you have any thoughts? After a while, the Major General, noticing Jiang Luhai's silence, inquired. Both the higher-ups and military personnel placed significant importance on Jiang Luhai. His prior concerns had proven correct, and his cognitive capacity was currently the highest known. Hence, he had been specifically invited. I do have a few thoughts, Jiang Luhai nodded. As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned toward him. We could utilize artificial intelligence to infiltrate the alien spacecraft and subsequently ascertain the coordinates of their home planet. Could you elaborate? If we manage to breach their spacecraft, wouldn't that enable us to directly control its descent? Someone questioned. Currently, humanity's limitations stem from the fact that the alien spacecraft remain beyond our atmosphere, Jiang Luhai replied. However, even domestic transportation has emergency control protocols. It is highly probable that the alien spacecraft possesses similar measures. Moreover, if their spacecraft is equipped with artificial intelligence, I would estimate the likelihood of that being above 90%. To seize control of their spacecraft would entail a struggle for dominance over their artificial intelligence, akin to a home invasion which presents significant challenges. However, if we merely aim to extract the coordinates of their home planet, the difficulty would be substantially lessened. What is the significance of such actions? Someone asked. It serves as a means of leverage. For instance, we could threaten the aliens by transmitting their home planet's coordinates into the depths of space, Jiang Luhai whispered. Let us not forget how we exposed ourselves and the consequences that followed. They likely understand the severity of the repercussions better than we do. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The assembled elites of Yanhua could readily grasp the feasibility of this proposal, which certainly seemed more viable than others presented. A unanimous expression of approval filled the room. What an excellent idea! Mr. Jiang has indeed come up with a remarkable solution. No wonder he has accomplished such great feats at such a young age. This level of insight is not something just anyone can possess. The Major General gestured to the side, and immediately someone took the suggestion for further discussion. The current challenge lay in how to infiltrate the alien spacecraft. Just then, the conference room's screen suddenly illuminated. Simultaneously, every individual's phone lit up as well. Across every corner of Earth, all communication devices displayed the same image. In Yanhua, vehicles were halted at the roadside, and drivers wore frowns, their eyes laden with concern. Schools, residences, countless individuals sat before screens or clutched their phones, biting their lips in anxiety. In neon-lit izakayas, patrons stared intently at the displays. The same scene unfolded in Huadu, England, and Gaul. In some nations where it was still night, citizens awoke from their slumber, clutching their phones. The screen revealed a peculiar life form, with bluish-green skin, an oversized mouth, moist texture, and gills near the ears. This was an intelligent being evolved from amphibious life. Many in attendance recognized this instantly. Greetings, inhabitants of Earth. This is how you refer to yourselves, is it not? I am delighted that you have invited me here. It brings me joy to receive your message amidst the vastness of the cosmos. It was apparent that the being's mouth movements and voice did not align, indicating the use of some technology, yet no one paid heed to this detail at the moment. Upon hearing the being's words, Many faces turned pale. Indeed, it was those signals sent by certain nations into the depths of space that attracted them. Chapter 103. In the desolate expanse of the universe, a signal unexpectedly emerged from an unknown realm. You may find it difficult to comprehend the exhilaration and fervor I experienced at that moment. Nevertheless, it is the undeniable truth. With the utmost sincerity and goodwill, I extend to you my friendship. However, this friendship comes at a price. Simply surrender all your technological data and your genetic repository. In light of your cooperation, I have decided to annihilate only 1/3 of your population. Otherwise, I shall obliterate you entirely. The alien entity on the screen grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs, projecting an aura of menace and savagery. Upon the conclusion of the alien's proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Sincere goodwill? Friendship? The annihilation of half? This is nothing short of a robbery. The entirety of human civilization is being plundered. Even those exuberant youths who had organized a welcoming committee for the aliens now felt a chilling dread within. Countless individuals shattered their phones, televisions, and computers in a moment of despair, their eyes ablaze with fear and seething anger. This fury was not solely directed at the aliens, but also at their respective nations. For decades, countries such as the United States, England, Spain, France, and Russia had transmitted messages into the cosmos, exceeding 30 attempts. Notably, the United States had recently sent a message into the depths of space, brimming with self-satisfaction, only to bring forth a monumental catastrophe upon all of humanity. At this juncture, innumerable voices were raised in condemnation of the United States. However, a graver concern loomed before all. Even if they surrendered their technology, 1/3 of their populace would still face death. Who would live and who would perish? It was a classic case of 2 peaches for 3 warriors. Who would have imagined that the aliens would resort to such tactics? All of this was instigated by the United States, which incessantly transmitted messages into the cosmos, incurring a heavy toll upon all of humanity. With a population of 6 billion on Earth, 1/3 equates to 2 billion. Resistance was imperative. Yet, how could they confront such extraterrestrial beings? Could missiles reach them? Provoking the aliens would result in the demise of all. I believe our nation should immediately surrender the technology. Only by doing so can we hope to survive. A 100-meter-long spacecraft dares to rob humanity? By what right? Countless individuals vented their fear and fury online. The primary targets of their ire were the United States and other nations that had sent signals. Although many clamored for resistance, those with military acumen understood that the adversary was beyond the atmosphere. Human ballistic missiles, even if they breached the atmosphere, would fail to strike their target, only serving to provoke further wrath. While ballistic and intercontinental missiles can ascend beyond the atmosphere, their designed targets land, not aerial entities. Moreover, the alien speed of movement was astonishing. Unless they remained stationary and unprotected, success was unlikely. At that moment, the alien spoke again. Based on my monitoring, it appears that humanity is unwilling to accept its fate, questioning my capability to obliterate you. Let me demonstrate the chasm that separates us. The 100-meter-long spacecraft's main cannon began to charge once more, radiating with energy. Subsequently, without a sound, a beam of light pierced the heavens and the earth. There was no noise, no explosion, no shattering, no cries of despair, nothing. A bottomless pit appeared silently in the heart of the United States. It seemed that the aliens were not as formidable as one might presume. The President of the United States, initially gripped by trepidation, exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing the aftermath of the attack. The assault was indeed powerful, yet its scope was limited. Even if every inhabitant of Earth were to be sacrificed, the scale of destruction was insufficient to eradicate humanity completely. We must devise a means of retaliation, declared a national defense official from the United States. But how can we retaliate? The mention of countermeasures fell into a heavy silence. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the buildings. An earthquake. How could this occur at such a moment? No, it was the aliens breaching the mantle, causing violent upheaval within the crust. Panic washed over the scientists in the United States. Quick, evacuate. The situation in the United States was laid bare before the world. Instantly, all who had previously advocated for resistance fell silent. In a mere instant, A single cannon shot triggered intense seismic activity across vast regions of the United States. The ground split and the oceans boiled. It was a scene of devastation. The magnitude of such an assault and its consequences transcended human imagination. Everyone became acutely aware of the vast technological chasm separating humanity from the extraterrestrial foe. At this moment, Jiang Luhai found himself in a room where he discovered several prominent figures, typically seen only on television, seated with grave expressions. Although the recent attack targeted the United States, the implications were far-reaching, encompassing all of human civilization. The elder in the center nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Mr. Jiang, I have long wished to meet you. I never anticipated our first encounter would unfold under such dire circumstances. However, we have little time for idle chatter. I wish to inquire about your proposal. Do you believe it is feasible? How would you execute it? If entrusted to you, what level of confidence do you possess?" The aliens' terms had made it clear that even if humanity surrendered all its technology, heavy casualties would ensue. Conversely, resistance seemed nearly impossible, given the aliens' overwhelming firepower that could trigger tectonic shifts. If the recent attack were repeated several times, even the United States would be reduced to ruins. Since the aliens desired technology, whether through solid-state transfer or via networks, a receiving process would be necessary. We could certainly incorporate artificial intelligence into the equation. As for confidence, we remain uncertain about the aliens' technological prowess. If their expertise in artificial intelligence surpasses ours only slightly, my confidence stands at 70%. If their capabilities are significantly superior, then the outcome is uncertain. Jiang Luhai spoke with calm composure, offering neither guarantees nor retreat. The prominent figures regarded him with admiration. In such a critical situation, he did not shirk from the weighty responsibility concerning the future of humanity, maintaining his composure, a rare mindset indeed. His conclusion was one that resonated with all present. A 70% chance was substantial. If the aliens' technological superiority in artificial intelligence was too great, humanity would simply have to leave its fate to the cosmos. Report: the United States has surrendered. So soon? Upon hearing the message delivered by the secretary, the elders present furrowed their brows. Cowards! One elder exclaimed in anger. In just 10 minutes since the initial attack, the United States had capitulated. At that moment, the United States was attempting to convey a message to the heavens. We accept your demands and will surrender all technological data. We shall be the first nation to comply, and we hope you will honor your words and cease your attacks. The president, watching his subordinates send this message, felt a wave of despair wash over him. "We are the architects of our own demise," he lamented. A senior official pondered for a moment before speaking. "Mr. President, we should consider the upside. We are the first nation to surrender our technology. They will undoubtedly honor their agreement and refrain from further attacks. Even if they ultimately intend to exterminate 2 billion people, the most likely targets will be South America, Africa, and the larger nations of the East. Should the larger Eastern nations suffer significant losses, their international stature may no longer pose a threat to us." The president sighed, expressing that this was the only piece of good news, hoping it would unfold as suggested. At this moment, the thoughts of those present began to shift. Having already surrendered the technology and endured 2 assaults, suffering considerable losses, they now wished for other nations to bear even greater burdens. I recommend a friend's book, authored by an old writer from an external site, assuring quality. I, the guardian of the tomb, have been signing in at the Imperial Mausoleum for 60 years. Chapter 104. When the signal was emitted by the United States, a profound silence enveloped its citizens. Tears welled in countless eyes. The exclamations of frustration echoed, "Damn it! What a disgrace!" Having emerged from numerous wars as the mightiest nation on Earth, they found themselves surrendering to extraterrestrial beings in this critical moment. Yet, amidst the despair, there was an understanding. The ferocity of the recent attack had left an indelible mark, instilling fear in every heart. The assault had penetrated the mantle, inducing seismic upheaval, a display of force capable of obliterating an entire civilization. Resistance seemed futile, promising only further casualties and potential annihilation. Many sought to console themselves with the notion that while technology might be surrendered to the aliens, it would not adversely affect humanity or Earth. As the United States raised the white flag, Other nations untouched by the assault swiftly signaled their willingness to relinquish their technology. A shared memory lingered. The threat of annihilating 1/3 of humanity loomed ominously. It was tacitly accepted that those who expedited their technological submissions would be spared from attack. Just like the United States, England, Gaul, Germany, Spain, and Japan quickly followed suit, sending out their signals. "What about us?" echoed in the hall where the elders of Yanhua sat, one elder lowering his gaze. "Send a signal. We shall comply," he instructed, adding a message expressing humanity's acceptance of the aliens' terms, pleading for mercy. "Damn it!" exclaimed another elder, visibly agitated. The weight of responsibility now rested upon Comrade Zhang Luhai, who felt the hopeful gazes of his peers upon him. "I will do my utmost," he affirmed with a nod. "Whatever resources are required, just ask. If not, I will call for the latest artificial intelligence programs to be sent over." The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on them. The fate of 1/3 of humanity rested in Zhang Luhai's hands. This thought lingered in their minds, unspoken, for the burden was immense. They feared it would crush this young man. Whether this plan would provoke the aliens further or incite their wrath remained unvoiced, yet it loomed large in their thoughts. Surrendering 60 billion humans to a 100-meter-long alien spacecraft was already excruciating. Allowing them to butcher 1/3 of humanity was an unimaginable horror. Yanhua constituted 1/4 of the global population, and no one could predict whether the blade would fall upon them. Observing the suppressed fury in the elders, Zhang Luhai sighed inwardly, well aware of the sentiments coursing through the people of Yanhua. However, overcoming this ordeal would expedite humanity's and Yanhua's development. As the sole civilization on Earth, humanity had long lost its sense of urgency. Satisfied with mere survival, they had succumbed to the allure of wealth, commerce, and entertainment, allowing class barriers and various distractions to erode their ambition. Internal strife overshadowed collaborative progress. Sanctions, sabotage, and slander became the prevailing narratives. A harsh awakening was perhaps a blessing in disguise. Though the alien threat was fabricated this time, it could very well be genuine in the future. Humanity had broadcast too many signals into the cosmos, revealing far too much. In Yanhua, upon learning that their nation had also sent a signal, countless tears flowed freely. The feelings of frustration and oppression gnawed at their hearts like venomous serpents. The humiliations of a century past resurfaced in their minds. To hell with the idols. To hell with the stars. I shall become a scientist. Their brief taste of prosperity was overshadowed by the looming specter of mortality. In the face of life and death, what is wealth? They resolved that if they survived this ordeal, they would dedicate themselves to the nation's reconstruction, just as the martyrs of a century ago had done. Countless individuals bit their lips until they bled, their eyes aflame with indignation. "I will become a scientist like my brother," Zhang Lu sobbed, curled up on the sofa. Yang Xiaolu remained silent, contemplating her admission to a prestigious university while dreaming of becoming an esports broadcaster, lamenting her lost opportunities. Yet, a knife hung above them all, the fate of 1/3 of humanity. Whose head would it ultimately fall upon? Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down Yang Xiaolu's face as she sent a message to Zhang Luhai. "I like you. Whether you like me is irrelevant. I just want you to know that I like you very much. This is my own affair." With that, she relinquished her inhibitions, casting her phone aside as she awaited the final judgment. "I am pleased you have made a wise choice. I once encountered a civilization of integrity, though that civilization no longer exists. Fortuitously, you have encountered me. Do you think I jest? No, you are indeed fortunate to meet someone like me, rather than some other civilization. At the very least, I am a person of principle. I keep my promises and can spare you. Other civilizations may not be so accommodating. You see, every civilization encounters developmental bottlenecks, and the time to overcome these challenges varies. A once primitive civilization can leap ahead and surpass an advanced one in a matter of centuries. Thus, for any civilization, others pose a latent threat. Now, do you comprehend why I say you are fortunate? Enough of my ramblings. You may connect your databases to your networks. I will open the ports for you. You have 12 hours to transmit all your data. Subsequently, we shall commence another little game. Which 1/3 of humanity shall I choose to eliminate? Do you have any thoughts on this? Frankly, upon reviewing your history, I find it quite entertaining. You are, after all, the civilization I have encountered that delights in self-destruction the most, and you are also the one with the most nations on a single planet. The final decision will be revealed in 12 hours. Stay tuned. The aliens' laughter echoed, filled with derision, mockery, and malice. Chapter 105. Jiang Luhai picked up his phone and was momentarily taken aback by the message from Yang Xiaolu. This silly child. Jiang Luhai chuckled softly. He was well aware of Yang Xiaolu's feelings. This lively and exuberant little flower may not possess the beauty of some celebrities or the gentleness of others, and she certainly cannot be deemed a stunning beauty. Yet she is quite endearing. However, he had always taken his time, and now, with a metaphorical sword hanging over his head, that girl suddenly erupted with emotion. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Luhai replied, "Very good," and then resumed his own tasks. The show must go on. Yang Xiaolu had received several calls from family and acquaintances, and it was only after hanging up that she noticed Jiang Luhai's message. "Very good." Yang Xiaolu gritted her teeth in frustration. "Here I am, pouring my heart out, and all you can say is very good? You scoundrel." Meanwhile, the world was engulfed in chaos. Some were bidding farewell, others indulging in pleasures, some gathered to pray, while others engaged in rampant destruction. Each individual awaited the impending judgment. Various opinions circulated online. I just confessed to Lin Xiao that I liked her, and to my surprise, she agreed. Brothers, I have spent the last 12 hours with my goddess. If I survive, I shall return to meet her again, wishing good fortune to those above. I too am ready to confess. Regardless of success or failure, I hold no regrets. For so many years, I have neglected my family in pursuit of work and wealth. At this moment, I realize that money is of no use. I shall return to accompany my family. In times like these, both the goodness and the darkness of human nature are laid bare. There are tender messages, as well as frenzied outbursts. If there must be killing, let it be those yellow-skinned monkeys and black devils. Only we are the future of Earth. Those yellow-skinned monkeys number 2 billion. Eliminating them would suffice. You are the ones who summoned the aliens, and at this critical juncture, you still engage in infighting. What a bunch of scoundrels. Yet all of this is merely a microcosm of the world. Countless technical data is rapidly being transmitted into the spacecraft hovering in the sky. Time trickled by. In a certain room within Yanhua, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Will we succeed? Let us endeavor to do our best. This is the fate of humanity. How is the situation? In another room equipped with several state-of-the-art biological computers, dozens were working diligently. What's the status? It has been integrated with other data. The transmission has been successful. Jiang Luhai pushed away his keyboard and looked around. Successful? Everyone ceased their actions and turned to him. The first step has succeeded. Now we must see if we can extract the coordinates from their database. Jiang Luhai nodded and took a seat in a corner. Tension permeated the room, with many sweating profusely. Success or failure hinged on this moment. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Each minute felt like an eternity. If sacrificing those present could save others, 9 out of 10 would agree. Yet all they could do was wait. No news yet? None. Let us hope for success. A bespectacled fat man clutched the amulet around his neck. The room fell silent once more. I'll step outside for a smoke, to clear my head. One person stood up and walked towards the door. I'll join you. Suddenly, a notification chimed on the computer. Everyone turned sharply to look at the screen. Jiang Luhai strode forward, glanced at the display, and a smile broke across his face as he turned to the others. We did it. Yes, we succeeded. We have successfully stolen the coordinates of their home planet. Jiang Luhai laughed heartily. Splendid. We have triumphed. Finally, we can retaliate. Joy radiated from every face. A thunderous cheer erupted as the staff embraced one another, bouncing with exhilaration, emotions spilling over. Tears streamed down their faces. Outside, a squad of soldiers on guard, hearing the cheers from within, displayed smiles of relief. News spread to another room. Well done, young man. An elder slapped the table in approval. You've done well. From now on, let anyone who dares to challenge him first seek my permission. The previously scornful elder laughed heartily. If the plan succeeds, he shall be hailed as a hero of humanity. Who would dare to harm him? Success is paramount. The elderly gentleman at the head of the table wore a comforting smile. The earlier decisions had weighed heavily on several individuals, but now, with the plan successful, their spirits lifted. The screen suddenly illuminated, and the alien appeared once more. However, this time, its expression was not one of mockery but rather filled with frenzy and rage. Lord Kamikaze has granted you an opportunity, yet you resort to trifling tricks, Earthlings. I had intended to randomly select 1/3 of your population for extermination. You have sealed your own fate. I shall obliterate you completely. A wave of shock swept over the globe. What has transpired? Who enraged this alien? Many were left dumbfounded, followed by an outburst of curses. Who was foolish enough to sabotage humanity's last chance? I'll speak with him. Jiang Luhai scoffed, speaking directly into the radio towards the sky. Alien sir, you should be able to hear me. 723, 114, 189, 5. Do you need me to continue? Though humanity has its flaws, arrogance, greed, jealousy, suspicion, infighting, and so forth, we are a collective. We shall not stand idly by while 1/3 of our population is slaughtered. Although we have raised the white flag, it does not signify a lack of courage. We now possess the coordinates of your home planet. While we cannot prevent you, we can transmit this set of coordinates deep into the cosmos. Our present is your future. Alien sir, you have already acquired the technical data. Depart from the solar system. At this moment, I have dispatched this coordinate to tens of thousands of locations. Unless you can annihilate all of humanity in an instant, we shall perish together. Upon finishing, Jiang Luhai and the others anxiously stared at the screen, awaiting the alien's response. The alien on the screen, in a fit of rage, struck the control panel twice before speaking. Humans, consider yourselves fortunate. You are correct. I have obtained what I needed. However, I will leave monitoring devices in this planetary system. Should you dare to disclose our coordinates, prepare for annihilation. I shall destroy your civilization in the most brutal manner. The alien cast a final, deep gaze at the screen before it went dark. A chorus of cheers erupted once more in the room. We have truly succeeded. This time it is a complete triumph. We have uncovered the aliens' weaknesses and forced them into retreat. Meanwhile, outside, the populace remained bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. The alien had just threatened humanity with destruction. And in the blink of an eye, the tone had shifted to one of intimidation. Chapter 106. Regardless of East or West, whether it be the United States, England, or the Orient. Regardless of oceans, mountains, deserts, or forests. Whether one is a billionaire or a beggar wandering the streets, each individual, either clutching their phones, sitting before televisions, or gazing into shop windows, exchanged glances filled with disbelief. Many had tears still glistening on their cheeks, frozen in place. What has transpired? Did the extraterrestrials suddenly change their minds? Will they not annihilate us after all? In an instant, the profound sorrow and fury of moments before transformed into an overwhelming elation surging from within. When the screen went dark, a heartfelt cheer erupted from the crowd. We survived. Humanity has endured. Though the aliens still hovered above, humanity has triumphed. After the initial ecstasy and relief, a profound confusion settled in the hearts of all. What exactly occurred to incite such a reversal? Who could enlighten us on the truth of the matter? Just a moment ago, the aliens sought humanity's destruction. Now they seem to have recoiled. Which nation provoked them to toy with the very existence of all humankind? It is utterly nonsensical. Why did the extraterrestrials change their stance? Was someone privy to the coordinates of their home planet, indicating that if they did not retreat, those coordinates would be transmitted into the depths of the cosmos? Someone uttered in astonishment, "Is this true? How do you know?" It was reported that communication was made via radio to the aliens, and many stations near the imperial capital could intercept the signal. The response came swiftly. Subsequently, an audio file was uploaded online, and within moments, the download count soared into the millions. Unbelievably, it was indeed true, and the heroes hailed from the Orient. Who orchestrated this? The capital remains oblivious. I understand it was a national initiative, but who proposed this idea, and how was it executed? It is astonishing that the very coordinates of the aliens' home planet deterred them, while we naively continued to send signals into the void. The United States is simply a collection of fools. Now everyone is aware. As this audio spread abroad, astonishment ensued, followed by a wave of skepticism. The crisis had barely subsided, yet humanity found itself once more divided. Was it truly the Orient that saved all of humanity? It should have been the United States. This must be fake news. Could very well be fabricated. However, the majority of Western netizens maintained a level of rationality, especially having just weathered a life-threatening crisis. Their gratitude towards this hero was palpable. What if the claims are indeed true? Nations remained silent, waiting for further developments. If it is true, then the Orient stands as the hero of humanity. In the midst of many voices calling for the demise of certain individuals, it was only the Orient that recognized the myriad flaws of humanity. Nevertheless, the 6 billion souls of humanity are united. While all nations kept silent, only the Orient proclaimed that 6 billion lives should share the same fate. Once the aliens depart, I must visit the Orient. Some individuals upstairs are exceedingly narrow-minded. I feel shame to share the same nation with them. Has humanity learned nothing from this crisis? The Orient saved 2 billion lives, yet no one expresses gratitude? To eliminate a third of the population could have been you or me. To the aliens, there is no distinction between the billionaire and the destitute. Yet, the Orient rescued everyone, saved you and me. Thank you, Orient. Following the initial skepticism, the online sphere rapidly became enveloped in praise. Countless expressions of heartfelt gratitude emerged. Yet, many still awaited official announcements from various nations. After all, it was merely an audio file, and no one could ascertain its authenticity. When the aliens relinquished their control over the network for an hour, that ominous vessel, akin to the sword of Damocles suspended above humanity, finally departed. At this moment, humanity could finally unleash their jubilant cheers. Just then, the Bear Nation issued a statement. We express our gratitude to the Orient for all they have done for humanity. The Orient achieved what we aspired to but failed to accomplish. We have witnessed what true humanitarianism and cultural compassion resemble. We are neighbors united by water. We are all part of humanity, and we should collaboratively construct the future of mankind. Once again, we extend our heartfelt thanks to the Orient for their contributions. In their expression of gratitude, the Bear Nation did not omit a subtle critique of certain Western nations. However, once the statement was released, it ignited the internet. It was confirmed. The audio was indeed from the Orient. The might of great nations, the Orient leads the way. It is indeed the people of the Orient.